Wow. Hi, Rich. It's
How
eight
are we
o'clock
doing,
in the
Stephen?
morning. I'm very well. 8 o'clock in the morning in the UK. And we're going to have Anthony Chaffey join us shortly. Just for everybody that's tuning in. Um, if you're watching the playback, I need to get this right at the beginning. We've had to split it into 3 bits on YouTube. All right. And in my link tree, there is links to all the 3 bits. And also every single video's description has the links to 3 bits. So, yeah. Rich, or Richard Smith, the Keto Pro. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Stephen Thomas. How are you this morning? I
Well,
hope
I'm
you're
very good. Yeah.
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Yeah, Richard Smith, nutritionist, founder of the Keto Pro. I don't know if many people know my backstory, but I've come from being type 2 diabetic, clinically obese, suffering with daily debilitating migraines, chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety. And now, similar story to Stephen, after adopting a ketogenic and carnivore lifestyle and completely changing my life, I now teach others to do the same. I'm fortunate enough to work with the likes of Stephen and the people like Anthony Chaffey, amongst others. And I must say that, yeah, this is the first ever, to my knowledge, 24-hour live on carnivore and keto. So I am super excited, despite being early in the morning on a Sunday morning. I am fired up and ready to go. So I hope that's a similar situation with you, Stephen, because we're in for the long haul today, a full 24 hours. I don't know how my bum's going to be feeling at the, at the end of this fight, but yeah, looking forward.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, just for people that don't know me, 4 years carnivore, before that keto, before that low carb. So the low carb started 9 years ago. One of the things that I've noticed about being carnivore actually was the food freedom. So if I was going to do something for 24 hours, when I was high carb, I would have been just basically thinking, oh, I've got to eat, I've got to drink. I'd be constantly worried about all the different things I've got to do because it's 24 hours and I need to get 3 meals in. This is when I was high carb. I would have panicked the day before. But whereas carnivore, it's like I can do 24 hours. Interesting, Richard there is sitting. I'm actually standing. So I do have a secret weapon today, which is a chair, a sort of high chair, which is behind me. But I feel maybe I'll be able to stand for 24 hours. But that's the thing with carnivore. It does make you look at food in a completely different way. It doesn't mean it's bad or it's negative. It's just what it is. So we're just waiting for Anthony Chaffey to join. It's 3 p.m. in Australia, in Perth, where he is. So we will be getting him on to do the questions that everyone's very kindly submitted. But let's get Richard back on the screen because you don't want to see me yabbering on. So
Nobody
yes,
wants to see my ugly mug. No, but yeah, it just to reiterate a point that you made there. Now, I was thinking yesterday in regards to what I can eat and timings and whether I should eat on screen, and which wouldn't be a problem. I think that'll be good for people to see the type of food that we eat. But to be honest, I'm thinking now that it may be a good opportunity to throw in a good 24, 36-hour fast, which, as you say, we could comfortably do. That's one of the beauties of us being keto and carnivore is we are never under pressure to consume food. We never feel hungry. Hey, Sabrina. Yeah, so this may be a good opportunity. Obviously, I haven't eaten this morning. The last meal I consumed was last night, so I may power through and just do an extended fast. But I could not ever contemplate doing this on carbohydrate. I would be crashing and burning. And coming back to a point you made about standing, yeah, you may see me fluctuating between the seat and standing as we go throughout the day, because I don't think I'm built for sitting for a full 24 hours. But I like your backup plan, a nice high chair. Sounds
yeah,
good.
yes. I feel like one of those old crooners. When I sit on that chair, I'll be like, "Hey, everybody, this isn't a fundraiser. No, this is not a fundraiser." Yeah, it's just talking about carnivore and getting lots and lots of people on. So it's nice that I popped up in somebody's feed, which is Bella. brat for you. And the man himself is going to appear. So shall we put Sir Anthony, Dr. Chaffey on? Let's have a look. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Very good. Richard, say hello.
How are we doing, my man? You okay?
Hey, good, man. Yeah, how are you?
Yes, good. I did just reply to the message you sent on Insta. Apologies, a little bit delayed, but yeah, feel free to live stream. Feel free to live stream by all means. The more we spread the message, the better, isn't it? So
absolutely.
Just for the viewers out there, Dr. Chaffey wanted to know if he could stream this on his YouTube. But by all means, you know, as Stephen just said, this is a free event. It's educational. We're trying to spread the word on carnivore. So yeah, by all means, feel free to share and stream away.
It's not a fundraiser. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. It's nothing to do with that. It's just to do a 24-hour carnivore conversation. As you can see from Richard's backdrop, you can talk about keto. In fact, that's the great thing about carnivore. Actually, we're not very much like a cult. If you want to have an avocado, you're not going to be sacked by the carnivore police. But we will be talking mainly carnivore, but we will be talking low carb and keto if you want to talk about it. It's 3 p.m. in Australia, in Perth, where Dr. Anthony Chaffey is, and I'm going to give him a little introduction, unless he wants to do it himself.
Oh, whatever you prefer. Happy for whatever.
You see, this is why you're great, Anthony, because you're so laid back. But for people that don't know him, firstly, you really should. And secondly, he's a medical doctor, former professional rugby player, and he's giving a fresh lease of life to thousands of people around the world by professionally helping them shed weight and optimize health without any medication and helping to revitalize their lives and activity. So, yeah, an MD in medical science. Right. So I've written this long introduction, but I think if you don't know him, I'll be very surprised, and it will come out. Former professional rugby player, lots of good things to say about Dr. Chaffey. So, fire away, Rich. Have you got any questions for him?
I think we've got lots lined up, haven't we? Have you got the list there?
I have got that. Yeah. Surely
brilliant.
You've got something you want to ask to kick us off.
Do you want to kick off with one of the questions?
Well, yeah, let's do a very basic question. I've got some very detailed ones, but so, Dr. Chaffey, why do you think carnivore is the optimal way to eat?
Oh, well, I just think it's because that's our biologically appropriate species-specific diet. Like any animal in the wild, they have we have very specific dietary requirements, just like a zebra, giraffe, or any other animal would have. And when you don't meet those requirements, you can get very sick, or when you're eating things that you don't have the specific, bioengineering to detoxify and eliminate different sorts of indwelling toxins, you can get very sick from that. So animals in the wild, they eat very, very specific diets, humans included. And we've been eating a very specific diet throughout our origins as humans. And we have diverged from that, especially in the last 50 to 100 years. And we have seen a marked decline in our health during that time. Now, people may say, well, our average life expectancy is actually going up. This means everyone's getting healthier. That's not true. We're actually getting much, much worse. The prevalence of these diseases is getting far worse. And in fact, the life expectancy was an issue before because of infant mortality. That's the issue. And these sort of more primitive cultures, if you want to call them that eat a more hunter-gatherer lifestyle, really just a hunter lifestyle. They say, well, their life expectancy is really 60 years, like with the Inuit. Well, no, actually, that's because their infant mortality rate is actually very, very high. And when you're out in the Arctic Circle, thousands of miles away from a major university hospital, or any sort of maternity care center, you're not going to be able to get the care that you need if your child is sick or hurt and has all these other sorts of issues that they can run into in those extreme circumstances. And so kids die, unfortunately. And that's one of the ways that we've increased our life expectancy. But those people in those situations, when dying of old age, actually go way longer than we do in a lot of cases. And in some cases far longer, to the point that people don't believe them. You have some 102-year-old lady in the Nanette tribe that are still herding caribou and out there, working 14-hour days in the snow in the tundra. And she's like, yeah, I'm 102. And they're like, bullshit. That can't be true. She looks like she's 60. Well, she looks like she's 60 because metabolically she is. And she's as healthy or more healthy than 60-year-old people in America or the UK. And that's simply because she's more metabolically healthy. But we know as geneticists, we're supposed to live 120 years on average, meaning that if you just stay out of your own way and don't mess up, you should make it to 120 years without doing anything special. So why are we dying in our 60s and 70s? Why is a life expectancy of 78? Oh, that's really good. That's good. No, that's horrible. That's middle-aged, right? And so these people are actually living that long. And if you eat the way you're supposed to eat, you can do that as well and be healthy as you're doing it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. See, what a great answer. So we do have some questions from people. This one is from Joe. So I'm going to put the question hopefully up on the screen. Take a lot of time. Paleo with a lot of meat, 10 years plus, carnivore 1 month, 38 years. This is 1 month. But anyway, he's 38 years, 6'3", 195 pounds. I did this for autoimmune issues, not weight loss. I've always been lean. Tips for gaining mass on carnivore?
Well, you just need to eat. You need to eat more meat, and you need to work out. So if you're lifting weights, if you're sprinting, doing anaerobic workouts, you're going to be stimulating your muscle growth. You're also going to be stimulating the production of testosterone and growth hormone and suppressing cortisol. Whereas if you're doing a lot of cardio, it goes the other way around. So growth hormone, testosterone gets suppressed in men, and cortisol levels go up. So that's the antithesis of laying down healthy, lean body mass. And that's pretty much it. You need to stimulate your body. You need to stimulate your muscles to grow. And then you need to provide the energy and nutrients that are required. A lot of people undereat on a carnivore diet. It's very easy to do that. You just feel very satiated and very satisfied. So you have to keep eating until meat stops tasting good. If you're still getting that positive feedback and your body's saying, hey, we want some more of that, listen to it. Keep giving it more. You might have to eat twice a day. Don't force yourself, but just definitely give your body what it needs. I see if Richard agrees with that or has anything to add.
Yeah, I was just going to add in that you and I recently recorded a podcast on athletic performance, which I think included building lean mass. 100%. I'm a firm believer in around sort of 1 gram of protein per pound of lean body mass, and it's the activation of Mtor that we need to elicit this muscle protein synthesis. So we need stimulation, as Dr. Chaffey says. We need to be training, but we need adequate protein. The Mtor reset is also very important. So what we can do, being keto or carnivore, is we can tap into this Mtor reset. So typically what people from a carbohydrate high background tend to do is consume carbohydrates all day long. This will elicit an Mtor activation, which is continuous throughout the day, because these guys are eating every 2 hours. But where we benefit from is the Mtor reset, which typically takes about 4 hours. So if we were to train fasted, for example, now this is a dream situation which doesn't fall in or fit to everyone's lifestyle. But if we were to train, for example, weight train at 8 a.m., we elicit an Mtor activation. So this is one spike. We could eat 4 hours later. This is another Mtor activation, 4 hours following that and 4 hours following that. Now we need 3 grams of leucine in order to activate Mtor, which works at anywhere between 30 to 50 grams of meat, depending on the source. I'd preference towards 50 to make sure. But doing this and consuming your last meal around 8 p.m. would allow you to fast technically for 16 hours and elicit 4 Mtor activations, which is 4 times more than a typical bodybuilder who's consuming food every 2 hours. And this is what I've put down to my body's ability to gain mass so quickly early on in my career when I began bodybuilding. But quality nutrients, red meat preferenced. People tend to preference chicken. We need protein and fat. Protein and fat elicits higher muscle protein synthesis. Protein alone can do this with the 3 grams of leucine, but studies, as Dr. Chaffey and I highlighted in this podcast, will elicit the response, But to further elicit muscle protein synthesis, we need protein with fat. We need to consume the protein as nature intended. Carbohydrates do not further elicit muscle protein synthesis, but protein and fat does. Protein and fat is essential. So if you want to build muscle, protein and fat, particularly from red meat.
Yeah, I think
I was gonna. Oh, sorry,
yeah.
go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, for those that don't really understand why maybe adding fat, there is an added bonus to fat, and that's production of bile. If you keep your bile production up, believe it or not, that's not just helping absorb fat, that is definitely helping to absorb amino acids. So some people are a little unsure about why we're saying fatty meat sometimes, because it's so ingrained that you've got to avoid fat. And all you're going to do is you're not going to gain muscle. You're just going to get fatter, and that's not the case. Unless you eat way too much fat and you go beyond your satiety, which is really tough. That's the other thing. It's very tough to overeat when it comes to fat. It's not like carbohydrates. I think the Minnesota prison study, which pretty much proved that you can overeat by carbohydrates, that was an experiment with humans, a captive audience, no pun intended, where they could eat, half of the prison could eat as much as they like with carbohydrates, and the other half could eat fats and proteins. And I think the fats and proteins group, they overate the sort of estimated calorie intake for a day by about 800, but the carbohydrate group, it was about 10 times as much. So it's much easier to overeat on carbs. So don't fear the fat. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's also very difficult to absorb it as well. If you eat a lot more, you do need that bile to absorb the fat. You can still absorb some, but it's not as much. It's a very small percentage, anywhere from like 10 to 15% of the fat past the bile that you can absorb. So you can absorb that. You can absorb if your body runs out of bile. I mean, that's how much fat your body wants, right? So that's how much bile it's made for it. And then after that, you can still absorb some, usually like medium chain fatty acids are a bit easier for your body to absorb without bile, but it's not that much. And so you really have to overdo it. And first of all, it's not going to taste good. You're going to be sort of fighting yourself. And then you're also going to get 85 to 90% of that fat being excreted, which is going to give you explosive diarrhea, and that's not going to be fun. And so you're going to want to like just naturally pull back on that. You can do it, but it's difficult. It's easier to eat more protein, things like that, the lean sort of stuff. But you sort of have a limit on the amount of fat you can absorb as well. But you can certainly overeat on pretty much anything. It's just much more difficult to do on a carnivore diet, because first and foremost, it just starts tasting bad, and you stop enjoying it. And so you want to stop. Whereas with carbs, you get in that carb cycle where, oh my God, I'm hungry. I have to eat. And you eat and you're hungry an hour later because now your blood sugar's dropped and you can't stimulate lipolysis or proteolysis because your insulin's up, right? So that's very easy to overeat as well. I was going to ask Richard, we were talking about those 2 spikes in Mtor. So you work out and you get that Mtor hit, and then you want to wait 4 hours and then eat a big meal. So, there's always the idea that you want to eat directly after, a big workout and hit that, anabolic window. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, anabolic window. Yeah, it's a myth. Again, my opinion in regards to the research that I've carried out, I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion. So this is in regards to research and personal experience. As long as we are consuming adequate amounts of protein throughout the day, that anabolic window is a myth. It certainly didn't hinder me, and it allowed me, in order to build lean mass at an incredible rate. So to put this into perspective, somebody who is supplementing with performance-enhancing drugs, which is rampant within the bodybuilding community, and this is the reason that I came away from it. I'm not against it. I'm not against anyone who does so. I work with people who supplement. This is personal preference, but this is something that I didn't want to do. But typically, they can gain lean mass around 0.8 pounds per month, which is around 10 pounds of lean body mass per year. Yet when you listen to people on these YouTube channels, they'll say they've gained 90k of lean mass in a month, which is just ridiculous. Yes, you may have gained 30k of weight, but you certainly haven't gained 30 kilograms of lean mass. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Even Ronnie Coleman, towards the end of his career, was saying that he used to gain maybe between 4 to 5 pounds and heavily supplemented. So if you can gain 10 pounds of lean mass a year, you are right at the top end. I gained on average for the first 4 years around 8 pounds of lean mass. some years you could argue it was 10, which is right at the top end. And I put this down to the diet that I was living, not just because I'm eating highly nutrient dense foods, as in red meats, which contain fats as nature intended, superior amino profile, high levels of leucine, which is the anabolic amino acid, but also we're devoid of things like grains and other. So quite early on, I was predominantly keto. I was eating lots of greens. I used to do my spinach smoothies with my turmeric, which yeah, we now know that that this is far from optimal and probably quite damaging. But that's where I began my journey. But I was abstaining heavily from grains, which are high in phytic acid and lectins, which block the absorption of these nutrients, amongst other things. And further down my career and education, I learned that a lot of these vegetables also contain, phytohemagglutinin and other phytic acids and other toxins which prevent the body from absorbing nutrients. These foods are anti-nutrients. So the more that I gravitate into an animal-based lifestyle, a meat-based lifestyle, the easier that it seemed for me to build muscle, which goes against everything that the typical bodybuilder will do, because the bodybuilder diet is like pasta and chicken. So you've got the lean chicken without the fat, and then you've got the lectins and phytic acid from the pasta, which is absolutely counterintuitive. And it just makes you wonder how somebody who is genetically predispositioned to pack on muscle would do on a carnivore lifestyle. I'm not a big person. I'm 5'9". I'm quite short. I think I'm not big in regards to frame, and I used to win on condition. So it was my almost an illusion on stage in regards to body composition and body fat percentage. And that's what allowed me to achieve the things that I could. But my myostatin levels are naturally high within my body, which myostatin is a protein in the body that prevents you from building muscle. It's almost your body's safety mechanism tells you that, whoa, now you need to stop building muscle. A lot of these muscle, beasts on stage these days who are heavily supplemented have low myostatin, and perhaps even take myostatin inhibitors. But it would be interesting to find somebody who is early on in their career, who is genetically predispositioned to pack on muscle, to live the carnivore lifestyle, and actually see if we can achieve, these feats of these mass monsters that do, supplemented. And I believe that we can. The things that we can achieve on this lifestyle go far beyond any expectation that you can possibly imagine, unless you've lived the lifestyle. The three of us know the benefit from doing so and from living this lifestyle. And again, that's why we're here today, is to spread this word, isn't it? We've gone off track, I think, with the bodybuilding thing again, but this comes back down to health and well-being, isn't it? Which brings me back to a question for Dr. Chaffey. I'm guessing there are lots of people on the show now who are already living the lifestyle, but what would your tips be for adopting the lifestyle? If you were starting from scratch, would you recommend somebody to begin going full carnivore? Would you increment it? Is it okay to do both, or depending on the type of person you are? And what would you implement, in order to make this progression at least into becoming carnivore?
Well, my sort of frame of mind is more of one of just go after it. If you've made a decision, strike while the iron's hot, just do it. And so that's what works for me. That's when I decided that plants were toxic, and my professor said, plants are trying to kill you. I'm like, right, I'm out, and I'm just not going to eat any plants after that. That works for me, and that works for a lot of people. I find that a lot of people, when they get that idea in their head and they want to do it, like, okay, yeah, I'm going to do this. It's really, really beneficial if they just do it right then. As sales people will tell you, like a car salesman, someone comes on the lot and they're looking at a car and they're sort of interested in something. If they say, well, I'll think about it and I'll come back, 95% of the time they do not come back. And so you really need to get on board. When your mind is like, ooh, do I want to do this? You need to do it, because most often that's when you'll have success. Now, there are some people that are they're not like, oh, I want to do this. They're like, oh God, I don't know. I mean, I want to, but obviously that's someone coming at a different place. So like, okay, why don't we ratchet things down and sort of, and sort of ease our way into this. Maria Emmerich said that herself when she sort of came around this. She came to keto first and was keto for a very long time and is really mostly carnivore now, but she, has some sort of plant stuff here and there, but was predominantly animal based. She was saying that the type of person she was, if she's just said, yeah, you can only eat meat, she'd be like, absolutely not. That doesn't give me the options. I'm not gonna be able to cook. I'm not gonna be able to use any ingredients, like not gonna do it. And so you'll meet people like that. I meet people in a special circumstance. People come to me when they want to do this and they want some help and advice to get on this, or they're sick and they have a lot of health issues. Those are highly motivated people because, they are in a tight spot, and I can say, look, I think this will help you. They go, okay, look, whatever you suggest, I'm just going to do it, And so I find that those people have a really good success of really just going, hammering it home, going full on. You see this also in smoking cessation and other sorts of drugs and alcohol. People do have a better time going cold turkey and not easing off. You have those people that, I've been cutting down smoking, I'm trying to quit, and they're trying to quit for 20 years, and then they're smoking more than they were before. And people go on methadone to help them try and quit heroin, and 20 years later they're on a higher dose of methadone and still doing heroin. So it's like, if you just go cold at some point, even if you wean down, eventually you will have to stop, right? And so why can't that just be today, right? So I find that works well. And if someone does decide that that's what they want to do, then I think you go all in. You toss out all the food in your house if you can. If you're have that luxury. Sometimes people are living with people that have no interest in following their footsteps. But if you're in a position that you're on your own, or your family is behind you and willing to do this with you, just throw it all out. Throw the food out of the pantry, throw the stuff out of the fridge, give it to someone that you don't like and want to eat poison, whatever you want to do. You can give it to them, you can get rid of it, and you don't need it in the house. If you're going to try to quit smoking or quit drinking, you don't just leave a bunch of cigarettes and booze around the house. For two reasons. One, you want that out of there. You don't want the temptation, out of sight, out of mind. And also number two, if you're keeping it, well, I spent money on that, I don't want to throw it away. And the next part of that sentence that you don't say is, when I decide to go back to smoking or drinking, right? So you've already decided that you're going to go back to this. You've already set yourself up for failure. So you get rid of it, throw all that crap out. When the people go, well, I've just bought a whole bunch of groceries and, and I'll use those up and then I'll do it. They never do it. They never do it. Again, that's that 5% of people that actually come back to the car dealership. So it's much better to strike while the iron is hot. No, if you've said, okay, this is what I want to do, you are never going to be more committed to that and then that moment right then. So you need to put yourself into a position that you can have as much success as possible. If you are going to say, okay, well, I'm going to ease my way into this, that's what's going to work better for me, fine. But you need to have that in a graduated manner. You need to get a calendar and mark a day. Today, I'm cutting out all carbs, grains, sugars, alcohol, all of them. The next week you put an X. I'm cutting out all seeds, legumes, and oxalate, high oxalate foods. The next week, you're cutting out something else. And by week 3, week 4, it's like absolutely no plants, nothing but meat after this day. All right. And you need those hard checkpoints. Oh, sometime next week I'll stop. The diet starts tomorrow. The diet starts Monday. That's it's the cliche sort of thing. It's always tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll love you tomorrow, right? It's only a day away, but it never comes, it's only today. So you need to mark on your calendar when that's going to happen, and you need to action it. And you're only hurting yourself. It's yourself that you have to hold yourself. You hold yourself accountable to yourself. Sometimes it's easier to be held accountable by other people. Be like, well, I don't want to let this person down. Sometimes that's easier. So sometimes you can do it with your spouse or a boyfriend, girlfriend, your kids. Just be like, hey, why don't we do this together? And then you keep each other strong. Hey, let's not eat that. Oh, let's do this. So how about we, instead of doing that, let's go to the gym together. Let's go on a walk, or let's get a steak or something like that. So you can have that support as well. But I personally like the cold turkey, just get after it method.
Yeah, I think there's two kinds of people, isn't it? There's step change and incremental change. I've always seen myself as a step change, which is basically all or nothing. But I must admit that I did gravitate into this slowly because I wasn't familiar with carnivore per se. Keto came up to me in regards into the early stages of my journey. And I almost gravitated into it thinking that I was doing things correctly. And I learned extra things as I went along, even until recently. So I've been keto for 10, 11 years, which carnivore is a ketogenic state, by the way. So people tend to differentiate between the two. If you're carnivore, you're ketogenic. But there's different variations, isn't it? No, I became carnivore, or what I regard as carnivore, maybe 4-5 years ago. But even then, I was still consuming things that contained plants. I mean, I've been a lover of coffee, for example, until recently. So, I mean, it's only in recent times have I taken that. But it's through education, because even though it sounds very simple, coffee comes from a plant, you don't actually think about it because it's not something you're eating, it's a drink. So again, it's these education pieces. But I think it's an important point that you made there in regards to family members, because a lot of clients that I work with find it incredibly difficult when they do this alone, because their partner is consuming a takeaway or some fast food or some junk. They will buy this food and it's in the cupboard, and this food calls to you in the night. It screams to you, because food addiction is a real thing. Now, I did a podcast recently with Dr. Jen Unwin, who's coming on later this afternoon, in regards to food addiction. Now, food addiction is not recognised in the UK, at least, as an addiction. So we have gambling addiction, alcohol addiction, drug addiction, but food addiction, which is, in my opinion, the most damaging, is not recognised as an addiction. But this is incredibly important, because it affects the catecholaminergic neurotransmitters, which is these neurotransmitters that affect the way that we think and feel. It affects things like dopamine, serotonin. And when we're not getting these hits that we need in our brain, we begin to search them from other sources. We've evolved to chase these dopamine hits. And if we are not receiving them through the foods we eat, or we're not receiving the correct signal, we will look for these hits through foods that we consume. And typically these are sugary treats. So it is incredibly difficult to come away, because food is an addiction. And I think a lot of people don't give that the recognition that it deserves. That it is incredibly hard. So to do this alone without the support of a family member can be incredibly difficult. So what I find is that a lot of clients I work with tend to like the incremental approach. The people who do better are the families that do it together, who, as you say, completely remove, literally pour the seed oils in the bin or down the sink. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Can you pour seed oils down the sink? Because it's not,
might be like a hazardous waste sort of thing, which should tell you something about, putting it in your body.
Exactly.
It's like dangerous chemical disposal only. Then, you definitely shouldn't be eating that nonsense.
And that's exactly what it is. Yeah, high in an oxidized omega-6 called linoleic acid, detrimental to our health. Which brings me on to Steve. Did you want to jump in?
I'd like to. Yeah.
I've got a list of things to throw at.
You have. I've got a list of questions too. Not from me, by the way. Just behind the scenes, just to tell you what I've been saying. A few people have said to me, "Why are you doing 24 hours?" I said, "Well, have you ever heard Richard speak? You need 24 hours."
Hey, Anthony's the same. I'm sure you wouldn't disagree. I think we could talk about keto carnivore for
24 hours. So I just wanted to add a little bit that I tell all my clients is other ways of eating tend to be very negative, like don't eat this, don't eat that, don't do this. When you come over to carnivore, I think it's better for your subconscious mind. One of the things is to be positive. Don't wake up going, I'm not going to have ice cream today. Wake up saying, today I'm going to eat some protein, today I'm going to have some fat, today I'm going to be carnivore. And if you think in a positive frame of mind, and I know it's corny, but if you tell your brain not to think about pink elephants, you have to think about pink elephants to do it. So it's a little tip there is just to sort of be very positive and think in a more positive way. So today I'm going to have beef. Today I'm going to have bacon, eggs, butter. That's going to be a great day. And I just think that can help people. And what you said about friends and family, I've actually dealt with 2 people who are having big arguments with their partner. And if you're wanting to eat this way, and sadly, one of them actually is refusing to buy the food. So they become quite individual when it comes to the food. And my advice was just stick at it. You will become the example. And it's very tough to say to somebody in 6 weeks or 6 months, hey, you know, you've lost a ton of weight, you're off your meds, please don't eat like this. Because if that person truly wants to be with you, they're going to love that. So yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just do a couple of the pre-submitted questions because people have been kind enough to do that, and we've got tons in the comments. I am trying to get to them all, but these answers are brilliant. So here's a nice easy one. This is from Roxana. Do you feel that dairy puts weight on?
It can, yeah. I mean, especially like milk and things like that, where you're going to have enough lactose to raise your insulin. That's going to put you into a fat storage metabolism as opposed to a fat burning metabolism. And some people have an inflammatory, well, everyone's going to have a bit of an inflammatory response to casein, especially A1 casein proteins. And some people have a very large inflammatory reaction to that. You're going to retain water weight, and it's going to sort of mess you up in other ways, especially if you have autoimmune issues. But regardless of all that, this is just something that we see. We see a lot of people stall when they're using dairy. So, people get it. You hear the carnivore diet, and you're just eating meat and drinking water, and like dairy, ooh, it's a bit of a gray area. Yeah, you can have some of it as a condiment, put like a slice of cheese on a burger patty or something like that. But really, what you're eating, you're supposed to be eating meat. They hear that, oh, great, I can eat dairy, and they just eat like just an absolute ton of dairy. And then they're just, I was like, oh, I'm not really losing weight. In fact, I'm like putting on weight. I lost like 20 pounds at first, and now I put on like 15 pounds. Like, whoa, what the hell's going on? You ask them what they're eating, and you're just eating just piles of dairy. Our body chases nutrients, doesn't chase calories. And so you need different nutrients from meat. Dairy is not a complete nutrition source, and so especially like pasteurized sort of things. And so, your body's still going to need like the different nutrients from meat. And then you're going to be eating meat. A lot of people eat basically the same amount of meat that they do without the dairy, but they're also eating the dairy. And so you're just getting more than you need. And it goes back to that sort of difficult to overeat, but you can do it sort of part of this equation. And that's what I've noticed. A lot of people, when they're stalling, they're either still using artificial sweeteners or dairy, or maybe both. And, some of those every now and then, your body can work through it, but it is something your body has to work through. And so, I do find that people have difficulty with dairy and can definitely put on weight, or and not good weight. You're not putting on muscle mass. People will put on a bit more fat, or find it more difficult to lose fat. There are other things in the equation too, though. When people are working out, lifting weights, especially guys that get really into the gym because they feel so much better, and they're just lifting weights 4 days a week, and they're like, "Ooh, I'm stalling. I'm not really losing weight." Well, that's because you're putting on muscle, and the muscle is offsetting the fat that you're losing. So just because you're not losing as much weight as you want, it may not be because you're not losing fat. It may be because you're putting on muscle as well. But definitely something to keep in mind. You can definitely eat, you can definitely run into problems eating too much dairy. Absolutely. And too much being more than a very little bit. It's like more than a condiment. If you have a cheese platter and you're just eating chunks of cheese, too much. If you're drinking, multiple glasses of milk a day, too much. And so you just, as a condiment to meat, you shouldn't have dairy on its own.
Yeah, and a simple thing about dairy is as well, it's the odd chain fatty acids. You always end up with a free carbon fragment, which is a substrate that the liver loves to make glucose out of. So that's one of the things I say about the dairy. Richard, you wanted to jump in there, didn't you?
Yeah, only really quickly. I mean, it's I know this sounds stupid. I quite often look at cheese and dairy as almost two separate things because of the way that it's made and treated with the enzymes, rennet and things. I think milk is highly problematic. What I find is that real cheese, a lot of people can get on with in small quantities. Milk for me is the biggest issue. And what I find and see in the Facebook groups at the moment, and in my group in particular, somebody mentioned about A2 milk, and raw milk being okay and things. And it is considerably better, But what many people don't understand is that it still contains casein, and it will still contain, it will still cause intestinal permeability. So even, and this comes back down to, oh my God, what's the tribe in Africa? My goodness, it's
Is it the Hansa?
The Hadza? No, it wasn't the Hadza. It wasn't the Hadza tribe. Yeah, I can't remember the tribe, but basically one of the what was that?
Maasai and Kikuyu.
Yes, the Maasai. So the Maasai and the Kikuyu are neighboring tribes, aren't they? And the Kikuyu who are vegan, or predominantly vegetarian or vegan based, and we have the Maasai who are meat based. The Maasai outperformed the Kikuyu on every health level: bone mineral density, muscle mass, height, strength, age, everything, apart from one metric, which was intestinal permeability, and that's because they still consumed unpasteurized A2 milk. So for me, milk across the board is a no-no. Even the A2, although A2 is better, but then I almost put cheese into a different category, whereas I think it's okay to consume in moderation. But as you say, it still contains caseomorphine, which is highly addictive, more so in milk. So there's lots of reasons to abstain from the milk, but I do often put cheese into a slightly different subsection. I do consume cheese, real cheese, not an awful lot of it, but it is. It's not something I can consume every day, but it is something I'll consume, as you say, as a condiment, isn't it? But it wouldn't make up a meal. I wouldn't, but yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Anthony, but I'd almost put them into two separate categories to a degree,
No, I think you're right. And cheese is especially like traditionally like fermented and grown cheeses or manufactured cheeses, whatever it is. Those are very different. As a friend, Dr. Bill Schindler, talked about, and he's a professor of paleoanthropology and archaeology, and he studies this sort of stuff, and he was saying that when babies are drinking breast milk, it goes into their stomach and actually curdles and actually turns into cheese, and then they sort of break that down and eat it. So that's sort of that same process, when you're adding sort of different sort of chemicals to basically turn milk into cheese. That's sort of what you're doing. Then you're eating that. It's much more bioavailable. It's much better for you. Babies are different than adults, obviously, but I definitely put those in two different categories. The fermented dairies are going to be fermented anythings are going to be better than the non-fermented anything. So except for maybe meat, I don't think you need to go rotting your meat and doing the high meat thing. To each their own. You want to do that, that's fine. Maybe like just the bee's knees, but I'm okay. I'm good where I'm at. I'm feeling great. I don't think I need to do that. But with the fermented dairy, that can be very different, and and the bacteria and things like that will eat up the lactose, or at least a lot of the lactose. And so if you're doing that in a traditional manner, it's very different. The Mongols traditionally would drink fermented mare's milk or use fermented mare's milk products, and you would think that because they use a lot of horse dairy, and then we just eat meat as well and drink the blood, that they probably be pretty used to lactose and things like that. No, they are not. They are some of the most lactose intolerant populations in the world. Almost all of them are lactose intolerant, if not all of them. And so it's because it's all fermented. They do not come across lactose. It's always fermented. And they've been doing that for a very, very long time. Now, is that the best thing that they could ever do? I don't think so. I think if you're able to get enough fatty meat, then that's obviously the ideal. But I do think that fermented dairy is definitely in a different category than unfermented, and like milk and things like that.
Yeah, that's a brilliant.
Sorry, Stephen, just to touch base on one of the things you mentioned about the meat. There would be an argument to go against aged meat because of the increase in oxidation and increase in linoleic acid content, isn't it? So aged meats, I don't believe as good for you as fresh. I think fresh is best. That's why I consume all of my meat fresh. The oxidation of the meat can cause issues, I guess, in the same way. So I'm not a fan of aged meat. So I thought I'd put that in there.
You get more histamine, of course, when it's aged.
More histamine, for sure. Yeah.
Just going to put another question up. Here we go. So just for the people watching who have submitted questions, the deal here is we've got 24 hours. Okay, so we'll get round to it. And Dr. Anthony Chaffey has given us 3 hours of his time. Behind the scenes, if you don't know how this works, no money changes hands. We're all doing this because we want to do this. All right. So if we don't get to your question, I'll collate them. I'll send them to Anthony, and maybe we'll just do another one, just like a catch up. Believe it or not, 24-hour plus or something we'll call it. But I thought that when the questions were literally flooding in, which is really nice for you guys out there that have done that, I thought we really are not going to have enough time. Really. So here we go. So Peter's put 6 weeks on strict carnivore, suddenly inflammation markers right up and blood's low, RBC, etc., etc. Thoughts? Great question. Probably would need a little bit more information there on inflammation markers. How long have you been not eating carnivore? Because 6 weeks, you're going to see some changes. But anyway, that's for Dr. Chaffey. Any thoughts?
Well, also which inflammatory markers, because there's some that are, high sensitivity, CRP, and that goes up. Okay, well that's high sensitivity is right in the name. But there's other inflammatory markers, such as platelets or your ferritin levels and different sorts of things that you can look at, and that can be indicative of increased inflammation. There's nothing on carnivore that's going to increase your inflammation, but there are other things that maybe it can increase, and we would generally associate them with increased inflammation that are not increased inflammation. If your high sensitivity CRP is going up, okay, maybe you need to look around at what you're doing and what you're putting in your body. Are you using seed oils? Are you cooking your steak in olive oil? Are you have you gotten rid of stevia and erythritol and monk fruit sugar and things like that? Those sorts of things matter. And they will cause a problem. So there's nothing in meat that will increase your nothing in meat that will increase your inflammation inherently. So if your inflammatory markers are indeed going up, then there's something else going on, and you need to identify that and eliminate that. Now, it could be as simple as you respond really poorly to the linoleic acid in pork. All these things are fed with just soy and processed oils and things like that as well, and that gets into their fat, and then we eat them, and we eat that fat, and we get that seed oil direct from the animal, right? So that's a problem as well. That's why some people have a serious reaction to pork, chicken, and certainly farmed fish, dairy, and eggs. Because the animals are being fed things that they shouldn't be fed, and so you can and omega-6s are quite pro-inflammatory. And so if you are eating a lot of those high linoleic acid meats because they're being fed garbage, then that can do that. It would be weird that you'd go from like a standard, if we just assume you're on a standard American diet, which is very pro-inflammatory, and you cut off all that crap, and all you're having now is a bit of linoleic acid that's in pork. It still should be a disparity. It should be still going in the right direction. So I would think that there's need more information. And I would wonder if you're not being perfectly strict. Exactly what markers are we talking about? Exactly when did you get them checked? When did you check them again? Also, how did you get your blood test done? This changes. Your blood test will change. If you get your bloods taken 5 times over the course of the day, your bloods are going to be different 5 times during the day, except for like your RBCs and hemoglobin and things like that. That'll remain pretty consistent. But a lot of your inflammatory markers can change. Your cholesterol can certainly change. Your hormones will definitely change, and a lot of other things as well, even your minerals. And so what I tell my patients is that you need to take your blood test in a very consistent manner. You have to take it in the morning between 8 and 9 a.m. You have to be fasting from 9 p.m. the night before, only drinking water after that. You drink 2 glasses of water right when you wake up, at least an hour or 2 before you get your blood test. No more than 4 glasses of water in that time as well. So you want the same fasting status, the same time of day, the same hydration status, and you want to be resting for a day or two before that. So for the day of the test and the day before the test, and maybe even the day before that, you should not be working out, not going to the gym, not going on a run, not having sex. All of these things will affect your blood results. And so you just need to keep a consistent pattern to all of this, and you will get more consistent results that you can test. And at the end of the day, a test is only as good as a retest. So you have some weird markers on your blood test now. Okay, keep doing what you're doing. See how you feel. If you're feeling good, great. In a few weeks' time, get another blood test and see where you're at, and see if you need to make an adjustment. And if you are eating anything except meat, red meat and water, go to red meat and water and see what that does for you.
I think with the phlebotomy hat on, as I'm a qualified phlebotomist, I've seen thousands of bloods, and when you go carnivore, some things do go up anyway, like the blood urea nitrogen, because you're eating more protein. So you'll get a red flag for your buns reading, because you're just basically producing more nitrogen waste from the protein synthesis. And there are other things as well. When you've got a reference range, that is a normative range. It doesn't mean it's optimal. For instance, Anthony just mentioned the high sensitivity CRP. The range is very minimal, and you need some context here, because I've had people really panicked because their CRP is 5, where I've seen CRPs of 80 and also hundreds and even thousands. So you've got to understand that they're very dynamic, as Anthony just said, but there's also a lot of nuance to it. And I think the hydration status and also tests for kidney function tests, the cystatin C is a much better test than the estimated glomerular filtration rate, for instance. So there's lots of things you can do with your bloods, but it's probably better to get someone who understands bloods in the context of low carb, keto, or carnivore, because there is some nuance to that as well, which I think is underestimated.
I was just going to say as well, if your inflammatory markers are up, sure, fine. Okay, we covered that. But then blood's being low, like your RBCs are going down. So if your RBCs have gone down in 6 weeks, that's not from carnivore. Like you could be bleeding somewhere, or having or having, if you have the MTHFR gene, that's you're not going to process folate, as well. You could, get some form of anemia from that. Check your folate, right?
Yeah, and presentation of symptoms there, Anthony, as well. You said about being anemic. If you're looking at yourself and you've got perfect blood, but don't think the bloods are telling you the story, because always question how you're feeling. I mean, presentation of symptoms actually is a big deal for when I was doing bloods ever such a lot. People would say I've got low folate, and then you'd look at, well, is there any clinical presentation here? Yeah. And you just have to go through, well, you're not got bleeding gums. It's difficult for you to say 8 o'clock in the morning. All those other things, you have to look at the whole person, the context. Sorry, Richard. Yeah, you wanted to dive in.
Just quick on. I think it's easy to ignore external factors as well. It's quite easy to blame. You've begun a new lifestyle, and these results are showing what they are. You may have come down with some sort of virus or infection. There are lots of external factors going on. So definitely, as Dr. Chaffey recommends, a retest is super important. A lot of clients that I work with will begin the journey. They'll have one negative outcome from something, and then it's to do with their change in diet. Yet they weren't willing to accept that every ill health in their life leading up to this point was to do with their diet. It was always some other factor, but the second you change your diet and something goes awry, then it's because you've changed your diet. But there's lots of external factors involved as well. But this, in my opinion, is the healthiest way to live, and I'm sure that you're going to see improvements should you stick to the lifestyle. But good point on the sources of meats and linoleic acid. And are you consuming processed meats? Yes, processed meats are better than eating a lot of junk, but ideally we want to go with fresh meats, particularly red meat, in my opinion. Chicken and pork, as you say, should be exercised lightly. I do love pork and chicken, but they're not a staple for me on a daily basis. Red meat is what I eat every day. without fail.
I've got a fabulous question. Just to finish the first hour, I think this is from Andrea. What is your experience and guidance for a post-RNY gastric bypass patient that's carnivore? I'm 54, postmenopausal, carnivore 1.5 years, 25 years plus post-op. Starting weight was 460. Wow, well done. And current is 165. Yeah, that's brilliant. Sorry, I was reading ahead, guys. When I went, wow, I mean, that's a ton of weight at 5'8". It's very hard to get nutrients in unless you eat 3 to 5 times a day. Does that tank blood sugar and fat burning? Great question, Andrea.
Well, and sorry, this is in the context of gastric bypass sort of thing.
Yeah. So I think because when you've had the bypass, your stomach volume is smaller.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure I heard that right. So so that's fine. Eat 5 times a day. That's fine. If you're eating meat, then that's okay. That's not a problem. You're going to need to do that, right? Because you're going to need to eat a different amount of meat than your body's going to allow you to do by sheer lack of volume available. Another thing you can do is don't drink water during the meal or 2 hours before the meal. You want every square inch of space in there to be for food. And for fatty meat in particular, focus on fatty meat. That's going to have more nutrients per area of volume, right? So no water during or before the meal. So your stomach is empty, and then you just fill it up with fatty meat, right? Let your body digest. You get on with your day, and then you do it again, and you may have to do that a few times, and that's okay. You still need to get enough food. You still need, it would have been nice if we could have gotten to you before you had the surgery, because you would have had very good results with that as well. And I think just as good, if not better, with that, and then you would be able to eat to satiety and not have to worry about it. But you're in the position you are now, and that's okay. You just eat when you're hungry until you're full, and if you have to eat more than once a day, that's fine, as long as you're eating the correct thing, which is meat.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of people within the keto carnivore community get caught up in fasting, which fasting is fantastic. But what many don't realize is that being keto and carnivore will elicit the same responses of autophagy, mitophagy, brown fat activation, lipolysis. We will benefit, we'll receive the same benefit from just being in that ketogenic state, as well as, compared to fasting for long periods of time. So as much as I'm a fan of fasting, these responses and these results can be achieved from purely being in that ketogenic state. So I wouldn't get too caught up with going too long without fasting. If you need to eat 4 or 5 times a day, then eat 4 or 5 times a day.
Richard, you caught me out there being brief.
Not on the ball.
Right. Let's do a quick question then to take us to the first hour. I found one here. Let's show this. Hi, all. Is hint water okay to drink on carnivore diet? Is that something in America? I've not heard of hint water.
I don't know if that's a brand. Maybe that's a typo. Hint water. I don't know if that's a brand. I haven't heard of it. If it's not a brand, I still haven't heard of it. So I haven't heard of it. But yes, water is fine to drink on carnivore.
Yeah, there's a good hint. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, just normal water. I mean, you shouldn't have anything sort of flavorings or any sort of crap like that. It should just, if there's a bottle and has an ingredients list, it should say water, right? And and so that's pretty much it. Filtered water, I think, is best. There's a whole bunch of garbage that's in city water, and you do want to filter that out. Charcoal filters get most stuff out. Not going to get everything out. Some people do the reverse osmosis one. That's fine. The distillation ones actually work just as well, and are much cheaper. So, but the reverse osmosis ones are getting cheaper and cheaper as they go as well. But at least some sort of filter, unless you're out in the country and you're just drinking, branch water, go for it. That's the best you can do, really, as long as it's not contaminated with some sort of filth, atrazine, all that sort of weird things that like change the sex of frogs and things like that. Like, No, thank you.
So I think maybe should we celebrate that we've done our first hour? But anyway, maybe I should have had a bell or something. Ding, ding, ding. Hour one.
One down, 23 to go.
Rich, mate, 23 to go. All right. So Cody's asked, been carnivore for over a year, lost 70 pounds. Congratulations on that. Feel great. But been tracking blood sugar and ketones, and my blood sugar will not, with emphasis, go below 100 unless I fast for multiple days. Ketones around 2.5. Any comments, guys?
Personally, I don't think that's an issue. I mean, I just Googled what is 100 in UK. I think that's about 5.6 million.
Well, that's normal. It's just at the border of normal. Yeah, you wouldn't want to go above that.
So I mean, to me, that's fine. It's more important that the ketone levels are 2.5, and not to forget that we create glucose ourselves through gluconeogenesis, which is something Stephen and I covered recently with my continuous blood glucose monitor. We have the ability to create glucose as and when we need it. And when I did a 10K run, mine went from 3.8 up to 10.6 after 40 minutes of running, which is absolutely incredible. But personally, I don't know what your opinion is, Anthony. You're probably way more qualified in this than I am, but I think that's perfectly okay. Ketone levels 2.5. Ideally, it'd be good to be lower, but I wouldn't be concerned with that.
Yeah, and the thing. Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Firstly, going back to blood tests, when are you taking it? Is it in the morning? Because obviously you got the dawn effect. That's possible. I know you're saying here you fast multiple days. If you fast for multiple days, your liver is still going to produce glucose. It does that overnight. Gluconeogenesis is there. You may be someone that runs at 100. I'm sorry to say that. Again, this is it. I'm a specialist practitioner in obesity and diabetes. Thousands of people. I've seen thousands of bloods, and at 100, there are probably 90% of people I see first time would give their right arm for 100. It isn't that high. Your ketones at 2.5 sort of show that your body's in a really good metabolic state, to be honest. I would only worry about that if there were symptoms. If you're feeling dizzy, you're feeling anxious, like you can't burn up energy, you can't sleep. Personally, if you've lost 70 pounds and you are feeling great and you've got 2.5 ketones there, I think you're doing all the right things. Personally, could be stress as another thing that will push your blood glucose up. And I know this sounds a strange thing to say. If you're stressing over it being 100, that could actually add to it. So try and be relaxed when you take bloods. Don't worry too much. Like I say, I don't think 100 is a particular issue of. Honestly, about 80% of the people I've seen for the first time, if I said to them, in 6 months, you're going to be 70 pounds down, you're going to have 2.5 ketones, and you're going to have 100. Will you take that now? They would all take that. I promise you. And also look at your variation. And fasting multiple days is just showing your liver's working. It's making the glucose that you require. Don't forget, you need about 120 grams of glucose just to run your brain. If you're reading books, if you're very academic, your brain needs more energy. That's been proven. So it could be your activity, your mental activity is just demanding a little bit more glucose. So personally, I wouldn't worry about that. Do you want to do a question, Rich? I mean, I've got tons here from people that have submitted.
Well, I was just going to hop in on that one as well. Yeah. Totally agree with everything you guys have said. Also, where are you coming from? Like Richard said, it's like, are you diabetic? Have you been on medication? Should you still be on your medication? A lot of people will go on a carnivore diet and they'll, you've been on it for a year. So, I mean, you should be pretty good at this point. Even if you were on medication, a lot of people can come off their medication, even insulin. However, some people may need to be on it a bit longer. So, sometimes people prematurely come off their diabetes medication just because they're excited and they're like, hey, people are getting off their medication. That means I can stop taking my medication. Well, eventually maybe, but you need to do that in a graduated manner, and you can't just necessarily just come straight off of it. Maybe you still have a bit of a need. It can take some people multiple years before they come off of of their medications completely, or some people just have to stay on a little bit, and that's okay too. But 100, level of 100 is pretty good. You're definitely in ketosis because you're making ketones, right? And you're not dead. So if you're fasting for multiple days and you still have blood sugar and you still have ketones, where are those coming from? Well, you're making them, right? And so you're in the right metabolic state. And so it doesn't really matter, so your insulin is going to be nice and low, which is great. You're most likely, because you're able to make all the blood sugar and ketones, and and it can matter at different times of day. So you take multiple times a day, chill out. If you're stressed out, that can raise that up as well. And there's a lot of other factors as well. At the end of the day, I just take it easy. If you were on medication, came off early, talk to your doctor. Maybe you need to be on those things for a bit longer, and otherwise just relax, and just eat meat and be happy. If you're feeling good, don't worry about it. If you're not feeling good, go and talk to a doctor.
I've got another quick question. Rich, we haven't worked out a little secret signal here.
Yeah, I know we should do what we did in the PHC where we put the hands up, isn't it?
Do like kids do.
There we go. Well, maybe I could do that moving forward. I'll put my hand up. Look good. Sir, can I ask a question? Yeah, I've got a list as long as my arm, but look, you fire away. We've got Dr. Chaffey for another
2 more hours. Yeah, the poor guy. He's got to put up with my bad jokes. Terrible.
We'll make use of that for sure.
Right. A very simple one. Rebecca has given me a novel to read, and I have basically diluted it down to, do you think that decaf coffee is as bad as coffee in terms of inflammation and those sort of things?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we always focus on caffeine, because that's the thing in coffee. Oh, caffeine is a drug, and it's addictive, and it's a neurotoxin, and it's an insecticide. All those things are true. That is one of 150,000 chemicals that exist in coffee, right? And a coffee is a bean is a seed is a plant's baby, and organisms protect their babies more than anything. And this is where you'll generally find the highest concentration of different sort of toxic chemicals. So, and caffeine is one of them. Caffeine is a neurotoxin. It was developed as an insecticide. This fries the brains of unwitting insects that try to eat that leaf or that bean or that seed. So it's has a different response in us. We're much bigger animals, but I know people that have fixed their epilepsy with a carnivore diet, and then they have caffeine or coffee, and then they've had a seizure as a result of that. So, that's why I refer to it as a neurotoxin, because it's affecting your brain. So this is a toxin, is as clinically defined, by Oxford Dictionary, and it's affecting your brain. So that's a neurotoxin, right? But there are a lot of other things that cause problems as well. And so people just go, I'm just drinking decaf. Right. Why are you drinking it at all then? You just want the horrible flavor, So, you want the caffeine, but you're just drinking the garbage that comes with it. I mean, that's sort of it backwards. So what I suggest to people is actually doing it the other way around, which is, getting a bottle of like no-dose or caffeine pills and having one or half or a quarter of that to give you that caffeine hit that you're looking for, and give you a bit of energy spike that you want, and not bringing on the 150,000 other chemicals as well. And this is something people will see. They don't. You don't get sore on carnivore. And so, oh well, I still get sore. Do you drink coffee? Yes, I do. Well, there you go. Oh, that doesn't cause it. Stop drinking coffee and find out. And I drank coffee. Once I tried it out, I was sore for 2 days after that. I wasn't sore before that. I went lifting weights with a surgical colleague of mine, and and he I put him through my workout, and because he was doing carnivore, so I was pushing him through my thing. He's like, oh, I don't know, I don't want to really go too hard because I don't want to be sore. Because I'm operating tomorrow. I'm like, well, you won't be sore if you've actually been strict. If you've only been eating meat and water, you won't be sore. And he's just looking at me all askance. But he's like, well, so he ended up doing it. And he's like, I'm really interested to see if you're right. I don't know about this. I'm interested to see if you're right. And I just looked at him. I was like, yeah, I'm interested to see if you've actually been strict, And so he's like, okay. Next day he wasn't sore and he was pissed. He said, he's like, I really wanted you to be wrong. I really wanted to wake up this morning and be sore and be like, hey, you led me wrong, all this sort of stuff. He's like, but I'm not. You were right. This is crazy. I should be sore right now. And I pushed him. We were there for like 2 hours, and we did a lot of work. And then sort of in the middle of the day, where everyone's sort of hanging out in the break room, and some of the reps came and bought everyone coffee. Obviously, declined, but he got one, and didn't say anything, and then all of a sudden he 20 minutes later, he's just like, actually, I am a bit sore. Actually, I'm feeling a bit sore. I'm starting to get sore. And I just pointed at the coffee cup in front of him and said, what's that? And he was just like, oh, damn it. So it does, it does affect you. It does cause inflammation, and it objectively has these different chemical compounds in them that we avoid other plants for having, and yet we say it's okay in coffee somehow. It's like, well, I don't know. If we're going to avoid it in other plants, if we're not going to eat other plants because they contain these compounds, why are we making an exception for coffee? Well, it's a drug, and it has caffeine. Fine, take the caffeine, and just skip the rest of the crap.
It may be also because it's a liquid version of a plant, and it's just so different that people just don't make that connection. I've got a great question that ties onto this, because Anthony are talking about real world experience, and this is one thing about carnivore. Social situations, working long hours. I'm new to carnivore. How do I know if I actually need to eat because I work long hours and I feel I'm ruled by the clock? And Anthony, the beginning bit, Richard and I were just talking about when we were high carb, thinking of a 24-hour live stream, we would be like, right, I've got to eat at 10, I've got to eat at 3, I've got to eat at 7. And so we totally get what you're saying. So what's your views, Anthony, on that?
Yeah. So, well, if you need to eat when you need to eat, so, the best thing about carnivore is that you don't need to eat. You feel great. If you're eating high density nutrition, you don't need to eat as much or as often. And so most people find that they eat just once a day or maybe twice a day. And that's not intentional. That's not doing intermittent fasting or OMAD for the sake of doing OMAD, because you don't get any other physiological benefits, as Richard said earlier. You get all those benefits from just having low insulin, basically, and just not putting that garbage in your body. So, the benefits of fasting in general are that you're not eating stupid crap, and your bodies can just be, and so if you're just eating meat, you're not eating stupid crap, and the same results happen. And in fact, you get better results because you're actually getting nutrition. And there are some improvements on the fasting mimicking diets, which is just ketogenic diet, high in meat and fat, and fasting. Actually, you don't have the same side effects. Like some people will lose their hair, or at least temporarily, when they're doing longer term fasts. You don't see that when you're doing keto, or at least having 100 grams of protein a day. So there are benefits of actually consuming nutrition, as you may expect. As far as working long hours, are you feeling bad? Are you feeling sick? Are you feeling tired? Are you feeling off? Those could be signs that you're hungry. Your hunger signals are going to change on a carnivore diet. It's very easy to undereat. When I was in my early 20s, I wouldn't eat for like 3-4 days straight, because I'm like, I am just not hungry. And I didn't have time either, because I was up, first thing in the morning. I was off to school at university. I was going to University of Washington at the time. And then directly after class, I'd go straight to my university rugby team. And as soon as I finished that, I'd go directly to my men's premiership team that I played for as well. And I'd get home, and then I'd go to the gym and lift weights sometimes as well. And so I'd be home at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And I basically need to like read a chapter of OChem and then go to bed, and so I was just like, well, don't really have time to eat, just drink a bunch of water and study and go to bed. And it would be days. And then all of a sudden I'd be home at 7 instead of 11, and be like, oh, hey, I've got time to eat now. So I should probably eat, because I haven't eaten yesterday, and I didn't eat the day before. Did I eat the day before? I'm like, Jesus, okay, I need to eat. But I didn't feel like I needed to eat, because I didn't feel like I was hungry in how I used to feel hungry. But I was definitely hungry. Now I know my hunger signals. You have to relearn your hunger signals. So try to eat once a day. If you don't feel you need to eat, if you don't feel you're tired and out of it, don't eat. If you are feeling a bit tired, if you are feeling a bit out of it, if you are getting like carb cravings, bread smells really good, ask yourself, is this what hunger feels like? Try eating some meat. If it tastes good, keep eating it. Keep eating it until it stops tasting good. If you're eating during the day and you eat until you're full, you can get a bit lethargic naturally. You just go into a rest and digest mode. A lot of your blood goes to your digestive tract as opposed to your brain and your muscles, and you'll just get naturally tired. So that's why I tend to eat my big meal at the end of the day. And if you do that, you'll generally find that you don't need to eat during the day. If you're working out a lot and pushing yourself and you're already at a lean body mass, then you might have to eat twice a day. You may not be able to get enough in one sitting. So you just have to listen to your body. You have to relearn your hunger signals, and I think a big part of that is just going by how you feel, getting cravings, and then just how meat tastes. If it tastes good, you're hungry. If the steak doesn't taste good, you're not hungry. I don't care who you are. And I would just go by that. If you're going throughout your whole workday and you feel fine, you're fine. Just make sure you get enough after you're done with your workday.
Rich, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I agree with everything. Just to circle back to one of the points we made with the coffee in the previous comment, a compound called acrylamide, which is created during the roasting process, is responsible for a lot of the inflammation in coffee. So yeah, acrylamide, which is a known carcinogen as well. So another reason to avoid decaf coffee. In regards to eating windows and things, yeah, I do it intuitively. I think goals are important. A lot of people get stuck into the circadian rhythm, so they eat at specific times of the day. The issue with this is that the body will release ghrelin about 10 to 15 minutes prior to your usual meal time. So you'll find that you may feel hungry coming towards a standard meal time. So the way to address this, if you want to break that habit, is to change up your meal times. You could move your meal time forward by an hour, and then the next day move it back by an hour, and your body begins to trick ghrelin. Ghrelin stops being released, and then you find that these fake hunger signals tend to go away, and then you can eat intuitively. And as Dr. Chaffey says, eat when you're hungry. If you're not hungry, don't eat. Coming back to the lean body mass thing, even someone with a 6% body fat still carries around 150,000 kilojoules of energy as stored body fat. So you're not going to starve. You're not going to go hungry. We can go a long period of time without consuming food, but it is best to do it intuitively. I do, as Anthony just alluded to there, something that goes against the grain, quite literally what we do, against the grain. But I eat not long before bed. Coming back to a carnivore that Dr. Chaffey and I had in a recent podcast. What does the lion and the cheetah do after it's caught and eaten its prey? It goes to sleep, so I eat quite late in the day before I go to bed. The body absorbs and processes a lot of the nutrients as we sleep. And then I wake up, I'm not hungry. I tend not to eat then for a long period of time. I may eat at 12 midday. I may eat at 6 in the evening. It may be 8 or 10. Sometimes I don't eat at all. So I do this intuitively. If I'm hungry, I'll eat. If I'm not hungry, then I don't eat. And I think it's as simple as that. I think people make it too difficult. I've noticed some of the comments in the side about how many calories should I consume a day? This is my weight, blah, blah, blah. Ignore the calories. It's not the calories that govern whether we gain or lose weight. It's the endocrine system. And the reason being is that the caloric model is highly flawed. It doesn't account for the effect of insulin. It doesn't account for the thermic effect of food, metabolic rate, ketogenesis, and the effect of lectins. So, to put that into perspective, I can consume anywhere between 4,000 to 6,000 calories on a carnivore lifestyle and maintain weight, compared to around 2,500 to 2,700 on a high carb lifestyle, and gain fat day on day on day. So it's not the calories. Energy needs to be accounted for. And I use the term energy over calories because not all calories are created equal. Drop the calories. It's not the calories. Eat until you're satisfied. If you're not hungry, then don't eat. Do it intuitively. If you're looking to further lose weight on carnivore, then you need to come back to, as Anthony said earlier, look at the dairy products, the high fat, because the body can use dietary fat or stored body fat. So one of the techniques that I use when it came to cutting for competition is I would reduce the amount of dietary fat. So I would lean over to slightly leaner cuts. But this is to push your body to an extremity. But the body's incredibly clever, and it's going to fight you every step of the way. When you get to a level of homeostasis, when the body feels comfortable, it will let you know. But you can move the needle should you wish to do so for whatever reason. But just eat intuitively, and that's the best advice I think that we can give, isn't it?
Definitely.
Caught you off guard again, haven't I, Steve? Yeah, eat intuitively. I think your mic is off, Steve. Steve, I think your mic's off.
Yeah, it was actually well spotted. My first deliberate mistake of the day. So yeah, I think when you're talking about being intuitive, it is all about trying to go with the body. I mean, this is one of the things I find difficult when people come to this way of eating and they say, I'm not digesting the fat, shall I take some ox bile? And what that is actually saying is, I want to exceed my natural production of bile, and that might get you over the hump temporarily, but long term it's better to just listen to your body and think, right, okay, if I'm going to eat fatty meat, and this plateful, which I've seen somebody online demonstrate, and they're eating 2 pounds, maybe someone like Sean Baker, and you're 5'8". You're not going to eat that amount of meat. You don't need that amount. So be intuitive, but don't be suckered into you've got to eat X amount of protein, X amount of fat in this ratio at this time. Because as Rich said, actually, when I first met Rich, and by the way, I'm going to give you a plug, Rich, because your YouTube channel that needs more subscribers, because you're an absolute font of information that is amazing. And I was really and I admit when I don't understand or know something, and I've never heard somebody actually talking about eating just before going to bed and it being a good thing for him. And this is it. There's no right or wrong way. And I guarantee the 3 people on the screen now all eat differently, but probably all get about the same results, feel amazing, not craving for stuff. So just try and listen to your body a bit more. Sorry to give a little bit of a preaching moment there, but just listening to Rich, he's full of great information, and sometimes you can get a really quick answer from him. But if you want a longer answer, go to his YouTube channel, and it's gold dust. It is absolutely amazing, right? So we did have another question. Just the reason I trying to be clever here and segue into these questions, you see. So we've got someone here. I've been tracking macros, 70% fat, 24% protein, I'm assuming, 6% carbs. Do I need to change my macros? So I might have preempted the answer there, but what do you think, Dr. Chaffey?
Well, I think it depends on where all those are coming from. Those are some 6% of carbs from plants, then change your macros, get rid of that crap. If it's glycogen from liver, don't worry about it. If it's lactose from dairy, change your macros. So for optimal, right? So this is when we talk about this, we're talking about the absolute, what we think is the absolute gold standard. This is the best way to do it. It's not the only way to do it. It's not the only way to be healthy, and it's certainly relatively healthy as compared to, if you're eating a bunch of, processed foods with seed oils and garbage, or even being a whole food vegan or vegetarian. This is going to be much better. Even in that spectrum, it's going to get just better and better and better. But so what we talk about, we're talking about optimal. We're saying, hey, look, this is the mark to shoot for. And, if you don't quite get there, if you're just in that ballpark, you're still going to get improvements. It's not an all or nothing thing. Everyone's going to be different. You need enough fat, you need enough protein, you need no carbohydrates whatsoever. Your body will make all of those, and there's no such thing as an essential carbohydrate. So as far as 70-30 fat to protein is roughly gram for gram fat and protein, right? So 1 gram fat, 1 gram of protein, that roughly shakes out to 70% calories from fat. And that's fine for a lot of people. That's a mark to shoot for. But again, getting enough fat, enough protein, listening to your taste, that tastes good. Oh, I like a little bit fattier. That tastes better to me now. Well, your body needs a bit more fat. And that can change, depending on what you're doing, depending on your activity level, depending on how much, excess, body fat that you have on your person and how much you are exercising. You are going to change the amount of food and nutrition that you need. So you can aim for that, aim for gram for gram fat and protein, and then adjust. If your body is wanting more fat, give it more fat. I think that going by our stools is a really good way of doing that. Something we alluded to earlier for those that were on at that time. If your body's going to have a limited capacity to absorb fat, and I think that's also why you don't want to, because of the bile that you have. I think that's also a good reason not to take ox bile, because your body didn't make a mistake on how much bile that it made. It made a specific amount of bile because it wanted a specific amount of fat. And if you're forcing it to absorb a lot more fat, that's going to be too much fat by definition, because it's more fat than your body is asking for, right? And so unless you're in this very special situation where something weird is going on, maybe you don't have a gallbladder and you're at a big meal and you just want to eat that big meal right then, fine. But that's not going to be ideal. But your body's made a specific amount of bile because it wants a specific amount of fat. And so if you're not eating enough fat, then your body's going to absorb every ounce of that fat, and none of it's going to get over into your stools. You're going to be very constipated. You're going to get very dry, hard, difficult to pass stools. And that's why. So if you eat enough fat and then some, so where there's that spillover, that overflow valve, your body not being able to absorb fat, you're going to have softer stools. And so at least then you're saturating your body's ability to absorb fat, and you're not getting way overboard because you're not getting diarrhea, right? And so I think that that's what you want to aim for. So if you're eating 70-30 gram for gram fat and protein, and you're finding you're having dry, hard stools, well, your body is wanting more fat. You're making a lot more bile than you're bringing in fat. So increase the fat, add a bit more fat, get fattier cuts, and do what you have to do to sort of get that up to the point that you're not getting dry, hard, rocky, pebbly stools, and see how you go. Or it could be that you're getting loose stools and you're not drinking coffee, you're not using artificial sweeteners. Those are all laxatives, right? So that'll throw things off. But let's say you're getting diarrhea at that. Okay, well, maybe your body doesn't want as much fat, and so on. And then Richard could probably talk more about this. But if you're doing something very specific, like trying to cut down to really low body fat percentage when you're getting ready for a competition, maybe you switch up your macros then too. But I think that would be individual as well. But either way, if you're just a normal person and you're just trying to optimally feed your body, then you just need to you can aim for that mark, but then adjust for your own person. You need to get enough fat, you need to get enough protein, and that's going to be different for everybody in their individual state, whether they're gaining, losing, trying to stay the same, or their body wants to stay the same, or they're working out a lot or exercising a lot or not. So it's going to be different for everyone. That's a mark to shoot for. That's great. And then you have to adjust for your own particular set of circumstances.
Rich?
Love that. Yeah, totally agree. Nothing to add, to be honest. I think, I don't track. I eat as nature intended. I eat foods, that nature provides to me. Nature gives us this perfectly packaged present of combination of protein and fat. And that's how I eat. Everything that we consume in nature contains protein and fat. An egg is almost equal quantities of protein to fat, around 6 grams of protein to 5 grams of fat. Depending on the size of the egg. Obviously, chicken breast with the skin on is protein and fat. Steak, every cut of steak is protein and fat. This varies depending on cut. But I eat as nature intended. And as Dr. Chaffey says, that it is goal dependent. If you're looking to lose weight for a specific reason, then I'd gravitate into lowering the dietary fat ever so slightly. But just remember, the fat is essential. We need fat. It's essential for life. We need saturated fats and cholesterol. Cholesterol is imperative for life. It's essential for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones. It's essential for healing. We cannot live without, the saturated fats and other fats that we find in meats. So don't avoid the fat switch. Unless you have another question you wanted to jump on, Steve, I'd like to jump on to some of the fears and run these by Anthony really quickly, in regards to beginning a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle. I mean, some of the fears that crop up are, what about the saturated fats, and its effect on my cholesterol? What about the lack of grains and fiber within the diet? And should I be consuming these seed oils to help lower my cholesterol level? And what about meat causing cancer? These are all the fears that I get thrown at me on a daily basis. Now, we're all well versed in the answers to these, but I think given that we've got in my opinion number one in the world in the carnivore space on, let's tap into his knowledge. What would your answers be in regards to these fears? Cholesterol I think is the biggest one, and within the community, I mean, we know that it's laughable, but for anybody new, this is the biggest feared factor, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, well, no, absolutely. And, it's like, do you want to, take a bunch of seed oils and linoleic acid and all these sorts of things, because seed oils are very high in linoleic acid. So that's what you're getting. But you get the, want to see some unsaturated fat and replace the saturated fats with that to help your heart. Well, there's a randomized controlled trial, with thousands of people where they did just that. They supplanted the saturated fat with polyunsaturated fats, and which are predominantly from seed oils, and those are predominantly linoleic acid, and it did indeed lower LDL cholesterol, and it did indeed kill more people. More people died of heart attacks and strokes, and had more cardiovascular events in the treatment group, where they gave them a bunch of unsaturated fat and lowered their LDL. So no, that's not what you want to do. You definitely don't want to do that. Saturated fat is not and has never been a risk factor for any disease, let alone heart disease. The Journal of the American College of Cardiology actually published that position statement in 2020, and they published a large literature review where they looked at all the best available evidence, the randomized controlled trials, the meta-analyses, all the highest tiers of evidence, and they found that there was no association between increased saturated fat intake and heart disease. None. Did not do it, right? And so, in fact, they found an inverse relationship between saturated fat consumption and stroke. So if you eat more saturated fat, you have a lower risk of getting a stroke. And if you eat less saturated fat, you have a higher risk of getting a stroke. There was just a recent one off. I really wish I remembered the author's name. Just published this thing recently. Anyway, it was an opinion paper, but published in a large paper. I want to say BMJ. I'll look it up, but anyway, so he was talking about how this is basically the new sort of guidelines on saturated fat and what to eat, are basically all they are is to promote pharmaceutical sales. That's really all it is, and it is not actually to help and benefit health. And he was just saying that this is actually ridiculous. That we're vilifying saturated fat and cholesterol. I mean, the jury's out at this point. I mean, the decision has come back. This stuff is not a problem. This does not cause harm. And now they're saying that 50% of people over the age of 40 should be on a statin. Well, I bet the statin companies are saying that 50% of people should be on a statin. I have no doubt in my mind that they feel very strongly about that. Well, I feel very strongly in the opposite direction, that you shouldn't need a whole bunch of medications to be healthy. In fact, that is antithetical to life on Earth. Life on Earth is healthy and robust and lean and dominant, and we are the most dominant species that's ever existed. Now we can dominate because we've got a foothold, right? And we have all this technology, and we're not going to go anywhere unless we blow ourselves up. But it took some hard yards to get to where we are, right? So that's and why is that? Is that because we're all just fat, sick, and diabetic, and dying of cancer, and had all this heart disease at at early ages because we just didn't have the miracle of statins 30,000 years ago, and so just everyone was just in pieces, and just having just rotting colons and things like that, and just cancer all over the place. That's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Cancer is a disease of civilization. Period. It does not exist in the more primitive tribes and things like that, where they don't eat all this crap that we eat. In fact, Vilhjalmur Stefansson, who wrote The Fat of the Land, lived with the Inuits for 12 years, a professor at Harvard. He actually wrote many books. One of them was called just that, Cancer is a Disease of Civilization, I think it's called. And he's just arguing, hey, this doesn't happen if you just eat real food. You're not eating this processed crap. You're not eating a bunch of plants. Just eat meat, fat and meat, That's what you need to eat, and we're seeing this with Otto Warburg's work, Nobel Prize winner in cancer research, and he just said, "Hey, this is a mitochondrial disease. This is dysfunction of the mitochondria." Professor Thomas Seyfried from Boston College has followed up his work and added to that work and showed that yes, indeed, this is exactly what that is, and you can improve your mitochondrial function by eating meat and not eating carbohydrates and being on a ketogenic diet, right? And so, it's literally the opposite of everything they've been telling us. And that already. You don't need a study to tell you that. Why? Because we've been getting these stupid guidelines since 1977. They were saying, fat's bad, meat's bad, cholesterol is bad, stop eating all of that crap. And we reduced that, increased fruits and vegetables, and everyone's gotten fatter and sicker. The more we listen to these assholes, the worse we get. And then you have millions of people around the world that are pulling back and being like, nope, not doing that crap. And they're going carnivore, they're going keto, and they're getting healthy. And they're, better not do that. Oh my God, you better watch out. Yeah, I bet. Because that's gonna affect people's bottom lines, and you really don't want to piss people off. You mess with their money. That's the best way to piss them off. No, it is just ridiculous. You improve all your markers, you drop your CRP goes down, you're not anemic anymore, your blood markers all improve, your B12 goes up, your magnesium and zinc go up, your testosterone is going up, your growth hormones going up, your HbA1c is going down to normal, your fasting insulin is normal, all these markers are improving, your antibodies for your autoimmune disease have gone away, and they're saying, you better stop that. Oh, that's dangerous. Like, yeah, you're out of your mind. Like, what did you just see? You just saw someone improve their health dramatically in ways that most doctors will tell you cannot happen. I had people try to threaten to report me because I was showing people studies, peer-reviewed studies in the peer-reviewed literature, randomized controlled trials, interventional trials, a whole bunch of different sorts of studies and trials on different diseases, and just like these can be dramatically affected. There are thousands of studies on ketogenic diets now, and it's very, very, very strong, very high level evidence, and high fat, meat based ketogenic diets, and people are improving and they're getting better and they're reversing diseases that people say cannot be reversed, and yet we've been reversing them for 100 years with dietary interventions, namely a carnivore diet. So Dr. Salisbury in the 1800s was curing rheumatoid arthritis, tuberculosis, gout, Crohn's, Lyme disease, reversing these things and fixing people by putting them on a pure red meat and water diet, because he noticed this long before processed foods were around. He noticed that people that were just eating more plants and grains were getting diseases other people simply weren't, and especially like with the Native Americans in the 1800s, they were the healthiest population on earth. They were also the tallest population on earth, and they were routinely living to be 115, 120 years old, routinely by their own records. And so people discount that. I don't. And Salisbury didn't either. He found these people were healthy as hell. And when you were putting people on their diet, which is just red meat and water, they were just doing buffalo drops and just scaring buffalo over the cliff. And they were eating that for the rest of the year. And, that people were improving dramatically. And people kept doing this. This was said in different circles. It was the first fad diet. People followed this for decades. It was very, very popular for a lot of people. It got a lot of people very, very healthy. Then you have the artificial food companies like Kellogg's, one of the first, pushing the Seventh-day Adventist narrative that plant-based eating is more holy because meat causes lustful feelings and lust is a sin, and therefore meat is a sin, and you have to stop eating. That is the honest-to-God origin of Kellogg's cereals. They tried to suppress people's hormones and health so that they didn't want to have sex as much. That's insane. That is someone who is crazy and is trying to force his will on other people, and their mission statement is still out there. That's what they're putting out, this toxic crap. in order to make people less healthy so that they don't jack off. Like, I swear to God, that is what Dr. Kellogg was all about. And that's why he pushed all this stuff. And the Seventh-day Adventist church, pushed all this stuff as well. And they're still pushing it. And they run the nutritional curriculum. They have people everywhere on every board. Walter Willett from Harvard, he's like the main sort of nutritional researcher there. He's a Seventh-day Adventist vegan. I wonder what kind of studies he's going to come out with. But even then, there was 100 years post Salisbury where there was studies and papers and experiments and books, just dozens of books by dozens of different doctors and researchers, Stephanson, Wilhelmer Stephanson, but many others. As recently as 1975, there's a book by Dr. Vogtland, and he was a gastroenterologist, and he wrote a book called The Stone Age Diet. And he basically argued that humans are carnivores. Here's the evidence for that. Humans are apex predators. We have been for millions of years. Like, that's a fact. And apex predators don't eat they don't graze. They don't eat salads. They eat meat. That's the definition of the term, right? Is that apex predator, you eat all the things below you on the food chain, which is everything if you're at the apex, right? And so, he wrote that, and he argued that basically, all the diseases that he treats in gastroenterology don't need to exist if you don't eat plants. Basically, if you just eat meat and you don't eat plants, you don't need him as a profession. You don't need gastroenterology as a profession. You don't need most medical specialties at all. And and I fully agree with that. And I want to get back to that state where people are much more healthy. The cancer thing, that's just garbage. That the WHO in 2015 came out and said that processed meat is a likely carcinogen, or is a carcinogen, but low level. And so, so it was a class 1 carcinogen, but they put a ranking number of relative risk factor next to it. I think it was 6. And they say, it's the same category as cigarettes and plutonium. Oh my God. Well, first of all, are cigarettes the same as plutonium? Idiot. Then why are you not seeing that, right? Why are you not seeing that this category is a broad category, right? It has a wide range of what is carcinogenic or not. They're like, oh my God, processed meats is the same as cigarettes and plutonium. Well, that means that cigarettes are the same as plutonium, and no one in their right mind is saying that, right? And so, the relative risk factor, next to processed meat was 6. The relative risk factor next to cigarettes, something like 340,000, right? Not the same. And then the risk factor next to plutonium is 8.6 million, right? Okay, so this is not the same. These are not the same things. Anyone who suggests they it is a fraud, and is someone who's trying to sell you something and convince you something is ideologically driven. And also, what are processed meats processed with? It's not other meat. It's plants, it's sugar, it's seed oils, it's, artificial ingredients and all that sort of garbage, so that's not the meat's fault. There's nothing inherent in meat that's a problem. And even the WHO said, well, red meat is a probable carcinogen. Name one thing in meat that has ever been shown to even to increase risk of cancer. And there's all these theoreticals. It's just like, no, you have not proved anything. And so, the main thing with that is that panel, that was a panel decision. That wasn't like, all the best scientists in the world. This was a bureaucratic decision. And the administrators at the WHO just decided this. There were other people on that panel, and there were other people that completely disagreed with that decision to classify these things in that manner. And they said that this was fraud, that this was bullshit. One of them, I can't remember the man's name, but he said that it was the most painful thing he's ever had to experience in his professional career, because he saw people, purposefully throw out very high level pieces of evidence. So there's this hierarchy of evidence, right? So there's randomized control trial, and then meta-analyses of randomized control trial. You can have meta-analyses of epidemiological garbage, and that's garbage in, garbage out. So that's not useful. But randomized control trials, like well-designed randomized control trials with a lot of large populations, and then meta-analyses of those, that's the highest level. So they had these things, and they had high-level evidence, and they threw those out because they said that, there's absolutely no relationship between, meat consumption and cancer risk. Just absolutely none. And so they threw those out because they went against their narrative, and they kept in studies that were very weak, very poor epidemiological studies that were absolutely garbage, horribly done and designed. The things that they said that they said, oh, when you eat less meat and you eat more fruits and vegetables, that cancer rate goes down, and not even that much. Like a very, very, very small fractional reduction in risk. And to the point that it's just like it's not statistically significant when you're talking about epidemiological studies that have so many confounding factors. One of those confounding factors, which was actually intentional, was that they lumped in processed foods with meat, because sometimes there's meat in the ingredients of processed food. Therefore, because pizza sometimes has toppings that are meat, therefore pizza is meat. And so you reduce the amount of pizza you eat, you're reducing the amount of meat you eat. Oh, when you reduce meat, people get better. Oh, no wonder. I'm sure they do. And then fast food. Going to McDonald's. How often you go and get a quarter pounder meal or whatever. And you have to first of all remember that this is like a survey of the last year of eating. I mean, who in any way is going to be able to answer that accurately, right? Steak. That's everyday steak, right? But the McDonald's thing is like they're saying, well, that counts as meat because of that burger. And that's what people say. They're, oh my God, you're eating that fast food with all that meat and fat in it. And like, no, dude, like that's only like 10% of the meal, and certainly like 10% of the calories, maybe even less, because you're getting all the, the buns and the sugary sauces, all the different, plants and vegetables and tomatoes that are on there. But then you're getting, potatoes deep fried, and it used to be trans fats. Now it's seed oils, which is, nearly as bad. And then a giant drink with a bunch of sugar or a bunch of noxious chemicals that kind of taste sweet, but really just taste like noxious chemicals. And what the hell is that doing for you? That's going to be awful. And you're calling that meat? So, that's a fraud. These people are frauds. They should lose all licenses that have been provided to them. They should be sued into extinction, and they should go to jail, because they're absolute criminals. They're purposefully doing this, and it is affecting hundreds of millions and billions of people's lives. This is absolute bullshit. And, especially the WHO. So, the people that dissented have reported this and be like, this is what happened. This is bullshit. And they said, because the guys who were pushing for this, the guys and ladies and gentlemen who were doing this fraud and perpetrating this fraud on the world, guess what? Vegans, vegetarians, and Seventh-day Adventists, all of them, right? Or the majority of them, or at least people that had serious industry ties as well, because, Kellogg's pays for a lot of research. Coca-Cola pays for 11 times the amount of research on nutrition than the NIH does. And Nestle and Pepsi and Kellogg's and the Seventh-day Adventists and Sanitarium here in Australia, which are owned by the Seventh-day Adventists, they get tax-exempt status because they're owned by the Seventh-day Adventists. It's a church sort of organization. They all pump out billions of dollars in research money in nutrition to push their product. And they're absolute poison on people. It's like if Pablo Escobar was allowed to put out research on how great cocaine is, like he'd do it, and Coca-Cola is doing it, right? And so that was a fraud. The University of Washington in Seattle last year published a massive study looking at all the available literature, looked at hundreds of studies, talking about how meat is bad and meat causes cancer, or the extremely low increased risk of colorectal cancer. And they found it, and they said that these were extremely weak, lazy studies, very poor science, very poorly designed, extremely bad studies, and that there is actually no evidence that meat, and especially unprocessed red meat, confers any risk of cancer or any other disease. So this is a fraud, and I think that people should start there. They should start by investigating the fraud. They should investigate and look at the fact that this is an absolute con and crime against humanity. You can go to YouTube. You can find a lot of people that talk about this. I think some of the best reporting on this is by a lady named Belinda Fetke, who's from Tasmania, who's married to Gary Fetke, who's a great guy and has done a lot of talks in low carb space. Got into a lot of trouble because he was suggesting that his patients were actually helping his patients get better by suggesting low carb, and the dietitians said, like, you're not allowed to do that, and they tried to get his license taken away, and thankfully they weren't able to. But this is how crazy this is. You try to, as a doctor, you try to help your patients and you try to get them better, and by doing things that go against the purse strings, and they try to crucify you for it. And that's because these people are in control, and so we as the people, as the base, need to understand this. And to just be like, absolutely not, because they only profit if we buy their crap, right? They make no money if we do not give them money. So we need to make sure people know that they should not give them any money, and get them to actually do something that benefits people, as opposed to trying to knock them down. So people should go to YouTube and look up Belinda Fetke and look up her talks on nutrition. I think it's called Nutritional Science. How did we get here? And she has a number of talks on there. Watch all of them. They all give a bit of different information, but it's very interesting. And you look in there and you go like, oh my God, this is corrupt to the teeth, and it has been for 150 years. And you will never look at nutrition again the same way. You'll never look at nutritional sciences the same way. You will never look at these studies the same way, because the majority of them are put out by the sugar companies and the food companies. The vast majority, and the other ones are pretty suspect too, because they're probably funded by them, or the people involved with them have industry ties and have been paid off or on boards here and there, at different times. So it is intensely corrupt, and you just have to understand the facts. And this is why people say, well, you should never the problem is that doctors aren't taught nutrition in medical school. Thank God they're not taught nutrition in medical school, because it's going to be coming from the same people. The Seventh-day Adventist Church sets the curriculum. They wrote the first textbook on university nutrition in 1925. It's still in print in its current edition. It's still being taught. Sally Norton, that was her textbook at Cornell University when she was getting her undergrad and master's in nutrition from Cornell, right? So it is still corrupt. It is still completely controlled. These are the puppet masters. They are the man behind the curtain. They are in charge, and they are not telling you about it. So they're not on the forefront like we are talking about this. They are 19 steps removed. They're pulling all the strings. Kellogg's is one of the largest companies in the world. It's one of those, you see the pie charts of those companies that own everything, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Nestle. Kellogg's is one of them. And they are insanely wealthy and extremely entrenched in every institution. They have people everywhere. And so does the Seventh-day Adventist Church, who work hand in hand with Kellogg's and Coca-Cola and Nestle and all the rest as well. So understanding that and understanding just how corrupt the system is armor. It's armor against the assault. And I encourage everyone to do that and look into that.
That's a great answer. Can I try a screen share for people that are a little bit maybe on the fence? Is that all right with you, Anthony? Just I want to show you something. Yeah, cool. Right, here we go. So here is something. Here's a study. Let's add it to the stream. Okay, right. There's the study, and I was reading this the other day. And if you've ever seen studies like this, you can go down to the list of authors. Okay. And you see this hide details. It was hidden naturally from people. Okay. So I had to click to see the affiliation. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that study, without clicking on that, is quite convincing for people. And I've actually seen this quoted quite a few times when we talk about skipping breakfast. I'm not recommending skipping breakfast. I'm just saying this is what it was talking about. And this study's conclusion was, well, you could put in the comments, what do you reckon, if it's funded by Kellogg's, what do you think the thing was for recommendation when it came to breakfast? Well, obviously it was don't skip breakfast, have cereal.
Eat some cornflakes. Yeah.
And it really is as blunt as that.
Well,
But people don't see
that's where that came from too. Dr. Kellogg came up with that idea back in the late 1800s. He said, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You have to start off strong and eat Kellogg's cornflakes. That's the most important thing. The most important way to start the day. That's where that came from. People often didn't eat breakfast back then. They were like us, you know, they ate actual nutrition, and they would eat later in the day. They'd wake up, they'd get going. Now, no, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Oh, you got to eat it, but you got to eat my thing, you know, and it's absolute garbage.
Yeah, I agree. While we're on the sharing side, Stephen, can I share this end?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things, just to explain to people watching the live stream, is we've never done a live stream for 24 hours with more than 2 people, with lots of outside stuff. So if it's a little bit clunky at the moment, I do apologize. And by this time tomorrow morning, I'll be tucked up in bed thinking, whoa, we managed it. So yeah, share your screen. If I've set this thing up, am I the only one that can share it, or can you share it?
So I've just clicked on a share screen. It says that I'm sharing this end. I don't know if you need to click on the relative screen.
Let's have a look.
There we are. Perfect. So this is, I believe, one of the studies that you were mentioning about the cholesterol. So this is the study on the BMJ that covers 68,000 participants. And this was to investigate the relationship between high LDL and all-cause mortality. And as Dr. Chaffey says, the results showed an inverse association representing 92% of the participants. In other words, the lower your LDL, the higher your risk of death. This is a study on the BMJ. This is a massive study. This is no coincidence. Cholesterol is essential. And I just really quickly share something else, this is one of the presentations that's available on my YouTube channel. But this is a statement which was released in 2015 by the Dietary Advisory Guidelines Committee in association with the American Heart Association. And they deemed on their website in 2015 that cholesterol is not a nutrient of concern for overconsumption. So the people that have been telling us for the last 50 years that cholesterol is detrimental to our health have released this on their website. It's difficult to find, but it is on there. So this is from the horse's mouth, that cholesterol is not a nutrient of concern for overconsumption. And cracking presentation. This goes on for pages and pages. I think this is condensed into 15 minutes about how important cholesterol is for life. But yeah, there it is. There's 2 pieces of evidence there. And quickly coming back to another point that Dr. Chaffey mentioned in regards to statins. Statins lower cholesterol by blocking something called the mevalonate pathway. The mevalonate pathway is partly used for the production of DNA. So when you were taking statins, you were preventing your body from producing DNA, which is never a good thing. So statins, obviously I can't give medical advice, but in my opinion, we should not be consuming something that's preventing the body from creating DNA. Yeah, and a few other points that I wanted to touch base on there as well. I mean, we touched base on the cancer side. You know, I had a message. I don't know if she's listening today, but a fellow PHC ambassador who is a vegetarian, and they are looking at basically, you know, the effect of food on mental health. She's a vegetarian, which, you know, as she states, goes against a lot of the advice of the PHC, which you know, which we are ambassadors for. But she says that there's lots of evidence which show that a no-meat diet for cancer, as it's acidic, as in meat is acidic, is a good protocol for cancer and for anxiety and depression. Now, I'll just put my 2 pence in, and then, you know, I'll let Dr. Chaffey jump on board with that. But in regards to anxiety and depression, again, this comes back to the catecholinergic neurotransmitters. You know, we need certain cofactors like iron, vitamin B12, zinc, magnesium, amongst others. And when we consume vegetables, we block a lot of these cofactors, which prevents the body from creating these neurotransmitters, which leads to things like anxiety and depression, which is why I used to suffer severely, I believe, with anxiety and depression. Now that I'm plant-free, my depression and anxiety have completely gone away. Now, I did, as I say, in the early days of being keto, I was consuming lots of vegetables. You know, I was following the Dr. Berg protocol. You know, I was consuming stupid amounts of vegetables per day. I still suffered. Yes, I was healthier, but I still suffered with anxiety and depression. It's only since I removed them completely. So we need to look at the neurotransmitter synthesis, the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis, and regards to the nutrients that we consume that are blocking the absorption of cofactors, allowing us to process these neurotransmitters. So I don't believe that, being, and I'm not against the vegan or vegetarian. I work with vegans and vegetarians. I respect anybody's dietary choices, but I do believe that they are misinformed. I think that the information that is out there is misinformed. And I don't believe that consuming vegetables is the best way. Being a vegetarian lacks vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is essential for methylation. It's essential for, the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis. And all of these things will lead to depression and anxiety. And then in regards to cancers, as Dr. Chaffey has stated many times, plants are trying to kill us. Plants contain known carcinogens. Every plant, in the supermarket contains stupid amounts of cancer-causing chemicals. I've worked successfully with 2 cancer patients on a carnivore-based diet. All cancer cells are fueled by glucose and glutamine, but glucose predominantly. Cancer cells are metabolically inflexible. They cannot be fueled by ketones. To me, it doesn't make sense to consume vegetables to combat cancer. 1, because of the glucose content, the carbohydrate, and 2, because of the other copious amounts of known carcinogens within these plants. Now, there is an argument, when we look at things like sulforaphane. Dr. Chaffey and I covered this in an earlier podcast, that broccoli contains sulforaphane, which is used in the treatment for cancers. So broccoli sprouts, are used successfully in the treatment. But I do believe that this is in conjunction with being ketogenic. And I believe that it's predominantly being ketogenic over the consumption of this sulforaphane that's leading to that. But sulforaphane is going to cause cancer, I believe, in a situation in high quantities if we do not have cancer. Why would you take a chemotherapy pill if you do not have cancer? But these are some of the questions that I won't mention the person's name, but I don't know if she's listening. I have passed her a link, but basically, long story short, she's a big believer in the vegan and vegetarian movement in regards to helping fight anxiety, depression, and cancer. As I've just explained, I think it's the opposite. What's your opinion, Dr. Chaffey?
Yeah, well, I think everything is always compared to what, right? So if you're comparing someone eating a processed food diet with a bunch of processed carbs and sugar and seed oils, all from plants, by the way, and going to a more whole food plant-based approach, that can confer benefits, right? But is it because you're dropping meat, or is it because you're dropping the rampant amount of omega-6s, seed oils, processed sugars and carbs? Like you're changing more than one variable there. Sulforaphane, like that stuff is absolutely toxic, and people say, oh, well, there's all these benefits of it. Well, maybe in certain circumstances at certain doses, but you're not necessarily just getting that in with the broccoli or whatever. You're getting all this other stuff with it as well. What are those things doing for you? Are they all positive for you as well? Eating a certain amount of broccoli, does that help or whatever? Again, what comparing to what? Where were you coming from before? That now you're eating more broccoli, you're more health conscious, you're not smoking, you're not drinking, you're not staying out late, you're exercising, you're more health focused. There's a healthy user bias as well. So there's a lot of different things that go in there. And so if you're going away from alcohol and drugs and and eating more clean and just being more health conscious, that's going to help your mental health significantly. But we also see people with clinically proven with going on a ketogenic diet help their mental health, even curing schizophrenia. Right? That's not because they're eating more vegetables. It's because they're eating less carbs and eating less sugar and alcohol and things like that. And in fact, I've seen people improve even better when they get rid of all the plants as well. There's some sort of factor that is going to be in these plants that are going to act as a neurotoxin, just like the caffeine will. Whether or not they have carbohydrates, they're not going to be good for your brain. And and people have serious problems. Jordan Peterson was one of these. He went keto, just eating, steaks and salads, and it cured a lot of his issues, but he still had the depression and anxiety. Then he dropped the salads, and in 3 weeks, his depression and anxiety were gone. I've seen that happen a number of times. And so, you can have people, well, wow, this person goes plant-based and they improve. Great. From what starting point to where they are now, you have to look at all the different factors that are in there. And then also, you have to say, okay, so that improves from there. But then why are people improving when they only eat meat, right? You're saying you're eating less meat and you get better. I'm saying you only eat meat and you get way better. And in fact, mine is clinically proven at Harvard, right? Where's yours? Where are your studies? Where are your randomized controlled trials with human subjects? They don't exist. And so people are saying that, like, wow, this helps people going to a vegetarian diet. And that's something I get all the time. It's just like, well, if plants are so bad for you, why is it that so many people are curing their cancer and curing their diseases by going vegan or vegetarian? Well, first of all, are they? Is that clinically proven? Have there actually been randomized controlled trials, or at least interventional trials, where they've changed that one variable and actually had better outcomes? Or these individuals that have had a good outcome, but are also doing standard of care, getting chemo and radiation, and they went vegetarian at the same time? Well, which one did it? Was it going vegetarian, or was it the chemo and the radiation? Chemo and radiation actually do work for people. Depending on the cancer, it can work extremely well. There are some cancers that we can absolutely cure with chemo and radiation and surgery, and a combination of all three. So, it may have nothing to do with what you did. Maybe it actually would have been better if you hadn't done that. But again, where did you come from? Were you eating a whole bunch of processed garbage? Every time I talk to people, and they say, well, I actually improved. I went vegetarian, I went plant-based, I went vegan, and I just got so much better. My health got so much better. And I said, okay, was the only thing you changed that you stopped eating meat? Oh yeah, as soon as I went vegan, I got better. No. So that's in the name. So they think vegan, no meat. I got better when I went vegan, when I said I'm a vegan, right? But what did you actually do when you went vegan? I say, okay, so you still eat cake and drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes and drink sodas and do all these sorts of. Oh no! I don't do any of that. I don't eat out anymore. I don't go to restaurants. I eat all at home. It's all whole foods, no processed carbs. I cut out sugar. I don't drink sodas. I stopped drinking alcohol. I don't smoke anymore. It's like, okay. So you've changed on 9,000 things in your life, all of which were plant-based. Except like so you threw out the baby with the bathwater. Okay, you get improvements. I'm really glad to hear that. You've made very positive moves in your life, but I think that getting rid of meat was not one of those positive moves, because I see people, and I have people who are my patients that I track their bloods, I track their numbers, and they clinically and objectively improve and reverse very serious diseases by going on an only meat diet. So where's the common ground? The common ground is that you're eliminating a lot of bad things, and if you're eating plants, stuff like that, you're not going to be as good as if you're only eating meat, but you are going to improve from the processed food diet. But Oreo cookies are vegan, so is heroin, right? So is that going to help people going on an Oreo cookie and heroin diet? Is your plant-based friend going to recommend that diet? Well, it's plant-based. There's no meat, and the only bad thing on earth is meat. So therefore, Oreo cookies and heroin should be great. They're plant-based, they're vegan, right? So no, obviously that's insane. There are a lot of bad things in this world, right? And the majority of them come from plants, right? Because plants make them. They make them on purpose to stop you from eating them. And so, the idea that you can only, because someone has gotten better on a vegetarian diet, therefore vegetarianism is good. I mean, that's fallacious at the start, but it's also not paying attention, because there are other people that are improving just as much, if not more, in fact, more, when they're just eating meat, when they're doing the exact opposite. So that's what people don't understand, is that it's the processed foods that they're getting rid of, that's making the marked improvement. And those processed foods are plants. Those are plant-based processed foods, and that's what's causing harm. This food that is not food. And I would argue that plants are not food for our species, because food is very species specific, and animals in the wild eat very specific things. But you cannot say that these processed foods are food, because they didn't even exist 100 years ago. Some of them didn't even exist yesterday, so it's you cannot call this stuff food. This stuff is not food. It's just highly processed garbage that can provide some nutrition, some nutrients, but that does not make it food. You can get nutrients like that you need, like minerals and like iron and zinc and copper and magnesium from eating dirt, right? That doesn't make us dirtivores, right? You can get calories, which you have to have, from drinking Coca-Cola. So is eating dirt, drinking Coke, and taking a multivitamin, is that just good enough? Is that food? I mean, like, honestly, that would be better than some of the crap people are eating now, and so it's a bit, and it's all vegan, dirt and Coca-Cola diet, that's vegan, right? So it must be good for you. So obviously that's not the case. It's a bit silly, but it's a bit of a silly argument that you just stop eating meat and your life improves so much. Okay, well, what the hell does that mean? That could mean anything, like a vegan diet just means lack of meat. But what is the positive? You're talking about the negative is defined by its negative, which is not eating meat. But what's the positive? What the hell are you supposed to eat? Because you can eat fast food all day and be vegan, right? Good luck with that.
Yeah, that's such a great answer. And I think people forget about the healthy user bias. I have never had anyone come to me and say, I'm going to do one thing for my health today. Because when you start thinking about your health, you realize there are so many things that you can change. And I've just never met if anyone goes vegan, first thing is, well, they're trying their best, aren't they? They're thinking about their health. But I bet you bottom dollar, they might start running. They might start, like you say, stop smoking. So just want to get into the super chats. Now, we're not doing, this is not a fundraiser. It's not a money raising thing. People have been very kind to donate. I think there's quite a few on your channel, Anthony, have. And I think it'd just be nice to just whistle through some of those questions because they've been very kind to do that. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Uncle Jonga, so we're going to have some great names coming up. Dr. Chaffey, how do you manage to stay at your current weight when you've said you often eat OMAD? So I'm assuming they think, how do you keep your muscle? Because it's only OMAD. And would you share details of your workouts, please?
Yeah, so I've answered some of these in the chats just to make sure that people were sort of getting them. But yeah, so for that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing OMAD, so I mean that's how much I need to eat. Remember, if you're eating high density nutrition, you don't need to eat as much or as often. And so I find that if I'm just having a normal day, sedentary day where I'm just working on the computer or at the hospital or seeing patients, I don't need to eat all that much, so I still eat a lot. I still eat like 2 pounds of ribeye, which is scares some people, and other people who are in this space going like, oh my God, is that all you eat? And so it's different for everyone. But when I'm working out, when I'm able to work out, when I have time to, that will double. That will easily double. I'll be doing 4 pounds of fatty ribeye a day. If it's more lean, it's going to be more than that. So that goes up. But that's the wonderful thing about carnivore is that you never get out of shape. This is me out of shape. This is where I'm at out of shape. Because I work out maybe once a month at this point, and I just haven't had time. And now I need to make time, and I need to get back into the routine. Right now, I'm not in the routine. I work out like once a month. And so this is what it looks like for me when I really don't work out, right? So I never get out of shape. I can get in a lot better shape. And when I work out consistently, I get much more muscular, much more lean, and I feel much better too. So I like that. I like working out. But I never get worse than this. It never gets worse than this, right? Which is kind of nice, but then that's just eating intuitively, just eating as much as or as little as your body is telling you to eat. When I am working out, I like to be consistent. I like to work out like at least 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That was my old schedule when I was playing rugby. So I'd have my rugby games and practices on top of that. That was just my lifting schedule. So I've sort of continued on with that. And then, obviously that's not always enough for me. So when I have time, I try to add in extra workouts, an extra leg day, an extra sprint day, or like, sprint hills or stairs or something like that, on the other days as well. And if I'm doing that, I feel absolutely amazing, and I get very muscular and even more lean. I usually hover around 10% body fat if I'm not working out. I'll easily drop down to 6% body fat without trying, just eating 4 pounds of beef a day, and just working out, and I'm sure I could lean down more than that if I wanted to, but I don't particularly care to. I'm not like in a competition or anything like that. As long as I've got, veins popping out on my abs, like I think that's more than fine. And so, so that's what I do. So that's my workout routine is, workout when I can. And when I do, I hit it hard. I mean, I've been working out since I was a kid, and, I've been working out at a high level, since I was 14 years old, and so I do push myself very, very hard when I do work out. So I get a lot out of it. And because I'm on carnivore, I get a lot out of that. And so, I really enjoy that side of things. And so I get a lot of, I do like that. But, if you're able to work out, then just go 4 days a week, start with that, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, set up your workouts for each of those days, and push it hard, work to exhaustion. You're trying to wear yourself out and let your body, rebuild and regrow. You're on a carnivore diet. You're going to be able to rebuild, and you're going to be able to push yourself a lot harder. You're not going to be able to wear yourself out as nearly as easily, and you're going to recover a lot faster. And you're going to get a lot more out of it. And then you just need to eat enough. You have to eat. If that's once a day, that's fine. If it's twice a day, it's fine. If it's 6 times a day, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you're getting enough for you and whatever you're doing. And that's going to be different for different people. Most people won't need to eat more than twice a day if they're eating maximally, if they're eating to the point of satiety, and even if they're working out a lot. So that's what I would suggest people do.
Excellent. Next question. We'll rattle through these. T. Alexander, is there a perfect, I actually think we've covered this, but let's do a quick one.
Yeah.
Is there a perfect fat to protein ratio you should consume daily?
Yeah. Really just, for the individual, aim for that 1-to-1 gram for gram, and then adjust from there, depending on if you're working out a lot, or you're leaning down, or you have a lot of excess body fat, or you're very slender and you need to put on weight, you might need a different amount of fat and protein. Most people need around a gram of fat and a gram of protein, equal equivalent parts. But, some people need a bit more fat. Some people need a bit more protein. You need enough fat. You need enough protein. Listen to your body, listen to your taste signals, and just give your body what it needs.
That's brilliant. Nick Ale, will I gain the same amount of muscles doing intermittent fasting 16.8, 2 meals a day, or not fasting and eating breakfast, but I gain the same nutrition during the day? So there's 2 ways of eating. That's the question, basically.
Yeah, I think, look, if I think you're eating maximally and you're eating to satiety, and you're eating to the point that meat stops tasting good, you probably won't need to eat multiple times a day. I don't think you need to stick in an eating window. I think that only applies when you're eating carbohydrates and your insulin's going up. And so, you get the value of doing that in intermittent fasting or long-term fasting or whatever, just by being on a ketogenic diet, which carnivore diet is. And so, but there might be some idiosyncrasies with that, eating like a big bolus of, was it leucine, and then, getting your Mtor kick and things like that for muscle hypertrophy. So, if you're sort of spacing out smaller meals throughout the day, maybe you're not getting that big Mtor hit the way Richard was talking about. So, what would you think on that one, Richard?
Right. I muted myself there. Yeah, completely agree. Again, I completely agree. It comes back to the point we made earlier, isn't it, about the myth of the anabolic window and consuming these nutrients. But leucine is the key. And leucine is found in abundance in red meats in particular. We need around 3 grams to activate Mtor. So typically, any meal that we consume being carnivore is going to activate Mtor and allow us to build muscle. I think we can weight it one way or another through the Mtor reset every 4 hours. But it is incredibly difficult to hit this on a daily basis, even with the best will in the world. It's incredibly difficult to activate Mtor 4 times due to work and lifestyle. But the key is in the Mtor reset. No carbs required, fats and protein. I tend to recommend around 1 gram of protein per pound. of body weight for a male and around 0.9 for a female. But I go considerably over this. I don't think there's any further advantage to building muscle. Once Mtor is activated, you're at the upper threshold. But I love eating meat. I love my food. So I eat until I'm satisfied. And coming back to the point that Dr. Chaffey made about the volume of food, I can eat stupid amounts of food some days, and I can go days with eating very little. Same situation to Dr. Chaffey. I came away from competing professionally last May, so just over a year ago. I'm down 3 stone in weight, but I'm only down 2 kilograms in lean body mass, so in muscle mass, which is incredibly interesting because I haven't actually lost an awful lot of muscle. I'm training weights less than once a week, but I've still got the shape. I'm still ripped with abs and veins running down my arms. I was recently called Action Man over He-Man. So apparently I used to look like He-Man and now I look like Action Man. But I'll take Action Man. But it just goes to show that, training once a month or once every few weeks, when you've built this lean mass and you are consuming highly nutrient-dense food, your body will maintain the shape. If I was working away recently with Phil Taylor, the ex-dart player, 16 times world champion. We went there to support him in a comeback. And I went to the gym in the day. First time I've trained in 3 weeks in the gym. I wore a vest and I was a little bit shady walking into the gym initially because I felt I felt almost like a little boy because I'd lost all this weight because I'm used to bodybuilding instead of running and cycling. Within 5 minutes lifting weights, everything lumped and bumped, everything came back. And I was quite pleased with the way that it looked in the mirror. And I'm hardly doing any training. And again, I'm sitting similar to Dr. Chaffey, between 8 and 10% body fat from doing very, very little. So this is heavily weighted towards nutrition. You can't out-train a bad diet. Nutrition is key. And I truly believe that carnivore, at least heavily weighted towards animal-based lifestyle is the key to this. You can train all you want, but nutrition is the number one key to this. So yeah, on to the
Brilliant
next question.
Yeah, and I'm just going to put the disclaimer up because we should. This is not medical advice. We're not giving one-to-one advice. This is purely for education and informational purposes. So if you've got a very, very specific question, we can't really do the patient doctor sort of relationship. It's just giving you some information. You can do your own research. So LS very kindly donated. Father is 72, diabetic, on dialysis, almost passed away 3 weeks ago. Sorry to hear that. He's back home now, can barely walk. Is eggs, beef the best diet for him? What is most optimal for him to do? I see him tomorrow.
I think that's 100% the best thing for him and for anyone to do, regardless of our medical conditions and preconditions, we're all still human. So, the best thing for us to eat is a proper human diet, our biologically appropriate species specific diet, what we are biologically and biochemically designed to eat and benefit the most from, and eliminating out all those things that harm us. That's very, very important, right? And that's the why on why you don't eat plants, right? Because they cause harm. There are some benefits. There are some nutrients that you can get out of them. Not as much, because a lot of them are not bioavailable, or as bioavailable. And there are no nutrients that are in plants that you have to have that you cannot get from meat. But the reverse is the case. There are nutrients you have to have that you can only get from meat, you cannot get from plants. So, being a diabetic, 100% is clinically proven to reverse diabetes, is going on a ketogenic diet, especially when you eliminate out seed oils and linoleic acid and things like that. And a carnivore diet is the perfect one to do for that, because you're getting all the animal fats and proteins and all that sort of stuff. You're getting the perfect nutrition and you're eliminating out all the carbs and seed oils and things like that. So that will reverse diabetes, type 2 diabetes, type 1 diabetes. It will perfectly control, because you'll get perfectly controlled blood sugar, and you only have to take you'll take a much less insulin as a result of that, which is very beneficial for a lot of reasons. And then on dialysis is tough. You know, your kidneys are not really functioning anymore. They may not ever function again. And, you know, normally heretofore, we thought that they would never function again, that's sort of it. But I've seen, you know, anecdotally that I've seen now 3 people come off of dialysis on a carnivore diet. It took like from 9 months to a year, but they actually started making urine again, which is insane. But what you're doing is you're eliminating out a lot of things that are nephrotoxic. So they're toxic to the kidneys, right? Like oxalates, but many other things are nephrotoxic as well. And you're providing actual proper nutrition for your body. And people think, oh my goodness, protein gets broken down into ammonia, and that it turns into urea, and that's a problem for clearance out of our kidneys. So that's going to be harder on your kidneys. In fact, that's not the case. In the actual studies that have looked at this, they actually find that no, actually more protein equals better kidney function. Now, you don't have any kidney function, it may be a bit of a moot point, but it's certainly not going to make it worse. And if you don't have kidney function at all anyway, it's definitely not going to make it worse, because how can you get worse than zero, right? So it's going to help in many, many, many other ways. It will definitely help with the diabetes. I can't say it's going to fix the dialysis, because there's such a thing as damage done, and people can you can permanently damage your organs, unfortunately. But it's certainly not going to hurt him. It's certainly not going to hurt them. And you never know. I never cease to be amazed. Like I've seen when I say this before, but like when you start seeing, people with Huntington's disease start to improve on a carnivore diet, then you're like, okay, what the hell is going on? This is just nuts. That's supposed to be like 100% penetrance. If you have that gene, you will get that disease. Period. There's nothing you can do. You're never going to stop it. It doesn't matter. It's coming. And that's horrible. That's a really scary thing to deal with. And, it's just a matter of time. And once it's gone, well, you have a little shake. Oh shit, is it starting? Oh my God. Have I got, is the clock ticking already? Like that's terrifying. Now people are getting better on that. That is nuts. That is nuts. And then, again, 3 people coming off dialysis, that could have been a complete fluke. You never know. But it's going to be better in a lot of other ways as well. Certainly not going to hurt, and it will. I think it will help in a lot of ways. So yeah, definitely beef and eggs. I think he also asked in there about water. When you're not making urine, it doesn't matter if you're on carnivore or not. You have to limit the amount of water that you drink because it's only coming off with dialysis and sweat, things like that. So that just whatever direction his doctor is saying on how much water to drink, it should just stick with that.
Rich, did you want to add anything?
Let me unmute that. No, I mean, spot on. The only thing that I think Dr. Chaffey's answered everything in regards to that, but I mean, coming back to, watching and seeing Huntington's disease being reversed and things, dementia, which we're told is, hereditary and genetic, it's dementia is 99.9% preventable. Just going off on one really quickly, I know we're under pressure with this, but Alzheimer's is affected by the glutaminergic neurotransmitters, and these need rapid energy from glucose, and some of the nerve cells can only use glucose for energy. Because they don't have mitochondria, and only mitochondria can use ketones for energy. Now, glucose passes into the brain through the GLUT1 transporter, and most of the cells use GLUT3 transporters, both of which are insulin independent, meaning they do not need insulin. But the hippocampus also uses GLUT4 transporter, which is insulin dependent, which means the hippocampus requires insulin. Now, the issue with this is in a situation of insulin resistance, we flood the brain, the blood-brain barrier with insulin, and over time it causes receptors to downregulate, meaning the brain can literally be swimming in a sea of glucose, unable to utilize it for energy. And this is why dietary intervention is so important. Too much carbohydrates leads to this insulin resistance. These oxidative foods, high in linoleic acid, cause all of these issues. And this is why it is diet related. All of these illnesses and diseases that we look at and we believe are hereditary, and cancers, because it runs in my family. We eat what our parents eat. We are prodigies of our parents and we. So, you know, it's not the case of it's the genetics, it's the foods that we are eating. And yeah, Huntington's been reversed, Alzheimer's preventable and maintainable, manageable. The things that I've seen the diet achieve and reverse is absolutely incredible. But apologies, going off on one again there. But
that's okay. And the final one on the super chat, which is Carnivore Health. What would you suggest for blastocystis hominis? Which is, just for people that don't know what that is, that's a single cell parasitic thing that grows in your digestive tract, unless Anthony wants to put me right. Carnivore for over 4 years, IBSD over 20 years. What would you suggest?
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, that's not something that I treat, so I wouldn't have a great answer for that. But you know, as far as nutrition is concerned, keep doing what you're doing with carnivore. You could add in some, you know, fermented sort of dairy products. You know, the live culture yogurt. You know, without any sugar or anything like that. You know, people like, you know, kefir, however you want to pronounce it. But you know, I've looked at a lot of the products, and they have tons of sugars in them. So I don't know if they add those back in or what, but they're not supposed to. It's supposed to be fully fermented out of there. But so don't get those. And I would, I would just eat that way. And then, you know, you need to sort of, you know, talk to your doctor and see if you need to be on any sort of pharmacological treatments as well. I don't think that, you know, medicines are always out of bounds. It's just, you know, in specific things. I think the vast majority of illnesses we can treat with diet and diet alone. And in fact, those are the only treatments for it, because it's the diet that's causing them, you know, so you have to address the diet to address the root cause. But there are other things, like you have, you know, blastocystis hominis, where you have some little bug that's running around, and if your body's having trouble clearing it, that's a time when medications can be very helpful.
I suppose you could look at sort of nature's antibiotics, like maybe ginger or garlic. Apparently, I'm not great with herbs, but I'll just put that into the mix. But yeah, Rich.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, you know, we're carnivore. We preach this way of living where we do not consume any vegetables, but medicines come from plants. And I believe that, you know, that's what they're there for. They're there to treat certain things. I would be dead now if I hadn't consumed or taken medication at various points in my life. So there's a place for it, but medication, you know, is a tool. You know, we should not be, we don't consume medication unless we're sick. If we're sick, you know, okay, take some medication, but look at the root cause. Let's look at what's causing this problem. And what's Steve going off on it, but you know, I'm not a lover of plants, but I think, you know, as you know, Dr. Chaffey says, there's definitely a case for medication as and when, but take it as and when you need it, but it's not preventative. You don't take medication unless you have a problem. And if you live this lifestyle, it's very likely that you won't have the problem in the first place. You know, I can't remember the last time that I've taken medication, you know, of any kind. I genuinely can't. You know, it's years and years since I've taken medication, because I'm not becoming sick. I don't feel sick. I don't get tired anymore. It comparatively to carbohydrates, I don't come down with illnesses. It's been a long time since I've had to take any medication for the doctor. And to circle back to a point that Dr. Chaffey made earlier, you know, I went to my doctor after reversing my type 2 diabetes, which he couldn't do with medication, and said, fantastic, you've reversed your diabetes, but now I recommend you come off this diet as it's going to make you sick. And it's like, wait a minute, I just reversed my diabetes when you couldn't with medication, and now you're telling me to eat the way that I was eating that made me sick in the first place. I have not been back to my doctor since, and that was 10, 11 years ago. And it just baffles me how people who are clearly intelligent can't take a step back, look at the bigger picture, and realize that the way that we are living is healing and repairing the body and reversing things in ways that they can't do with medication. So look, I'm not against medication. I just think that, you know, you take medication if you're sick. If you live this lifestyle, you'll find that you're not sick very often.
Well, I think in the most basic way of looking at it, bacteria will thrive on what you feed it. So if you take out what it likes, it's going to die off anyway, which is why we get some improvements, isn't it? Once you get the carbohydrates out, a lot of the bacteria are not getting the food they need. So I think carnivore does resolve most issues that I come across with where it's gut issues. I think the improvement is huge, but things like parasites are a little bit different, aren't they? Right, Warwick, what do I do if I'm not producing stomach acid? He's used HCl and digestive enzymes. They don't seem to work.
Yeah, well, so I mean, is this an actual fact that you don't produce stomach acid? Because I think you'd be the only one. And you may have symptoms that you feel that you're not having as good digestion, or maybe you're feeling that you're getting bloated or weird sort of symptoms. And that's one thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not creating any stomach acid. It'd be very difficult for you to be alive right now if you weren't making any stomach acid, because you need it, right? You do need this stuff to start the initial process of breaking down your food, any food. And so the B10 HCl, I've never used that, but from my understanding, that's like an herbal supplement sort of thing. And I don't know if that is actually very acidic. I don't really know. I understand that some people take that to sort of help them digest and things, but I don't know. And digestive enzymes don't seem to work. So, I mean, the main problem is not, so you sort of diagnose yourself. You say, I don't produce stomach acid. So how do I fix that? But what are your symptoms? What are you feeling? What is the problem? Because it could be something else. It could be that there's something else that's going on that's causing the symptoms that you're experiencing. Has nothing to do with stomach acid. If you do want to maximize your stomach acid and the acidity of your stomach, then you need to avoid drinking water, but around meals. So you have to, like, for 2 hours before a meal, you don't drink any water. You don't put anything in your body. You don't put anything down your mouth, and then you'll eat, and then that will concentrate this up. So if you have half a cup of stomach acid sort of sitting around, and you drink 8 cups of water during the day, or 4 cups of water during the day, you're going to dilute that down to a 1/12 of what it was before, and so you're going to have a much more dilute stomach acid, right? So that's not what you want. You want that stuff to be very potent and very acidic, and so you don't want to dilute it. And so just don't drink water for a couple hours before you eat a meal. See how you go. See what that does for you. Don't drink water during the meal. Don't drink water for another hour or 2 after your meal. See what that does for you. But again, I don't know what symptoms you're experiencing, and so I don't really know how much better to help you, because you're taking all these digestive enzymes, so obviously you have some sort of digestive issue. If you don't have stomach acid, I don't think you'd be here. So, it's like you have to be making stomach acid, you really, maybe you're not, but if you're not, then you're not. And you just have to sort of deal with that as best you can. You still need to eat meat. Meat is what we're designed to eat, and it's going to be the most bioavailable. It's going to be easiest to break down. So, if you're eating plants, you definitely need your stomach acid. You need to start, really, 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 put the chemical thumb screws to this stuff to try to extract any nutrients out of that crap. And so, you want to, eat what's very bioavailable, which is meat. So, eat meat, drink water, but don't drink water 2 hours before or after your meals, and see how you go.
Can I just add a little bit there as well? And don't forget your mechanical digestion. Maybe chew your food more, just actually enjoy it a little bit more. Look at it before you start eating it, just to get everything flowing a bit. Just take your time. But I think mechanical digestion is really, really underrated. I know I sound like your parents now, but if you chew your food properly, it's going to help a little bit. Definitely going to help. Rich, sorry.
No, fantastic. Yeah, nothing to add with any of that. That's fantastic. One of the comments that have popped up on the side, though, by Low Carb, Low Drama, Dr. Chaffey, any link to the debate you have done with the guy who convinced McCullough long-term ketosis was unhealthy? Dr. Chaffey and I recorded a little piece with this, didn't we, which we haven't released, and I think we're going to redo when we but you did record one with Georgie, is it Georgie?
Yeah, Georgia Dinkoff.
Yeah, Georgie Dinkoff, that's it. Yeah, so I guess they're looking for a link to that, but I think you and I are still on for recording our thing to this, which we did prior to this one, isn't it? But so they've just asked that question there, which I thought I'd just read out now, as it was something that we put a lot of effort into, wasn't it?
We did, yeah. And so, I thought that was great. We did, we addressed sort of all the different points that were made in that discussion with Mercola, and there's certainly evidence to the contrary. One of the main points of evidence to the contrary is that, I've been doing this for 6 years and I don't have high cortisol, and I don't have abdominal fat and and central adiposity and visceral fat. And so, and we see this a lot. And in fact, there are actual studies, with patients that are put on a ketogenic diet. And one study, after 8 weeks, their cortisol levels actually significantly went down. And so there's a mix. Some go up, some go down. There was one that followed people for 2 years. It was a very long-term study for ketosis, or people on keto. Is this safe long-term? And this followed people for 2 years. And so the argument was like, well, if you're on keto, eventually your cortisol will go up high enough that you'll stall your weight loss. You won't lose any weight. But in this study with for people with 2 years follow-up, they found that actually they lost a lot of weight, and it was statistically significant. So they statistically significant. They lost a statistically significant amount of weight that was significant. So they lost a significant amount of weight that was statistically significant. Jesus, that was harder to say than it should have been. So and their cortisol levels actually hadn't changed. And in fact, they found that all the symptoms of hypercortisolism were ameliorated, right? And that's actually something that shows up, in study after study after study, is that when you are, regardless of what your cortisol level is, the symptoms and signs of hypercortisolism, so having higher than physiologically acceptable levels of cortisol, they go away. They get better, right? And even to the extent that people actually really do have like Cushing's disease or Cushingoid syndrome or Cushing's disease, that they are going to need surgery or medical intervention, they're put on a ketogenic diet beforehand, because this actually helps ameliorate the effects of hypercortisolism being in ketosis, right? And so they're put on a ketogenic diet before and after surgical or medical intervention to treat the primary cause. So that's very telling, is that, that people actually get better. They don't have the hypercortisol problems on ketosis. In fact, those problems get better. And people wondering about, well, are you going to gain weight? Well, no, there's that study for 2 years. No, they didn't gain weight. They lost a lot of weight. There's a study looking at kids with epilepsy. They're put on a ketogenic diet because their doctors had some damn sense. And they were very slim kids. They're like, oh, hey, maybe they're too skinny. Maybe this isn't healthy. And so they came off a ketogenic diet, and they found that as soon as they came off, their weight slammed up. Right. And so they actually gained a significant amount of weight after that. And so it's, there's differences in the literature. And so it just depends on the studies that you're looking at. But if you're looking at, a broad range of these, you'll definitely find examples of very big, high level, very high quality studies that actually show, hey, actually, this doesn't increase cortisol, or if it does, it's marginal. And in fact, but it's not giving the symptoms of high cortisol. Some people think that, in fact, that rise in cortisol that you see in some of these studies is actually good. That they were actually below where they should have been physiologically, and now this is actually correcting back up to where it should be. And people with metabolic syndrome, which is a lot of people, you have depressed cortisol levels. So, this is something that people who listen to me know, that I've spoken about, that the reference ranges in studies or in labs and things like that are just garbage, because it's just the average for the community. So the first 2,000 people that come in to get lab tests that year, that's the reference ranges, right? Because it's the average for your community. Well, you're in that range, you're in that good range of what people are at. Well, people are sick. 92% of Americans have at least one metabolic issue. 70% of Americans are overweight or obese. The rest of the world is right there with us. All right. So some of them are worse. As far as obesity is concerned, America's only number 19, which is way higher than it should be. But it's like there's 18 other countries with higher obesity rates than America. So people talking about, just mad trash about how, fat and obese Americans, there's 18 other ones that are worse, right? And a lot worse, actually. I think we're at like 42%. I think some of the Pacific Islands are like 60% obesity, not even overweight and obese, but obesity. So, you don't want to measure yourself up against the average person. So, you can have these differences in reference ranges. And so you're looking at your cortisol and you're going like, oh, wow, their cortisol level goes up a bit. And, oh, that's not good. It's above the reference range, or maybe it's on the high end of that reference range. It's like, okay, well, maybe everyone else is too low. And maybe that's what that reference range is looking at. They're looking at a bunch of sick people with metabolic syndrome. And metabolic syndrome is known to depress cortisol below, sub-physiological levels. So there's a lot of sort of, reasons why that could be. But at the end of the day, there is no such thing as essential carbohydrate. And, a number of different, bodies. There was the International Institute of Medicine or something like that. I'm butchering the name, but they've said that there's absolutely no such thing as an essential carbohydrate. The amount of carbohydrates you need throughout your entire life to be healthy is apparently zero. Because there are a number of different civilizations alive right now that don't eat any carbohydrates, or maybe just like once a year when fruits in season for a couple of weeks, and the rest of the year don't eat any, or others that don't eat any carbohydrates at all throughout their entire existence, generation after generation, and with seemingly no negative health outcomes and health ramifications because of this. So you don't need them. If you had a whole bunch of hormonal issues, thyroid depression, things like that, the Inuit would be dead. All of our ancestors during the ice ages would be dead. They would all have been, bred out, because you get cretinism. That's what congenital hypocortisolism is cretinism, or sorry, congenital hypothyroidism is cretinism, and that is a very serious birth defect and congenital abnormality where people don't develop properly, have very short stature, small brains, changes, very specific changes to their facial features, and they're quite intellectually impaired and physically weaker and impaired as well. So, I mean, that doesn't go too far when you're out there in the tundra hunting mammoth and things like that. Like, you're on your game or you're dead. And so that doesn't make any sense. So, there's a lot for that. But, I actually liked that debate. It was, George is actually a really nice guy. We actually see eye to eye on a lot more than that. That Mercola interview, I think is I don't think that's, I think it's sort of harsher, I guess, than what it appeared that he actually, sort of espoused during our discussion. He was just like, actually, I'm fine with carnivore. I just think that you should do it in a very specific way to, maximize your health and results. And I was like, no, that's fair enough. And we agreed on a lot of things, and we differed on a few others, but it was very collegial. It was a very enjoyable discussion. That's going to be on Brian Grin's podcast, so GRYN. And I was on his podcast before, and I haven't gotten an email from him yet, but he was saying he's going to try to get it out in the next couple of weeks, but I don't think it's out yet. So long-winded answer. It's not out yet.
Yeah. See, Anthony, you've been hanging around with Richard too long.
No. Yeah. With a bad crowd. Or maybe he's been hanging out with me. Like, I've never been good at that. I've
got a great question, Rich, if it's okay, just one of the submitted ones, because I feel people have gone out of their way. Is that okay, Rich? Because I know you've got some there. But this might interest you as well as Dr. Chaffey. The question is, why would I have tested low in folate after more than 2 years carnivore and 8 months of beef fat only? Could low folate cause anxiety, which I currently suffer, And she's put a little bit of context in because, Anthony, you were asking for a bit more context.
Yeah.
She's currently stage 3 bone. She currently has stage 3 bone cancer, which has been stable for 2 years. I suspect some damage from the CT scan contrast dye, and I've switched to MRI scans. So it's basically, why is it low folate? I know a little bit more that person was told actually she wouldn't be around to be asking this question a year ago. So yeah, why would she have tested low folate with 8 months beef and beef fat only?
Yeah. Well, look, everyone has a bit of, different demands, that their body goes through, and you have a different sort of metabolism as well. People have the MTHFR genes. I always look at that. I always think it's the mother effer gene, and that's what it is. And but that impairs your ability to to process folate. So you can be getting in dietary folate, and it's not really going to be doing as much for you. It just sort of impairs that, and that's okay. Actually, when you're eating regeneratively raised, beef or wild animals and things like that, you're going to have a much higher level of folate. So, for example, I saw a regenerative farmer rancher who's giving a talk, I think at Hillsdale, and he was saying that normal chicken eggs in America, that's like the USDA puts out, that they're marked as having 41 milligrams of folate per egg, right? But his eggs have over 1,000 milligrams per egg, right? So you're talking 25, 30 times the amount of folate in a chicken that's just fed what the hell it's supposed to eat, which is not hard to do, and so, it's much more nutritionally dense. And so, from a bang for your buck sort of point of view, it's like, well, it's more expensive to do that. It's like, yeah, but you don't need to eat as much because, it's much more nutritionally packed. Same with beef. I've spoken to different ranchers. They do regeneratively raised, beef, grass-fed and finished, rotating their cows around different pastures, and they're reporting and publishing their nutritional values are like 4 or 5 times in like every micronutrient, vitamin, and mineral that you care to look at. Even getting like 120, 150 milligrams of vitamin C, which is like, people say, oh, there's not enough vitamin C. Like, well, and that, there's more than you need. There's all more than you need anyway, because you just need far less when you're not eating a bunch of plants. But so we're not eating what is perfect for us anymore, right? So we're not eating, just wild caught mammoth, which is what we sort of, grew up eating, and just wild animals in general. So the wild animals are going to be more healthy. The regeneratively raised animals are going to be more healthy. Some people, like with that gene variation, are going to need a bit more folate. And if you're not getting that from just the store-bought sort of meat and eggs that you're getting, you probably need to add in some liver. Liver's got a lot of folate. Most people don't need it. Most people do just fine with just skeletal meat and fat. But it is much more packed with nutrients. And so if you find yourself deficient for whatever reason, fine. Just eat some more organs. Eat some more liver or something like that. Don't go overboard and go too far on the other end, because then you get hypervitaminosis, and you can get too much vitamins and minerals sort of building up, especially the fat soluble vitamins and copper and things like that from beef liver. And so you just add that back in. It may be that you have that gene variation and you just need a bit more folate, and just for the type of meat that you have access to, it's not enough. But it could potentially cause some anxiety. Stranger things have happened. Generally, that's not. I don't think that's. I don't know if that's a typical side effect of this, but there are other ones that are more typical of low folate levels. But either way, you feel like there's something a bit off. You have this number that's a bit off. You can correct it and see how that goes. Just add in a bit of liver, sort of have that, a bit of that, a couple ounces a day or a couple ounces, 3 times a week. Check it again in a month and see where you're at. And if you have to eat more liver, eat more liver. If you got to take a folate vitamin, take a folate vitamin. It's not a big deal.
Rich, did you want to get back to your questions that you got for Dr. Chaffey?
Apologies. I've got so many. I don't think 8 minutes. I don't think would be long enough. But I mean, just to add to that as well, that medications can prevent the absorption of folate. Overcooking your meats can do so as well. So I mean, this is why I tend to cook my steak rare. And source of nutrients, as Dr. Chaffey rightly says about the source of eggs. It's the same with the source of meats and things. So all of these things. I'm a big fan of organ meats, beef liver in particular, fantastic source. Folate, I did an interesting podcast recently with, oh my goodness, Patrick Holford, who is an expert in Alzheimer's. And these neurotransmitter signals in the brain, affect Alzheimer's as well as mood and depression and anxiety. And folate, as well as B12 and omega-3 is a big factor. So folate is definitely an issue. B12, B6, homocysteine is an amino acid. Vitamin B12, B6, and folate break down homocysteine to create other chemicals that the body needs, and high homocysteine levels may mean that you have a vitamin deficiency. So we need to treat that with extra vitamins and minerals, and as Dr. Chaffey says, one of the best sources is animal proteins, particularly organ meats. I'm a big lover of beef liver. I haven't been able to consume it raw yet, but I don't know if you're a lover. And connective tissue as well. Connective tissue is a thing that a lot of people tend to miss. I eat the gristle on the bone and all the stringy bits on the steak and on the bone and things. And these are pieces that people cut off, which are highly nutrient dense and full of collagen and other vitamins and minerals. So, yeah. But yeah, there's one thing that I wouldn't mind hitting you with before you go. So within the keto and carnivore community recently, I noticed there's been a shift over to cycling carbohydrate, especially with females around cycles, particularly to do with the production of progesterone. We're told that we need, a week before cycle to increase carbohydrates to increase progesterone. And the research that I've done has led me to believe that it's not so much the carbohydrates, it's the case that we just need to be consuming the nutrients. And this could be as simple as consuming more nutrients from a carnivore ketogenic lifestyle, not typically consuming from carbohydrate, and while avoiding fasting. But there are a few influencers who I highly respect within the community who have posted this a few times lately about cycling carbohydrates for a week before cycle and not fasting. The not fasting, I agree with. The carbohydrates, I can't get my head around that, because I just don't understand from an evolutionary perspective. Men and women were consuming the same foods. I don't understand why a female would be consuming more carbohydrate around certain times of the month. And I believe that it's to do with lack of nutrients from just in general, as in protein and fat, and not, carbohydrates. So we do see an increase in progesterone when we increase carbohydrate, but we also see an increase when we increase meats and fat. So do you have an opinion on that? Is it a case of, do we need carbohydrate? I think I already know the answer, but it's it's nice to have a soundboard. But this is what I advise to the female clients that I work with: eat more a week leading up to your cycle, but you do not need to cycle carbohydrate. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I don't think you need to either. Like you said, people were eating the same things. Female lions eat the same thing as male lions, even during estrus or leading up to estrus, and same with every single other animal on Earth. Animals eat what animals eat. They eat the same thing. Once you're weaned, from your mother's milk as a mammal, you eat what the adults eat basically until you die. And that's pretty much it. And the other animals don't sort of eat slightly differently, variation wise, not really. They especially predators, they hunt, they take down the same animal, they eat the same animal, they all eat it together. And and cows eat grass, and koalas eat eucalyptus, And and there's our resident expert was pretty apropos for this question on fertility and whether women should cycle carbs the week before. I don't think they need to. I don't think that it makes any sense that they would. And when were they going to have access to this? I mean, they can't just go down to C's Candy and get a box of chocolates, as they do now. And so especially in an ice age or something like that, you're like, you may want a box of chocolates, but guess what? There aren't any. And so what you're eating mammoth. You're eating mammoth. That's what you're eating. That's what, but I want, well, you're eating mammoth. All right. That's what we have. All right. And so, if that didn't work for our fertility, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah. It's almost written in the stars that Dr. Robert Kiltz will walk in when we're talking about fertility. So can I just sum up Dr. Anthony Chaffey's first 3 hours? That was fantastic, Anthony, and really appreciate the generosity of your time there.
You're welcome.
To help us with the kickoff and hand the baton to a fantastic Dr. Robert Kiltz here, which is great. Do you want to give us some final thoughts, Anthony, when you go off?
Oh gosh, no! I just thank you guys. It's been great. I've been looking forward to this for a while. It's sort of it's a very it's a big endeavor that you guys are taking on, and so I'm looking forward to it. And I think it'll be fun for people to see. You're on hour 22 and 23. You're not going to be drooling and you're going to be fine. You're going to be a bit more worse for wear, but you'll be fine. W'll still be talking about everything. You'll still be happy and kill it going. You'll still have a ton of energy. So I'm sure you'll sleep very well after that. But you won't need caffeine or anything else. And so this would be just to show people like, wow, look at that. Look what you can do when you're giving your body what it needs. So, hats off to you guys for doing that. I'm glad I could help.
No, appreciate that.
Yeah,
well appreciated. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Dr. Chaffey, where can people find you?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me on. So, my main YouTube channel is just Anthony Chaffey, MD. And that's where I have, most of my podcasts and videos. Everything sort of goes up there. I have my podcast if people just want to listen to it, and that's just Anthony Chaffey, that's just the Plant Free MD. And then my Instagram is just, again, Anthony Chaffey MD, and you can find the rest of my socials all through that. But those are the main ones anyway.
Fantastic. Which we have 2 fantastic podcasts on, so I urge you guys to check those out. Those are fantastic. Brilliant.
I'll have a third coming out soon.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, and I think we've got a few more to record on me. So take care, my man. We'll touch base soon. Have a good one. And thanks again.
Dr. Kiltz, good to see you, sir.
Dr. Chaffey, always amazing to see you. Great strength in the story. We appreciate what you are doing.
Yeah. Oh, well, amazing. You're very welcome. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, everyone. Everyone's working very well as a team. It's a good team effort.
We look forward to seeing you very soon.
Connected. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to it.
I've just realized I missed a trick. What we should have done is got the person before to introduce the next person. That would have been quite good.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So you can sort of roll it down for the rest of them. Put Dr. Kiltz on the spot, and now he's got to come up with an introduction for whoever's next.
Yeah, that's the downside, because you two guys were on reverse, weren't you? You know each other, I think.
Mm. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Right. Well, let's get on to Dr. Robert Kiltz. Thank you, Anthony, once again.
You're welcome. Great. Good to see you guys, and enjoy.
Yeah. Have an awesome day.
See ya. Thanks, you too.
So, Dr. Kiltz, would you like to just introduce yourself to the people that don't know you? What you're about, what your expertise is?
Well, my name is Dr. Rob Kiltz, and I'm a fertility specialist. I specialize in helping those that are suffering from fertility issues, can't get pregnant, miscarriages, genetic issues, both medical and surgical treatments. In vitro fertilization is the main thing I practice. I own and run CNY Fertility Centers, which is a large fertility center in America, but we see couples and individuals from all over the globe. I fell into the keto carnivore space about 15 years ago. I've been focusing mostly on carnivore for myself, but I share both avenues. And health and wellness is something that I think is paramount to all of us. And we've been shared the wrong story the master of messaging has basically given us the wrong story of who and what we are, and that's the cause of our suffering. And like the good book that Dr. Ken Berry's written about, The Lies My Doctor Told Me, realizing that most of us in Western medicine essentially fed, I believe, a lot of lies that lead us down the wrong direction. We've been taught to treat disease with symptom relief, but not getting to the core foundation of the cause of disease. And so my real passion is to get to the core of the cause and help people become their own doctor, practitioner, and leader of their life, instead of wondering and worrying that someone else has to give you numbers and data that may be distracting and completely incorrect. So here I am, fertility doc, upstate New York mostly, but all around the country and the world. And I'm really grateful that you've invited me here, Stephen and Richard. So thank you.
Have you met
Thank you
Richard
for
before?
coming. No,
I don't think so.
Oh,
No,
let me do the English thing. Robert, this is Richard. Richard, this is Robert.
Robert,
Awesome.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome.
Pleasure to meet you. Great. We'll have to get you on the podcast. Yeah, fantastic. Stephen and I, we do a weekly live on a Sunday. Obviously, we've both got our own podcast shows. Obviously, you've been on Stephen's, I believe, but it's yeah, fantastic. We're trying to spread the word as best we can, and really appreciate you coming on. So thank you. Absolute pleasure.
Well,
Yeah.
again, my pleasure. And I feel like I already know you, Stephen, for a number of years now. And again, really inspired by what everyone's doing in this community. Very positive, sharing ideas that are radical. But I think we're seeing tremendous amount of improvement in people's health and wellness.
Yeah. And I think Richard will be right up your street, Rob, because he is absolutely on it with the science. I mean, really on it with the science. We could have done a 24-hour live stream with just Richard answering one question. So let's do a nice broad question for you, Mr. Kiltz. Let's do this. Why carnivore? Why did you, what drove you to this crazy way of eating?
A crazy concept that carnivore cures. And it really, so much of life is accidental. And for me, I'm a fertility specialist. I actually introduced a lot of Eastern medicine into my practice: meditation, prayer, yoga, acupuncture, massage, about 20 years ago. And many of my patients were leaving the fertility treatments because it was too stressful. So anything we can do to reduce stress was so important. And then many of them were getting pregnant on a diet called paleo. And essentially, I didn't know much about nutrition, because none of us know anything about nutrition, I've come to believe. But I suffered also from arthritis, psoriasis, bowel bleeding, hemorrhoids, kidney stones, ADHD, OCD, depression. As a child, I had severe migraines and bowel problems, and I was incorrigible. I was kicked out of school in a gang, couldn't read, and my father in jail. I throw that out there a little bit because it's like the training grounds of life. Nothing bad, all part of the process. But as I began to learn more about paleo and then keto, I met Maria Emmerich, and we did a lot of things together and still do. I learned and questioned the fuel for the Ferrari. And I know as Richard talks a little bit about, the fuel is ketones, but the fuel ultimately is only fat. And we burn fat, we don't burn sugar, we don't burn proteins. And as I dug deep into the science and realized how wrong we were, I went carnivore about 13 years ago when I watched a guy on some video, and the guy said, I eat meat, I don't exercise, and he was ripped and he looked great and felt great. And I was like, that is the one for me. So I was paleo, Atkins and paleo, then keto. And then when I found carnivore, I was like, wow. And 1 month, all those diseases went away. I've never felt better. My brain energy and my overall energy is amazing. I sleep well. And I pretty much stick to bacon, eggs, butter, beef, and salt, occasionally my ice cream. I've been off coffee for a year, although I've had about 5 cups in the last 3 months. I have a little bit from time to time, but this nutritional way of living eliminates so many diseases, gives you the strength to be the lion and the master of your life instead of being the slave to the story, which is basically slaughtering all of us with so much sickness. And so many of my patients, they don't do a carnivore, all of them. Some do keto, some don't. But it's all part of the process. My job as a doctor is give people options of treatment and ideas that they might go, and many of them, so many people I don't even see, I never hear from, but I hear stories. Hey, my friend had a baby because they did your diet. They've been suffering for 13 years, no pregnancies, no children, and voila, they went carnivore or ketovore, and bingo, a baby. So I think we need to realize that our diet is actually the cause of disease, and a healthy diet is a labeled word that may not be true. So we have to very much watch the words that we use. So I use this way of living for myself, but for my patients, my community, my family, everyone I run to. I'm just a broken record. It's all I talk about. So, this is our lives.
Yeah. And you're very inspirational. And, you do a live. Do you do a live on Instagram every day?
5 a.m. Monday through Friday, typically Eastern time. So I get you guys get in a little later. That's all good. But people maybe, in between, that's a little harder. US, the West Coast is a little hard. But yeah, every day I do Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and I actually do my Mighty Tribe. Everyone's welcome. We just talk about positivity, and we talk about faith. We talk about food. Faith, food, and fitness. Those are the sort of the three pillars of my focus.
Yeah. Richard, do you want to dive in with the question, as you've not met Dr. Kiltz before?
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, the holy ethos, fantastic. It's and I think the work that you were doing is brilliant. It just further adds weight, doesn't it, to the fact that, a conversation that Stephen and I had yesterday in regards to the progression of beginning a ketogenic journey through low carb, then maybe going dirty keto, then standard, then clean, then becoming carnivore, and the different variations of carnivore, and how people within the community will clamp down on others for maybe not being keto or carnivore. But it's a progression, and I think you have to work with the individual. We're all different, and this is a convo that we went through yesterday, isn't it? That the incremental approach seems to be the most beneficial over time, rather than the step change approach where you just get someone to cut out everything. We see benefits from, Stephen mentioned a client of his who, is predominantly dirty keto, but has lost stupid amounts of weight, reversed almost every illness and disease that he suffers from. That can only be a positive thing. Yes, he may still consume foods that we don't agree with, but those results are positive. And I think we need to, we need to celebrate that. We need to support that. But I think what I try to do, and I think and Stephen would agree as well, between the two of us, we try to promote the options to people, and we try to explain the differences between the lifestyles so you can make an educated decision. If you don't want to be carnivore and you just want to go low carb or keto, these are the benefits, fantastic. But the further you go down this rabbit hole, the more benefits that you're going to see. Myself included, I've been ketogenic for 10, 11 years, of which I'd class myself as being carnivore for 4 to 5. But even only recently, have I removed or reduced, I should say, coffee, the same as you. I still consume coffee occasionally. And we're live for 24 hours. I'm sure I'm going to be consuming a few later on today. But again, I understand the damage that causes. It's not something I consume a lot of. And I believe most of the damage comes from the acrylamide, which is accumulative. So again, used sparingly, is going to see benefit. But that's a long way of coming around to my question. Apologies, I do tend to get carried away. So look, we're told to consume certain foods, polyphenols, for example, curcumin, which is found in turmeric, resveratrol in berries, quercetin in onions, catechins in tea. Curcumin and turmeric and spinach contain oxalates. They cause DNA damage, hyperoxaluria, which leads to hypothyroidism and even autism in children. It comes back to damaging, the endocrine system, which is, something you're a professional in. So, what would you say to people who are, searching for these foods that contain flavonoids and resveratrol? In my experience, flavonoids, isoflavones, the digestive inhibitors, They block the absorption of vitamin C. They cause a reduction in net protein utilization. They cause infertility, poor sperm count. Because they are endocrine disruptors, they block thyroid peroxidase, which we need to make thyroid hormone by activating the 17B estradiol receptor, an increase in estrogen, which can lead to hypothyroidism in women, gynomastia in men, and flavonoids, also increase inflammatory markers like interleukin-1, interleukin-6, I believe, tumor necrosis alpha. These are things that we are told to consume, eat our 5 or 7 fruit or veg a day. Yet they are laden with these, what I believe to be toxic chemicals. So what would you say to people who are searching for these flavonoids and these resveratrols and quercetins and catechins and etc.? Apologies, that's my long approach to a question.
I'm just gonna show you this. And it might be backwards.
That's the short answer to my very long question.
Occam's razor. Occam's razor is simple. Answer is the one. Science is great, but quite often the story is so complicated that it really misses the mark for most humanity. We can't understand it, but it's a marketing message that you need all these things. But we know that is not true because the dose makes the poison. Basically, small amounts of something might make you feel good, just like a little bit of heroin, cocaine, marijuana, nicotine, or caffeine. But cyanide, my friend, in small amounts may kill you quickly. This is the idea that most humanity doesn't understand, is that we're marketing a bunch of drugs to make you feel better from the chronic exposure of the plants and lean meat. Lean meat is deadly for us. Fatty meat is the critical part of the carnivore diet or any keto diet, in my opinion. But ultimately, the message is complicated because someone that we believe has stature in the community because they're really so bright, because they have a degree from some major university, and or they've been given accolades because of the company they own, and market a message that ultimately is deadly. It's like going down in a carbon fiber tank to the bottom of the ocean. We know it's deadly. And then when people say things with the utmost of absolute knowledge, but they ultimately are making them a story. And again, I'm telling a story also, by the way. Don't believe me. Don't take what I say at face value. You've got to do your own research and experiment, but there's only one experiment to do, and that's on you. You see, science is studying thousands, but giving you an average, not realizing that the spread is humongous. So just because you're not that average number, you think, oh my God, I'm diseased. Just like folate numbers. I was listening to you with Dr. Chaffey. Again, we get caught up on a number and a thought, and the worrying brain just goes right down the rabbit hole and can't realize that the majority of these things, no animal in the universe is like, let's see, what's my folic acid level, or what are those toxins? But many organisms and animals know the signs of a deadly plant or a dangerous organism, right? We have been masterfully manipulated in order to sort of wipe away maybe those natural instinctual things that say, don't touch that. And now that's basically the constant marketing of flavonoids or antioxidants. What's an antioxidant? I have no idea what an antioxidant is. Again, because it's a scientific term that some really intelligent marketing person wrote this story. Do you know that most scientific papers have to go through an editorial to make sure they kind of like sound like someone's going to read them and believe them? It's if you just want to get the straight numbers, you'd probably look at it and say, no, wait a minute, these numbers don't match up to your story. But we don't get all the numbers. We just get, again, it's back to Ansel Keys, the 7 country studies. It kind of wasn't really true. So the whole point here is that no animal, no organism, no plant wants to be eaten. That's number one, right? And so you don't need those drugs, which may be helpful from plants, by the way, to make you feel better in a moment because of sickness or cancer. And we're using drugs that heal you but they also are at risk of causing a secondary disease or cancer. But we're like, really? And so I would say that it's, you just don't need those things of any significance or frequency. But remember, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, nicotine, caffeine, and in a multitude of mushrooms and psilocybin and ayahuasca are being utilized by people thinking they're good and okay for you. Well, they're highly addictive. And we know, it, again, back to plants and the sugars and all those chemicals you mentioned may be addictive chemicals that, like, I love coffee, so good for us. Is coffee good for us? It makes us feel good. I even like it. Okay. But I really minimize or eliminate it now because I realize the story is a lie to get you to spend your money on something you don't need, which likely cause another disease, which you're going to need more money because the cost of healthcare is only going up. And so many people in this globe do not have health care. But again, they don't have health care for the disease treatments that are caused by the diet and the flavonoids and the antioxidants that we say are good for us. It's a lie.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I interrupted in the middle there, but I wanted to say what you said was brilliant. And I had an actual practical example yesterday, because when we moved into this property, this makes sense, Rob. Okay. The roof was leaking and everything. And only yesterday, when it was dry, could we fix everything. We put this varnish down on the floor. And now our puppy, right, normally eats with us. He eats in the garden. We eat in the garden. And because we fixed this room, we thought, well, let's eat in here. The varnish smell was horrendous, I think. I've got a better sense of smell than Jane. Our dog would not eat his food in that chemical-laden environment. You know, he's got a lovely duck neck to eat. He's raw carnivore, by the way. We literally took it out of that room, put it in the garden, straight to it. So they know. They don't need a tracker. They don't need, hey, this, you know, this is good for you. They know. We put something on his plate, and he will just eat it if it's good. And if we put something that's got plants in it, strangely enough, you know, if we got some food the other day, we said we were raw carnivore and feeding the dog raw carnivore, and there's plants in it. Didn't want to know. He did not want to know. So yeah, that's great. Go on then, Richard. Do another. Oh, sorry, Rob. Go on.
Varnish comes from what? Plants.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's straight away
yes.
plant products. And so again, all of these products from plants are there to protect the plant, to either attract or repel certain organisms for its life cycle.
Yes. Go on, Rich. Did you want to do a follow-up? Don't forget,
yeah,
we've
it
only
was
got 4 hours.
Yeah, yeah. I'll keep this one. I'll keep this one short.
Good. I'm good.
It's we'll have to do Carnivore 24 round 2, I think, wouldn't we? But yeah, I mean, it's just to come back to what we made, the statement that the Rob made in regards to antioxidants. You know, antioxidants activate the NRF2 pathway. They're in fact pro-oxidants, and the NRF2 pathway is an oxidative stress pathway. You know, the same pathway is activated with the ingestion of things like arsenic, lead, mercury. You know, this will give the same antioxidant effect as consuming vegetables. So if you are to reside to the fact that vegetables have an antioxidant effect and it's positive for us, then you must also admit that consuming arsenic, mercury, or lead is good for us, tobacco smoke. And we know it isn't. This is the same outcome from vegetables as consuming these toxic products. This whole thing about antioxidants is the biggest load of rubbish that has ever been, probably second only to cholesterol. These are not antioxidants. I believe that, you know, the argument would be for something called hormesis, the effect of hormesis, which is where we put something that's a little bit toxic in and we have a positive result. Now, there's 2 types of hormesis: molecular hormesis and environmental. Environmental would be the likes of cold water therapy and heat treatment, which I'm a believer in. I've looked at the science. I believe that cold water dipping carries positive results. But these molecular hormesis effects from consuming foods, to me, and I'm sure Robert will jump in on this, is nothing more than a marketing ploy by the food industry, and it's rampant. And I still hear it within the keto and carnivore community. Antioxidants, this is one of the biggest load of rubbish that we've ever been spouted. But there we are. That's my 2 minutes of.
The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology has a journal they put out. And last year they had an expert review of nutrition for pregnant and lactating women. It was mostly a plant-based, lean meat, no red meat or very minimal. And it focused and also said that red wine is okay. And so you got to wonder about the experts that are basically pushed and moved by some marketing money, I suspect, or just like we used to recommend tobacco and as a physician, that it had medicinal properties for people. And again, we're here's a little bit of alcohol. How do you like it? Wow, this is really good. Okay, let's have 10 of those now. Whoa, I don't feel so good anymore. So again, a little bit makes you feel okay or makes you feel good, but a lot. Have 20 cups of coffee in one sitting. Espresso, by the way. Will that make you feel good? My friends, we know that it won't, but you're right. How do you feel on this? Science is a lot of how do you feel? Wow, I feel great after taking that. That's great. Wow. Let me mark that down. Feels great, must be good for you. We know that's not true. And that's our challenge in life. And again, the science is really, I love science. I'm a scientist. I went on this journey to figure out, okay, glucose somehow has been labeled as our energy source, right? But type 1 diabetics has no insulin. They have high glucose levels and they lose weight quickly, right? They become skinny, right? And then a type 2 diabetic, right? They're fed all of this, it's sugar, and yet their insulin and sugar levels go up. Something's wrong. We call it insulin resistance, right? Well, the question came to me as, well, what is insulin resistance? Is it the insulins that's a problem? Is it the cell that's the problem? And I finally found this term called hepatogenous diabetes. Have you guys ever heard of hepatogenous diabetes? I had never heard of it. And if I never heard of it, and yet, it's not recognized by the American Diabetic Association nor the World Health Organization, that it is likely that insulin resistance is actually a liver disease. That simply the liver cannot function to do its job. And then the question is, well, what is the liver's job? What would you say the liver's job is? What do most people say? Toxic, it removes toxins, right? Well,
Yeah.
What disease can you name that it doesn't remove a toxin? You can't, because that's not its job. Its job is to make fat. And it makes fat so good. We see it in the world. And it makes fat out of two things, amino acids and simple sugars. And it requires one thing to do that, insulin. Insulin's job is to make fat, not to put sugar into cells. It's to make fat in the liver, because if you have liver damage significant, you will become skinny and you will become a type 2 diabetic. But no one talks about that. And so if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of understanding the human body, ketones are just a little bit of another distraction, by the way. We burn fatty acids that come from fat. You can't take glucose in the cytoplasm and make pyruvate and acetyl-CoA and then think you're going to get your ATP produced. It doesn't work that way. You must make fat in the liver via insulin out of amino acids and sugars. Because if you think about it, the majority of the diet in America or in the world is a plant-based, lean meat diet. Most people either cut it away, but our cooking methods for meat actually remove the fat. It's cooked on a grill or it's boiled for hours. or in an oven, and all the grease goes away, and the majority of humanity does not eat fat. And really, if you want to simplify all of this, it might not being a carnivore. It still may be simply being an omnivore. You eat plants and meat, but you must eat the fat. And that's the fact that we're missing, I think, in all of this. Now, I do believe that significant plants tend to be part of our damage, but that's a hard one for people to sort of get in their brains, that it may be as simple as that story.
And Rob, that's why you're here, because I love the way you think. You think outside the box. I think carnivores are a subset of people. I think being a carnivore means you look outside the box and you're prepared to do something that's not generally accepted. When you talked about the liver there, that is something. I mean, I'm a specialist practitioner in diabetes, and I'd never heard that term. So at 59, this old dog has learned a new trick, because you know what? When this 24 hours is over, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to look that up first. I'm going to go and learn about that, because I think that's one of the things I love about this space, and I love about you and Rich. We'll learn. You know, if something goes against what we believe or what we think, we don't go, no, it can't be true. Well, like, or that. If it makes sense, you know, I think that was brilliant. Thank you for that.
No, it's my pleasure. Well, you think about it. All right. So sugar is your fast energy source and fat is your slow energy source. Ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it true?
Well, not really, is it? I mean, it
can't be true. Why would the mitochondria, the TCA cycle, say, well, wait a minute, we're going to take the glucose now and use glucose for energy, but you got a shitload of acetyl-CoA and fatty acids all over, and you have short-chain, long-chain, and medium-chain fatty acids everywhere. And why would you ever say, I'm going to take glucose and I'm going to use it for energy right now? And then later on, when your glucose levels are down, now, have you ever measured and found someone's glucose levels are down after a big race really fast? Nope.
No, they're up.
Nope, they're normal. It's not true.
Which is what we did recently, wasn't it? Yeah, I did a race. Yeah.
And so again, even in the keto carnivore space, we keep on saying sugar is your energy. And the brain requires sugar for energy. It does not. It does not. Now glucose is critical, along with mannose and N-acetylglucosamine, N-acetylgalactosamine, are critical for glycosylation, which no one in the carnivore keto space talks about. Glycosylation, which again, we talk about proteins and making proteins. But do you know that the majority of proteins are glycosylated? And if they're not glycosylated, do you know that you will die or be diseased? And there are hundreds of diseases caused by abnormal glycosylation. Remember, glycation is the abnormal binding of sugars onto everything and anything. And glycosylation is the normal binding of a sugar, again, a sugar, which is critical in our body, by the way, but never in our diet. That's the amazing part. And really, when we talk about carbohydrates, we should simplify it, because that's too complicated. Plants and or animals. Those are our kind of choices of what to eat. We never have a requirement to eat a plant, but they do taste good and feel good, don't they?
Yeah.
But when you learn the goodness of eating that fatty meat, that organ meat, the bone marrow, the bone broth, again, if you want to go to all sorts of fancy brain and liver and thymus and kidney and heart, go for it. Is it required? I don't know, but I enjoy them. And I imagine if I enjoy them, that means I've convinced myself they're required. But ultimately, what's our real requirement, right? We will die without air, water, amino acids, and fatty acids. And really, those are the simplicities of it. Even when we talk about mineral deficiencies, have you ever seen someone with a mineral deficiency? Have you ever measured a mineral deficiency? Nope.
No, and I was going to say that in phlebotomy, I very rarely see it. I can't even remember seeing it.
Well, you might have seen it in sick patients who have a really low potassium or calcium elevation. But again, we say, well, I think I'm mineral deficient. Well, again, you've been fed a story that makes you think something, but maybe it's not so true. So that's why it's really important that we get a chance to really be open to ideas that are radical and different. And maybe, again, don't believe me, don't believe most of everyone out there, but go out there and dig deep and do the research and then question everything. Question everything. Hepatogenous diabetes, because liver failure patients all have type 2 diabetes, yet they're all skinny and have no fat on their body. They're cachectic. And the question is why?
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. It's what's really strange is one of the things I often talk about in my personal training is the finite amount of glucose we've got stored, and yet we've got days worth of fat energy on us. Even if you're a lean athlete, you can go further and further. But Rob, that was brilliant. I can't believe I'm saying this in a 24-hour span. We haven't got enough time. So we need to get but we've got Ben now from the Big Fat Challenge. So I've tried to link everybody up so it goes from one conversation to the next. So Dr. Robert Kiltz, thank you so much for giving us half an hour of your time.
Stephen, Richard, my pleasure. Ben, you're
going to kick ass. Absolute pleasure.
These guys are amazing. The story, 24 hours, kick ass. So remember, fat is the critical food for the Ferrari, and we're Ferraris. So eat like one, you'll feel like one, and be the line. God bless you guys. Have an awesome one.
Absolute gentleman. Thank you, Doctor. Absolute pleasure. Take care, man.
I'm going to enjoy it. Take care.
Take care, man.
Now, there you go, Ben. The Big Fat Challenge. You see? The Big Fat Challenge. You've just been given a perfect baton. So do you want to just talk about your Big Fat Challenge?
Yeah, well, we're basically trying to educate the world in a very simple but apparently radical message, which is that fat is your body's ideal fuel, and you've been fed a whole load of nonsense about it. Really that simple. So it's basically what we say to people is give it 90 days. Switch to, I mean, I like to call it like the manufacturer's recommended fuel. If anyone's ever put diesel into a petrol car and you get half a mile down the road and it goes gunk gunk, and you end up on the side of the road with your head in your hands going, oh no, what have I done? Waiting for somebody to come out and try and rescue your engine. But the difference is, and Rob just kind of alluded to it now, is this difference between acute toxins and chronic toxins. A small amount of cyanide can bump you off immediately, but the problem is when it comes to diet, that the toxins that we're taking in through excess carbohydrates and through things like seed oils are chronic. They build up over time and they kill you slowly, but they do make great customers for the pharmaceutical industry at the same time. So it's a very good investment if you're a director of a corporation.
Yeah,
perfect
absolutely.
Business model.
I think I've been rude here and very un-English because I haven't introduced you. I don't know if Richard knows Phil or Ben, but guys,
how you doing, guys? Nice to meet you both. Nice to meet you, Phil and Ben.
Hi, Richard. Good to meet you too. Yes,
Richard,
we haven't met before.
Were you at the PhD conference in Sheffield? PhD conference?
Yes.
Yes, I saw you there. I don't think we spoke.
Brilliant. Did we speak? No. No. But it was such a fantastic event. But the only downside was the break time didn't leave an awful lot of time for networking. So you travel to these events to speak to people that you've met online, and I ended up not speaking or conversing with very many people at all, unfortunately. But still a fantastic event.
There was comedy lunch though, wasn't there? That was strange. we had quinoa and melange too, and a bucket full of boiled beans of some sort. Very bizarre.
Yeah. So yeah, I fasted. It strangely enough, I waited for a steak later on in the evening. But
No, Ben stole all the salmon and brought it to us. He
he
pretended he was very official and filled up a couple of big boxes of salmon, and we
I
ran
was
away.
very un-English. I jumped the queue and went round the wrong side of the table, Stephen, as well. So no one's English here.
So just for the broader audience, by the way, we went to a conference in Sheffield, and the guest speakers were people like Sean Baker and Jen Unwin, David Unwin, some really good people, Ben Bickman. And the lunch that Phil refers to was fit for vegans. That's about it. I mean, I went out to a local butcher's and found a bag of chicken legs for about £4. So that was great. Cooked, obviously.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have eaten that when I was a vegetarian, what they were giving there. It was really weird. It was like storage boxes. It wasn't even something in like a hot plate or something like that. But Sophia Clements, she had some nice bison sausages from the Eskimo kitchen. She went back to the hotel and got some for us, and they were delicious. So that tided us over the other day, because we nicked the salmon one day and then expected that to the next day because they promised, but there wasn't. But yeah, I'm moaning, but it was great. I mean, it was great to see all those people there and people that haven't actually met in person before. It was very cool.
It was great, Phil. Now, just quickly for Richard and everybody else watching, but mainly for Richard, can you just give him a real brief bit about what you did and what caused you to look at diet and how you resolved your issues?
Oh, well, you see, my expertise is being an absolute idiot. And this is what I've done mostly over my life with diet. And I was vegetarian and vegan for, sort of 30 odd years, and even wrote books on vegetarian eating. And then I got really sick with full-on psoriatic arthritis in 2010 and had to figure it out. And ended up writing a book in about 2014 called Arthritis, the Best Thing That Ever Happened to Me. And I still hadn't quite discovered carnivore. I was very, very close, but I pretty much got it sorted. But then in 2015, I went carnivore, and everything's been great until I cocked something up last year. And then I managed to get out of trouble in 3 months, whereas it took me about 3 years last time because I knew what to do this time. But this is a warning. I've just done an episode with Anthony Chaffey on his channel that isn't released yet, going really into what I did wrong. And it doesn't take much when you've got autoimmunity in your past. For me, it was a lot of other factors outside of diet, but being a bit of having a bit of a rock and roll lifestyle and traveling around playing too many festivals and misbehaving. But I had all it needed was some dairy, some eggs, some pork, and some chicken because it's easier to get on the road. And I really screwed myself up. I mean, here's an example of it. And I had a CRP in November or December, I can't remember, of 192. I mean, I was really proud of my 82 CRP back in the day, before I wrote the book. But this was horrific. I brought it down, and I think about 3 weeks later, I had another test, and it was 19, and I haven't done it since then. It's fine now. I'm out of it. But it was a horrific winter, and I wanted to say that, all of the sort of carnivore advice and whatever does change when you're autoimmune. You need to be a hell of a lot more strict. And for me, it's fatty beef and lamb. And I can probably take some other stuff short term, but I caned it a bit last year. And I hasten to add, I didn't eat any plants. Didn't even take plants to set me off. But there I was. I'm supposed to be this arthritis guru online. I was stuck on the sofa and wasting away, lost 3 stone. And it was, I'd like to talk about it now because it's a good warning for people who are autoimmune, because it's a whole different ball game when you are. So it's fatty beef and lamb for you guys. Don't deviate.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. People think carnivore is the cure-all for everything. And actually, you're right to talk about food, but there's still environmental issues as well. This is sad to say. The only thing I'm worried about doing a 24-hour live stream is 24 hours looking at a screen. I don't think that's good for me personally. Not getting outside, not touching my little doggy, my little puppy, because that de-stresses me. Seeing my wife, which sort of stresses me. And it's
you strap them both on. All right.
But let's give Ben a little bit of a center stage as well to just talk about his personal journey.
Yeah, well, mine's far less interesting than Phil's, I'm afraid. My wife and I moved into this big house about 10, 11 years ago, and with a couple of acres of garden, and I got really, really into no-dig gardening, and thought it would be a great idea to suck loads of carbon out of the air by building soil and stuff like that. I designed and built my own greenhouse here, and that then took me to a bunch of conferences and seminars and stuff like that, like the Oxford Real Farming Conference and stuff run by the Sustainable Food Trust. And I started hearing people talking about the importance of ruminant animals, and not just for the soil, not just for building soil, but also for health. And they were talking about things I'd never heard about before, like DHA and conjugated linoleic acid and stuff like that. And I thought, that's interesting. So there's people talking about how you've got to eat meat, because I, like everybody else, I was brought up with this amazing myth, which was that fruits and vegetables are the healthy option. They are the healthiest food that there is. And this came as a big surprise to me. So, because I'm an explorer, you know, I've done all kinds of things in my life. I start a new project about every 45 minutes, really, and I get a new passion. But really, fundamentally, when I look back with the benefit of hindsight, my life's been about trying to figure out what it looks like to be a happy, healthy, fulfilled human being walking upon the earth. That's kind of it. So that then took me to social media, and I found Phil's Facebook group, 100% Carnivore and Beyond, and got to know Phil, and then the rest is history. And then about 3 years later, here we are, trying to spread the good word that you should fuel your body with fat instead of carbs.
Yeah, and I think the yin and yang between you two is evident, and it's great coming in. I've come to a couple of your campfire meetings, which you call them on Facebook, which is just so laid back and relaxed, you know, and Ben comes with all the sensible stuff and Phil just makes you laugh. It's really good. But I've just saw Dr. Chaffey is still watching, and he's saying that you were brilliant, Phil. So that's good to know. So Richard,
thanks, Anthony. Thanks for having me on. It's always great to chat to you.
So Richard, you've not met these two guys. You got any questions for them about their big fat challenge or their?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back to something that Phil said. You know, it again, as you say, when we say the carnivore cure was all, you know, it is to do with specific conditions, because there are certain foods within the carnivore community that will affect people who suffer with autoimmune issue. You know, cheese and eggs, you know, dairy, even A2 dairy can be problematic. Certain types of fish. So as Phil rightly says, you know, you know, beef is the key for me. I do deviate occasionally. I don't suffer so severely with the autoimmune issues that I used to. But certainly you will see people gravitating into this sort of lifestyle who will be consuming meat, eggs, fish and cheese and still suffering with certain conditions. But it comes back to what we mentioned earlier about these incremental changes, and not everybody fits into the same box. I'm what I'd regard as being strict carnivore, but I also understand that not everybody wants to or can live the way that I do. And when I look at my journey, you know, I began low carb, and then I became dirty keto, and all through accident initially, because I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew the bread bloated me. I don't know if you guys know much about my story, but and I'll get through this really quickly. I won't bore you too much with it, but I used to be clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. I suffered with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains, daily debilitating migraines would make me blind. And in my mid to late 20s, I could barely walk up the stairs without stopping or being severely out of breath. Super long story short, I cut out bread, began my low carb journey, gravitated into keto. And in the UK, keto didn't exist. You know, 10 years ago, nobody knew anything about it. So the information was very scarce. And what was available was misinformation, I believe. You know, I like many, I gravitated to YouTube, found people like Dr. Berg who were pushing stupid amounts of, you know, plants every day. And I fell into that category. Same as Ben, I began growing my own vegetables and things. And yes, I became fitter and healthier. But this improved further as I gravitated into a more carnivore-based lifestyle about 4 to 5 years ago. And basically, a long story short, 4 to 5 years after beginning my journey, I went on to become European champion at a professional level in men's physique bodybuilding. So I went from being unable to walk up the stairs to being #1 in Europe through changing my lifestyle. I'm not genetically gifted. If you look at pictures of my father, who died unfortunately 2 years ago from heart complications, you can see that I was on that trajectory. I was on that path of being severely obese and riddled with all sorts of illness and diseases. And I changed that through the food that I consumed. But it is important just to circle back to the fact that, you know, we are all on our own journey. And I do support anybody who begins their journey, whether it be low carb, dirty keto. You know, Stephen mentioned a story yesterday in regards to one of his clients who was received massive benefits from living a dirty keto lifestyle. And that's fantastic, as long as people understand that there's always a better option. The further you gravitate down this rabbit hole, the more benefit there's going to come. And this is something that I've noticed personally, the deeper that I've gone into becoming carnivore. And, you know, as such, reducing and removing things like A2 milks and foods that contain casein. I seem to get on very well with eggs. They don't seem to be problematic for me. But other clients who I work with who live carnivore lifestyle and deemed to be strict will still suffer with issues, and they'll question why. But so just circling back to that, we are all individuals, and if you are suffering with severe autoimmune issues, you know, as Phil rightly says, it's keep it simple. You know, red meat is the way to go, and that's predominantly how I live.
Yeah, the amazing story there, man. Well done. Yes, whenever I get clients who, well, I get them a lot because I've got all these carnivore groups and the YouTube channel and whatever. And when I get clients, they say carnivore's not working, it's always down to either chicken, pork, dairy, or eggs, particularly egg whites. And pretty much every time it's that. But also I deal with all the other things. You know, once you get the symptoms out of the way with a good sort of PKD type diet, I'll explain that in a sec if listeners don't know. But as soon as you get the symptoms out of the way, then there's everything else, you know, like we deal with in the Big Fat Challenge, all the other ancestral disconnects. I'm a big fan of Jack Cruz, who's a friend of mine and did the foreword to my book. And, you know, he's just saying, you stop being a diet guru and be a light guru. Stop it. Doesn't matter what you eat, as long as you get enough sun. Well, you know, people always have these sort of areas of expertise, and you can pick from all of them, right? I mean, I did I would really, if anybody's watching this who's autoimmune, please go and have a look at my channel and see the interview I did recently with Dr. Sophia Clements from Paleomedicina, because I asked specific questions that somebody who is actually autoimmune would ask. And I think a lot of people, she's been interviewed a lot of times, but nobody's quite done that, you know, by other docs and podcasters and whatever. But I really wanted to go deep on that. And I think she's going to really piss a few people off with her views on dairy. I did a little video where Ben and I were wandering around the Peak District with her as well on that, where she says raw dairy is worse than pasteurized dairy. And this will annoy a lot of people, I'm sure, who have that as a sacred cow. But I understand, I think, what she's saying there, that more of the growth factors are intact in raw milk. And so down the line, there could be more problems with, you know, unusual cell replication. Whereas pasteurized milk will give more initial issues because they messed up the whole sort of enzyme content and whatever. And so that'll give more immediate issues, whereas raw dairy won't. And so I would say that anybody who wants to sort of suddenly start shouting, which they have done on my YouTube channel a bit at Sophia for saying that, go and have a listen. And there's some very interesting stuff on there, because, you know, that whole autoimmune side is what I'm kind of focused on. And I found that I had to look at everything. Some people fix it with carnivore diet. I didn't, not even with a PKD diet completely. I had to look into all the emotional stuff, the grounding, the light, the EMFs, everything really. And that's how we've become disconnected from our ancestral heritage. And that's what really the Big Fat Challenge is all about. Not just, you know, the primary goal of getting people onto fats rather than horrible plant carbohydrates, but also, you know, seeing all the other ways that we become stressed when further we get away from our ancestral heritage. Ben.
Yeah, just kind of jumping on what Richard was saying as well, and what Phil's just shared. That one of the things that we teach, because fundamentally what we're helping to do is to help coach people from the transition from the SAD, you know, the shitty average diet, through to something that's appropriate. I think we do all have. I mean, there's so many myths about. One of the big myths is everyone's different, and there is not one ideal diet for humanity. Well, that's not really true. I mean, it would make us unique amongst the entire animal kingdom if it were true. And things like the blood type diet. We were on a show yesterday, and people kept saying, "What about the blood type diet?" Absolute nonsense, right? But our circumstances are different, right? So Phil has had to go, and you know, Richard's had to go a lot stricter than say I do, because you know, several times a week I'll have chips fried in tallow. And I'll cope perfectly well with that because I didn't ruin my gut. And one of the things that we coach people a lot on the Big Fat Challenge is we really want to drive it home that apart from the fact that there's not one type of carnivore either. You know, a carnivore is an animal that gets the majority of its calories from eating other animals, and not necessarily every single calorie, right? But one of the things that we really try and drill home to people is there's nothing wrong with putting on body fat. It's actually an essential evolutionary survival trait. There's nothing wrong with eating some berries and some nuts and even some grass seeds in season in a Paleolithic context, because it helps you to lay down body fat and up the insulin and everything else, like Rob was saying. The problem is because our bodies are extremely good at detoxifying. But the thing is, in the traditional kind of solar cycle, you take on all these like high deuterium foods, higher sugars, higher lectins, all this kind of stuff in the summertime and the autumn time. But then you'd be kind of fasting throughout the winter, and you'd be detoxifying, you'd be peeing all this stuff out every day during the winter. And so you've got this kind of yin yang flow going on. But what people do today on the SAD is they're guzzling a half gallon of high fructose corn syrup when they go to the cinema, and you know, munching down fruits that have been flown around the world all year round, and high sugar and everything made out of seed oils. And you are just literally massively overwhelming your body's ability, your body's incredible ability to get rid of environmental toxins by just giving it an absolute tsunami of filth. That's the problem. It's not that we can't deal with these things. It's just that there's no way we can deal with them in that kind of quantity, and no wonder people's health collapses because of it.
Yeah, spot on. Jack Kruse has a lovely phrase, doesn't he? That if the food that's going into your mouth doesn't match the light that's going into your eyes, there's going to be mitochondrial disruption. And that's just a fancy way, really, of saying that just, you know, eat locally and seasonally, what you would have done probably more than 10,000 years ago, wherever you live, and you'll be all right. You might not need to go fully carnivore, but, you know, here where I am and where Ben is, you know, sort of quite a way up in England towards the north, we wouldn't in the winter have been able to find any plant foods. And so what on earth did we do? This is the thing that amuses me about the vegans, where I think, you know, how successful would they have been, you know, before agriculture to go on a quinoa hunt in Scotland in December?
I'm going foraging this afternoon. I'm a forager, right? My wife is a forager. She teaches foraging courses. There's no way we could feed ourselves in this lovely kind of gentle climate that we've got here in nature without animal products. We haven't got hope in hell. We're hopefully going out to get some mushrooms this afternoon. But no, it's nonsense.
I would just say, I mean, I'm actually an animal lover, which people don't seem to think you can be on this way of eating. And I was watching a channel where they were studying animals' behavior, and they put a load of bananas, and they peeled some of them. Some were green, some were ripe, and they stuck them in the forest, and they had these fantastic cameras strapped to trees. And they genuinely thought that it wasn't a carnivore channel. It was an animal channel looking at their behavior. And the researchers genuinely thought we'd put this big stack of bananas on and we will get loads of animals coming in to eat them. 4 days later, I will take my hat off to their honesty, not one bit of banana had been eaten. And they had the footage of all these, and see, raised eyebrows, raised, I'm open to everything. So to me, I mean, me and Ben, we live in the same sort of part of England. There is no way on earth we could go out and find a banana ever, right? So that's not appropriate for, if we did have no air travel, if this is where we were born or where we'd traveled to and settled many, generations ago, we'd never have eaten a banana. Certainly not a modern banana with all this high level of sugar. So I think that's the other thing when you're talking about what's good for us to eat. Even if you think, well, I'm still going to be vegetarian, and I'm going to eat all my fruits. That isn't appropriate, because they're all hybrid. Apples in the supermarket are at least a year since they were picked. So we're not eating anything that's particularly natural, even though it looks lovely. It looks natural. I feel.
But Stephen, bananas are paleo. Don't you know that? They're perfectly okay. It's so funny, isn't it? They go,
the animals didn't know, though.
Okay. You see it in the paleo group. It's like, is a banana paleo? And then somebody pops up, isn't there? There's always like 2 a day or something who've just discovered paleo. Oh, have you discovered banana pancakes? All you do is mix bananas and eggs and fry them up. And everyone goes, no, we've never discovered that before. Because it's like every other post. And it's so funny. And they don't think that in Paleolithic times, there's no bananas. There's just no bananas. In fact, there weren't any anywhere, because bananas are tiny and full of seeds, right? They're not in the natural environment.
Absolutely.
They're not even like bananas in the shops. So, yeah, nonsense.
So that's your guest. We've got a new guest waiting to come in. I don't think you should put a camera on yet. How would you like to sum up what you're offering people? Because you've got a lot of interest in the chat. You did a little bit about your big fat challenge, but just tell us a little bit more.
I think we offer something for everybody, because everything from people who are just trying to lose a bit of weight to people who are severely autoimmune, we've got in there. I think we've really over-delivered with all the other kind of stuff, but I'm going to let Ben say exactly what's in there, even including our upcoming book that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So off you go, Ben.
Yeah. So really, we do 2 main things. We help people to retrain their thinking around food, which is a long journey to take, because we have been fed a huge amount of BS for our entire lives through every channel, even up to proper beard fiddling science and everything. It starts when you're very young, goes all the way through. So retrain your thinking around food, and we help you to retrain your habits, because it's not easy to do this. And in the context of family, co-workers and everything else, can you afford to eat species appropriate diet? Well, I'd say, can you afford not to? And in a lot of countries, if you factor in the cost of healthcare, then it becomes an absolute no-brainer. It's like a 13-week program. We take you through. You can dive in on day 1 and try and go do the full Monty immediately. That's absolutely fine. But we also include, for example, our forthcoming book, The Red Pill Food Revolution, that charts the whole history of our terrible relationship with food, our degeneration, the degeneration of the human condition with regards to food, and leading up to this kind of end game that we're in now. And that book isn't even out on sale yet, but you can get it in PDF and in audiobook formats as well. There's a bunch of other bonuses and stuff, but really we just set out to answer every single question, and we do, everything from the health issues. Do you need fiber? Surely you need fiber. What about vitamin C? Aren't you going to die of scurvy? Well, no. All through to the environmental side of things, and even the ethical and spiritual side is stuff that's really, really important for people. Like Stephen just said, we're animal lovers, and we care very much about this. But we do believe that every single argument, every single objection out there can be answered fully. That's what we try to do to help people through. and make it through successfully to the other side, and just realize a whole new level of health, energy, and well-being.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Phil, for coming on. I'm going to just quickly thank Dr. Kiltz and also Dr. Chaffey, who are still looking and listening in after their appearance, which was going above and beyond their allocated time, which that's really great. So you two have a great day. And we're now going to go over to Rachel, who is the founder of Boil and Broth. Do you know each other?
Can I just thank Ben and Phil as well? Fantastic chatting. And yeah, I'd like to connect outside of this if we could, to arrange a further chat or podcast maybe. But it's fantastic.
Definitely.
I don't think 30 minutes was enough for us. I think we probably could have gone on for another hour and 30 plus.
Yeah.
But it'd be fantastic to network outside this. But thank you both so much for coming on. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you briefly.
Yes, you too.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi,
Right.
good morning. Hi,
Cheers,
see
guys.
you guys.
Well, Rachel, do you want to just quickly introduce your Boil and Broth company to everybody that's out there?
Yeah, sure. So I'm the founder of Boil and Broth. I actually started the business back in 2018. I started boiling broth back in 2017. And the reason I got into bone broth was because I had a whole heap of gut health problems. I'd not long had my children, and I was overweight. I was actually 16 stone. And I was just on this roundabout of the NHS, going with my symptoms. They'd give me medication. I'd come away, and I did this for about 3 years, and then I just really got to the point of I can't keep going on to this roundabout with the NHS. So I had to sort of take my health into my own hands, which I'm sure a lot of people watching this now have had the same experience. So I started on the rabbit hole journey, deep down in the rabbit hole, what's going on in the gut. And as a result, I learned all about, well, not all about, but I gained a good understanding of gut health, enough to sort of make me start thinking that perhaps my condition, which was actually Candida overgrowth, I don't know if anyone is familiar with it, but interestingly, a carnivore paleo diet is perfect for it, because if Candida overgrowth is a condition that feeds off of sugar in your body. So the more sugar you have in your diet, the more it grows. It infiltrates the digestive system, and as a result, you get a whole ton of symptoms. So I started on the bone broth journey, and I also started to make kefir water as well, which is a naturally probiotic drink, sparkling. And I cut out all sugars, so pretty much went into more of a paleo carnivore type. I did have a few sort of veggies and all that sort of thing, but the main core part of the change of my diet was the broth and the kefir water. And within 12 weeks, I'd completely reversed my health condition. I'd completely got rid of Candida overgrowth. I'd been struggling at the NHS for 3 years. And then after 2 years, I actually lost 6 stone in weight. So naturally, I just went into business, and, the passion within me was really about, getting this message out there that, that actually, the system is so corrupt, and that they actually want us to be sick. So really, the only way to get better is to take health into your own hands and do the research. Follow guys like yourselves, and really important influencers in this space who have the correct information that can share it out. So, yeah, and then obviously Boil and Broth was born out of this. Been selling frozen bone broth for 5 years now. We've got a small team, a factory, shipping all over the world. We sell for pets as well, because the pet space is just as corrupt. And my husband works for me, and it's good. We've just innovated the broth to basically make a pure broth protein now. So we remove all of the water from the broth as part of our preservation, instead of freezing. And then by doing that means that we're left with pure broth protein, and then we can ship it anywhere in the world, and then the customer just needs to rehydrate it back and can have it as a warm, nourishing drink. So that's what I always say: ditch your coffee, get your broth instead in the morning. So yeah, that's really it.
That's excellent. That's brilliant. Have you met Richard before?
No, I haven't. I've only seen your stuff on social, so it's good to meet you.
Yes, you too, Rachel. Pleasure. Thanks for coming on. Fantastic story. Yeah, I'd be interested in speaking, off air in regards to that, because I operate and run a keto low carb carnivore website. So I mean, if you're looking for stockists for the broth, I'd be interested in chatting with that. But yeah, I mean, it's something that people can do at home as well, isn't it? It is highly time consuming in regards to chicken, which is around 24 hours, I believe.
Oh, it's a nightmare. I mean, look, I've had slow cookers. At one point in my house, I had 9 slow cookers bubbling away in the conservatory. It was just at the point. And then we switched to pressure cooking because it was better for nutrition. It's also cuts down the histamine levels. It's also quicker for our production as well. So now we just cook broth under pressure, and it works so much better for the product itself. But yeah, anyone who's tried broth at home will know it's time consuming, it's smelly. If you're really bad at it, like I was initially, then I didn't remove the fat. When I first had my first cup of broth, I kept the fat with it. And I'm sure all the carnivore people are thinking, yeah, go for the fat. But actually, I didn't really enjoy it. So, it was and making broth, it is an art, because you do have, there's so many variables that can go wrong, in making a really good broth. We don't add any vegetables with it. People often add vegetables for flavor. We add more bones because we want protein, and that's essentially what broth is all about. It's about the proteins, the amino acids in the broth itself that are the game changers for people's gut health. The collagen, particularly, a lot of people don't realize that as we age, our collagen production slows down. So, having a natural source of it to replenish it is great. And broth is perfect for that because you can't get any more natural.
Exactly. And I think, people don't give collagen the credit that it deserves. Through the carnivore community, there's lots of people who won't eat the gristle on the bone, or the marrow from the bone, or the stringy bits in the steak. And that's where the collagen is, which is incredibly important. So for those people who are avoiding, I eat bone and everything. I'm a bit of an animal when it comes to that. But I mean, these are ideal, substitutes, isn't it, in regards to collagen replacement? Because collagen, particularly 1 and 3, is incredibly important. 1 predominantly from marine, isn't it, which is predominates the body,
Yes.
and bovine, which is number 3, which is ideal for intestinal health. But we need 1 and 3 in particular, and I think even within the carnivore community, the people that I work with, it's something that is missing. My first piece of advice, as I'm sure yours would be, is to eat the stringy bits and the cartilage off your bones. But if you're not into that, then the collagen shots, the broth shots, that's what I drink in the morning occasionally. And people look at me stupid. So instead of having a cup of coffee, it's a cup of bone broth, which is fantastic. It's just a case of getting used to something different. And I think that there's going to be a big change in the UK over the next couple of years in regards to coffee shops stocking things like this, because the movement is growing and people are understanding how important that the replacement of collagen.
Well, Richard, there has to be a change, and these, the coffee shops and the places, they need to be part of leading that change, because people, the nation is sick. Not just the nation, the world is sick. The amount of people that come to us, even vegans come to buy broth from us because they might have been vegan for the last 10, 15 years or something, and their body is literally stripped of all the nutrients, and they come to us and they're like, help, my gut health is in a terrible state, what can I do? And yeah, I just say, the best thing you can do is get some protein into you. It's really very simple, because these people have been depleting themselves of these vital nutrients for such a long time. And and I think, unfortunately, mainstream messaging, there is still a lot of the wrong information out there. You'd go to the doctors, they haven't got a clue. They have not got a clue, and I'm not here to diss doctors. I'm not talking about all doctors. I'm just saying, the doctors are often the GPs that you go in and you're just on a routine roundabout appointment with them, and they're not trained. It's not their fault. They just don't have that education.
Yeah, I agree. And it's, it's indoctrinated from such a young age that we need fruits and vegetables for vitamins and minerals, because that's the first question that I get asked as a carnivore is, where are your vitamins and minerals coming from? Well, fruits and vegetables, I hate to break it to everybody, are not a good source of vitamins and minerals. Vitamin A, retinol, we cannot get from plants. Plants contain beta-carotene, which is a precursor that needs to be acted upon by an enzyme called BCMO to convert it into the active form of retinol. Plants do not contain high levels of B vitamins, particularly vitamin B12, cobalamin. We do not get vitamin K from plants yet. This is what's stamped on kale, isn't it, in the supermarket, vitamin K. But kale contains K1, the human body needs K2, and the list goes on, creatine, carnosine, carnitine, taurine, all of these things that we can only get from animal proteins. And one of the other biggest misconceptions is that vitamin C, where do you get your vitamin C from? Well, meat contains vitamin C, so it, unfortunately, we are fed this, pardon the pun, or pun intended, we are fed this massive load of rubbish, isn't it, in regards to plants being fit for optimal health. Unfortunately, they bind to lots of the nutrients and they prevent the absorption. They're anti-nutrients. Plants are anti-nutrients. They prevent the absorption of these essential amino acids, collagens. And I can understand. So I work with vegans and vegetarians. I respect anybody's dietary choice, but I try to educate, as much as I can, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And the people that I do work with, I find that they suffer with sarcopenia later in life, muscle wastage, osteoporosis, because they're not consuming these essential nutrients which we can get from meats and bone broths,
Yeah, and Richard, I think you hit a good point there, that there is so much misinformation out there, and people, and I like you, I do respect everybody's health choices, their diet choices, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of misinformation out there, and it's getting worse because, we've got all these, the AI chatbots, they write blogs. People, when they're searching stuff, they could start researching really bad things. This is why it's so important to have leaders in the space, influencers, that people can go to for the right information, because otherwise, it really is going to become a major issue. And just going on to the point of vegetables earlier with the lads that you had on prior to me, they were talking about environmental toxins, and that really is a major issue. People don't realise that farming, they are using pesticides, they are using unnatural things on our fruits and vegetables, so if you're going to eat fruit and vegetables, try and grow your own. And people don't need a lot of space to grow their own vegetables. I think that's really important to say. You can just grow them in pots. You don't have to have a massive allotment to grow your own veggies.
Yeah, definitely. There's lots of miscommunications. I mean, some of the arguments I get are animal cruelty, yet I say animal lovers. I love animals. That's why I consume my food locally from a farm 2 miles away, all grass-fed, grass-finished. The animals are well looked after. One cow would feed me for a year, which comes from 2 miles up the road. So I'm helping, the environment in regards to pollution, and I'm not desertifying. Because what people don't understand is when they eat, vegans and vegetarians, they consume these foods. You need to desertify a field, which kills a whole ecosystem, destroys the microbes in the ground, and that land becomes desertified. It can never be used again. It kills a whole ecosystem. And have you seen the combine harvesters when they plow a field and there's all the seagulls and birds above? That's because of all the dead animals that are caught within that machinery. And these vegans and vegetarians don't understand that. To desertify the field kills 10 times more animals, than it does to feed a carnivore lifestyle. And what do? They buy avocados and these exotic fruits which are flown in from all over the world.
They've got from Mexico, from the drug cartel. I know, it's insane, honestly. Yes. And I have to say, sorry, just to interrupt, because Stephen has brought on his lovely dog.
I brought my dog in because I just wanted you to talk about that you do carnivore stuff for dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this is just really a testament to how natural our bone broth is, because we put nothing in it, just 3 ingredients, that's it. And we home make our apple cider vinegar as well, because we're fortunate enough to live on an orchard. But the greatest thing is that we have a dual license to produce the bone broth for pets and for human consumption. The broth that we sell for the pets is actually no different to the one that we sell for the humans. We just have to have a license and a different label to put on it. But essentially, you could buy a pot of broth for yourself and share it with your dog. That's how
or vice versa.
Yeah, or vice versa, exactly. You know, and I think that to the point of us doing this was because, you know, we do see that there are, you know, issues within the health space for pets as well. You know, they are not getting access to a lot of their correct information, and there's a really big drive in the raw feeding community now for pets, which is amazing, you know, because so many vets in the UK really stand for raw feeding. You know, they highly recommend carnivore diets for dogs, and absolutely, dogs aren't meant to eat, you know, they're not meant to be herbivores at all, you know. So broth is a great way to supplement a dog's health as well. So, you know, for the same benefits is why you would have it for a human, which is for inflammation reduction in the gut, for collagen benefits as well, and also joint and ligament benefits, particularly for dogs, you know, especially as they get older. You know, they do need that extra glycosamine and chondroitin in their bodies as well. And that's another amino acid structure that's found within bone broth too. So yeah, it's really, really good stuff.
And I just want to go on to something that Rich was talking about there. This is from the Smithsonian National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. There you go. In a year, 67 million birds are killed due to pesticides, agricultural pesticides. 672, they reckon, across the world in a year. That's a lot of death and destruction.
Awful.
So,
you know, and these are the things that don't really get exposed. Do you know what I mean? You know, mainstream media is just always, because they have the power, they have the majority, you know, so they're able to push that narrative out there. But, you know, again, as I'm reconfirming, you know, this is why it's so important to have these sorts of shows on, this sort of, you know, network for people to be able to come and get the right information. Because, you know, I was horrified when I went on my own health journey to see, you know, just how you become on a conveyor belt. You know, you go in with your symptoms, they treat your symptoms, you come out with something else. And then, you know, it's not just that, it's when people come to you and they've got the problems. I'm sure you guys are both the same. You hear that all the time, where people are just stuck on medication and they don't know how to get off of it. And actually, the first thing to do is diet. Has to be.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. It is a shame. I mean, one industry feeds the other. And yeah, I mean, thank you for coming on and spreading the word as well. I mean, I've been living this lifestyle for 10, 11 years and screaming it from the rooftops, but a lot of my content seems to be blocked on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube. As such, my following hasn't grown. So I've been screaming this for 10, 11 years. And I don't have a following, you know, anywhere near the size of some of these other influencers. And I think it's because content I've put out earlier, which is a shame, and it's tough. You know, Stephen and I were speaking about this yesterday, weren't we, in regards to trying to improve that following in order to get that message out. But a lot of my items, posts have been censored over the years. I must be in Facebook and Instagram jail or something. But
permanent jail.
But these are fantastic ways, isn't it, to get that message out there? I mean, this is the first ever 24-hour, you know, keto carnivore live. And I think, you know, a big thank you to everybody that's coming on to help spread that word, you know, and thank you in particular as well. But
it's awesome. You know, it's such an important message. I mean, you know, our diets naturally, the human diets are naturally carbohydrate based, you know, and there's so much science and research and information now to say that, you know, more of a heavily protein fat diet is better for our bodies, you know. And if we go back throughout history, you know, most, you know, people were hunting, hunting for food, you know, they're you know, and eating grains and natural foods from the land for years, you know. And unfortunately, because we've become so massive in terms of population, there's just not enough food to go around to feed everyone now. So, you know, everything's become genetically modified, you know, trying to get us to eat insects.
yeah.
Have you seen it on food yet? Have you seen it on food yet?
Yeah.
Even on some of the ingredients, they're slipping them in, you know. So it's not great. It's not great. But that's why getting the right information and doing what you can at home and eating local, I think, is the most important thing.
For sure.
You know, eating local produce because you don't know where again, it's great for the environment, but also, you don't know how what hands they pass through the further afield they go, and I always stand by British farming. We do have the best farming in the world for sure. I know no farming's perfect, but compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think so. And I think Phil and Ben made a fantastic mention when they were on about locally sourced produce and the fact that you couldn't sustainably live on on plant foods. There's just not enough around. We predominantly were animal based. We would have spent days hunting and tracking an animal. We would have caught and killed that animal. We would have eaten everything within that animal. That animal contains protein and it contains fat. There's no carbohydrate within that animal. Yet we are told as a society that we cannot live without carbohydrate, and carbohydrate predominates everything. And I think one of the biggest misconceptions which needs to be addressed, I think maybe a point we can come back to time and time again, but I'm sure everyone within the community already understands this, that we look at carbohydrates and sugar as being two different things. They are the same thing. Carbs is sugar. All carbs break into sugar. I haven't eaten any sugar, but I've eaten a bowl of pasta. I've had a bowl of muesli.
But it's really interesting. Sorry, Richard, but it's really interesting you say that, because for me in my own personal health journey, that was a real big education for me, because you don't realise that your banana's got carbohydrates in. It's just pumped into you. Yeah, your fruit's good. You've got to eat it. But actually it is full of sugars. Yes, they're natural sugars, but your body doesn't go, oh, that's a natural sugar, that's a processed sugar, therefore I'm going to treat it differently. Your body isn't that intelligent. It just, or the system isn't that intelligent. It just says that's sugar. I'm going to deal with it as it deals with it. I think there's so many misconceptions, and I was going to say something then in a minute. Oh, it's gone from my mind. Sorry. I've forgotten. It will come back to me.
Broken your train of thought there, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, a bowl of muesli, I used to think was incredibly healthy. That bowl of muesli per 100 grams contains anywhere between 70 to 80 grams, which is around 20 teaspoons of sugar, or 20 teaspoons of sugar, isn't it, per 100 grams? And what I used to do, used to chop up a banana or add some berries. So I used to add sugar to my bowl of sugar, and I thought that I was being healthy, but unfortunately, this is the brainwashing that has gone on, since the 1950s, isn't it? And it, muesli is not your friend.
It's not, and it's even worse for children. I've got 2 children, and the cereals that are around for the children, it's just a nightmare. They're they say, they've got extra, vitamin D, or this and this and that in there, but actually the sugar in there is just insane.
And when they say, so what they'll say on there is fortified with. Now that fortified means that they have dug those minerals out of the ground and added them in. That cannot be good for you. Digging iron out of the ground and adding it to your food.
And feeding it to kids.
And feeding it to kids, yeah. So that's what fortified means. It's not natural.
Is that really? Is that what it means? Is it that they've actually dug it out?
They've dug it out of the ground, and put it in, which is absolutely incredible. Our nutrients should come from the food that we eat naturally, not from the ground. At least in my opinion, anyway. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I was just looking in the chat there because someone wants to go to your website, Rachel. What is your website?
You can get free samples as well on the website. So it's www.boilandbroth.com. If there's anyone overseas and they want some samples, just message us at info@boilandbroth.com. But yeah, we've got free. So what I was telling you about with the broth. So we're just going through a change, and as from September, we're stopping all of our frozen bone broth. And the reason we're doing it is because it's just costing us so much money to make it and ship it now, and we can't ship it overseas because it spoils so quickly. So this is why we dehydrate now the broth. So it gets rid of all the water. It's ground down into a pure broth protein, and then people just rehydrate it back. So 5 grams rehydrates back to 100 mils of bone broth. And we're giving away samples on the website, so people can go on and pick up a sample. They can try the dehydrated bone broth. We've got samples for pets, we've got samples for humans, we've got 6 different flavors for pets. We've got beef, lamb, chicken, venison, goat, and pork for pets, and then for humans we've just got the 3: chicken, lamb and beef. But actually we're also going to be launching a new venison flavor for humans as well, because I don't know if you guys eat venison at all, but it's becoming really, really popular now in the UK.
Yeah, I would say that this
venison
morning,
as well? Yeah.
it's brilliant. We were talking about coffee and giving up coffee, and I think substituting coffee with bone broth is a hack that a lot of people use, and it does work actually. I think coffee is lovely. I have decaf, and it doesn't cause me any issues, but I understand the social side of it. So if you want to get off coffee, as we spoke about with Dr. Chaffey and also Dr. Kiltz, then bone broth is a really good thing to try as an alternative, because it is tasty and it is nutritious and it's a hot drink, and you could sit there where you normally sit in the morning, say you have your coffee and have your bone broth, and because it's now dried, you can supply it. I mean, I remember buying some off of you that was the liquid, and I think actually it might be serendipity that, you know, costs have gone up and you've gone more into the dehydrated, because it's easier to post and it's easier to store at home, and then you just make it like coffee granules. You know, it's just it's so easy and simple, and such a good thing to have a hot drink instead of coffee, which is deleterious for most people, and have something that's nutritious. I think you know, hopefully people will take you up on that offer to go to your website. So just it's boilandbroth.com, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And we do offer, so people in the UK can just go on and order samples normally, but at the moment our worldwide shipping is not great. So just email us and we can ship them out to you that way.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to answer a couple of the comments, by the way.
Yes.
Just so people know, we've invited as many guests as we possibly could, and yes, we're going to have guests every half hour. So Rachel was very kind to come on. We tried to get Ken Berry, but I think it's just been too busy for him to get on. I don't think Dr. Chaffey's coming back. He's given us 3 hours already. Dr. Kiltz may come back, but we have got people booked all the way through the day. So we're now 4.5 hours into this 24-hour live stream. So Rich, we're out of the woods now, so you know we've only got 19 and a half to go. But Rachel, thank you so much for appearing. We really appreciated it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really grateful to you for asking me to come on. And Richard, if it is okay, I'll contact you separately, and we'll have a chat about what we spoke about at the beginning. So yeah, thank you very much. All the best for today. It was really great.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, so that was brilliant.
I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted there when I was. Apologies, Rachel, if you're still listening. Yeah, I did say thank you, and yeah, for sure. I was muted.
So yeah, I mean, just going into what we were saying about that being nutritious. I mean, just before the next guest, if you want to just talk about what Keto Pro does, what you do, that'd be interesting.
From a severe health background, and as such, I've sold 3 houses, everything I own, to put into the business in order to educate and help people along their journey in carb reduction, removing seed oils, grains, and ideally the transition into carnivore eventually. And we support every stage of that. So we support every stage of low carb, dirty keto, clean keto, and everything is signposted on the website. So the products and foods that we do will either be stamped Keto Pro approved, which is the creme de la creme. Anything else is, you know, deemed to be keto friendly or low carb. But no matter what side of the fence you're on, whether you're low carb, dirty keto, clean keto, standard, carnivore, what type of carnivore, you know, there are products and foods and snacks on there that can help anybody along their journey. Obviously, we always promote real food. Real food is the way forward. What we do stock is classed as foods, and that's what we do. Part of our journey is to help educate, and that's what Stephen and I do every Sunday on the live. This is what we do on the website. There's a knowledge base on there with lots of free information on the YouTube channel and Instagram, etc. But that's enough chatter for me. Onto Dr. Rachel Brown. Hello,
Dr. Rachel
Hello.
Brown. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself to those people that don't know you?
Sure, yeah. So I work as a consultant psychiatrist in the UK, But I'm also qualified in functional medicine, so I have a real interest in looking at the root causes of illness, which I think modern day medicine doesn't do particularly well. And I've been carnivore for 4 years now.
Do you know Richard,
That's
by the
me.
way?
I don't. Hello, Rachel. I don't think we've met prior to this, have we? No, am I on mute?
No, you've not met.
No, we
right, okay.
No, I'm not.
So,
Nice to meet you.
No,
Dr. Rachel.
no, we haven't met. I think we've interacted a bit on Instagram, but that's been it.
Brilliant.
Oh, have you? What, did you have a bit of a ding-dong argument about something?
No, I don't think so, is there?
No, I was only joking.
No,
Rachel,
yeah.
can you hear us okay?
No, sorry, I don't know if I've got a bit of a delay here, but I'll try and do my best.
Yes, there is a delay. It's like speaking on a satellite. So do you want to give the listeners and viewers a little bit of background about why you ended up with, being a carnivore?
Gosh, yeah, sure. So, I've been interested in low carb nutrition for decades now. It's a couple of decades, which makes me feel really old. But I came to carnivore via keto, and it was really just because of family sort of poor health in older generations of my family. And I've been a big fan of Mark Sisson for years, and I've been doing low carb, but not necessarily strictly keto for quite a number of years before I decided I was going to go strictly keto. And then I just came across carnivore via one of my favorite keto influencers, which was Vanessa Spina. So I'd followed a lot of her work for quite some time. And like a lot of people, I thought it was crazy when I first heard of it. And I first was introduced to carnivore via just a food plate that she shared on her Instagram. And because I trusted her opinion on a lot of things, I felt there must be something in this if she's doing it. So I went down the rabbit hole and just researched it myself, and the rest was history.
Yeah, and I think there is a slight delay, by the way. So, Richard, do you want to ask a psychiatrist any particular question about carnivore and how it's helpful?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of questions that we get within the community, is regards to how the diet will affect the catecholinergic neurotransmitter synthesis within the brain and how the brain functions. I did an interesting podcast with Jen Unwin recently in regards to food addiction. And many people don't understand that the food that we consume massively impacts the way that the brain works and the way that it makes us feel, isn't it? Do you want to go into a little bit of detail and explain a little bit about how this can affect the way we feel and the moods and because everything comes from diet, and I used to suffer severely with depression and anxiety, and since becoming keto and carnivore, these things have gone away. And I used to tell people my life was spent living in boxes. So I used to leave my box and jump in my metal box. I drive to a big box where I'd walk into a small box. My life was spent living in boxes because of depression and anxiety. And through the foods that I've changed in my diet, I've been able to come out of that box. And now I do public speaking events to thousands of people what I couldn't have dreamt of doing before. And all of this is to do with nutrition. But when you tell that to somebody, they won't believe it because it doesn't come from a medication, and it's, so if you wanted to go into a little bit of that would be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. Happy to. Where to start? There's so many different complicated pathways within the body that all interconnect. It really astounds me. So I'm part of a critical psychiatry network group, and there were some emails this week that I found particularly triggering. And it was in response to one of the psychiatrists in the group asking, is there any evidence that food can make a difference to major mental disorder? And someone else in the group, very opinionated, said, oh, there's absolutely no evidence. And I'm sure we'd all be very happy if there was any evidence. I was just too triggered to actually respond to that email chain because I have emailed them all before, but obviously they didn't pay much attention to my emails. But it never ceases to amaze me when people say that what we eat has nothing to do with our mental health, because our neurotransmitters, a lot of them are manufactured in the gut by our gut bacteria, particularly serotonin. But don't get me wrong, it's not just about neurotransmitters in terms of having good mental health, but they're certainly a part of the puzzle. And in terms of all the enzymatic reactions that happen in the body, we need vitamins and minerals to act as cofactors those reactions. So, for example, production of serotonin, production of melatonin, conversion into those sorts of neurotransmitters or chemically active substances in the body come originally from amino acids, such as tryptophan. And where do we get our amino acids from? But we get it from our food. And that's also where we get our vitamins and minerals and so on and so forth. And I think a good way of thinking about it is that whatever we choose to put into our body really does affect our body's response. So our body always responds to our environment, be it toxins or foods that we're putting into our body. And part of those responses can include an immune system reaction. But really, I like to start off in the gut because I think the gut-brain connection is absolutely crucial. And there are certain foods that are just terrible for health in general, never mind mental health. And one of those is gluten. So we know that foods like gluten, because of a component in the protein of the wheat protein, that leads to leaky gut. And when you have leaky gut, it means that there are certain bacteria and toxins within the gut, and toxins that come from bacteria that can then leak across the gut barrier into the bloodstream and travel to sites distant in the body, including the brain. And when that happens, it's very clear from research, particularly in relation to something called LPS, which comes from gram-negative bacteria. But these bacterial components trigger off an immune system reaction and an inflammatory reaction in the body. And in the research literature, when we talk about peripheral inflammation, we are also talking about immune system activation. And that comes in the form of cytokines that are released. And there's a clear connection between the gut and the brain along the vagus nerve, but there's also chemical signaling that goes between those two organs back and forth. And we know from the research that when you have inflammation in your gut, you also have inflammation at the level of your blood-brain barrier. And your blood-brain barrier is quite similar to the intestine, is how I often think about it, because it's a similar single-cell layer that can also become leaky. And once you have a leaky blood-brain barrier, this means certain toxins and components from bacteria can cross over into the brain and cause inflammation in the brain. So those are a few different mechanisms. But there are other aspects too, just in terms of oxidative stress being one. So having an imbalance between the antioxidants that we have endogenously in our body versus pro-oxidant molecules that are formed as a result of different processes in the body, part of which can come from the food that we choose to eat. And so we know that having a high carbohydrate load in the body is inherently inflammatory. And then this inflammation and oxidative stress can trigger off changes in the neurotransmitter pathways. So particularly the tryptophan pathway, that's a really good example where you can have tryptophan that is diverted down the kynurenine pathway, which is essentially an inflammatory pathway in the body. And it means there's a bit of a tryptophan steal, so you don't produce as much serotonin or ultimately melatonin. And so you can see why that might give rise to mood symptoms or sleep difficulties at night. So those are just a few different pathways in the body. But ultimately, in my opinion, it all starts in the gut. And that's often the opinion of other functional medicine practitioners as well.
Yeah, I think, looking at that, you mentioned inflammation there. Inflammation is the activation of the immune system, isn't it? And all of these things seem to come from the foods that we consume. You mentioned serotonin, which is an indolamine, and synthesized from tryptophan. And as you say, there's other cofactors involved like iron, zinc, and B12. Now, the foods we eat that are caused, excess carbohydrate consumption, for example, will lead to insulin resistance and inflammation. This can lower our immune system, in particular things like the ACE2 receptors, leaving us more susceptible to viruses and infections. And when we get these viruses and infections, the body sequesters iron, doesn't it? It puts iron into ferritin and it takes it out of circulation. Now, one of the main cofactors to produce serotonin is out of circulation. So the body could have an abundant amount of iron stored in ferritin, but none of it is bioavailable. And then this affects the serotonin production. So all of this comes back down to the foods that we eat, isn't it? Which, again, people find absolutely crazy to understand. But what we eat massively affects the way that we feel and the way that the brain functions. And I genuinely believe, we've mentioned this before, but, we're not against medication in the treatment for certain things, but predominantly, I think if you eat a carnivore or ketogenic based lifestyle, low in carbohydrates, avoiding grains and seed oils, so we're avoiding glycation and oxidative stress. We're combating and reducing inflammation, and that's what BHB does. That's what beta hydroxybutyrate does, and it blocks NLRP3 inflammasome, which is the main inflammatory marker in the body, or pathway, and it all of these things help prevent these illnesses. Now our need for medication goes away. I mentioned earlier in the talk, I can't remember the last time I've taken medication. Yet I was on a myriad of medication every day for all sorts of things, and now I am completely medication free, all from changing my diet.
Yeah, absolutely. It really frustrates me working particularly in the NHS, where the food is terrible that people are fed in hospital, and we're just piling on different medications on top of this underlying inflammation and immune system activation that's going on, and nobody really spends much time thinking about addressing the underlying cause. And yes, medications can help, and they can help to suppress symptoms. But as we all know, no pharmaceutical comes without potential for side effects. And I just wish that more people were aware that they could really ultimately improve their mental health by changing their lifestyle and what they eat. And I don't think it's all about diet. So I think other things are super important as well, such as light routines, particularly for circadian health, and limiting toxins and so on. But yeah, diet's certainly a fundamental place to start. And I'd be very surprised if people could get to a place of complete wellness without doing something at least to address their diet. I'm a really big fan of Dr. Sarah Myhill's work, and it's particularly a paleo ketogenic diet that she promotes for people and suggests. And I think that's a really good place for people to start if they're, not everybody needs to be carnivore, but we certainly see a lot of people in this community who have amazing health transformations. And I know of quite a number of people with major mental disorders who, for whatever reason, keto just didn't do it for them in terms of resolving all of their symptoms, whereas carnivore is one step further in terms of promoting recovery. So I think people have got different options, and I always say everyone's bio-individual. So particularly when it comes to our gut microbiome, you just don't know exactly where somebody's starting from unless you do detailed testing. And even then, I think there's so much that we don't know yet about that field.
Steve, you're on mute.
I think the delay is a little bit disconcerting for a few people, but I just wanted to know, I've got a question about sleep, which I'm going to put on. If you want to answer it, that would be great. It's not as specific as to your job, but somebody here, TFC Locks. I have problems with sleep on carnivore. Wake up in the middle of the night, like 2 to 3 times. Just wondering what your advice is on fixing this issue, and also wondering, butter is fine for the fat increase. So, you got any views on that, Rachel?
Yeah, so my first thought is that it might be a bit of a cortisol issue if you're waking up in the middle of the night, particularly if you're unable to get back to sleep. And I suppose I would wonder a little bit, sometimes gender can be relevant in this in terms of fasting protocols that people are doing. So I started off carnivore doing quite a lot of fasting, and then in the end just decided to stop skipping breakfast because I think particularly for women, having a meal earlier in the day can be really helpful for normalizing your cortisol response during the day. Because I think a bad habit that sometimes people run into is if they're just fasting all morning, particularly if you're using caffeine or have coffee on board, and you can end up just disrupting your circadian rhythms because food is a secondary signal to the circadian clocks about what time of day it is, and as well as getting morning sunlight. I think if you're doing a lot of fasting, particularly skipping breakfast, then that might be one thing to try to scale back a bit, because fasting can be an additional stressor on the body. The butter, yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of butter. I think there's been quite a big trend in carnivore, in the carnivore community, to add loads and loads of butter and brown butter bites and very intense fat load into the diet. And I think some people can run into difficulties with gaining weight on that, but certainly from a fat point of view, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with butter. I'm just not a huge fan of making it your main fat in your diet. So I think it can be complementary to other meats in the diet. But there's certainly nothing wrong with butter, unless you're someone who's highly sensitive to the casein, so the protein in cow's milk, in which case you might be better off using ghee or thinking about another fat such as tallow or other animal fats.
Rich,
Fantastic.
did you
Completely agree with that. And as Rachel rightly says, fasting can be a contributing factor to elevated cortisol levels. Fasting is fantastic. I tend to fast every day, but it can have negative impacts on cortisol. Another thing is inadequate sodium. In the diet can elevate cortisol. Coffee. So what do we do when what do a lot of people do when they begin the carnivore keto journey? They begin with the bulletproof coffee, isn't it? So they end up consuming way more coffee. And I know we've covered coffee a couple of times, but too much caffeine can cause disruption to the adrenals, leading to increased cortisol. So all of these, it's not just the caffeine, but it's again the interruption with cortisol into the system there, and timings as well. So we're told to eat well before bedtime, but I eat just before bed. I find I don't sleep if I eat 4 hours before, and the reason that I do this, one, because I eat and I want to sleep, but I look at animals in the wild. Once an animal has caught its prey and eaten it, it goes to sleep. We covered this earlier with Anthony Chaffey, isn't it? That that's what an animal does. Once it's caught its prey and eaten, it goes to sleep, and that's what I do. So I tend to eat just before bed. So there's a few things there to address, I think, isn't it? A few things to try, and agree completely with the butter. I think there are better sources. I'm a fan of butter. I think the casein is lower in butter than the milks. Again, I sort of put butter into a different category from milk. The casein content is a lot lower, but if you are susceptible to intestinal permeability and suffer with those issues, then tallow or ghee would be a better option. But yeah, a few suggestions there to implement and try possibly. But fantastic. Any thoughts from you, Steve?
Well, I think after a 24-hour live stream, I might not have problems sleeping, but actually, with the screen for 24 hours, I may, and I think that's one of the things I would always add. It isn't just about what you eat; it is about what you're exposing yourself to all day. And if you sort of are on your iPad or mobile device and you're watching something scary or the news triggers you, you're not making the environment conducive to going to sleep, are you? You're using your animal analogy. If you were out in the forest with your dog and the twigs were going and rustling was happening on, your dog wouldn't sleep, you wouldn't sleep, because you'd feel like, whoa, I've got to stay awake. Then if someone was flashing lights at you, you'd be like, oh, I don't like that. So, but we're doing that. We're exposing ourselves to noise and lights and things we don't know and things that annoy us or scare us, and then go, oh, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. And it's like, diet is incredibly important, but I think these other things that we expose ourselves to, we do need to look at. So
which circles back to exactly what Rachel mentioned earlier about these external sources. So diet, fundamental, but these external sources are massive contributing factors as well. But what I tend to find is that when you begin this journey of self-improvement, these incremental changes, you begin to look at other things, don't you? You begin to look at cold water therapy and grounding and all this. You become a biohacker. What began in just taking out bread, trying to restrict carbohydrate, now suddenly, you're a biohacker that's doing all of these things and biohacking your body into better health. And it is an incremental system, but yeah, fantastic answers there, I think.
Yeah, and I mean this reality chick, which is a great name, by the way. Coffee shops have become the sweet shops of the modern high street. Costa is in every hospital, and the sugar content of their cakes and pastries is off the scale. I included that comment because I lost my parents many, many years ago, and before I knew about carnivore, and certainly before I knew about low carb, and I have found it quite strange that they would feed this, high. Now I look back, high sugary meals, and then give my mother a sleeping tablet to help her sleep. And she's in a stressful environment. She had, she died from it, what she was in hospital for. But then at 5 o'clock in the morning, they would wake her up to take all her readings. So they were completely messing up her circadian rhythms, feeding her the wrong food. And I think that's a stressful situation. So we've got a psychiatrist here, but not many people are asking questions that you would expect. You see, they're talking more about environment and food in that respect. So I was wondering, we were talking about cortisol. Do you think, Dr. Rachel, that it does raise blood sugar? And if you're stressed, is that part of the mechanism of why some people can't sleep and feel anxious?
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, in mainstream medicine, that's not something that we look at or test. So in terms of NHS and mainstream psychiatry, there will be a bit of an awareness about stress hormones and so on, and being relevant when somebody presents in a highly anxious or agitated state. But I can't say from the last 19, 20 years of working within psychiatry that that's something we actually look at objectively. However, it can be done, but people need to go privately, certainly in the UK, for that sort of thing.
I mean, do you feel quite passionately about hospital food? Do you feel that they are going to look at that at some point, and the cafes, or do you just think it's just making too much money for them that you'll never make any inroads in getting people to eat properly in hospitals?
Gosh, yeah, that feels like a mammoth project to take on, particularly, gosh, the NHS is such a massive organization with and very siloed, so many different departments, and one health board doesn't necessarily work the same to the next. It's certainly something I've had thoughts about in terms of the hospital I work in, but in order to make any change on a big scale in the NHS, that's very tricky, very difficult. There's quite a focus on quality improvement these days, which can be helpful, but it tends to be starting off on a very small scale. So test out a very small project and then try to generalize that if you have good results from it. So I'm not saying it's something that couldn't be done, but it would certainly take a long time, I think, and a lot of effort to make any difference there.
So what do you offer people? Do you offer online coaching, or can they contact you if they got any anxiety issues? What do you cover?
Yeah, so I'm working now with my business partner, Ali Houston, and we founded MetSci. So people can go to metsci.com. So it stands for Metabolic Psychiatry, and we do coaching there. So we're doing small group coaching at the moment, and we'll have a course that will run ultimately twice a year for people who are just interested in metabolic approaches to mental health. At the moment, I'm not doing any direct one-to-one private work, but that's something that may well change in the near future. So I'm looking into some different options there.
And I've just put your Instagram up on the screen as well, so people want to follow you, they can get that link and contact you, which would be really good. So yeah, have you enjoyed coming onto the 24-hour live stream?
I have, thank you, but my internet is doing my head in, so I'm going to have to contact my provider. Because I'm actually plugged. I know. I'm plugged in, so I'm not on Wi-Fi, and there's still a delay. So,
and anyway. There is a question just before you go. Let's have a look. any thoughts on increased ADHD in children these days? Is there a connection with the SAD diet?
Yes, absolutely, I would say. So there's studies that show that particularly in autism and ADHD, there can be an increased susceptibility to leaky gut, and this can then trigger off inflammation in the brain and so on. But there are also some slight genetic abnormalities that can mean that people have higher requirements for certain micronutrients. For example, the MTHFR cycle, which is to do with folate, and bioavailable folate is one that a lot of functional medicine people are very into testing. But there's certainly a lot of evidence that, and certainly in my mind as well, that the symptoms of ADHD can be treated via diet. And I've had people contacting me, just DMing me privately, saying that they've done really well in terms of improving their symptoms. And you get cases within functional medicine that show complete resolution of symptoms, just looking at diet and lifestyle and environmental measures. So I'm not sitting here thinking that ADHD is a deficiency of stimulant medication. I'm not saying that those can't help some people, but I think there are other ways around looking at diet and nutrient requirements for that group.
Yeah, I think I was listening to an autobiography, actually, Lee Mack's autobiography, and he was diagnosed as he's a comedian, by the way, for the people that are not in the UK. And he's as an adult been told that he's got ADHD, but I think he also went vegetarian. So I'm just wondering if there is a connection. But anyway, so Dr. Rachel, thank you for coming on. Rich, do you want to say your goodbyes as well?
Yeah, Rachel, been an absolute pleasure. I'd love to connect outside this and get you on the podcast as well. So if you're up for that, we'll get something booked in. But fantastic chatting. I love going into the weeds in regards to the science with things. And yeah, you've appeased my my scientific nature with the convo today. So thank you so much for coming on board. Very much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, happy to chat anytime. Sounds good. Okay. Bye now.
Excellent, lovely. Bye. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you. Yeah, just to go back to that really quickly. This circles back to the polyphenols, isn't it? And things like curcumin and turmeric. Again, the oxalates and things in spinach. Coming back to a comment made earlier about DNA damage and causing hyperoxaluria, which leads to hyperthyroidism and autism in children. So again, it's all connected, isn't it? It all comes back to plants. Carnivore is the way forward. And you've got to shoot now, Stephen, haven't you? So
yes, well, let's 5 hours we've done. I have to be away for 30 minutes, and you've got a guest coming in, haven't you? Part-timer, Stephen. Yeah. So I'm going to go and do that, and you can let the guests come in, can't you, Richard?
I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't seen anybody pop up. I haven't seen any thing.
Well, it's Phil, isn't it? What I mean,
Phil.
Can you get them to enter in the room when they're there?
I don't think so. Are they on a pre-screen when they pop up? Because I haven't seen anything till they come on the screen.
Oh, you don't get a little screen at the bottom with them coming on.
No.
Oh, I was hoping your guest would be on so I could let him in. But he's obviously not here.
I've just messaged now. So I'm hoping he'll pop on. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I'm hoping he's on his way, but I don't think I've got access this end to allow him to come on. Unfortunately.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, I'll have to do my 30 minutes away, but I'll have to wait for your pop on, and then I'll pop off. And anyway, 5 hours we've done, so there's 19 to go. And lots of guests. Like I say, somebody asked if Ken Berry's coming on, but he's just too busy, which is a shame. Did ask him. Here we go. So I can let Phil come in and let you do your stuff for 30 minutes.
Fantastic.
Let me add him to the stream.
Hello.
There he is. How are we doing, my man? Yes,
I'm all right.
Very well. Good. So the co-host Stephen has just had to leave us for 30 minutes. So just to give you the rundown, Phil, we're live for 24 hours. We've got viewers from all over the world. We've got some, besides myself, obviously, some world-leading speakers within the carnivore keto community. So Stephen's just nipped out, so it's just you and I to touch base. But what I wanted to do, I mean, you've kindly agreed to come on and share part of your journey. Do you want to first I'm sure everybody knows exactly who you are and you need no introduction, but do you want to do a quick intro and tell everyone who you are?
Who I am. I tell you, I'm Phil the Bower Taylor, 16 times champion of the world. Well,
16
ex-champion of the world. But yeah, loving every minute of it. Loving it.
16
so
times
far,
world
so
champion.
far. We've got the seniors world championships now, so that's what we're working on.
Exactly. So just a quick rundown for everyone who's watching now that Phil reached out to me recently. Phil's always been known for looking at ways to improve athletic performance as well as health and well-being. He's always been known as an out-of-the-box thinker. He's come across keto and carnivore, that sort of lifestyle, and looked into it. Found me on a podcast, I believe. Phil reached out to me through the share chat, and then we began working together. Yeah, and
it's been good. I'm enjoying it.
Fantastic.
It's nice to do different things, Richard. It is, honestly. I mean, over the years, ever since I was little, really, I've been on and off diet. Probably most of the people watching have been exactly the same. But this is the first time, and I can say this hand on heart, that I don't want to change. I'm enjoying it. It's like, they always say it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle. And every time someone used to say that to me over the years, it was in my head and I couldn't stick to it. But now, especially now I've got more time at home, living out of hotels, country to country. I mean, we were literally worldwide, week in and week out. So it was difficult to get your regime to eat as what you should be eating, So it's a lot more easier now, but this is what I want to do now for the rest of my life because I'm enjoying it and it's easy. The first thing my wife used to say to me when I wake up in the morning, what do you want for your tea? I mean, I don't know. What do you want for your tea? It's 7:30 in the morning. But we don't say that no more because it makes things simple. We haven't got as many dishes. The sink's empty, which is another one as well. It saves you a fortune on washing up. So it's a great lifestyle and it makes you feel good. That's the main thing. I've always wanted to get up in the morning and get that feel good feeling, which I never had before. I was always like jet lagged and in a muzzy in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was so weird. I mean, most people will know this.
Know that feeling all too well. And Phil Escott, we had on a little while ago, has just given you a hey, Phil. So glad to see that you're still on it. So that's Phil Escott giving you a shout out there, and lots of praise coming from the live chat as well from everybody. So yeah, brilliant. Thanks for coming on. But let's get back to your journey. So I mean, you currently what was your driving factor for beginning the journey? For most people, it's weight loss. But I feel that for you, it was a different driving factor. Do you want to go into that?
There was a few things. I committed to the seniors for Jason Tame and Jason Francis. Jason Tame is a promoter. Jason Francis is a promoter, but he's Ronnie O'Sullivan's manager. That's how people might know Jason Francis. And Jason Tame's got a company called Modus, which do a lot of promotion work in the darts. So they started the seniors off. They've asked me if I'll commit, which I have. I've signed a contract, so I've committed. So started off thinking, just do what you used to do, turn up. But I haven't really been competitive for like 5 or 6 years. And I didn't realise how hard it is to get back into being match fit. Like a footballer, it's okay on the training ground, but it's when you're on the pitch, when you're under pressure, you seem to lose something. Then my hip, I needed a new hip. So I booked that up. And it was on the 28th of last month, and I cancelled it. I'm going to rearrange it. If I have to do, then I'll get it done again. But I've decided, did a lot of research, that I want to see if going a bit more carnivore, doing everything right, having a bit more fat in my diet rather than carbohydrates, get my weight down and see how I feel then, and see if I can do it without having operations. Operation I want is the last choice, cutting bits out of my body. So I've decided that I'm just going to give it a go, see how I feel, and if everything's fine, then that's me done for the rest of my life. I won't need a new hip. So that was the main one. Then obviously I wanted my darts to become better. So I had a little gym built in the back of my yard, with a little bit big shed thing, and then So I go in there and I do a few shoulder exercises now every night. Don't do a lot. I'm only in there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes till I get that really good burn on my shoulders, and then I stop. And it's working wonders. I'm hitting more 180s now, I think, than when I was at my best. But
Wow.
what all I've got to do is put that now onto the stage. So
Yeah.
I've got to work out now that little gap in the middle, which is that little bit there, I think. So we'll do it. We'll put it right. And you know, thanks to people like yourself who are giving me advice. It's great. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's absolutely life-changing. And I think, you know, the bait that catches that fish initially for most people is weight loss, but the weight loss is a side effect of being healthy and living the lifestyle, as you correctly coin it. So you've lost a little bit of weight to date as well. How much are we down so far, Phil?
I've probably done up to now about 2 stone, and then I've just started to plateau a little bit. So I'll be ringing you tomorrow. I'll be ringing you tomorrow. Get ready. Get your phone charged. So I've got a few things in my own mind which I'm going to run over with you. Like today, I'm having a bit of carbs today, but not a lot. I've had like 25 grams of boiled rice just this morning. I even ate the rice on its own, and I loved it.
So, was it white rice?
White rice. Yeah.
Good.
Jasmine.
So just for the listeners and the viewers, white rice is lectin free, so it is the better option of the rices.
So I know now, because you've learned me, that's 14 grams of carbs. And then a little bit later, I'm just going to have a little bit of ribeye, not much, but a good, say, 20 grams of protein. And then for my tea, I'm having a curry with some more rice. So I'll probably have about 50 grams of carbs today, maybe a bit more, maybe 60. But I'm just going to build my energy level up a little bit. And then tomorrow, I'm going to go clean again. So maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so I'm going to run through you. I'm going to go clean with no carbohydrates at all. And then maybe Thursday, maybe 50 grams of carbs. And then I was going to go then to Sunday and maybe have 100 to 150 grams of carbs, just to carb load a little bit. So I'll be with you tomorrow.
It'll be an interesting chat. I mean, again, it's just to reiterate to the guys listening that we support all aspects of low carb, ketogenic, and carnivore. And these changes are incremental. We're all on our own journey. Not everyone is as strict as myself. I'm 0 carb generally, but obviously, this is an incremental change for Phil. So we're gravitating into this.
I have been 0 carb for weeks, Richard, as you know. So it's a change. But when I go into anything, I have to go into it 100%. I can't do it any other way. Otherwise, I can't do it. Like even me cooking things, anything with Tefal on, anything with a non-stick coating, I've given away. My air fryers, they've gone. So everything now, I bought this one yesterday, and I can't plug in the halogen oven because it's metal, stainless steel, and it's glass. So I'm cooking in that now because I know that the non-stick coating can give you cancers. So that goes out the window. I don't just cook for myself. I do it for my grandkids, my wife, and my daughters and my sons. So I want them to eat as healthy as I can. My saucepans are made out of titanium, which is the hardest metal, so it doesn't give any taste out at all. So if you boil water in a titanium saucepan, it's just water. It's a bit expensive, but they're a lifetime warranty, so you save your money in the long run. So I do go in 100%, and I love it. With your world, I find your world, your expertise, it starts at this, and then it just goes like this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stop. It's like a black hole in the universe. You just keep learning all the time, and I love it. Love it.
Yeah, it is. And going back to the conversation we had with Dr. Rachel, who was just on now, it begins with restricting bread or lowering carbohydrate, and then it gravitates into changing other foods, removing certain plants and phytoalexins. And then we look at other external factors. Now, just to show people how strict and dedicated Phil is to this. So Phil recently competed in the seniors darts tournament at Yeovil, stayed in a hotel, and Phil took his own camping stove so he could make his own food in his hotel room. I mean, if that's not dedication, I don't know what is, So dedicated to the cause.
The maid asked me for my autograph, so it was Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah,
It's great.
I thought it was
love
brilliant. Yeah,
And
I
I'll
thought
tell
it
you
was
another
brilliant.
thing as well, people, what you don't realise as well, because you're eating a normal diet, I'd say a normal diet, where you're eating most things. But when I was doing it last month, I was sticking to one thing, so I was having a chicken breast. But when you start introducing other foods, which your body doesn't accept, like whey protein, I didn't realise whey protein knocks me bandy. I don't know why, it makes me ever so strange. So I've had to cut whey protein out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I had a food intolerance test saying as cow's milk and whey protein isn't so good for me. So I tried it. I've been trying it, and it did send me a little bit bandy. And the day that I played at Yeovil and I got beat on the Saturday afternoon, I had whey protein for my breakfast. So I've dropped one there. So we can put that right. We can move forward and put it right.
Exactly. I mean, just to circle back to that, the first match that you played in, you were the outsider for, and you won that comfortably. I think, you know, at one point it was looking at going to be 4 legs to 1 victory, wasn't it? But you sailed through. I think you had the most amount of 180s. And then, yeah, day 2, again, I think a number of factors, again, food related, wrong food choice, but also the fact that you're back to competition, you're standing for a long period of time, and what people don't understand is, I mean, that you know, you need to be match fit. Standing in that position is stress on the body, and I know, I'm sure you won't mind me saying, but you're 62, is that right?
Yeah, 62.
62 years young and still fighting fit and looking only 40, Phil.
It's only a number. It's only a number. And
Exactly.
I love it. Great.
But as we adopt now deeper and become a little bit more strict, the body's going to produce and utilize more beta hydroxybutyrate, and it's going to block NLRP3 inflammasome. It's going to lower inflammation. These aches and pains will begin to dissipate. You know, so the next match I think is September the 2nd in York, and you're going to be a lot fitter for that. And the beauty is as well that BHB, beta hydroxybutyrate, breaches the blood-brain barrier when glucose can't. So your concentration now when you're practicing is on point, isn't it? I mean, you know, you're hitting those 180s as if you were back on the main tour, which is really exciting. We just need 100%. To transfer that now. Yeah.
The only thing now I've got to work on is like my fitness of walking up and down, because my hip was killing me all the time. I never used to do so much practice. I got a little bit lazy. So now when I go in tomorrow, it is at least tomorrow afternoon, 2 hours practice. I shall go in a minute. Once I finish the podcast, I'll go in and have a practice for about 1 hour. But I'm trying to watch the cricket at the same time because England are doing okay in the Ashes so far. So yeah, so I know I've got to get me fitness up, like the walking fitness, so I can spend more time on my feet. So
yeah.
So first thing in the morning, I've got some electric bikes. Well, me and my missus have got electric bikes, so I'm going to go out in the morning first thing before coffee or anything else, because we normally have a cup of coffee. I'm going to go and have a little cycle. Maybe, I mean, you can do 4 or 5 miles on an electric bike in 10-15 minutes. You know what I mean? So I just spend half an hour, just toddle around, nothing strenuous. I'm not in the Tour de France yet, so just enjoy it. And then, yeah, just get that blood going and get your hips going and get your shoulders going. And then I've got 3 or 4 hours then to get ready for practice.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a multi-stage approach, isn't it, for health, well-being, weight loss, and for athletic performance? Because, I mean, that's what people don't understand. One of the advantages of living this lifestyle and producing ketones is, BHB helps you concentrate. So what I found in Yeovil was that towards, the latter end of that match, because the lights were so intense, you could see the sweat was dripping off everybody up there, and you could see the other players were starting to wane at the end. Concentration was lagging, but you were 100% focused.
I was okay. Yeah. I had my electrolytes, but on stage at Yeovil, it was over 52 degrees. That's how hot it was. When you think outside, it might be 30 degrees in Spain. It was 52 degrees. It was like being in a sauna.
Wow, and standing for that long time. So I mean, all of those, effects or external factors are going to have massive effect on the body, especially in regards to standing that long, the concentration for that long, as you say, rehydration. And again, that's something you were doing, wasn't it? Was using my electrolytes to rehydrate, to stay, well hydrated on stage. But it's exciting stuff, because people look at this as a weight loss thing, and then they look at it as health, which is exactly why you're doing it. But you wouldn't have thought that living this lifestyle would help improve athletic performance to the point of of concentration. But concentration is incredibly important, especially if somebody begins to overtake you in a professional match. And it's easy to become sidetracked and throw the towel in. And that's what I noticed with you. Your concentration was 100% on point. And I'll be honest, I'm super excited for September the 2nd, because I think we're going to see a new Phil Taylor. I think we need to. I think so. I mean, so you've recently started to introduce a little bit of carb, but I mean, prior to that, we've experimented with strict carnivore as well, haven't we?
Yes.
So what were you typically eating on the strict carnivore days?
Before, I mean, I did have a little bit of cabbage and a little bit of broccoli, maybe once a week. But mainly, I'd have in the morning, I'd have an omelette with a little sprinkling of cheese, maybe 3 eggs, but I'd only have 2 yolks and 3 egg whites. So that'd be my first meal. And then at dinner time, I love chicken, breast of chicken, but I pound it down to about the thickness of my little finger, then I pan fry it. And I put it on fairly warm at the beginning, and then I put coconut oil in, and I do it about 2 minutes one side, flip it over 2 minutes, then I put some butter in and turn it right down to about medium, and then I cook it until I get my temperature of 165 in the middle. I've got a little thermometer that you stick in, a little probe, so I get it to 165, and believe me, it's the nicest chicken you'll ever eat, and it's lovely. And I used to just eat that on its own. Maybe I should have a little bit of avocado with it, really, but I thought maybe the fat from the coconut oil and the butter would be okay. And then a little bit later on at night time, which was about 220 grams in cold weight, in raw weight, which is probably about 60 grams of protein. So probably up to about 80 grams of protein there. And then I'd maybe have a little bit more chicken a little bit later on, and try and get me protein up to about, because you set a figure at 190. Which you think it's easy, but it actually isn't. But you have to get used to it and do it. But it become quite easy towards the end, especially eating the chicken like that. It's great.
Yeah, and it is important to remember that lean meats are fantastic, but we need the fat as well within the diet, isn't it? Which is where you were adding the fats in. So I mean, we always try to promote eating protein with fat, and we've experimented. I mean, the reason that you gravitated more towards the leaner cuts is because you didn't seem to get on very well with. I think eggs seem to be problematic, didn't it? Because we believe it's the overmucoid, and which is a protein in the egg, and the fattier cuts of steak, I think, were causing issues early on. So it's all about experimenting and seeing what works for you, isn't it? So do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Do you know what I've done though, Richard, with the eggs? I noticed when I had a boiled egg, because the yolk was all in one piece, obviously, that's when I was getting heartburn off it, acid reflux. But when I mixed the egg up, so it's all mixed together, don't get it. So I've had an omelette this morning, and I haven't had it at all. And then for dinner, well, say dinner time, I'm going to put some little chicken wings in, because I've got the fat on it. So I'm getting some chicken wings, maybe six chicken wings or something. And then, because Karen likes them as well, so she'll finish the rest off. Because you can get like a big box of chicken wings from the supermarket for £1. You know what I mean? It's great. It saves you money, and it saves you a lot of washing up as well. But and then for tea time, I've got ribeye out defrosting, so we'll slice that up then, and we'll make a curry. Karen makes her own curry, so I think she's doing a balti. We'll have onions in, mushrooms, and then we'll have a little bit of rice with that. Maybe about 50 grams of rice, which is 100 grams of rice is 28 grams of protein, 28 grams of carbohydrate. Sorry. So that's today, and then tomorrow, as I said, I'll go back doing because we went sometimes. I mean, yesterday I didn't have that much food, and I get on the scales and I put ½ pound on. It doesn't make sense. So but it's only water weight, obviously. But I'm still working at it, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm gonna keep going. I'm too addicted to it now. And it's
Yeah,
so easy. Anybody struggling with the weight, believe me, you don't crave for anything. I mean, these sweets, they can be in there. They've probably gone rotten now and don't even want to look at them. Cakes, biscuits, not interested. Bread, there's bread on the side there. That could we do Robbie's daddy's breakfast and everything. But other than that, we don't eat it. Never.
Yeah, which is fantastic. And again, I mean, it's just to reiterate the fact, isn't it, that it is a journey. You know, some of the foods that that you consume, it's about experimenting and see what works for you.
Yeah.
And I think over the next couple of weeks, you know, we're going to gravitate into being a little bit more strict. We're going to look at, you know, the macro ratios of your fats to protein. Obviously, we aim to reduce or completely remove the carbohydrate, but it is been an interesting journey, isn't it? Because you know, you were thriving in the beginning, and then there was sort of you know, a dropout in between with mental clarity and things, isn't it? And a stall with weight loss, and then it's almost done a sort of you know, a 360, and now you're back. Sort of looks to be gravitating back more into a more animal based type. Yeah.
You've got to get used to it. You find red meat. Red meat can be a little bit hard to digest for some people. Depends on you.
It takes time.
I think over the years, because I've experimented, you know, been on different diets and everything else, and done this and done that, I think it's knackered my stomach up a little bit. So I think I've got to get my body right first. I think my body's got to repair and get running properly, like having your engine retuned. I think that's the only thing I can put it down to, and then start from afresh. So I'm going to keep doing it, as I say, and then hopefully my body will repair itself, and then it can run properly. Because I'm having no heartburn now at all. Before I was having tablets from the chemist every 5 minutes. You know what I mean? I was having heartburn every day. Drink of water would have given me heartburn.
For you know, just that one advantage, you know, it's worth continuing with the lifestyle. And I think when we looked into this, it was the high lectin content in the food that you were consuming. Isn't it? The lectins were binding to the mast cells and causing the release of histamine, which was leading to acid reflux. And when you took certain foods out, because early on we were still consuming things like tomatoes and bell peppers, things that do contain lectins. And when we took those out, the acid reflux just cleared up almost overnight, I think.
Tomatoes was a big
tomatoes, And again, you know, within the keto community, tomato is a staple. It's one of the ones that we are told that we, you know, we can consume ad lib. But it, again, it just adds more weight to the fact that these plants contain these phytoalexins, these plant toxins, which cause issues within the body. And it goes well beyond, I mean, we remove grain so that, you know, we remove the breads, the pastas, the rice and all this because of a carbohydrate binding protein called lectins in the form of wheat germ agglutinin. But what people don't understand is that these plants contain lectins in the form of phytohemagglutinin. So we need to remove, you know, these foods. And when we did, you massively you know, repaired and recovered from this acid reflux. But it is a journey. You know, we're getting there. I think it's an exciting journey. I'm really excited to see your progress and how you develop in regards to health. And I think it's one of these things that we can't fail at, because from one aspect or another, you're either going to lose a ton of weight and be healthier and improve athletic performance and make, you know, this big comeback in the seniors tour, or it's going to be two of those at least, you know.
The best results, Richard, for me, is the tape measure.
Of course it is, yeah, exactly.
Where I've got one, I did one measurement just above my belly button. So I went round my waist, just above my belly button. And when I first started, I was 53.5 inches around my belly button. So God knows what I was like when I was sitting down. So then I did it this morning, and I was 47.5. So it's coming down. My tracksuit bottoms, where I was going to throw them in the bin because they were too tight, and now too baggy.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, your weight loss is like plateaued a little bit, my inches are coming down, and that's a bit strange as well. It's weird. So just going to carry on, keep going, and then see what happens. And I'm not going to stop, because this is so easy to do.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people seem to not understand, is that they overcomplicate things in regards to what to eat, timings to eat. And it's just simply a case of eating intuitively. Eat when you're hungry. If you're not hungry, don't eat. You know, we went through a spell initially with you where you said, look, I'm not hungry. And we've almost had to force feed, isn't it? You know,
2 days,
because
I never had nothing to eat. 2 days, I wasn't hungry. And on the third day, I had to make myself. Weird.
Yeah. And that's fantastic. I mean, fasting, we know we've covered the benefits, the ups and the downs of fasting and the benefits of autophagy and things, but it's, you know, to go 2 days fasted without feeling hungry is incredible. But for the sake of testing your metabolism for the next stage that we're going to implement, you know, we have actively tried to increase the protein and fat, haven't we? And I remember when we had the conversation via Zoom, I'll never forget the look on your face when we worked out how much protein you were eating intuitively, and then I think we almost quadrupled this, didn't we?
I thought you'd lost it, honestly. He's gone. He's not right. How can anybody eat all that food and shed weight?
But you did.
But I'll tell you, what's in my mind now, Richard? We've been down local supermarket this morning, and we bought a big bag of rice. Honestly, it's like that, and it was £7. So I mean, there's probably 100 portions of rice there, so it's quite cheap. You know what I mean? Anybody that's struggling a little bit, because I know the electric bills and everybody's bills have gone up. It actually isn't that much more expensive than buying junk food. In fact, I think it's a lot cheaper. You know,
exactly. But
if you I mean, we use Asda, so we get their own brands. Even though I've got money, it's no good chucking it away. So we buy the yellow brand, so you can get your chicken breasts, and they're brilliant. As long as you have a little bit of fat in there.
You also get a lot of your protein from a relative of the family as well, isn't it? I mean, when we look at the cost of living in regards to protein, I'm carnivore, all I eat is meat. I spend £60 a week on meat. That feeds myself, my wife, and my little girl. And again, just circling back to what you said, I mean, not that we're pushing or promoting rice, you know, by any means, but again, it's these incremental changes, isn't it? You know, it's you know, we don't want to get everybody eating buckets full of rice.
No.
But it is these incremental. Ideally, you know, we wouldn't put it in at all, isn't it? But you know, we do understand that it's these incremental changes. We don't expect you to begin a journey immediately. And for you, it's this gravitation from low carb and the low impact carbs in regards to lectin content, replacing the foods that you eat with highly nutrient dense meats, quality fats, and making these incremental changes. And as we go along, you know, we're gonna facilitate these changes, and hopefully, you know, within the next couple of months, we'll grow.
My ambition is get me body where I feel 100%. When you wake up in the morning, I don't know if I need no carbs or I need 100 carbs a day. I don't know. So I've got to work everything out with you, and then find out exactly, like you would if you had a sports car. Whatever petrol goes in that car, it's perfect for that person, because we're all different. So some people need more, some people need less. You know, so it's a matter of working everything out, and that's what makes it so exciting. I think it's great.
And we're making progress every week, you know, those figures and the mental clarity and your sleep, I think, which is, you know, a real important factor that we've touched base a couple of times. So we've been live since 8 o'clock this morning. So we're 5.5 hours in. But one of the reoccurring topics keeps coming up is sleep. You know, some people say that they struggle with sleep, but you've noticed a massive improvement in your sleep since, you know, removing a lot of these toxic foods, isn't it?
Yeah, not every night. I mean, during lockdown and just before, we were waking up every night on the dot. Poof, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, watching the TV, try and get back to sleep again. And a lot of people were doing the same thing. I don't know why, whether it was these injections they give us, I don't know. But something was not right, seriously. Yeah. And every night, bang, wide awake, 3 o'clock, putting the TV on. And then by the time 7 o'clock comes, you won't go back to sleep now. You've gone tired. So there was a lot of nights. It all depends on the weather as well. I mean, there's been a couple of nights up in Stoke here, it's been red hot. So, you know, we woke up at like 4 o'clock in the morning because we were both red hot, even though we've only got like a little throw over on the bed, you know, about as thick as a tea towel. But it's just the weather as well can affect your sleep. So, hello.
Well, we're up. Stephen's back. This is Stephen. Co-host, this is Phil.
I thought we could have been then. Hiya, Steve.
Hello, nice to meet you, Phil.
And you, buddy, how are you?
Sorry?
I said, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm
sorry I
missed. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'm 59, mate, and I'm
All
an
right,
advert
all right, shall we
for this
not?
way of eating. Right, we've got our next guest lined up now.
Oh, we are
Rich.
fantastic.
We're going to have to
Phil.
let the beautiful
You're
Coach
welcome.
Emily in.
God
Yeah,
bless.
been an
Thank you.
absolute pleasure. Thanks for sharing your
Thank
story
you,
so
buddy.
far, Phil. Look
See you in the
forward to
morning.
touching base tomorrow, and we'll implement those changes. But brilliant stuff. Thank you, Phil.
I'll give you a ring back
Gentlemen.
anytime.
No problem at all. No worries. Look forward to chatting. Take care, man.
Yeah.
There we are. That's the
All
legendary
right.
16-time world champion.
Hey,
Hello,
now we've
Emily.
got Coach Emily.
Hello.
Hello. Have you met Richard before?
No, I don't know, Richard. Hi.
No. Hey, Emily. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on board. Super excited.
I am
yeah,
super
what are we-
excited, actually, because Coach Emily was on the Reverse TV series. She's one of the coaches at the Steak and Butter Gang. But do you want to just quickly, for everybody that's out there, because we've got quite a massive audience today, give us your story, a little sort of sizzling short story about why you went.
Sizzling.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now I've got to really think about this. Oh, wow. Yeah, absolutely. So I have been carnivore for 2.5 years. So what are you at now, Stephen? How long is your carnivore?
How long have I been carnivore? 4 years.
4 years. Okay. Well, I guess I can't ever gain on you, but over time, the amount is going to like get shorter between us in a way. So yeah, so that has been carnivore for me was like the finisher to my health journey. So my health journey was keto, fasting, extended fasting, intermittent fasting. I definitely come from that history of morbid obesity. So I was double my size in my previous life. And so I was up at 300 pounds and had been at that for many different periods during my life with mom. It was, having 4 kids and just not understanding the types of food that were ruining my life and were just making everything a disaster in my life, emotionally, energy, sleep, my capacity to just live the life that I wanted to live. And so it was the fasting journey in 2017 when I read Dr. Fung's book that kind of got me started in all this. But what happened for me is I needed that nutrition part because we know so many people now that have been on that keto and fasting journey, and it didn't solve their food addiction. It didn't solve their emotional issues with food. And because they really never got the nutrition that they needed. So it was one thing like what to do in the fast. I learned how to fast like a champ and I loved it. But I really, the keto treats, the artificial sweeteners, the nuts, vegetables like that, just they were not my friend and they were not helping me and they couldn't help me to make good solid decisions for my life. I never had that food peace. So carnivore for me gave me the peace with food. It gave me that food could be in its the spot that it needed to be as nutrition, amazing, delicious nutrition. And it gave me this huge mental clarity and the lasting success on maintenance because there's a whole situation of that if you didn't lose the weight and gain your health in a way that is sustainable long term, as a way that you want to live your life long term, then you can't expect those results to stay with you because you're not going to like it. You're just going to abandon it. So that's my story. I lost my first 100 pounds with keto fasting, my last 50 with fasting combined with a carnivore diet. And then I've been able to get involved in coaching. I've been able to help others figure out just all the journey, this, cooking for your kids and family dynamics and social dynamics. And so I love just problem solving and helping people through those and just being an example of, you can do this long term. It's absolutely sustainable. And so, that's kind of where I've been.
Yeah, it's good. So losing about 150 pounds is no mean feat, is it? But we've talked a lot, Coach Emily and I, about health is actually more important because the weight loss is a side effect. And many people think it's the other way around. I've lost this weight and everything's going to get better. But no, I think once you eat the right nutrition and your health gets better, because it's the right nutrition, you're not making yourself overweight. I mean, it just seems everyone looks at it the wrong way. So, Richard, have you got a question for Coach Emily?
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic amount of weight to lose. I mean, you've beaten me there. 150, mine is 107. So you've beaten me hands down. Absolutely incredible. Now, a question that I get asked quite often, and probably more so for you, is the skin. You know, you've lost all this weight. Are you left with any saggy skin or stretch marks? I'll give you, an example with me. I don't have any saggy skin, any stretch marks at all. And I was just wondering how, that is with yourself. Have you noticed the skin has regressed tight again? And I've got a theory behind this as well, but I'd just like to hear, if you've noticed anything similar in regards to stretch marks and skin elasticity. And
Yeah, phenomenal. So, I've always had some level of stretch marks, even as a girl, I did. And so I don't know if that was just like I've struggled with my weight from that whole time. So I cannot claim there's things that I can say that are noticeable and not noticeable. I don't have hanging curtains, which is phenomenal because I would think that I would. And so I don't have the typical, when I hear about people that have lost that amount of weight and I've seen and they've had to have surgery. No, I really haven't had that. So for me, I attribute that it took 4 years to lose the weight. So it wasn't a super, super fast. And there was so much autophagy involved in that process for me. And then I also enjoy lifting weights. And so I think that probably just like the weightlifting has had a big impact. The fact that it wasn't super quick, that it happened over time, and the fact that so much of it involved water fasting. And so it just, to me, there was a lot of autophagy that was happening during that process. I definitely have some, but it's just, I don't know. It's not what you would think. So yeah, that's phenomenal for you, Richard. I know, I want to hear your theories about this. Absolutely.
So, I mean, yeah, you've just hit everything on the head there. I mean, when we're fasting, it puts us into a state of autophagy, which is cellular repair, regeneration. The body will use amyloid plaques from the body and through scar tissues and stretch marks. And this is why, so I used to suffer with stretch marks along my arms, especially when I began sort of lifting and things. But it was only fairly recently when somebody asked me, because I used to compete professionally in the sport of bodybuilding. I won't bore you with my story, but it I was left with no stretch marks, and somebody recently asked, where has all of your loose skin gone? Where, why don't you have stretch marks? And I didn't realize this until they'd mentioned it. And I put it down to fasting and the fact that I was ketogenic, and coming back to, a point that we made earlier. Just by being ketogenic, your body is in a state of brown fat activation. It's in a state of mitophagy, autophagy, lipolysis, and the body will benefit from all of these things, whether we fast or not. But the fasting, especially, I believe, has cleared out a lot of these amyloid plaques and repaired my stretch marks and scar tissue. Again, I mean, I lost the weight incredibly quickly over the course of a year. It was 107 pounds, but I didn't begin competing until a year or two after that. And I think that I'd given the skin time to repair. The foods that we're eating, highly nutrient dense, allows the body to heal and repair. I've always been a big lover of the gristly part of my food, the parts on the chicken bone that the people don't eat, which are full of the collagen. So I've always had a high concentration of collagen in my diet since I've been living this way. All of these factors, I believe, have contributed to that. But that is a big concern, isn't it? Especially from females when they begin to lose a lot of weight, is, what about my stretch marks and loose skin? But it just seems to be a case that, the body heals itself, doesn't it? The body's an incredible machine, and it never ceases to amaze me that, what it can do when we supply it with the correct nutrients. And more importantly, when we remove these nutrients, or anti-nutrients, I should say, because they're not nutrients, in the foods that we think are nutrient dense. But yeah, that's my short version. Is that short enough for you, Steve? I usually get told off for going off on.
You see, Emily is worse than me for long answers. But yeah, I think I think I would just put a little caveat in there. There are some people that just have to resort to surgery.
Yep.
Laura Spath comes to mind, who was incredibly transparent, and I take my hat off to her for going online and saying, I'm going to have this done, because she's a big advocate of this way of eating. So I think Emily's been, not lucky, because it took her 4 years. And I think also how quickly it comes off makes a big difference. But yeah, it's great. So Emily, this is your little guest spot. So is there anything else you want to tell us about that you're up to, like a cookbook, for instance?
Sure. So, we have all these trends in carnivore space, right? And so we had, I don't know what it is right now. Oh, sardines or something. I'm not going to make a sardine cookbook, believe me. So back, I had tried to go up my fat and do like the higher fat version of carnivore, would have been in last year, 2022. And so during that time, I just developed tons of high fat recipes that I was trying for myself. And so I really wanted to share that with folks. So yeah, I do. I used a ton of tallow. I've developed and so, it's like you were saying with the anti-nutrients, because we're all on different spectrums of what we can tolerate. So some of my recipes have a little bit of vanilla in there, or, something, so they would be more on the keto spectrum. But yeah, I was just experimenting with so much. Like I needed sauces, I needed little candies. You don't exactly need a recipe for browned butter, but we started doing all kinds of fun things with the brown butter, putting bacon in it and adding some other, components to it. So yeah, I do have a cookbook for sale. It's for sale on the Mighty Networks, on the Steak and Butter Gang. So that is super helpful. And, for me, I have always been oriented towards a higher fat approach that has just helped my mood. It's helped my sleep. But I did this on purpose for a while. And so, yeah, that is out there, and I try to add to it. It's actually at this time right now on Mighty Networks, I can continue to edit and add. I don't have it out there available on it's not in a static form quite yet. So yeah, that was a ton of fun. Definitely put like our family favorites in there, because yeah, it's a great lifestyle change, but it doesn't, there's not a lot of resources out there for ideas for getting the cookbooks going.
Go on, Rich. Have you got any more questions? I've got questions, but I know Emily, so
yeah. Look, you fire away. I'm going to be incredibly rude for 2 seconds and nip to the loo. You've had 30 minutes away, so we've been live for just under 6 hours. But yeah, if you don't mind, I'll do that one. You carry on. I'll be 2 seconds though. I promise.
Okay. Yeah, we'll shut the door. Yeah. So. Yeah, brilliant, Emily. So, what I'd like to ask you about is, are you still interested in priming and talking about that and food freedom? Because I think that's one of the big things that you're pretty much an expert on.
Yeah, I think that is when people are new to carnivore, that carnivore can be, you're not used to eating a large amount of meats. And so we're used to, what did they tell us? Our plate was like this, and it was half was vegetables, and then maybe a quarter was meat, and I don't know what the quarter, carbs, or, all these ideas that we've had about my plates or what to put this together. And so when people are thinking about what is a serving size of meat, and they're wanting all these benefits, they've heard they want the health benefits, they've, heard what an incredible plan this can be, that they're going to revert to, maybe one piece of chicken is the appropriate serving when we're getting started with carnivore. And so they're going to fall into under eating by just on accident and not even know that's happening. And then the thing is that yes, carnivore is a wonderful plan, but under eating on any plan is going to have a lot of problems, and you're not going to feel good. And so when people are going through carnivore, they're already going to be in a keto flu and an adaptation flu, and a huge adaptation from their body getting used to things. And then if you're under eating at the same time, you're basically putting yourself into a calorie restriction mode right in the beginning of your journey. So I do think that, priming is a 2-week period where you are feasting on meat and you are, actually eating 3 times a day plus, to really fill up every nook and cranny nutritionally, and to get your body to transfer to use animal foods instead of the other foods. So I think it's like the best way to start, if you're going to start this out, is to take a priming period and then to let your appetite naturally kind of fall down from there. But what can happen too is that it will prep you for fasting. So you'll probably start doing some intermittent fasting. And then if you're wanting to do some intentional fasting, it really sets the stage for doing that as well. So yeah, for people that don't know about that process, we're talking about priming, Richard. So I assume you've heard about this concept. This is Raymond Nazon developed this concept, but we've just been teaching it for a long time in Steak and Butter Gang, and so many people have just had amazing benefits from taking this period of time of feasting. But I heard of it, something similar when I came to carnivore. There was a philosophy about that: eat as much as you want meat. But I never heard anybody sort of let's push this to the next level and actually on purpose have a period of time where you're kind of hyper nutritioning yourself to get your body really, really ready, and to have it coming over, and to that fasting will oftentimes come out of that as well. But just to make sure that you're not under eating. You can't under eat when you're priming, that's for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, I actually did the experiment with Emily. Well, not with her personally, but at that period of time last May, and I was gobsmacked actually, because Coach Raymond said to me, I'd been carnivore 3 years ish, and 3 years, and he said, you're not eating enough. And so there you are, 3 years of carnivore, and I thought I was eating enough. And somebody just eyeballed my pictures, and we were doing a weekly live stream, and he said, you're not eating enough. Now, that's why I put that comment up there, because that's a few of the messages I'm getting personally as well. Undereating is a big issue, because people want to lose that 150 pounds like Emily did, or 107 pounds like Richard did, and they think, oh yeah, eat less and move more. And that isn't going to work, because if you're underfed, undernourished, and in my diabetes and obesity practice, I have many people that are very overweight and malnourished, and they just don't get that, because they're thinking of volume of food, and the fact that they're fat must mean they're eating too much, but they're actually undereating the things they need and overeating the things they don't need. So you have to unlearn that. Sorry to nick that phrase from one of the Instagram things, but yeah, I had to unlearn and rethink. And eating more was counterintuitive, but I got it, I understood it. And I found in the first week of priming, and I don't believe in calories, but people wanted to know, so I was having 3,500, 4,000 calories for 7 days, 3 meals a day and snacks, and I lost 4 pounds. Because all of a sudden I was absolutely satiated, and the following week I didn't want to eat anymore. I mean, that's the beauty of this way of eating. It gives you that food freedom. And I used to laugh at the time. Poor old Emily's heard this a few times, but it's the only way of eating where I've ever heard someone go, do you know what? I don't want to eat anymore. That's it. I've actually had enough of eating. Whereas other types of diets are, you're always hungry, you're always thinking about food, and you're underfed. Well, this way of eating was eat so much, and the analogy of eating so much is like, the 1950s dad who would lock his son in a cupboard with 10 packs of cigarettes because he found him smoking, said, right, you smoke all them, you'll never want to smoke again. You're not coming out until you smoke them all. And that's what it was. I was just eating so much. I suddenly got to the point where Raymond said to me, you okay for next week? Eating 3 meals and snacks. I was like, I don't ever want to eat. That's it. I'm genuinely actually full, and that completely changed my food freedom. And even my wife Jane said, you don't talk about food at all since you've done that. I mean, obviously, yeah, that looks nice, that ribeye looks nice, but not in between meals, not go, what we're going to have tonight, what we're going to have tomorrow. There was just a complete food freedom. And I would say I've tried to get Raymond to come on, but he didn't reply properly. But anyway, Emily's come on. It would be really nice to take my hat off to Raymond and thank him for it, because it was a great thing to do. And I think under eating sounds like the best thing for people that are overweight, but it actually is about the worst thing you can do, because you just end up binging. You end up getting all the stuff that you crave. I mean, how can you crave something when you're full? You just can't, because you're full. You don't want to go out and eat stuff because you're full. And to me, that seems like a really obvious thing. Sorry, I'm talking too much. It's Emily's time, but I just wanted to say that, Emily, while you were on, that really was a revelation for me, to overeat so much and to lose that much weight. And Bart Kay had done the same thing previously, at tons of food, and saw the weight come off. But when I'm saying tons of food, it really literally was, quite a big volume. But then by the third week, everything had settled down, and I was just eating what I would call normal amounts of food, which was just to my hunger, and then stopping when I was full. So it was a big thing to do. And that's what Emily does. She does this chisel program, and it's based on that, isn't it? I know you then change it, and you have alternate day fasting and a few things like that as well, which is great. So what else what have you got coming up, Emily?
Let's see. Oh, I just started doing a podcast for my YouTube channel. So Stephen, I have to have you come on for a podcast. So that has been fun. So yeah, I've just been interviewing folks and stories, and that's the thing is being in this community, you hear so many incredible stories. So I just recorded with Cassie, Cassie, right, from Rivero a long time ago. And she was one, because her weight loss is up in the 300 type category. She did have some surgery. She needed some on her arms and, whatnot. But yeah, we just covered like every little basic that the two of us had been through. We're kind of like little sister twins or something. Our journeys were so parallel. And so, because we had the fasting, we had the carnivore, we had, had done a little bit of that under eating thing, had figured out that priming, had figured out that full nourishment and how much it actually really helps to the fast. So I've got that going on. You guys can check that out on YouTube. And I just had Anthony Chaffey. I just recorded an interview with him that you guys had him on earlier today for a couple hours. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he was great. I think I asked him like one question, just shoom. Like, okay, I got every anthropology, every historical data, every cultural data, all right, we've got it right now.
So yes, now come on, you've got to be better at plugging your YouTube channel. How do we find it?
I mean, I think it's just under my name. I got to get better at everything. I only have a couple of episodes out. You're right. Yes, Stephen, thank you. How do I do that a little bit better?
Be ready. And you need Richard as a guest, because if you like someone giving you a really long scientific answer,
I do.
You are looking at
the
epitome of that. And in fact, we had Richard and Anthony this morning for 3 hours, and I literally could have just turned my screen off. It was just brilliant to hear them.
The energy was pinging and rocking. Beautiful. Yeah. And so on Instagram too, I link everything on Instagram. I'm running the little bites of the interviews through that. So it's Healed by Meat on Instagram. So you guys can follow me there too.
Okay.
And I'm still, we're still doing stuff at the Steak and Butter Gang. And so I love being, just involved in community. Everything that we do here is just so community oriented with your YouTubes. And so any place where people have excitement and, problem solving or helping people figure out the steps on their carnivore journey. Like, I'm just so happy that these things are happening.
That's okay. So we've got a question here and I'm sure people use these names, so when I read them out, it sounds incredibly difficult for me, but I'm not even going to bother with that. I can't read that. But the question is, what's the proper alternative thinking we have on cholesterol? Does the body specifically try to increase cholesterol levels when it knows you're unwell, for example? Now, you don't have to answer that one, Emily. That could go to Richard. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will just say, no, I'm just going to say from my personal experience in eating the high animal fat diet, the benefits that does for me, just mentally, energy, hormonally. But no, I'm definitely going to punt that to what's actually happens to. Okay, so they're talking about when you're in an illness, is your body gonna what is it gonna raise up, and what is it gonna have to kind of bring to that site? So no, go ahead, Richard.
Thank you. It's a nice sidestep.
Yes,
typically, LDL cholesterol helps us fight off viruses and infections. It's imperative for life, cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones. It's essential for healing. We need it to fight off viruses and infections. And typically LDL will come down when we have an infection. When we begin a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle, cholesterol can increase, but this is just a cholesterol returning back to its natural physiological level because we've had a lifetime of abuse from phytosterols, which artificially lower our cholesterol. So when we remove these and we see an increase in cholesterol by becoming keto and carnivore, it is simply the body just restoring cholesterol levels back to its natural level. And the production of ketones use the same pathway, the mevalonate pathway, which we spoke about earlier, which is the same pathway that produces cholesterol. So there may be an argument there that the production of ketones and any overspill will raise cholesterol, although that's just a hypothesis. There's no data to back that up. But what we do see is when we become keto and carnivore, the increase in cholesterol is nothing more than an elevation back to its natural physiological level. But LDL, when we become sick, in short, it typically comes down because the body's fighting that virus and infection. But an increase in cholesterol, to put into perspective, mine is double figures. It's around 10.26, 8 point something. I think my LDL is. And to be honest, I'm disappointed that it's not higher.
Yep.
Mine's
right at around, and we measure in, different forms or whatever. Mine's right around at that 230. And I'm just like, great. Like that. I don't have a concern about it. I feel so good. To me, I feel like it's, lubing my vessels with the right slippery types of substance that I need, that I'm, to me, it's just very protective. And so I celebrate the high fat and the high cholesterol. And yeah, our body's so wise. Our body has so much wisdom. That's why it's just like, okay, reverting back to these ancient ways of eating, fasting is, as ancestrally appropriate, then it lets your body turn the knobs. We don't have to turn the knobs, y'all. Our body can do it. And it's has that wisdom to adapt, and when you're fighting an infection, when things are coming up, it knows what to do.
I love that.
I'll just share. Oh, sorry, Richard. Sorry. I'm just going to share a screen just very quickly. We have the technology to do this, which is a little graph about from a study. And this was recently shared by Ken Berry. But basically, a good graph to show when it looks at LDL levels. So this is as your LDL increases along here, and this is your likelihood of dying. And these are hard endpoints. These are actually people that died. It's not like guesswork. And as you can see, as your cholesterol is low, your risk of dying is nearly twice as much as here when it starts to increase. And the sweet spot there, seems to be 120 right up to 240. Even going up to 300, it still looks much better. Your chances of living with this high LDL are twice as good as over here. And these dotted lines, these areas of confidence, really, it actually shows up here that possibly LDL is protective. So I think that's pretty interesting, personally. So let me just get rid of that now, because we haven't really got time for that. So yeah, that's brilliant. Emily, that's your half an hour, which is fantastic.
Thank you. So great to be with you guys. So
Dr. Sabrina, do you know Dr. Sabrina Sort? Do you know her?
Of course, yes.
You do. Let's get her to come in through the door.
Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Hi, so good to see you, and both of you guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, beautiful. Have a wonderful talk and enjoy. I'm so excited for your new life in Florida, Dr. Salt. It just sounds like things are coming along.
It's great, but it's so humid right now, and I'm so pregnant, so it's just a little uncomfortable.
Oh my gosh, can't wait to see that baby. Have a great session, y'all.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. So, hello, Dr. Sabrina Sort. Do you know Richard?
I think that just via social media, but I don't think we have actually the pleasure of speaking. So nice to formally meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Sabrina. Thank you very much for coming on board.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm excited to be here. This is so fun. I was thinking just like how cool this whole concept is. And I mean, if you haven't already, this should definitely be at least an annual thing for sure.
Right. Okay. Ooh.
The pressure's on. I'm sorry.
Thanks for that. You can go now. So yeah, we're 6 hours in. 6 hours in. It's not bad. Just for the viewers who don't know you, could you just give us a little intro to who you are and why you're here?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Sabrina Solt. I am a naturopathic medical doctor by training and certifications and all that good stuff. Used to live in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I currently still operate a regenerative and anti-aging medicine practice. Currently live in Florida. I have been a carnivore for over a year and a half now. Somewhat shifted in the last, I would say, 7 or so months because I've been pregnant. So I've been incorporating a little bit more ketovore, animal-based, just due to some meat aversions and stuff that I've had. Otherwise, I feel purpose in this community is to share health information that helps people really try to figure out what might be happening underneath as far as root cause issues as to why they might have had to find their way to carnivore in the first place to help heal a lot of things, or also why carnivore may be challenging for some people as well too.
Brilliant. Now, Richard, have you got a question? Do you want to start with a question?
I'll leave you kick this off, and I'll jump in with something for about half an hour, probably.
That's right. Well, something piqued my interest straight away. Now, you said now you're pregnant, Sabrina, that you felt some cravings and you've added some stuff. So what have you added?
So when I first got pregnant, I mean, I'm 32 weeks now. So we're 7 months in, we're very close to the end, which has been great. And it wasn't necessarily that I was craving anything as much as I had meat aversion. And it honestly broke my heart. Like, I can't tell you how upset I was because I was sitting at work one day and I had my ribeye that I normally would bring with me to work, cooked it up, got my butter on it, and I sat there and stared at it. And I was like, I cannot eat this for the life of me. I knew I was pregnant already at that point. I was really hoping that this wouldn't happen. This happened with my first pregnancy as well. This is number 3 for me. And I got out my phone, Uber Eats, and I got some sashimi delivered to the office because that was all I really wanted at that point was just give me some fish. The meat aversions lasted until somewhat into second trimester. So I ate some chicken. We had a period of time where we actually did a vacation to Turkey and Egypt, and this was planned before I ever became pregnant. And we were in a situation where we were on this cruise ship. There was only one option for food, one option for meals, specific meal times. I wouldn't recommend it. But I didn't trust a lot of the meat they were cooking. It was mystery sauces, could have been thickened with flour, which I have a pretty severe gluten intolerance. The only things that were safe for me on that cruise ship were fruit and full fat yogurt. So I kind of sustained on those for about 4 or 5 days, which not ideal, but it's what I had access to. Even all of the eggs were cooked in seed oils. They had the fake butter packets, which were actually mostly seed oils. And I react very poorly to those. So I keep them out of my diet. Other than that, to get over a lot of the meat aversions, what I had to do was condiments, we'll say. So if I was eating ground beef, I would need to like chop up tiny pieces of pickles to go with them, or I would add in like a small amount of sauerkraut, like just these things that I knew I could tolerate, or even a little bit of avocado, things I knew didn't bother me. I got into carnivore because I had health issues, severe gut issues, skin issues, anxiety, things that all really dramatically improved. So if I am going to quote unquote stray from it, I'm going to do it with things that I know aren't going to upset my body. Besides that, though, the period that I'm in right now is actually really weird. I am all about pork. I am bacon. I am pulled pork. I am pork ribs. It's just a crazy flux being pregnant. You really have no control, and it's kind of weird. So I'm excited to get this baby out and get back to my like normal way of eating.
Fabulous. We've got a few questions in the comments section. One thing that we were talking about before you came on was LDL. We had a little look at some data about whether high LDL is deleterious or not. And I know you are not one to shy away. So I'm happy for Richard to have a pop first if you want to. Does ApoB and ApoA matter in carnivore? So, Richard, do you want to pop an answer on, and then we'll get Dr. Salt to add something if you
Yeah,
want.
go on. Let's Dr. Sabrina just jump in. I've taken up way too much airtime at the moment, I think, isn't it? So I've got a couple of things lined up. So I'll for Sabrina. So I'll let her jump in on this, and I'm gonna go into something a little bit more technical now as we go on, if that's okay.
So anytime I get a question about a specific value and does this value matter, I almost always say no, not because the value is not important, but because it matters within what context are we looking at this. You can have these elevations in an otherwise metabolically sound person, and you can also have these elevations in somebody who is metabolically very unfit. So the context absolutely matters. And if a person is carnivore, that doesn't always necessarily mean that they're metabolically fit. How long have they been carnivore? What type of carnivore are they? What other things do they do? Are they still really overweight? Have they developed some sort of insulin resistance because they've been carnivore for so long, which I've seen clinically actually happen. People who have almost no insulin levels, that if they were to reintroduce something like carbs, they would absolutely go into very diabetic symptoms. So I don't think that they are the end all be all by themselves. I will look at them in the context of everything else. So are their triglycerides elevated? Are their inflammatory markers elevated? Things like hsCRP, myeloperoxidase, PLA2, even things like oxidative LDL. And if we are seeing these elevations within that type of picture, then yes, absolutely, we might need to do something about them. But then that context also changes. So how are we going to address it? Do we adjust the diet? Do we consider statins? Almost always never. But again, it's all case by case. Unfortunately, we're all individuals.
Yeah, and I think one of the things when we talk about cholesterol is if you start with a false premise that high LDL cholesterol is causal for atherosclerosis, then all your ducks are in a line. So if you look at ApoB or with apolipoprotein, all that means, apo just means attached to lipoprotein, Greek. It's just so if you assume that high LDL was a problem, therefore high ApoB is going to be a problem because it's attached, if you see what I mean. So I think there's a lot more nuance to it, and I think people just need to go back to the drawing board and firstly decide what is the issue here. That's personally what I think. And there's lots of things to say. Actually, when you look at where plaques form, it's always in a high pressure area. It's always in an artery. So there's many reasons to say it's also where there's not laminar flow of the blood. There's lots and lots of things that point to it not being LDL necessarily, but the environment around that. So anyway, and also how does it get into the space? Well, what's caused that gap, that lesion for that thing to get into it? So that's maybe the cause, inflammation. Or you could look at the other theory, which is about thrombosis. And anyway, right, I don't want to get into the weeds too much because I've still got 18 hours of this to do. So let's have a look. So there's a nice phrase here, which
I just wanted to bring up, you bring up a very good point, just to hone in on that, is that cholesterol is not a root cause of anything except high cholesterol. Like, unless you're just assigning the diagnosis of high cholesterol, it is not a root cause. So we really do need to be better investigators versus just attacking one singular thing, because one of the concepts of elevated cholesterol is that it's elevating in response to a process that needs repair. Well, if you're not looking at that underlying process that needs to be repaired, whether it's you're producing more cholesterol because your hormones are declining in middle age, or you're trying to repair something else in your system, unless you're actually looking at, okay, where is this happening? And then you just go to try to lower it because that's what you've been told, that's what you've been taught, you're actually going to make things worse overall. And I think that's what's actually really disappointing, is that you end up with these people who are consistently getting sicker and sicker, despite doing what the medical, the whole medical paradigm suggests, which is lower that cholesterol to prevent disease.
Yeah, and I think one of the things Rich, I was trying to find the comment here because he really liked it. We were talking about levels, globally, because, I do the phlebotomy side of things, and these levels, these normative ranges are not optimal. It's a range, so people can be outside of those ranges and be optimal, and people can be in range and not healthy. So I think it's much more holistic than that. And also we were talking about language and how we say high cholesterol, but of course, if you take out the plant sterols, is it high or is it actually where it should be? That's just what we was talking before you got on. So, and it is how you talk about things. That's quite emotive to say, oh, you got high LDL. Well, no, actually, you got the LDL you should have had. In fact, it was too low. That was the problem. It was artificially, reduced because of what you were doing. So, yeah, that's cool.
I think
Right.
the biggest takeaway when it comes to cholesterol is it's imperative for life. It's essential for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones, and it's essential for healing. And it doesn't matter what the level is. If you were eating a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle, then your cholesterol, including LDL, is healing and repairing the body. We referenced the study first thing this morning with Dr. Chaffey that shows, published on the BMJ, 68,000 participants. And it shows a reverse in representing 92% of the participants in regards to high LDL and all-cause mortality, which should tell you everything that you need to know. But cholesterol wants to heal and repair the body. We can go into the science, behind that if you want to, Stephen, but it'll probably take about 5 or 10 minutes by the time I get into the weeds. Maybe we can jump on that a little bit later on. But cholesterol is essential for life. We certainly shouldn't fear cholesterol. If anything, I'd like to get mine higher. In fact, the most recent test, it could come down ever so slightly, and I was a little bit upset.
That's hilarious. I love that. Yes, I agree with you for sure.
Yeah, so I think I've got some questions that were pre-submitted. I'm trying to find one that I can read quickly for you. Right. Please don't laugh at this, all right? Because I said any questions. This could be a parody question, but I'm going to tell you. Please don't laugh. Can I have nuts? Or are all herbs and spices, vanilla and cinnamon, onions and garlic allowed? What about pickles, fermented veg, olives, salads, cabbage? Any sauces ideas, please? Thank you. And the rationale for this is they need some variety and tasty food. She thinks it might get too boring. So do you have any ideas for sauces that are 100% carnivore that can really spice things up? Or are there sort of pickles you can have that are least problematic? What do you think?
I mean, the Pluck seasonings, I have no affiliation with that brand whatsoever, but there's seasonings that are made out of organs. So if you wanted like a pure carnivore option, I'd say that would be the thing to go. I feel like, so being in clinical practice for as long as I have been working with patients, the best way to get somebody to create lasting change is to meet them where they're at. So if somebody is embarking on carnivore and they need some sort of transition period, which was me personally too, so I can strongly relate to this and the feeling of, okay, I can't go full in yet just because it's not agreeing with me for whatever reason, whether I think I need variety or in my personal experience, it was a history of eating disorders where I absolutely could not have rules or somebody else's rules, so to speak. It was fine if it was coming from myself, but I couldn't have that because it would trigger those previous feelings. So I can empathize with that need. And the ultimate goal, I think, for all of us should be, well, what's going to get me towards this level of optimal health? And if right now what you need is a small amount of spices, maybe you need to put some, I don't know, maybe you're whipping up some egg whites for some sort of fake dessert and you got to put a little bit of cinnamon and vanilla in it. Fine. Like get the egg whites in because those are going to be beneficial for you, or even put the yolks in too because those are way more beneficial. But if what you need is a small amount to, again, get you to that eventual, we'll say strictness or eventual pure carnivore, go for it because it can work for some. Now, there are some people that absolutely need the cold turkey method where they have to cut everything off in order to, release what might be food addiction or those really specific cravings that might come up. That's fine. Only you can know yourself. And unless you're actually working one-on-one with a provider or somebody who says, oh yeah, no, this food may actually be a food intolerance for you. You should get rid of it right away. Don't even ease out of it. I think that it's, it's fine to be flexible, totally fine to be flexible, but also totally fine to still continue to do things that are going to work towards your goals. And the definition of carnivore can be different from everybody. I've seen some people use the definition of hypercarnivore, which is anything that's 70% or more animal-based. We have obviously the definition of lion, meat, salt, water, definition of ketovore, which is mostly carnivore with the addition of small, maybe plant foods that are not going to, spike your, to take you out of ketosis, I should say. As far as like safer options, you're asking about pickles. I personally actually do terrible with pickles and cucumbers. But for me, I can do like half of a fermented pickle and it won't bother me. The fermentation process seems to attack those lectins that I react very strongly to, and it seems to be okay. Sauerkraut seems to be an okay thing for some people, again, with the fermentation, which would bring us into more of like a Weston A. Price sort of approach to carnivore, where you're including these more traditional foods. And I think that can work for some people as well, too. And ultimately, once you've healed from whatever might be ailing you or why you found your way to carnivore in the first place, maybe that becomes how you live flexibly, right? So if you wanted to go to restaurants or you want to go to dinner parties or things with other people that aren't necessarily needing to eat this way, you can have that freedom.
That's brilliant. Richard?
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, it's it's a point we keep coming back to, isn't it? We see this within the carnivore keto groups quite often, where somebody will post a picture of a meal and everybody will jump on their back. That's not keto. That's not carnivore. And look, for a start, all carnivores are ketogenic. Mm-hmm. If you're carnivore, you're in a metabolic state of ketosis. And what is ketosis? It's a metabolic state. It's the metabolic state we're born in. It's the metabolic state that we've evolved in our entire existence. What we eat, what can we eat? Technically, we can eat anything and still maintain a ketogenic state as long as it does not pull us from that ketogenic state by altering that insulin to glucagon ratio. So if it takes a food, as you rightly say, that we shouldn't, many would deem to be non-ketogenic or carnivore, but if it takes that to keep it on the straight and narrow, but you understand that there are negative effects to that, then that is absolutely fine. I think we need to try to stop jumping on or down the throats of these people who are new to, because what I find, I've got a keto group, somebody new will come on and they're super excited, they'll post a picture or something, and the first comment, that's not keto, that person removes themselves from the group, throws the towel in, and never progress. We need to support these people, not attacking them. We need to commend them. Congratulations for joining the group. You've made the first step in your journey. The benefits are fantastic. What you're doing is brilliant. There are different types of, as you rightly say, being in a ketogenic state and subsections of being carnivore. Where you want to fit on that path, or where you want to be, end your journey, reside on that path, as it were, is entirely to you. But it's down to knowledge and understanding that wherever you are now, you can be better off. But if you are at this point in your journey and you were benefiting and you were healing your body, then that's fantastic. But always understand you can go deeper down it. But I think we need to support these people. I'm carnivore to the core. That's a new term we can use, carnivore to the core.
Love it.
It's
yeah.
I support all aspects of low carb, and we've touched base with this a couple of times this morning already. But Coach Stephen deals with a customer who is dirty keto. He does not want to gravitate away from that, but he's changed his life, lost a stupid amount of weight, healed his gut, and he is reaping the benefits. And kudos to him for doing that. And I think we should support that. If that's the choice he decides to make, that's fantastic. But always be aware. And this is what these pieces are for, isn't it? These education pieces, they show people where you are is fantastic. But if you remove this, and this, you'll be further down the line. But you need to make that decision yourself. We can't force this upon people. And we need to remember where we are in our journey as well. I mean, I've been on my journey for 10, 11 years. It's taken me, 6 or 7 of that to become carnivore. I didn't just flick a switch and wake up. It's been these incremental changes. So if you need those pieces, those sauces or condiments, whatever it may be, to allow you to maintain that journey, then so be it, So that's my 2 pence.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And Dr. Sabrina there is soaking up your lovely Welsh accent. I can see that. And I think one of the things that the reason I asked so many people on, it was to actually prove this, that you don't have to be zero tolerance. None of the influencers that have come on are flat out, you can't do that, you can't do that. And most people do have that angle of, if it's the only thing that's going to keep you doing carnivore or be closer to carnivore and get rid of all the processed foods and seed oils and all that, then do it. You know, if someone says to me, I fancy an avocado, I'm like, okay, well, eat an avocado. I mean, what is the big deal?
Yeah.
But I think there are, you know, a little bit of demarcation. If someone says, I really fancy a donut, and I know that client, you're going to have one. Are you going to have one a day? Are you then going to have two a day? You know, so you have to moderate. But something like sauces, I mean, a big thing that helped me was finding a carnivore mayonnaise, which is just an egg yolk and some butter whisked up together. And I was like, why did I not know about this 9 years ago? This is amazing. So, I mean, and that's mayonnaise that you can make literally fresh there and then. I mean, you don't have to, you know, distill it or do anything to it. So I thought that was good. I do have another question. Oh, by the way, I will tell you another thing that has got me in trouble when I've done what I eat in a day. I'm just going to show you some.
Yeah.
And it's a sausage, because that's processed.
Oh my God. You know, I laugh because at this conversation, because just yesterday I had an Instagram post with like this meme, like ready to go. And it was about this topic. It was about the people who are policing carnivore and keto content with the don't do it. And I had the whole caption, like it was ready to go. It is saved in my drafts right now. And I'm just like, oh, I just didn't want to deal with the backlash from the purists. And this is exactly what you're saying. I don't know another, you know, I don't know if you want to call it professionals, influencers, whatever, in the space that is a quote unquote purist. It's always these people that are in these Facebook groups that say things like, you're right. Oh, that's not carnivore. And I have never encountered a person who was on the receiving end of that was like, you know what? Thank you for that. My life has changed. I am now going to be the purest carnivore and you've fixed all my issues. It just doesn't happen. And it's so crazy to me that this is how people are trying to help other people. And then I think, well, maybe they're not. Maybe they're just trying to be the person who flexes on social media. Maybe they are sad and unhappy. Maybe they're actually not even carnivores themselves and they're just trying to troll these groups because maybe they're vegan and they're trying to get people to not be carnivore. Who knows? But ultimately, yes, we should be guiding people along, offering true assistance when needed, because we all know the benefits of this way of eating and how much it can cure different diseases. It can put people in better metabolic states. It's just overall, and it's better for the environment too. I mean, my gosh, there's benefits all around.
Yes, better for the environment is a big deal that I'm really pushing at the moment. I showed a thing earlier from the Smithsonian about 672 million birds are killed by pesticides, agricultural pesticides, in 1 year. 62 million in the States. So that's not environmentally friendly, is it? It's not good for animals. And anyway, we could get very political. What Richard doesn't know about you, Dr. Sabrina, is you're pretty feisty about these sort of things, which is great. I've got a brilliant question. It is a bit nuanced. I don't think you're going to shy away from it. And I think Richard might end up doing the rest of the 18 hours on an answer. Here we go. Right. Here we go. And I don't think it's a negative comment. It's a genuine question. I hear a lot about bile flow in other nutrition communities, specifically the vitamin A toxicity groups, and the idea that we need soluble fiber to help prevent bile essentially stagnating in the body. And as far as I can understand it, causing toxicity issues. Has either of you come across this theory?
I've never come across the theory, or I've never come across that clinically.
No,
honestly, I truly have not. I truly have not had a patient walk into my office where I've been like, yeah, your bile is stuck. Like it has never happened. And maybe it's because I'm ignorant to it, right? Maybe it's because I just don't know to look for it. But it's honestly never been a concern.
Have you come across that, Richard?
No, I haven't, and it just adds more weight to the fact that fiber. I hate to break it to you all, is not essential. It's an anti-nutrient. We do not need it. There is no benefit to consuming fiber whatsoever. It negates the body's ability to absorb other nutrients. It's usually one of the main contributing factors to bowel issues, IBS amongst other things. we have no need for fiber. And that's one of the big concerns of people beginning a ketone carnivore lifestyle. Carnivore in particular, where do I get my fiber from? No, fiber feeds or breaks down into butyrate or feeds the colonocytes in the gut. But and that's the big thing that people will come back to when it comes down to fiber. But what people don't realize is that all protein breaks down into isobutyrate, isovalerate, and propionate, which is a short chain fatty acid, which feeds the colonocytes in the gut at a higher rate than butyrate from vegetables. So we can think of animal protein as animal fiber. And the interesting thing is that technically we don't even need that, because when we're ketogenic, we have beta hydroxybutyrate flowing through our veins. Every colonocyte within our body is fed with beta hydroxybutyrate, and the butyrate, the short chain fatty acid butyrate, is further broken down into beta hydroxybutyrate. But we don't need to do that to feed that single colonocyte, because every colonocyte is being fed. So it doesn't matter which angle you look at in regards to fiber. We don't need it. We need saturated fats for the production of bile. Fat is essential. Ditch the fiber, increase your fat. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Is that okay for a short version?
So with you on all of that. Yes. And it's, I mean, personally, like that was what really, I would say, cured my issues, because prior to this, I mean, as a naturopathic doctor, I had access to every single gut healing protocol you could imagine. And I did them. I would say I did almost all of them, everything, like, because my gut was so destroyed. And it truly wasn't until I cut out all vegetables, cut out all fiber, and was fairly, I would say, strict carnivore. I don't like the word strict. I was just carnivore because that was what felt good to me and what was doing really well for me, that I actually finally healed. And I had normal bowel movements, and I never got bloated, and I never had gas, and like nothing bad else ever happened. And even with that, taking out the anti-nutrients finally allowed me to get my nutrient levels up to good standards. I had hair grow back that I didn't even realize I was missing. Like I had like these spaces right here were back, like there was no hair there, and now I've got hair there. So it's just amazing what properly fueling the body can do. And no, we don't need fiber for proper fuel at all, full stop.
Yes, I'm not a fan of fiber. I often quote Dr. Paul Mason's brilliant video, which looks at the study where they had high fiber, medium fiber, and zero fiber, and the resolution of all symptoms and bleeding and constipation was only, well, it was everyone in the zero fiber group had full resolution, and the high fiber and medium fiber did not. So that's a pretty good study. It's very small, bit underpowered, only like 65 participants, but it's the best study we've got. And another interesting question. So just so you know, Dr. Sabrina, we asked people to put some questions forward before we started, and I got quite a mixed bag. So that was one of them. Here's another one. There's often talk about long-term zero carb spiking cortisol and leading to issues longer term for certain people. Sally Norton recently emailed saying that long-term zero carb can cause issues, especially when dealing with oxalate dumping. So I'm keen to understand this more, and if anyone does recommend tactical cyclical carb intake to prevent cortisol or other hormone issues long term.
Such a good question. This is something that I've touched on in some of my social media content, which is this relationship between being in a high cortisol state and diet. And I think the misnomer here is that people are saying that diet is the cause of the high cortisol state. And in my experience, that's almost never entirely true. So you can do things diet-wise that can exacerbate a hypercortisol state, like coffee on an empty stomach, for example, especially if you're a female, that's going to exacerbate your cortisol. But it's mostly the other habits that we have throughout the day. Consistent scrolling on our phones, consistent exposure to blue light, working at jobs we hate, being like not having proper connection with other human beings. We are in, unfortunately, this day and age where we have so many things that are stressing us out and creating these consistently elevated cortisol levels, and we're misappropriately attributing them to a diet state. Now, one of the things is that, yes, consuming carbohydrates can blunt the effects of cortisol, but I wouldn't recommend that as the treatment per se. I would recommend getting to the root cause of what's actually spiking the cortisol and start there. So if you are consuming coffee on an empty stomach and you are having a tough time with, this being in that ketosis state, figure that out. Because what's going to happen if you are consistently putting yourself into ketosis with a high stress state, or you're at least trying for that, you're actually going to likely to eat away at some of your lean muscle mass. You're going to detrimentally affect your muscle. So that's important because, well, we need muscle in our bodies. Some people will call it the organ of longevity. Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's got a lot of really great content on just this exact topic, why having muscle as you age is so important, preventing sarcopenia, preventing frailty, preventing fractures, being just an overall active tissue in the body, all very important. But the cortisol issue it's not caused by diet in pretty much anybody. So I don't think that you can support it with diet. And if anything, higher fat can be beneficial for some people. If you wanted to cycle carbs, I think you could. I think that's actually a reasonable thing for a different population. In my experience, working with women who have damaged their metabolism from years of yo-yo dieting can actually get better results instead of being strict by actually cycling some carbs very strategically with guidance. That's almost the only population type that I would recommend that for. The rest of us seem to do just fine. But again, focus on the root cause of the cortisol.
Richard? He's sitting there listening so intently.
My mic. Yeah, look, again, I mean, this is a topic that popped up earlier, isn't it? Long-term, ketosis causing negative issues in the body. I mean, I've been ketogenic for 10, 11 years. Cortisol tests are difficult ones, especially when we do it by blood, because cortisol is elevated in the morning. You'd have to do X amount of blood tests for cortisol throughout the day. So, these studies that show elevated cortisol levels, I question some of them anyway. But look, coming back to a point we made earlier, being ketogenic, I think, can cause an elevation. Fasting can cause an elevation in some people. Usually, the biggest contributing factor within a low-carb ketogenic lifestyle is lack of sodium. And again, coming back to a point we made earlier, when we begin keto, we all hit the coffee and the fat bombs and the bulletproof coffees. And this increase in caffeine affects the adrenals. It causes adrenal dysfunction, which can increase cortisol. So, if there is a link between diet, it's not direct in regards to being ketogenic, is what I would say. But I've measured my CRP and my DHEA, and my CRP, which is directly correlated in one of the studies that I reference in one of the talks that we do in regards to elevated cortisol levels. My CRP is always incredibly low. My DHEA is always high. I never have. It doesn't appear that I have any adrenal dysfunction or any elevated cortisol, and I've been ketogenic for a long, long time. Another factor that people would put down to damaging effects of being ketogenic is something called the Randall cycle, which Professor Barkay, I'm sure, will enlighten us. That's a topic that he's well versed in. So looking forward to chatting to him in regards to that one. But look, it's I've lived this lifestyle for 10, 11 years. All I've seen is benefits. And when we look at some of these influencers who, show that, testosterone is lower or thyroid hormone is lower, in women especially, well, TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, is also lower. And if that was an issue in regards to hormone being lower, thyroid stimulating hormone would be elevated. So all of these things, we need to look at them in context, and it's not just as easy as looking at a one thing. There's a bigger picture to this. I truly believe this is the healthiest way to live. But coming back, to the point, it isn't one size fits all. And, I do believe that some people will get away with consuming carbohydrate. I don't think it's essential. I believe that any so-called lack of carbohydrate can be, I don't think we need to test the metabolism or testing the insulin by cycling carbohydrates at all. These are things that I've tried and tested over the years, and I just seem to not benefit from them. I'm one person. The clients that I work with seem to have similar results to myself. We all look for what we call this metabolic flexibility, where we can start introducing carbohydrate again. But when these people do, they seem to be worse off for it and gravitate back into an animal-based lifestyle. So yeah, I've got questions on that, and I just believe that living, it's almost people looking for excuses, isn't it, to come away and feed sugar addiction again. But I'm all for living the animal lifestyle. I'm all for people experimenting. You need to try these things, but I only see benefit for living long-term ketogenic and carnivore-based lifestyles. But that's my 2 pence.
I agree.
I think the way I think the way we look at testing is just so wrong, because, like I say, I do the phlebotomy, and I don't do that much now, but I used to. And people would say, I failed a glucose tolerance test. Can I take it again? And I'd be like, why do you want to be able to cope with a drink that's got 15 teaspoons of sugar in? That you haven't failed. Yeah. Your body has said to you, that's too much sugar. I mean, exactly like if you have a drink that's got too much salt in, go, well, that's too salty. That's what you should be doing. You should be taking a sip of that and going, excuse me, man in the white coat or female in the white coat, I don't want to drink this. This is too sweet. That's what you should be saying.
Yes. That's the tolerance, right? Like that it's just too sweet for you. They make pregnant women do that test. They make pregnant women do a glucose tolerance test to check to see if you have gestational diabetes. And I'm like, I'm refusing that. First of all, I'm not really doing any care for this pregnancy, but I'm refusing that on the account of my metabolism is going to go crazy if I do that, because I haven't had anything like that. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that to this baby. I'm not going to do that to myself. There's 0 point to it. It's terrible. We could do a whole topic on the whole pregnancy care disaster that is our medical system, but we don't have to do that today.
The fat addict there, Adam, there, I've read effects that coffee can cause an even bigger increase in cortisol within the first 2 hours of waking. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a stimulant.
Yeah,
caffeine is a banned substance in sports.
And it's compounding on your body's own natural cortisol production in the morning. You're supposed to get a cortisol response in the morning. And to your points about the testing of the cortisol, there's some things that can impact just the testing of itself. So when you're getting it via blood draw and you are freaked out by needles, guess what's going to happen? Your cortisol levels are going to go up. And of course, we do have a pattern in which cortisol releases throughout our body. And it's supposed to be 4 times throughout the day that you're supposed to get these cortisol responses. And they're supposed to follow a specific curve. So some people will do salivary testing. I did that for patients, gosh, I think the last time I ran one of those was 2016, because it was much easier to just correlate symptoms versus make them pay for this $200 spit test that they have to spit into a tube 4 times a day. So that I kind of took that out of my toolbox. But one of the other things I test beyond the HSCRP that you were talking about that's always included as well is the hormone prolactin. So prolactin it's a hormone that promotes lactation. So it's a hormone that should be elevated in women who are pregnant and or breastfeeding. When we test this in people who aren't alongside cortisol, and we see a spike in prolactin, but cortisol might be normal or it might even have an elevation, I like to call prolactin cortisol snitch. And it's because the signaling for those 2 hormones, it's almost like sister signaling. So there can kind of be a crossover on that. So if somebody has elevated prolactin, and of course we want to rule out something like a prolactinoma, which is a small prolactin secreting tumor that might occur in the brain. And it's usually almost always benign. But again, it's in the context of the rest of the labs and their clinical presentation. But if you have an elevation in prolactin, you can almost always guarantee that there is an issue as well with their cortisol response. So that's one of the ways that I kind of check my work, so to speak, because again, you can just have a false elevation because somebody was freaked out by getting the blood draw.
Fabulous. Yes, I think Richard's speechless. You see, Richard, another potential guest for your YouTube, because the carnivores out there, they know their stuff. So thank you, Dr. Sabrina. That's really good. I'm going to now make you a little bit, I'm going to promote you a little bit, because I'd like to know about your stem cell applications, what that's about, because I think Richard's ears will prick up, which they already did. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do in the area of stem cells?
Yes. So, gosh, I've been in the regenerative medicine field since about 2013. So it's been about just over a decade now that I was performing regenerative injections. And the regenerative medicine field, that term can comprise various different modalities, including things like prolotherapy, stem cell therapy, PRP, and even things like birth tissue products, things like umbilical cord products, amniotic products, exosomes. And I've been doing this, like I said, for about 10 years. And the most common thing that we treat, I would say, are musculoskeletal disorders. So chronic pain, chronic injuries, things where people either don't want to do surgery or aren't a candidate for surgery, or have previously only been treating those with things like pain medications or hyaluronic acid injections, or trying to rehab them with physical therapy and not getting the results that they would like. Basically, what we do is we use these regenerative medicine tools in our toolbox, depending on what the patient's presentation is, and we actually cause the area to heal. One of the things that I actually started doing was incorporating, we'll call it a spectrum of carnivore diet for all the patients. So anytime someone comes in who wants to work with us, they actually get access to a whole online learning platform where we take them through transitioning them into mostly a keto carnivore-ish type of way of eating, because oh my gosh, it has skyrocketed results. I mean, for us at this point, a failure almost doesn't exist as far as our patient base goes, which is amazing, because we're kind of covering all of the bases when it comes to getting all of that proper nutrition in, and of course, treating the areas that we need to be treating.
That's great. That's great. And Richard, surely that has inspired you to ask a question, a follow-up question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously a lot of your research is around sirtuins, I'm guessing, Sabrina, and in regards to NAD plus and NADH and things. You know, when the body is created, as we age, NAD plus through the electron transport chain, or cellular respiration, is converted into NADH, and this NAD plus is lowered, and this is what leads, isn't it, to this damage and this sign of aging. And when we become ketogenic, we can alter this ratio. So it costs the body 4 NAD plus molecules to process 1 glucose molecule, but it costs the body 1 beta hydroxybutyrate, or 1 NAD plus molecule to process 1 beta hydroxybutyrate molecule. So it's 400% more efficient. You know, first question, one part of two. I mean, you've gone down the carnivore route. Do you attribute a lot of that benefit down to that increase in the NAD plus to NADH ratio? And then coming on from that, some of the therapy that you're using. So NAD plus is nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, but you can use a supplement form of this in the form of nicotinamide mononucleotide. Do you use any of that, or is it a case of you just using, you know, the increase in NAD plus through the diet and lifestyle? Or do you attribute it a combo of the two?
So good question. I actually never even put the 2 and 2 together, which is the increase in the NAD and the decrease in the carbs, but it makes a ton of sense because, as like you're right, as you're saying, the amount that we make naturally just as humans goes down dramatically as we age. And it's kind of one of those hallmarks of aging, I would even say, because it relates directly to mitochondrial dysfunction and how your cells are able to function in that energy production way. So that makes complete sense. And yes, we use NAD frequently in our practice because, well, it works. We actually just do either intravenous administration or we do subcutaneous administration. I understand that there are the precursors that are available in oral form. I've personally never seen great results from them. That doesn't mean that there isn't people that are getting them, because I always talk about this. The built-in doctor bias is that the people who are doing great aren't coming to see us. So for me to say that I haven't seen this, don't take it too much with a grain of salt. But so I don't know exactly which ones are working. I just know what my patients are coming in for when they aren't working. And normally if they haven't been working with like the NMN, like you were saying, or even the NR, Dr. David Sinclair is the person who really speaks a lot about this. And I think he has gone back and forth on those two as far as which one's more potent. Do you know for sure if it's the NMN or the NR at this point?
Do you know, as you say, the research is to win and throw in, but I mean, most of the research I've done is in regards to NNM, which is a mouthful to say, isn't it? It's almost easier to say nicotinamide mononucleotide.
I know.
But yeah, it's an interesting topic, and it's one that you know that when we look at health and well-being in regard. So I'm all for supplementation, but I mean living the lifestyle as well. And it was just interesting when you said there that you're using therapy treatments and in conjunction with living the lifestyle, and you've seen massive improvements. I just wondered whether that was the case, but I'm all for supplementation. you know, I own a supplement store, which you know, I've personally call, you know, a ketogenic carnivore store, if you like, because everything there is classed as foods. You know, to me anyway, at least. But I'm always interested. I've never used N&M myself. I do work. I don't know if you know Lisa Tamati, an award-winning author from New Zealand. She and her mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer. And was given a few months to live. 5 years later, she's still alive and trains 5 days a week. And she's done this, you know, through a ketogenic based lifestyle. But she's a big advocate of N&M. And she's the type of person that looks into this, you know, to the nth degree. So I mean, you know, I respect her opinion on it, but I've never tried it myself. But yeah, in regards to which is best, I'm unsure. But yeah, it's interesting to say the least, isn't it?
It is. It's cool stuff. And I think it's important that the other aspect too, I'm with you on supplements. I've used supplements personally with patients strategically over the years. And I think that it's important to be, again, very strategic with what you're doing, aim for short term while you dial in everything else. And then also take into consideration, can this person actually even absorb what I'm giving them? There's so much gut dysfunction that's kind of rampant throughout the world, we'll say. So if you are giving a person something, like, just make sure that it's not a waste.
That's brilliant. And I've been dying to say this name. Bob's Pistols and Pay Dirt has asked a question for the panel. We all understand the physical and mental benefits of carnivore lifestyle. Why is it so difficult for others, friends and family, to understand/accept carnivore?
I think there's layers to this. Most common layer, I think, being that everybody's just been kind of brainwashed. I mean, I certainly was. You know, I was brainwashed to, we have to eat the vegetables and all the things that have been fed to us literally and figuratively over the years. It's just kind of hard to get people to break free from that. And until a person reaches their own true breaking point, whether it's their health and mental or physical ways, they're not going to seek out other solutions. And even then, the amount of people that actually do find their way to this, I feel like, is very, very small, because most of the other people are still under the impression that their family physician is the person to go to for a solution. And that's often not the case at all, because all they're going to get is maybe a pill that might make them worse, cause other side effects, get another pill for that, continue on this trajectory. And they're never actually going to see these positive changes, and they're going to end up with those diseases of lifestyle that are killing everybody: heart disease, diabetes, certain types of cancers. And that's why we're in the situation globally that we're in with the health of humans. It's people don't know to change. They don't want to change. It's sad.
Yeah. I think you're right about the brainwashing, or I call it grain-washing. But I definitely was that person. I can remember in my 20s, I did my bodybuilding show. Yeah. And not as good as Zach's, by the way. Zach is Sabrina's husband. Right. So, yeah, I did a bodybuilding show, and I can remember going through Muscle and Fitness magazine and seeing an experiment where because I was high carb at the time, low fat. Here's an experiment. Some of our bodybuilders are going to eat high fat. And I literally flicked straight past. Well, that's not going to work. You know, I wasn't open to it at all in any way, shape or form. And you know, even when I started doing my qualifications, diabetes and obesity, it was just the things not adding up. It took a long time for me to start thinking properly. So the reason I'm saying this is for those people that are upset or worried that their friends, family don't really accept it, try and put yourself back to before you discovered carnivore, how you found it difficult to understand, how you were saturated, no pun intended, saturated with news about fat being bad for you. All of that stuff is in there. You know, it is absolutely deep in that person. So I always say you've got to just actually wait it out, play the long game, because if you're convinced about it, and I get this with lots and lots of people I've coached, and I mean, I'm lucky enough to have over 500 people to draw from now that I've coached. The ones that have the friends and family supporting definitely have a much easier journey, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. But those that have the pushback, And again, I had it, strange enough, I know we've mentioned this person a couple of times, but it was amazing. You know, they'd lost 250 pounds, reversed non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, off diabetic medications. Actually, they literally could not move. All right. They could not get off the couch. They lost their job because they couldn't do any of their daily activities. So they went carnivore. Now, he said to me, "Oh, everyone thought it was crazy. You know, I was mad. I got to the point where I didn't want to live. I mean, that's how bad it was." Then, by the end of the interview, long list. My mum's doing it. My mother-in-law, my father-in-law's doing it. My brother, you know, because huge difference. This person who was basically lost in the minutiae of the NHS and medications was this fit, healthy person back at work, by the way, and everything's really great. Well, you could put yourself into the, I mean, that's both the spectrum there, you know, the real worst case and the best case. But if you're in the middle and your partner's saying, "I want you to eat some fruit and veg, please eat some fruit and veg," it's because they actually think they're doing the right thing by you. But if you stick to your guns, and in 6 months later, you're, you know, looking better, you're off your diabetic meds, they will come round, I promise you, without you having to talk to them or have an argument, because it's self-evident that it's worked for you. And that doesn't mean they've got to eat like you either. I mean, you've got to accept their autonomy because you've made this decision that you wanted to do, and it's worked for you. It doesn't mean it will work for them. It probably would. Of course, you know, I think it would. You probably think it would. But if they don't want to do it, if they're not open to it, it's not worth ruining your partnership, your marriage, or, you know, falling out with your family over, because, you know, that really crap phrase, "you do you and I do me," is true. All right. If you eat this way and you feel great, and I promise you, I live in a real world of a family that think I'm weird. You just got to do what's best for you, but don't try and push it onto other people. The joke about, you know, if you go into a restaurant or you go into a bar, how can you know the person in front of you is a vegan? Because they tell you. That's it. Because they can't stop talking about it. Don't be that person. Just be yourself, and people will come to you. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Right. We have come to the end of the questions, which is great. Dr. Salt has kindly stayed on for a bit longer because I think she was down for 45 minutes. Do you want to see the hour out?
I'm happy to hang out with you guys. I think this is so much fun.
Okay. Any books? Oh, let's put this
Books.
Bishop's Deep Learning. Any book suggestions for converting people? Something easy to read with lots of compelling images and diagrams.
Honestly, I have no idea, because I only read, I wouldn't say I wouldn't even read it, listened to one carnivore book, and it was Dr. Paul Saladino's. And the thing I enjoyed about it was his arguments for all the plant toxins. That was where I really got my first education on the negativities. I have not read it. Admittedly, I'm sorry, I'm a bad carnivore, but it's I could see that one being a good one too. Otherwise I don't really have a lot of book suggestions. It's just something that I dove into it based on watching my husband do better on it, because it was the physical proof, right? This conversation is so interesting because people, they want to do good. Like, this is why I love people and believe in people, because we see this in our community, people being like, how can I help everybody else because it helped me so much? And I'm like, that's beautiful. It's great. Slightly misguided, because nobody likes being told they're wrong. Nobody likes being told what to do, especially if it's uninvited. And I get that you have the greatest intentions for it. My husband certainly did. It took him a little bit of time to actually convince me, but I had to see his results in real time. I had to see his eyes getting whiter. I had to see his skin getting better. I had to see his mood improving. I had to see all of it for myself. I even had to see his poop. So, you know, we have one of those marriages where we're just open about everything, but I had to actually see the evidence for my own eyes before I was like, all right, let me give this a shot, because again, that brainwashing ran really, really deep for me. So books are a fine suggestion, but at the same time, you can find books on everything. I mean, the medical medium has books, you know, it's just because you have evidence that you deem good doesn't mean it's going to be automatically received by the other person. And we see this, you know, we've seen the vegans push their stuff. We've seen the breatharians, the fruitarians. I mean, everybody's got their hill that they're dying on, and their evidence and their resources for why they're doing their things. And I don't think it's about that. I think it's honestly, this movement in particular, it's that social proof. It's the people that are truly healing from these really, really deep medical issues and sharing their experience.
Yeah, I think that's basically what I was saying about your friends and family. Nothing beats seeing somebody or learning. I mean, Zach looks amazing. He's a lovely guy, and bit shy, doesn't put his opinion out there that much. But I'm not plugging books for guests. Sean Baker's book is a very good gateway into carnivore if you're interested. My website has some really good tips if you want to start. There's a video on my thing, 19 tips for starting. Then we've got Maria Emmerich and Craig Emmerich, the Carnivore Cookbook. Lies, my doctor told me, Ken Berry, who sadly we couldn't get on. Judy Cho, Carnivore Cures, very good. One of the things I would say about Judy Cho is she gets into some real brilliant stuff about things we rarely talk about, like food additives and coloring and dyes and stuff in food. And I think that's pretty good as well, because there are a lot of additives. I don't think we really suffer that much, Richard, in the UK, but I think in America there are a lot more additives and colors and stuff. What would you say about books or anything like that, Rich?
To be honest, I'm not a massive book fan. I find YouTube to be a fantastic source of information, but you need to be able to read between the lines with certain things, because as Sabrina rightly says, there's an argument for everything. But you only need to look at the likes of people like Dr. Chaffey, 130 odd thousand followers. The information he's given out can't be that bad if he has that many followers. The information, the reason we are doing this, the information that we put out, the information Sabrina puts out, the information you and I put out, it's all content available on our YouTube channels. It's free and it's available on all our websites. And I think we all make an effort to try to break it down into simple terms. I know, we like to go into the weeds a little bit, into the science and stuff as well, but there are simplified versions of how it impacts health and well-being. And just circling back to a point that you guys made earlier. It is incredibly difficult beginning your journey. I received a lot of backlash. My friends, family, my mother in particular, and that side of of the family. What about your cholesterol and your saturated fats? All out of of goodwill and care, but not understanding that cholesterol is essential. And it comes back to this misinformation we've been fed for the last 50 years, that saturated fats are bad for us, cholesterol should be feared, too much sodium is bad for us, we need to eat our whole grains and consume our seed oils. Everything that we're told is back to front, isn't it? But I there's a point there that I've highlighted, Andy C77, should you not be more pushy if it saves lives? And I almost feel like I'm that person, because I am that vegan, the anti-vegan in the pub, although I don't go to a pub. But, I am that person telling people in the street, and maybe I shouldn't, but I do feel that it's almost my duty to tell people. But I've lost friends and family over it because, I almost seem too pushy, but I feel that we have the magic elixir to help them. And it's just really disheartening when they're not willing to step back and look at the evidence and listen and take it on board and change their life, because the information we're giving out is life-changing. And I think that we should be pushing it. We should be pushy, to a degree. But as you rightly say, the proof is in the pudding. We continue on our journey. We improve our health and well-being. We've all lost a ton of weight, improved health and well-being. The people we work with see these improvements, and that ripple effect, will draw further down the line and convert those other people moving forward. But it's online is the best references for me. So that's the long version of
Yes. You've probably noticed there's another person on the screen, and we'll introduce him in a second, because he's early, which is fantastic. But what we found, Coach Bronson, is that as people have been passing the baton, it's nice to come in and hear the tail end, and then segue into the next thing. And I want to just say, I am looking at the comments. I'm trying to organise 30 odd guests, a live stream, and the subject question, and the chat. I can't do everything, but the really interesting thing, the guy that asked about the books has just said, it's all well and good you saying about YouTube, but my dad's old. He doesn't look at YouTube. He wants to read a book. So that's why we recommended the books. So Dr. Sabrina, last question, and then we'll introduce Coach Bronson, who's looking very studious there. Bob's, Pistols and Paydo would really like to hear Dr. Salt's opinions on for stem cell, Wharton's jelly versus cord blood, etc. Does that make sense to you?
IV stem cell, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I am 100% a proponent for intravenous stem cells. However, not necessarily Wharton's jelly or cord blood, and I'll tell you why. There's different regulations in the United States versus other countries. And in other countries, you can actually get pure cord blood products, Wharton's jelly products that are prepared properly. In the United States, our birth tissue market is sad and deceptive at best. Not to say these products are all bad all the time, but according to the FDA, and this doesn't mean we like the FDA, but according to the FDA, it is illegal to do the transfer of live cells from one person to another, which means that these products that are created from birth tissues don't actually contain live stem cells by the time they reach the patient, both legally and due to how they're produced. So they have to undergo cryopreservation, irradiation. They undergo what's called a shock thaw in the office, where it's just kind of warmed up either at room temperature or by your hands. Stem cells are very sensitive cells. They die. And so that's that topic. Now, intravenous stem cells, the absolute best way, in my opinion, clinically, I can back this up with data, I can back this up with studies, in the United States at least, is through intravenous stem cells as a result of getting them from a patient's own adipose tissue. That has been by far the greatest results that we've seen. And we can do this for autoimmune disorders. We can do it for simply anti-aging benefits, neurological disorders. I mean, anywhere the blood travels in your body, putting stem cells intravenously, you're going to benefit from. I could go on for this topic for a while, but I will leave it at that. Is that great thing to do? Do not trust any of the birth tissue products in the United States. If you have a company that is selling these to you, or pushing them for you, or a clinic that says this is the best, ask them if they do any other stem cell therapies, because a true regenerative medicine practice will offer all of it based on what the patient might need, not just kind of one tool, because that means that they don't actually have the skill set or understanding. And I'm just going to throw shade there really quick, is that, yeah, they just don't. So find a place that can do all of it. Ask them which company they source their products from, and contact that company to get a third-party analysis of their final product after it's been thawed out. They won't be able to provide it for you to actually say that it contains live stem cells. So I will leave it at that.
Brilliant. Dr. Sabrina Salt, do you know Bronson Dant?
I don't think I do. Hi.
Ah, okay. Well, Bronson Dant is
virtually somewhat, but we haven't actually met.
Yeah, I think you two guys. Yeah, you should do a podcast together, because I will speak of Bronson Dant's amazing brain and his capabilities to listen to new stuff is incredible. And I just want to say, it's 7 hours in, Bronson, and I've just read IV as 4 because I'm that old. I used to write in Roman numerals. So anyway, Dr. Sabrina Salt, that has been a pleasure. Thank you for doing that extra 15 minutes. So many.
Thank you, Sabrina. Absolute pleasure.
Absolutely.
Great.
Good luck the rest of the Carnivorathon. Hopefully you guys get to eat and drink something, meaty and refreshing. But yeah, you guys are doing awesome. So good job. Good job on this.
You guys should have a whole 30-minute session where it's just you eating.
Yeah.
That's part of the whole part of this.
Just putting a ribeye away. Yes.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks, Sabrina. Thank you.
Right. Bronson Dant, Coach Bronson, star of the Reverse TV series. Now, I've written introductions for everybody, but it's not really working. I'd rather you to just introduce yourself, sir, if you don't mind.
Sure. Coach Bronson. I've been carnivore for a little over 5 years. I'm 51 years old. I didn't get started on this journey really until my late 30s. I was almost 40 years old when I decided, hey, I need to do something because I'm fat and out of shape and depressed and can't do anything like I want to do. So my journey has not been short. It's been up and down. I've been fat. I've been skinny. I've been fat. I've been skinny, until I realized that it's not about being fat or skinny. It's about being able to do the things that you want to do. And that's really what my message is all about right now.
And do you know Richard?
I do not. Hi, Richard.
Hey there, Coach. How are you doing? You okay?
I'm doing fantastic. Got my
Brilliant.
coffee. I'm
Great
good to
have
go.
Right,
Fantastic.
Richard, you have 45 seconds to fill Coach Bronson in and your journey, your weight loss and where you were.
Just 45?
Yes, just 45 seconds. Mate. We haven't got long. We've only got 14 hours left.
Just the 14. So yeah, I used to be type 2 diabetic. I was clinically obese. I suffered with daily debilitating migraines would make me blind, chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains. In my mid to late 20s, I could barely walk up the stairs without stopping or being severely out of breath. Super long story short, changed my diet unknowingly. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that bread used to make me feel uncomfortable, and that's where I began on my journey. 12 months later, I'd lost 107 pounds, reversed my diabetes, no longer suffered with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains. My migraines had cleared up. I still suffer with migraines, but this is usually to do with lack of sleep or stress, which when you work for yourself, unfortunately go hand in hand. But I used to suffer with these daily debilitating migraines every day that would make me blind, for which I was on 3 different medications for. I went on to compete as an amateur in men's physique bodybuilding and then became professional, won the British Championship and then the European Championship.
Awesome.
So I went from being unable to walk up the stairs in my mid-20s to being #1 in Europe within 5 years of living a ketogenic carnivore style lifestyle. And now I try to teach others to do the same, which is where you jumped in on, I believe, early on in regards to preaching. Yeah, we try to scream it from the rooftops in the same way, I guess, as you do. You've come across what I tell people or regard as a secret. I found a secret, and I'm trying to tell as many people as I can about my secret, this secret that goes literally against the grain, goes against everything that we've been told. But it's so simple, and it comes back down to, and I know we've highlighted there's other contributing factors, environmental factors, but most of this comes down to diet, nutrition. Nutrition is key, and unfortunately that is negated or passed to one side, if you will, in lieu of medications, which is unfortunate, but that's the short version. Was
right.
that short?
That was a little over 45 seconds. I don't know.
45 minutes,
fact,
maybe.
Yeah, Bronson. I mean, that's why I had to do 24 hours just to get Richard's answers. No other reason. But anyway, you two guys should hook up at some point and do a podcast, because you two are fantastic. Your knowledge about training and exercise, and this isn't flannel to the people out there that think it's not. I've invited people on because I think they have got a lot to give, and these two guys are great. Richard is my co-host today, so we're doing 24 hours, but Coach Bronson we got for an hour or 45 minutes. So I asked people to submit some questions right now.
Shoot.
Your followers are about the best there are, because they don't do these long novels. They do this question, right? So here's from one of them. Hey, why carnivore?
I love it.
It's funny because sometimes the shorter questions have the longer answers.
Yes.
That could be, we could do the whole 24 hours on just why. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about, right? This whole 24-hour thing is about why carnivore. So why carnivore? Gosh.
Maybe let's make it easier. Why carnivore for you then?
I was just going to say my story for carnivore for me. There's a couple things. Number one, I had IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, urgent bowels. My life was pretty much governed by how close I could be or how quickly I could get to a bathroom. So there was anxiety, stress. I tell people that I didn't lose 150 pounds. I had a 70-pound overall loss, but I didn't lose 150, 200 pounds. I wasn't severely obese, morbidly obese. But the biggest change from the reduction of stress, anxiety, feeling of limitations in my life came around the tether and the chain that I had to a bathroom. And just my ability to travel, my ability to do things, enjoy things where I wasn't always thinking about, am I okay? Is something going to happen that I'm not ready for? And that going away, that took less than 90 days for me going carnivore. I went carnivore May 1st, 2018. Within a few months, I realized, hey, look, all these things that I'm stressed about, all these things I'm doing to prepare for the inevitable, I didn't need to do anymore. And it's been 5 years, over 5 years since that. So living free of that anxiety has been one of the biggest changes in my life. On top of that, from a physical performance perspective, from a feeling perspective, from feeling my age, you know, I was 40, almost 40 when I started this journey. I was 45 when I started carnivore, and I just felt like I was 65, 70, 80 years old. I owned a CrossFit gym. I worked out all the time, and I thought it was just my level of activity that was keeping me worn down. I was at a point where if I worked out any more than 3 days a week, I felt horrible. I had aches and pains and injuries and pulled hamstrings, torn meniscus, torn labrums, torn calves. I just, one injury after another, one chronic pain after another. I just could never feel okay. I felt like I'm doing all this stuff to get in shape, but I'm always in pain and everything always feels bad. What's going on? Again, within about 3 to 6 months of going carnivore, everything changed. I went from 3 days a week to being able to do 5 or 6 days a week of my CrossFit workouts and feeling absolutely great. The chronic issues of pain and the issues that I've been dealing with for years previously, not only did I not have any new things come up, but they all went away. The things that I had been dealing with, I no longer had to deal with. I didn't wake up in the morning and have to take 10 minutes to warm up just to start my day. I didn't have to warm up for 30 minutes before my workout and then stretch for 20, 30 minutes after my workout just so that I felt okay the next day or 2 days or 3 days. I could go in, do a quick general warm up, get ready for the work that I was going to do my workout, you know, do a cool down and go home and be ready to do that again the next day. And I felt fantastic. So not only did my quality of life improve by getting rid of the injuries, getting rid of the pain, the chronic issues, but I was able to actually improve even beyond where I was because I was able to actually train more and get the consistency back into my routine that I hadn't been able to do before I changed the way I ate. So for me, the two biggest things were health and performance.
Well, I thought Richard would dive in there because you are birds of a feather, because the training is a big part of your life. But I think, isn't it funny that it has to happen to us, even though we're interested in fitness? You know, I've been a personal trainer for a long time, and it was only when I really realized my health was going south that I got serious about research. And I think that's one of the things that is, you know, I'm ashamed to say that. I will be honest. And it took me a long time. I didn't start low carb until I was 50, and then keto and then carnivore when I was 55. So now I'm 59, and I just look back and think my eyes should have been opened, but we are saturated with such misinformation. It's difficult to see through that screen, which is deliberate. They want to keep you ignorant of what you should be eating. So that's great. Did you want to ask a question, Rich?
No, I mean, just to add to something you just said there now, that I think the reason that we do what we do is because we've been in that situation prior. I think if we were thriving in our 30s and 40s, then maybe we wouldn't have made the decisions that we have now. So it's, you know, we look at these events as being unfortunate, but it's what's made us the people that we are today. And because of that, we've learned, and we are now able to teach others, you know, so they don't have to fall into the same pitfalls and make the same mistakes that we do. But yeah, similar story, really. I mean, the three of us have come from massive ill health, and improved, you know, health and well-being from being carnivore. I used to get gastro distress issues. I've worked with clients with severe IBS who have paid private and paid thousands and thousands of pounds for medicines to help. And you know, the one thing that changed their life was 2 weeks of going carnivore. You know, and it is as simple as that. When people think, people quite often ask me, what would you do for this? What would you? And it's the answer. It sounds boring, but it's almost always the same. It comes down to food, and there are variances within this. And I think this is the reason why a lot of influencers, who I do respect within the community, seem to deviate from the message lately. I wonder if it's because you can't keep on saying, go and eat a steak. You know, it's the same message, and I think that they need to change the message they are giving for attention, because they get paid for these views. You know.
Yeah, and that's the challenge when you have people who are trying to be influencers versus people who are trying to coach and help people. And again, I talk a lot about context, and you've got to listen to where the people are coming from, what their experience is, and what their purpose is. So there's a lot of people out there in the carnivore space, and I not disparaging anybody, but I want everyone to understand that there are a lot of people in the carnivore community who are on YouTube or social media who are not doing this to help people. And you have to look at the background. You have to look at what these people are actually doing and track their message. Is their message consistent? Okay, because here's the deal. Boring works best every single time. If you're not getting a consistent message and that message changes, now there's a difference between I learned something new, so I need to make a tweak or change or nuance of what I'm saying, but the core value, the core basics and principles of what I'm saying should never change if you're really trying to do something that works. Okay, if you're just trying to keep up with the latest trends so that you can get good views and get your monetization on YouTube up, that's a whole different conversation. So, boring works best. I look at myself as a lighthouse. I'm not going to attract everybody, but the people that need me are going to see the light. And then at some point in time, they're not going to need me because they passed me and now they're looking for the next thing in their journey. So I'm not going to go out and get in a boat and try to go all over the ocean and try to say something different and catch everybody's attention. I'm sticking my flag in the sand, and this is here for people when they need it. And that's how it should be for each of us.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you'll find interesting, and Rich doesn't even know this, I've not done this publicly, but when I decided that we should do a 24-hour live stream, okay, I think some people don't understand that everyone is giving their time up, but there's no money changing hands, nothing's happening, and we're just doing it because we think it's great to get the word out there. Well, I had quite a few messages, and you won't believe this, that just didn't like what I was doing, and in essence, they were saying, "How are you going to stretch out 24 hours saying just eat steak?" I had that. No, I get that. I got that totally. And, I answered everybody. I said, well, I agree with you, but it's not going to get people doing it.
Yeah.
You've got to be different. You've got to get out there and spread the word, because someone that could survive from just eating steak needs to hear personal experiences, personal stories. They need affirmation, because they might be in a group where everybody is like I used to be when I was 20. Don't eat fat, man. You've got to have loads of carbs. So it is how you look at stuff, and I think a lot of people just didn't believe that there was no monetary thing going on. You're going to give 24 hours of your time. Now the other thing is, and I defended it, and I said, look, the other side, the anti-carnivore lot or the anti-low carb lot have money. They have loads of money. They can make beautiful videos, great advertising. They've got the media in their back pocket. The only way you're going to get some traction is to do something different, something unusual. We've had tons of comments saying, is this really going to be 24 hours? How are you doing? So I think people have watched purely because no one's ever done a 24-hour live stream. That's it. It's just trying to get the word out. Now, if at the end of it, let's say every single hour we get one person, and I did a success stories recently. That one person then got all of his family. Yeah, and that's it. They're off medications. They haven't got non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. They're not got diabetes, right? Well, I can sleep at night with that. I can really sleep at night knowing that's happening. See, I'm getting a bit emotional now because I was there. I was coronary artery calcium scan 639. I was having a colonoscopy. I had lower left quadrant pain. I lost my mum to colon cancer. I was in that ward after that colonoscopy thinking, that's it. I'm 49. I'm going to die because it's genetics. Never once did I go, maybe it was what I was eating, because I didn't smoke, I didn't drink, and I didn't have red meat, and I didn't eat fat. So I'd done everything right. And here I was, tubby. I was a personal trainer. I was training people in the Olympics to throw javelins. I was not a slouch. And anyway, right. So that's why we're doing it, guys. So I've just maybe 20 emails there have just been dealt with in one thing. So we've got the word here. Calling themselves saved, and that's the other thing. So saved implies they've done this and something's happened. Here's a question: does number of ketones matter? I'm only able to get to 1.8 if fasting for more than 20 hours. Normal day, just 0.2 to 0.5. And for those that are listening on the audio, Coach Bronson just shook his head. So yeah, do they matter? What do you reckon?
Yeah, ketones matter because they're great, but having extra does what for us? So there's a couple principles to think about, and that is one, minimum effective dose. We talk about that in medicine. We talk about that when applying solutions to things, and there's a certain amount that you need so your body can function. But anything over that, what's the point? If we look at ketones as excess fuel in the blood as being a good thing for some reason, I'm not sure why, but if we look at excess glucose in the blood, that's a bad thing. So in one hand, excess fuel is good. In one hand, excess fuel is bad. That doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense to me is the processes that go into creating and utilizing the fuel. How well are those things functioning? And ketones doesn't tell us that if we're looking for high ketones. Lower ketones does tell us that. So in a lot of cases, when somebody is first getting started, high ketones, great, your body's transitioning, you're adapting, but you should expect to see those ketone numbers go down the more your body gets good at using them. If you are ingesting a lot of extra that your body can't use, then what's the point? Again, it's really like, I only need so much. Why am I going to put extra in? It just doesn't make sense to me. So it also leads to thinking about this as a weight loss solution, not a lifestyle solution. So most time when people are looking at their ketones, it's because they want to be in optimal fat burning, right? How am I burning enough fat off my body? Well, how about let's look at how is your body working? Are you building lean mass? How is your movement? Do you have energy throughout the day? Are the other aspects, and we need to get away as much as possible from thinking about weight as being our metric for success. Just looking at, let's just say we talk about the medical, what we consider medical, right? The blood work. There's 15, 20, 30, 50, 100 different measures and metrics in blood work that you can look at to see if you're making an improvement. If we add in fitness and quality of life aspects, how well do you move? How well does your metabolism function? There's another 30 or 40 things that we can look at there. From things that we can look at. Are we getting better? Am I getting stronger? Am I getting more flexible? Can I move easily? Am I have aches and pains that are going away? Just looking at weight is looking at one symptom of a problem, not even looking at the problem itself. And you're focusing all of your decisions on that symptom. And instead of looking at what is causing the weight, what is causing the extra fat, and then trying to deal with that. So long story short, no, ketones don't matter. Worry about how your body's actually functioning, and you'll have a lot more success.
Rich?
Yeah, I agree. I think there are situations I've noticed in regards to some of the athletes that we work with that increased ketones may improve, athletic performance. There's other studies when we look at increased ketones for cancers and things like that. But look, I was chasing ketone levels when I began my journey. My ketone level is, if I test it now, is probably 0.4, 0.5 if I'm lucky. And again, as Coach Bronson says, initially the ketones are elevated, but the body begins to utilize them as beta hydroxybutyrate and not waste them as acetoacetate and acetone. So your ketone levels drop. So what we see in the Facebook groups is people looking at their blood glucose and their ketone levels and chasing the ketone readings. And the ketone reading it doesn't mean anything. If you are keto adapted, if you've been ketogenic for a long time or carnivore, your blood ketone levels are going to be lower. And this scares a lot of people. So a lot of people along their journey will test on the urine test strips, which is the first thing to go. And I am an advocate of people using these because it does give them the indication initially if they are consuming the right foods. Because for us, I mean, we're seasoned ketonians, if you like. We know exactly what foods.
Ketonians, I love it.
You can use that one. We've been living the lifestyle for a long time. We know exactly what affects our ketone levels. Our blood sugar. but early on in the journey, you know, I was consuming foods that, you know, I deemed to be healthy that were detrimental to my health. So it's a learning phase. And I think the urine strips are a way, a segue, if you like, into learning about which foods affect that. But they won't work for long. They won't work for long. The urine strips will begin to stop working. And then soon after, you know, you spend a fortune on a blood ketone monitor, and then these stop working because the ketone levels in your blood become lower and lower. The best way, as Coach Bronson says, is how you move, how you feel. You know, if you were not consuming any of these foods that are detrimental to your health, if you were not consuming foods that contain grains or foods that contain seed oils or foods that are high in linoleic acid, if you were causing no glycation, no oxidative stress within your body, and you feel amazing, does it really matter what your ketone levels are anyway? You know, and it doesn't. I could not tell you what my ketone levels are because I have not tested for such a long time.
Yeah, I think I tested just because I heard about it when I first got started for like 3 months, and then I stopped. That was 5 years ago, right? You just took the words right. I just wrote down a note that I was going to say, like, it doesn't matter. People that are worried about testing, the only thing you really need to worry about testing is if you're doing something that might throw it off. So if you're not doing the things that you should be doing from a dietary perspective, then testing can be helpful because you know, okay, this is affecting, this is doing that, whatever. And like you said, from a learning perspective, it's trying to see as you make these changes in your life. But in general, if I'm putting 93 octane in my car, and that's the only thing I'm putting in my car, do I need to test my exhaust to see if 93 octane is what my car is using? Right? I'm not going to put 93 octane, test my exhaust, and it's going to come out and say, oh, you use 85. Like, no, if I'm putting 93 and that's all I'm doing, then what else is there to do? Why do I need to test it?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the ketone urine strips as well, I often say to people, because I do the phlebotomy side of things, you do realize that urine is waste. Okay, so whatever's on that strip is your body has said, don't need those. So yeah, it's telling you maybe you've got a lot of ketones and we're not using them. It doesn't really matter. What matters is what's happening at the tissue level and how you feel. I mean, it really is that simple. How you feel and how you act, how you look is better than numbers. So with that said, Scott Seidel has got this. What advice would you give someone who has had success with, look at this, rubbing his hands, who has had success with carnivore and is thinking about becoming a coach? Well, I'll give you one bit of advice. Don't do a 24-hour live stream.
Not right off the bat, at least. Okay, so this is fantastic. I love this question because this is, for me, I am a coach's coach. I love working with coaches. I love helping other people help other people. My passion and my long-term goal eventually is to have something in this realm where I'm doing coaching for coaches. Because I feel like as much as I can help an individual, as much as I can do challenges and programs and all that other kind of stuff, I'm limited in my ability to spread myself out and help people. So helping coaches who can do that again, right, get that ripple effect going is what it's all about. Scott, I think the biggest thing that you can do, number one, is just start telling your story. Okay. The imposter syndrome and people feeling like, well, who's going to listen to me? I'm not polished. I'm not professional. Who cares? Okay. The biggest part of being a coach is being able to share your story, find people that connect with that story, and then help them through their journey. That's really all it is. So your story is going to be different than my story. It's going to be different than everybody else's story. So there's going to be people that connect to it. Start sharing your story. That doesn't mean become a YouTuber. That could just mean just talking to people that you know. That could mean, when you meet people, when you're out. Okay, this is one that I see that I try to do all the time. When you're out and you're eating dinner and the waitress says, do you want your bun with your burger? And you say no, and they look at you weird, you could tell them why. Don't be afraid to share your story. That's the number one thing. From there, get as much information as you possibly can. Read all the books, listen to all the YouTubes, listen to all the different podcasts that are out there. And then thirdly, start networking with people. Get involved in the community, get involved in events, go to all the conferences you possibly can go to all the meetups, meet people, get to know other people that are doing it and expose yourself to the community more so that you can be in touch with what people need, and it will help you find your message and how best you can help people out.
What about you, Rich? Have you got any advice?
Yeah, love that. It again, it comes back to that vegan in the pub statement that you made earlier. You know, I've almost been ostracized from friends and family sometimes when it comes to events. You know, they'll go away on holiday or they'll go for a meal somewhere, and I don't get invited. And the reason being is that, you know, I probably preach a little bit too much. And I think that some of this again comes down to them feeling uncomfortable, because if I, for example, used to get invited to go to the pub with a few friends, I used to drink an awful lot. So I don't know if Coach Bronson knows this, but I used to come home from work and I would drink a glass of wine. One glass led into two is nearly a bottle. So it was a bottle. And then before long, it was 2 and then 3 bottles. So I was drinking up to 3 bottles of wine a night or a litre of whiskey. Technically an alcoholic, although, you know, I didn't feel that I wasn't, you know, I had a professional job. I wasn't, you know, a bum drinking on the side of the road, you know, but technically from the unit, I was alcoholic, but I don't drink anymore. So when it came to going out for drinks with friends, I would drink at the time, you know, a lot of coffee, as most of us do as we gravitate into keto and carnivore. So I'd sit there with my coffee and cream and I'd feel content and happy, but they would feel uncomfortable. Why aren't you drinking a beer? Have a beer. I've bought you a beer. Here's the beer. I don't want the beer. You know, or do you want some whiskey or something? I don't want it. Yeah. They'd order a plate of chips or, you know, whatever, you know, have one. I don't want it. You know, oh, you must want it. I don't want it. Why would and then it gives me a stage and to say, you know, do you understand that these foods contain this, this, and this? This food contains, you know, it's high in lectins, or it's cooked in these seed oils. This is the damage it causes. So that almost gives me a stage then to, you know, to spout off. But if I eat out, I make a point of going into the restaurant, and when the waitress comes up to me and asks me what I'd like, the first question is, what are you cooking? And it's always vegetable oil. So I'll say that I'm allergic to vegetable oil. You know, I'll make a point of telling them that, you know, vegetable oil is detrimental to your health. So I'm always getting up on so coming back to the point you made about every opportunity of telling people and spreading that word, you know, it has had a negative impact in regards to friendships and family events. But I thrive on that because that's what drives me forward. I make a point. People will say, oh, one won't hurt. I don't want the beer. I don't want to eat, you know, that burger or those fries or chips or whatever it may be. So I like making that point and making that stand. So that's that's a highly important point that I think is worth making. You need to almost be that. I know Stephen said earlier, don't be that vegan at the bar. I am that anti-vegan at the bar. Then if you like, you know, telling everybody that I'm keto, you know, I usually, my number plate on my car, which I've sold recently to put into the business, was keto. The license plate number was K77ETO. I had keto. Keto to the core. You know, I walk around with keto all strapped all over me, and you know, I try to scream it as much from the rooftops as I can, and I think that's really important because it comes back to this ripple effect. You know, this is the best way to press it forward, pass it forward, pay it forward. People will become jealous. You'll begin to, and they won't believe it because you need carbs for energy. You need carbs to build muscle. You need fiber in your diet, etc. And then we begin to improve our health and well-being year after year after year. We begin to run faster than these runners who are carb runners. We begin to cycle harder and faster. Whatever it may be, we begin to lift more in the gym. We begin to start looking younger. You know, all of these things over time, it sinks in. And I think through sheer grit and attrition, you know, we'll wear them down one by one. But it does come at a price. But look, I'm fortunate enough to be surrounded. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say it comes at a price, but I think that price is worth it because there's a couple things that happen when you believe in something. Well, and that's part of the process is you have to believe in something enough to put yourself out there. So if you're looking to be a coach, to answer the question, if you're looking to be a coach, the first thing you have to do is really understand, am I willing to take a stand for what I believe? That's the first question, because you're going to have people who challenge your thought process, who challenge the information and challenge you. So part of the process of being a coach, and I've been coaching for a little over 12 years. And, you know, even now there are things sometimes where I'm like, am I right? You know, so being willing to evaluate your own belief system and the things that you've interpreted, the information that you have, but then also say, look, these are the principles, the values, and the concepts that I've established as the basis for my decisions, my protocols, my methods. Do they still work? Yes, they still work. Am I validated by this, that, or the other thing? And when someone challenges that, being able to explain and say, look, even if you don't get into a debate with someone else, being comfortable to be able to end that internal debate. Why do I believe this? Is this something that is still passionate for me and that I will still want to help people with? So being willing to go through that process, I think, is a big part of coaching.
Yeah, I think it's the why that makes you cry, mate. Do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yep.
Yeah, you've got to be passionate, definitely. And I like the way that leads into the next question, because evaluating what you believe, and I think I might be out on a limb here against you two. Bishop's Deep Learning has put stretching is a scam, just like toothpaste is soap. I'm not going to get into the second part of that. Now,
why not? It's a conspiracy.
I used to be a big fan of stretching, and I have got into the science, and I am completely against stretching now. A jokey thing that one of my instructors taught me was, if a tiger came into this room, you would not say to the tiger, hang on a minute, I've just got to stretch my quads. All right, you would run. So we designed that way. And when I was in soccer, and I've got an FA coaching badge, a Football Association coaching badge, more injuries happened in the warm-up than actually in the game. And it seemed like stretching actually seemed to be detrimental. And I found that with my own training. When I go into a session now, I don't stretch. So that's a complete 180 for me. And that's why that is on there. I don't think Bishop's Deep Learning has ever seen me before, but I do mention I'm not into stretching. I don't think it's good. I understand why people think it is. This is different to visualization and practicing. That's different. You know, if you go onto the football field and you haven't kicked a ball about, you might be the sort of person that needs to do that. And needs to stand at the edge of the penalty box and have a shot into the top corners and just get your eye in. You know, I get that. But what I'm talking about is sort of the stretching that is prescriptive. You've got to stretch before you do your workout. You've got to. And I don't think that's true necessarily. So I'd love to know, because you're both, I mean, you know, you're both at the top of your game when it comes to training. What are your views on stretching?
Yeah, you're mostly right. I think the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of the studies and information coming out about stretching has been opposite of what I was trained initially. You know, I was always told from the earliest I can remember is, you know, in your warm up, you're stretching to get ready to work, right? You're getting your body ready. And that's in general, that's what a warm up is for. But the stretching should be dynamic because you're getting ready to do work. And then at the end, you're stretching to increase range of motion. You're warmed up, your synovial fluid's out, your body's all warm, you got blood pumping, you can increase range of motion at the end of the workout. And again, what a lot of the science is showing, a lot of the studies are coming out now is saying that the benefit of stretching in some cases is a net negative to performance. And in most cases, it's probably a net zero. It really doesn't make any difference from an injury perspective or performance perspective. So I would agree with you there. I do think there are some cases for stretching from a proprioception perspective for beginners, especially and building that habit of doing something. There's some people who can't work out, right? I'm not at a point where I can spend 30 minutes a day, 45 minutes a day in the gym. I don't know what I'm doing. So, hey, maybe your initial entry into a fitness routine is 15 minutes of stretching, just moving your body, building that mind-muscle connection, learning how your body works, learning what positions there are, understanding how to move your joints in your body, that kind of thing. So I think that can be beneficial. From a general perspective of stretching, over the past few years, I've pretty much gone into your stretching should be movement focused in the work that you're doing. That's kind of where I look at. So you should be looking at getting maximal range of motion when you're doing your exercises. And that should be your stretching, because if you're doing functional movement, then your range of motion in those movements is also going to be functional. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for quality of life, mobility, and physical independence as we get older. And that means functional movement. So doing a lot of stretching just for stretching's sake, I haven't seen a lot of benefit from that in the long term. And I've seen more mobility, and that's another aspect of it. A lot of people get the word mobility confused with flexibility. Mobility is flexibility plus strength. So if you want to get range of motion and get strong in all those different positions, then there has to be some resistance or some stress in that equation. So doing the combination of range of motion while you're doing your weight training, while you're doing your exercises under stress, is going to do a lot more for you than just building flexibility.
Rich, any views?
Yeah, completely agree. I don't stretch. My warm-up before the bench press is a lighter bench press. I don't stretch before I go for a run. I go for a jog before I run. You know, if I'm going on the bike, I'll spin at a higher cadence on the bike. So you warm up the muscle that you're getting ready to use, but I don't stretch. The research shows that stretching, especially for explosive movements, reduces the amount of power output within that movement. So if you're a sprinter and you're stretching your legs, you are losing power in your sprint. Same thing with sprinters on the bike or anything that's power related for that matter. So I don't do any stretching.
Yeah, and I would add a lot of I think there was a study I read a couple of years ago, or an article, something I read a couple of years ago about hamstring injuries in soccer, or I should say football for you guys.
Yes, absolutely.
And that is, they determined that like 80% of the injuries, or more than 80% of the injuries that are hamstring pulls in soccer, are not because of tightness, they're because of weakness. So the injuries that we've commonly attributed to not being stretched out, not being warmed up, are really not that at all. It's a weakness. It's the strength of the activity, the muscle's ability to hold its tensile strength and keep its integrity under stress. It's not that they overextended their knee, right? If you look at anybody in sports who pulls a hamstring and watch when they pull the hamstring, their knee is bent. They're not fully stretched out, right? That muscle is not at its maximum length. So it's not an issue of strength, of stretching or length of the muscle. It's an issue of strength in that muscle to hold that pressure. So if you want to avoid those types of injuries, get stronger. Don't get more flexible.
Now we've got a question. It says to Coach Stephen, I got all excited. Someone wants to know the answer from me. And the question is, do you work with older patients, 65 plus? And if so, what have you noticed from them switching carnivore? And then they added this. Sorry, I meant Coach Johnson.
Oh, man.
Thanks for that.
Love it.
So yeah, there's a question.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm always a little
absolutely.
bit facetious with these sort of questions because I say, because when they were 64, they were very, very different to when they were 65. But we're talking older populations in general over 65.
Sure. The nothing changes. It's the same. If you're 35, you're going to see benefit. If you're 65, you're going to see benefit. And they're all the same things. It's just a matter of degree. Greg Glassman, the founder of CrossFit, is quoted, and I'm going to get this quote completely wrong, but the needs of a grandmother and the needs of an Olympic athlete are the same. They just vary by degree. So we all need the same things. We need more muscle. We need less fat. We need less inflammation. We need more metabolic flexibility. We need all these things. It's the same thing we all need. So for somebody who's in their 60s, and I'll use my mom as an example. So I've been working with my mom for almost 10 years. She got started on her journey at 60 years old. Okay, I started personal training her. She joined my CrossFit gym. We started doing a bunch of stuff. She went carnivore about 4 years ago. She just turned 69. Since she went carnivore, with the combination of strength training, she's reversed osteoporosis. She's lowered. She's hypothyroid. She's lowered her thyroid medication. She's increased bone density, increased strength. Like the physical independence that she has right now at 69 years old is far and above where she was in her 40s. Okay, so her favorite thing to do is deadlift. She loves working out. When she can't work out, she gets depressed. It's absolutely amazing to see the things that have happened for her as a small frame woman who started out not doing anything her entire life. She didn't do any fitness in her life until she was 60 years old. And now we're actually having a conference next week in our area, and she's speaking on the journey and what it's been like for her to go through this process. So if you're 60s, if you're in your 50s, 60s, and 70s, and you're just getting started and you're doing carnivore, number one thing is don't get caught up in the minutia. Just keep it simple. And it really is, like you guys said, eat more meat, move your body, get more sleep. Those are the big three things. Okay. So it will make a difference if you're looking at increasing bone density, if you're looking at increasing lean mass and fighting sarcopenia, which is probably the number one thing that you need to be worried about over 60, is keeping your lean muscle as high as possible so that you can maintain physical independence. Then this is a great way to go.
Rich?
Yeah, just touching base on the sarcopenia sort of a thing there. I mean, we're told as we age that muscle wastage is a fact of life, and osteoporosis can be reversed with protein. When we look at bone is mineralized protein. That's protein and minerals. What do we consume lots of on a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle? Lots of protein and minerals. You can not only stop osteoporosis in its tracks, but you can reverse osteoporosis. And part of building bone, or the absorption of calcium within the bone, is directly correlated with the consumption of sodium. We can't send calcium into the bone without increasing sodium consumption. Again, another thing that we consume lots of within the keto carnivore community, and another thing that goes against the grain. We're told to avoid consuming high amounts of sodium. Sodium is essential for life. Protein is essential. Cholesterol and fats, are essential for life. So age, just a number. And I think, you guys have all shown that. I'm a little bit younger than the two of you, but I'm nearly 40. I'd like to think that I don't look it. No comments, please.
No, you look about 50.
But yeah, thanks for that.
Well, come on, 7.5 hours.
7 hours and 3/4, and I think we're absolutely flying. To be honest, I mean, we've been non-stop,
I was joking.
and I'm still feeling full of energy. My bum isn't dead yet. must be all this. You've been fair play, so I may have to do some stand a little bit later on, but it must be all this transitioning from bodybuilding into cycling. This hardened my bum, because I'm still going strong, but. Age is just a number.
Yeah, I want to add to that, and that is, if I can remember, because that question just popped up, and now I totally forgot what I wanted to talk about. Don't you hate when you have a thought on your head? You have a thought, and you're like, oh man. Yeah. We talked about amino acids and protein is required for building muscle and bone, right? That is one aspect. But even for bone, and I think a lot of people don't realize this, is your body still needs a stimulus in order to make the change happen. You have to tell your central nervous system, you have to tell your body, I'm doing more than I've done before. So now that you're getting all this extra protein, here's what I want you to do with it. Okay. And that goes for muscle growth. We have to stimulate the muscle so that our body says, hey, we need to add more muscle fiber. We need to add density. We need to add myofibrils, whatever it is. But the same thing happens for bone density. If you're not stressing the bone structure is not going to grow. It's not going to get stronger. So resistance training is also a requirement for reversing sarcopenia. You've got to get your body, put some stress on your bones, move some weight.
Absolutely.
And this doesn't have to be lifting weights, does it? I mean, this could be body weight exercises,
absolutely.
Banded exercises.
Yep.
We're not talking about, you don't have to hit the gym if that's something that you're, fearful of. You can do these exercises at home, plain and simply, and you don't have to do an awful lot. We think that from the days of, the bodybuilders like Arnold Schwarzenegger and things, spending 4 or 5 hours in the gym, anything beyond an hour, in my opinion, is negative. 45 minutes to me is optimal, because we raise cortisol. Cortisol is catabolic. Get in the gym or at home, do your body weighted exercises, do your band exercise, whatever it may be. You don't have to do an awful lot to stimulate the muscle protein synthesis. But yeah, completely agree.
And the thing is, I mean, you're evidently sort of into the high performance athletic arena, but I just want to add a little much broader statement that any improvement on your health is good. So if you can't get out of a chair, okay, getting out of a chair is an intense exercise for you. All right. And you
Yes,
can
I'm
go,
glad you said that.
yeah, you can be sitting in a chair. And I actually had this, a woman with a Zimmer frame sitting in a chair. And she said, this is really sad. Sorry. Maybe I'm getting emotional. And she said to me, my world has just shrunk. You know, I can remember her saying, the NHS have given up on me and my world is just these four walls. Absolutely pitiful. Lovely woman, bright, you know, wrote poetry for a local magazine and all this sort of stuff. Well, 6 months later, she's not got the Zimmer frame. She was bent over like this. She was straight now, walking out into the garden, you know, to the point where you'll both get this, because I'm sure you've had people like this that you've coached. Well, I want to walk to the end of the street. This is the person that couldn't even get out of a chair, you know?
Yep.
So your horizons start to get better. The oldest, and that was a very old person, that was in their 70s. The oldest person I've actually trained and seen a remarkable difference to was 89. And he came to me. I do rehab in this room as well, with a little bit of spinal manipulation, all this sort of stuff. Anyway, he came in and his son had to bring him in. He was old school. He didn't want to take painkillers. He had a handkerchief in his mouth because he was in that much pain, and basically could hardly get out of his car. So anyway, a little bit of manipulation, talk about diet, stuff like that. 6 months later, I'm walking in the park with my wife, Jane, and I said, look, that's Doug. That's that client. No cane, bolt upright, walking in the park, 90, right? And I said to him, whoa, Doug, it's me, Stephen, remember? Bright as a button. Yeah, you sorted my back out. And yeah, okay, what you been doing? And he said, oh, it's my 90th birthday yesterday, and I've just played 9 holes of golf. Right?
That's awesome.
So you haven't got to look like a bag of walnuts, you know, you haven't got to look like that. We're just talking daily functions, a little bit extra if you want to, walking in the park, walking your dog, enjoying the beach. All of that is exercise. It's not, it's movement, it's living, you know, it's being out.
It's living. And that's the thing that I want everyone to understand is the fitness routine that you develop for yourself, or the things that you start doing to improve your fitness, should be based on the vision you have for how you want your life to look, right? If you just want to be able to go for a walk, play with your grandkids, and do some gardening without feeling like crap, then do the things that make that easy. You don't need to worry about going and running a 5K. You don't need to worry about lifting 300 pounds. You don't need to do all this stuff. What can I do? I want my life to be walking with my husband or my spouse, playing with my grandkids, and gardening 3 days a week. What do I need to do? I need to walk. I need to learn how to get up and down off the floor with no problem. And then I need to figure out how I can do the things outside for gardening. What are the things that requires, and make those things easy. It's about taking the things that are limiting you and slowly removing them from your life. It doesn't have to be this giant expectation of what you see on Instagram or what you see you, me, or anyone else doing. It's 100% based on what life do you want to live.
Yes, that's great. Now this name, Primal Mike.
I know,
So
Mike.
It's Primal Mike, and he's got raw in the middle of his name, which is very clever. To put on weight, in brackets, mostly muscle, on carnivore, is there a protein limit above which there is a diminishing result in muscle build rate, and I should increase fat instead? Great question.
Okay. Yes, there's always a point where you're going to get more than you need. The process of finding that, if you want a rough number from what I've seen, and maybe this is something you guys can corroborate, or maybe you've seen something different, somewhere around 1.2 to 1.25 grams per pound of lean mass is about where I've seen people max out on what they need in order to get optimal growth. Anything above 1.25 is probably too much. Too much in meaning it's not really doing much for you. And I think there's some studies. I think Menno Henselman had some stuff out where he did a meta-analysis about that. I think it was around 1.2 as well. Basically, you want to find what I call your protein threshold. Start at a number. And I like to start people at 1 gram per pound of lean mass. So if you weigh 200 pounds, you're 25% body fat, you want to get in 150 grams of protein per day. Start there. am I gaining? Am I losing? Is my performance good? How am I getting stronger? Whatever performance metrics you want to have if you're trying to build muscle, build athletic performance. If you feel like, okay, I'm good, but I think I could do better, go to 1.1, 1.15, something like that. Slowly bump it up till you get to a point where even if I keep going higher, nothing is improving faster. And then you can bring it back down and try to find that thing. So it's a process of experimentation. Add a little bit, see if you notice a difference. If you're not noticing a difference, you can bring it back down, and just playing with those numbers. But again, on average, I think it's about 1.2 to 1.25 is what I've seen for most people.
You can ask me, no, you're on mute, Steve.
Rich, you must have something to say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that seems like a sensible number. I mean, looking at the research that I've carried out over the years, 0.5 is minimum to maintain. Around 0.82 grams is what's required to build. 1 gram per pound, which Coach Bronson mentioned, is what I generally tell people, which is what we mentioned earlier. Around 1 gram per pound for men, around 0.9 for women. I'm considerably higher than that, being carnivore. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. About what 1.25 sounds about right. I would say a perfect start with 1 gram per pound. It's nice and simple. And exactly as Coach Bronson says, if you weigh 150 pounds, that's 150 grams of protein. I wouldn't be fearful of going over protein. The fear of gluconeogenesis pulling you from a ketogenic state is a myth. That's not going to happen. We can go into more detail in that if you want to, but don't fear your protein. Do not fear your fat. We need protein and fat to increase muscle protein synthesis. We can build muscle with just protein alone. We need leucine to activate Mtor, around 3 grams, give or take. But carbohydrates do not further increase muscle protein synthesis at all. So the co-ingestion of carbs does not increase muscle protein synthesis when adequate protein is consumed. But protein with fat does increase muscle protein synthesis. So a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle will build muscle quicker than protein and carbs. So look at nature. Nature provides us with everything that we need, the perfectly packaged present, if you like. Protein combined with fat. Sorry, it's the bell my end. Yes. An egg is protein and fat. A steak is protein and fat. Chicken with the skin on is protein and fat. Eat food as nature intended. And, people will come back and when I've built the muscle, what about building or cutting down on body fat and maintaining this lean mass? Then it's a case of experimenting and reducing the body fat, the dietary fat ever so slightly. The less dietary fat we consume, the more body fat that we go into to burn or utilize for fuel. There is no figure with this. Everybody is independent and individual, and you have to find that number for yourself. But around 1 gram per pound is a perfect place to start. I'll leave you chat on a second while I go find out who's ringing the bell there. Sorry, apologies.
And I would add to that is the other thing too is what is the impetus for putting on weight? Mike is asking this about weight and should he increase fat if the protein isn't working? There are some cases where overall weight is needed. I deal with a lot of women in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who have been starving themselves for 30 years, and they're at a great body fat percentage. They're super lean, but they're 15, 20 pounds underweight because they just have not been feeding themselves enough for so long. So when I look at them and say, you need to increase your protein and your fat, their head explodes because they're like, well, but I don't want to gain any weight. Well, guess what? You need to gain weight. So we're upping your fat and your protein because you need more fat and you need more muscle. So that is a case. Most people really don't need to worry about gaining overall weight. They just need to gain lean mass. So that's just something to be mindful of.
Yes, brilliant. Now he's away, we could talk about him, but let's not do that. Right. So all capitals. So should I shout this one? AKA yes. Zinsomniac. Right. Okay. Yeah. Question. My mum has arterial fibrillation.
AFib.
Can she do the carno diet?
Yes, absolutely. Just it's a little bit different. It's a lot more experimentation with electrolytes and activity and the things that you have to do. But in general, I haven't seen anybody that has AFib that hasn't been able to do it.
Excellent. We're coming to the end of your hour, but I'm trying to get these questions in. There you are. Yeah, there's Richard is back,
Hey.
which is great. Who was at the door?
It was my wife. So I'm in the shop. So this is where I do. Yeah. So she's busy. So the shop is closed today, but she's busy working as always. I mean, when you work for yourself, I don't think there's ever a day off, is it? We work 7 days a week. So she locked herself out. She was emptying the bin and the door closed behind us.
So
yeah, super exciting.
Bishop's Deep Learning, who has got a few questions through, which there you go. Coach Bronson, do you get resistance towards eating only meat from your clients, and how do you handle this?
No, I don't force anything. So there's sustainability, and meeting somebody where they're at is always more important than getting someone to do something the way that I do it. So there's the principles and the concepts that we talked about before. The principles of what makes carnivore successful is the goal. So carnivore is successful because it eliminates processed food, it eliminates seed oils, it eliminates carbs, it eliminates the sugar. It does all these things, right? So taking all those things out is part of the process. The level at which we do those things to start somebody out may be different. So I may have someone come in who's completely, oh no, not Dr. Sarah.
Hi.
I may have someone who's coming in who's completely standard American diet, where if I go to them and say, hey, we're going to switch you overnight from SAD to carnivore, they're going to quit day one. So for them, it may be, let's get the first principle in line and let's say, hey, let's just stop eating bread out of a box or a bag. If it's processed, that's step number one. And then go from there over a period of time and understanding that this is a process. And maybe it's not even doing any of that. Maybe it's keep eating everything that you're currently eating. Let's just increase the amount of red meat that you have. So everyone's going to be different, but we're trying to get people to understand and follow the principles and the concepts of why these things work, not fit within a specific methodology or protocol.
Brilliant. Coach Bronson and Dr. Sarah Zaldivar. Yeah, I've got her name right. You know each other. You were both on the Reverse TV series. Just while you're swapping the baton, if that's okay, and we've got you both here. Firstly, Dr. Sarah, do you know Richard?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I had him over on my YouTube channel. It was one of the best interviews ever. Yeah. I loved it.
Besides
you need
mine.
to do a round two. Of course. Yeah.
The reverse thing that you were both on. I mean, do you want to share something about doing that? Did you think it was worthwhile? And have you seen a difference?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go real quick. I think first of all, getting to meet Dr. Sarah was fantastic. So that was very fun. For me, I think the biggest thing about Reversed was outside of my personal experience of getting to meet all these people and getting to build those relationships, which was fantastic. But just seeing that, much like what I just said, where it's about concepts and principles, we all have our own little nuances, our own context, our own backgrounds and experiences that make us talk about things differently than each other. But that's what makes this powerful. And I wanted to say this earlier, Stephen, when you were talking about, can we talk 24 hours about just eat meat? Yes, we can, because it's not about eating meat. It's about relating to other people and all the different stories that we all have that bring people to what it means to eat meat. So it's not eating meat isn't the message of this 24 hours. The message of this 24 hours is that no matter who you are and where you come from, this can help you move forward. And that's probably the biggest thing that I got is, I eat a little, I have some things that Dr. Sarah and I probably don't agree on. There's some things that Kelly Hogan and there's some things that Dr. Barry or Dr. Kiltz or Dr. Chaffey or Bella or Emily, who you had on earlier, all these different people, we have little nuances and things that we do differently, but it all comes down to eat meat, don't eat crap, move your body, and get sleep. Right? Those are the four main things. If you do those things, 90% of your problems are going to go away.
Absolutely. What about you, Dr. Sarah?
Yeah, I likewise, Coach Bronson. Like, I just was so happy to meet everybody in person because I had interviewed pretty much everybody there. Like, we knew one another digitally, and so to see them in person was really cool. And everybody was so kind and friendly and uplifting. And so it was really my first time actually meeting everybody in person. So that was really, really fun, and it exceeded my expectations. And then just the fact that we got together in the first ever show on carnivore diets is something huge, I think. And hopefully this will mark the beginning of more to come, you know, just bigger, better, more carnivore programming, so that we reach the whole world. I mean, you know, imagine the diseases that we can reverse, imagine the lives that we can impact if we remember our species specific diet, you know.
Brilliant. So Coach Bronson, thank you for doing your hour shift. Much appreciated. The lovely Dr. Sarah will take over.
Appreciate it. Pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely. Thanks. Nice meeting you guys. And next time I got to do like 2 or 3 hours. This was not long enough.
Do you know, when I came up with this stupid idea, I thought, 24 hours, how are we going to fill that? And honestly, we could have done this for 3 days, couldn't we, Rich, already?
Yeah,
for sure.
Chaffey didn't really want to go. Dr. Kiltz has already been on. I can come back if you want. You know, seriously, the questions, you know, it's amazing. So that's really, really great. So yeah, so thank you for doing it, and we'll definitely do something again.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, Dr. Sarah, take it easy on him, all right?
I'll try.
All right, see you guys. Thanks for having me on.
That's fine. So, Dr. Sarah Zaldivar, for those that don't know you, would you like to give yourself a little introduction?
Sure. So I'm a nutrition professor at Miami-Dade College. I am a classically trained dietitian. So I grew up in Lebanon. I got my bachelor's and my master's in nutrition and dietetics over there. And I did, you know, the whole year-long internship, being brainwashed into the high carb, low fat guidelines, and, you know, became a licensed dietitian. And then I flew to Miami and I got my doctorate from the University of Miami in exercise physiology and nutrition. And I spent 5 years out of that doctorate researching and doing my dissertation on sugar addiction. And I did that for, you know, 5 years between literature review and, you know, collecting the data and then defending the dissertation. And even with that, I was still in denial with regards to the addiction. I literally wrote a keto dessert cookbook after I defended my dissertation on sugar addiction. So that was like the academic background. I also worked with the American College of Sports Medicine, and they so basically they hired me in order to train potential personal trainers to become certified with the ACSM, which is the hardest one to get. So I would conduct like intensive 3-day workshops, teaching the basics of what are the things you got to do in order to pass that exam from the first try, because the passing rate was pretty low. So, you know, I've taught for ACSM, I've taught at the University of Miami, at Miami-Dade College, DeVry University, nutrition courses and also exercise physiology courses. And all throughout that whole period of time, I am also struggling with binge eating, sugar addiction. I've struggled with weight all my life. And so eventually, through enough personal research, realized that everything I was taught was wrong. And so I did keto. And after 7 days of keto, I felt like my brain came back online. And that's when I was sold. And I was doing keto for anxiety first. It wasn't even for body composition. And then I realized, like, wait a second, I started dropping weight like crazy. I was like, okay. And then from there, though, I still struggled with binge eating. And every time I would go through an episode like that, I would, as a reaction to that episode, to try and prevent that from happening in the future, I would watch more podcasts on the topic. I would go buy books. I would do research on PubMed and Google, like Google Scholar and all of like scientific, like whichever place I could get my hands on data, I was doing that. So I became like the master researcher. I mean, I've always been a nerd. Like I've always like I wouldn't even. They wouldn't make me do my final exams throughout school because I was always at the top of my class. I was like, she doesn't need to do her final exams. We know she's gonna do well. So it's like, for me, collecting information and nerding out came easy to me. And so, but still, even with that, it took like thousands of hours, I would say, of like so many books and so many podcasts and so many articles reading until finally it clicked for me. And I realized that everything I thought I was taught was wrong. And then keto wasn't enough, and addiction is real, and there are plant toxins, and carnivore is our species specific diet. And it's been a long journey, basically. And hopefully what I try to do is try to bridge that gap and try to help my students at Miami-Dade and also my clients, try to get them from point A to point B in like a few months, as opposed to decades, which is what it actually took me.
Fabulous. That's a fabulous introduction. I think that's the best one we've had so far, Richard. But I'm not really allowed to say that because every guest has been fabulous.
The best. Sure. Hashtag the best. I'll take it. Don't you dare take that away from me.
I couldn't take that away from you after you saying that my interview was the best that you've ever done. So yeah, I agree.
Right, there you go. I knew what I was doing.
That's recorded, so that's going on air. I'm reusing that and repurposing that again and again.
So we had some questions submitted beforehand. Excuse my bad reading, but this one is from Jenny, who's been carnivore 5 months, cut out dairy recently, and she's asked, can she eat ground beef and eggs long term and get all the nutrients that she needs?
Yeah, I think we have enough people doing that for decades, and they're thriving, to know that, yeah, you totally can. It's a good idea, just because we don't have thousands of people that have been studies and randomized control trials, or like, you know, very high quality scientific studies. We don't have this data just yet because nobody has bothered to study our species specific diet for some reason. It's a good idea to just get a nutrient panel just to see where you're at. I know that Michaela Peterson was doing a lion diet for a very long time, and it turns out like folate levels were low. But even with that, like, I would see and look for symptoms as opposed to just having the blood test marker. So you could get those labs, check for symptoms, or you can just, to be on the safe side, take organ supplements, or if you do enjoy eating organs, you could do that. But we know, and I think we all in this community have a very good knowledge of so many people who are doing, you know, just meat and eggs for decades, and no nutrient deficiencies, no scurvy, and if anything, it's not like they're not dying; they're actually thriving. So, you know, and it would make sense, right? It is our species specific diet. That is the diet that we ate for 99.99% of our existence as a species here on Earth.
Yeah, that's cool. Rich, have you got something to add to that?
Yeah. Do you mind if I share my screen?
No, of course. You can share your screen.
Let me see if I can do this again now, because it took me a bit of thing last time, didn't it?
It worked earlier, mate.
There we are.
Oh, by the way, that question's so good. Sean Baker's coming on in a couple of hours, and I'm going to ask him that very basic question, because I think that was a great answer, Dr. Sarah. And I might actually ask a few people that, because there is that common worry. I'm giving you some time, by the way, Rich, while you sort your screen.
I'm ready. I think you right. Need to okay the screen, do you? It's sharing my end, but it's ready to go whenever you are.
Yeah, I think that's all I was going to say was a lot of people worry about not getting enough nutrients. Yeah. Strange when they're on this processed SAD diet that's depleted of anything. Right. You know, so let's get your screen share.
So two slides to this. One is taken from the Sekou Cow book by oh my goodness, I can't remember her name. And the other is from Paul Saladino's book, The Carnivore Code. Now, if you look at the amino profile on the left, instantly we can see the amino profile is far superior in animal proteins compared to plant proteins. And the slide on the right, where we look at blueberries and kale compared to animal proteins, in the case of ribeye, beef liver, fish roe, and an egg yolk. Just by looking at that slide on the right-hand side, we can instantly see that there's a massive increase in micronutrients in every aspect. And when we break it down, I mean, we look at vitamin A. Vitamin A does not exist in plants. I think we covered this in our talk, didn't we, when I was on with you, Sarah? But, no vitamin A in plants. Plants contain beta-carotene, which is a precursor. It needs to be acted upon by an enzyme called BCMO to convert it into the active form of retinol. So no vitamin A. B vitamin is incredibly low. Cobalamin does not exist in plants. Contrary to popular belief, vitamin C does exist in animal proteins. Vitamin D you cannot get from plants. You get this from the sun and from animal proteins. Vitamin K does not exist in plants. You know, kale is touted as being a good source of vitamin K, but kale does not contain any active form of vitamin K. The human body needs vitamin K2. Kale contains vitamin K1, and then choline, creatine, carnosine, carnitine, taurine, all these other things that we can only get from animal proteins. Every vitamin and mineral that we need, not just to survive, but thrive, is found in animal proteins. So there we are. That's my
Beautiful
30
slide.
seconds.
I love it.
Yeah, fantastic. And what that presentation also highlights further on is when we remove these plant foods that are high in lectins and phytic acid, we actually absorb more of the nutrients. So when we become carnivore, not only are we getting more nutrients, but the body's absorbing way more of them as well. But yeah, that's a super short slide or presentation in regards to the nutrient dense foods
like
from animal proteins.
you know, Popeyes, we all grew up watching it. I know I grew up watching Popeyes cartoons, and you know, he's downing the spinach, you know, and it makes him so strong for all the iron. And it's like, no, you actually absorb almost none of the iron because of the high oxalate content in the in the spinach, you know. And that's
Popeye was wrong. Popeye was wrong.
And he was very wrong. And that's why he was pulled off the air. Are they still making it? I don't know.
I haven't seen Popeye for quite some time. No, exactly. We need heme iron, which we can only get from animal proteins. Spinach is incredibly high in oxalates. I think sort of around, by memory, one pack of spinach in the UK is 200 milligrams of 200 grams, of spinach, which contains around 1,500 milligrams of oxalates. 5,000 milligrams of oxalates has been known to kill people. So, what do? We take this package of spinach, we chuck it into a blender, and we mix it up with turmeric, which is also high in oxalates.
Right.
This turmeric.
That's what so Liam Hemsworth is a celebrity here in the United States, and I'm sure you probably know him too. He's like a famous actor, and he went vegan. Him and he was married at a time with Miley Cyrus, and they were both vegan. Both eventually had to stop because Miley Cyrus, and I quote what she said on the Joe Rogan podcast, she had to stop because, and I quote, her brain stopped working. And the moment she started adding omega-3s in the form of fish, like it was like as if the brain came back online. And for him, he had to stop because he had kidney stones, because he was starting every day with a shake with the almond milk and the spinach. And it was thinking, oh, that's like the healthiest start to my day. And it gave him really painful kidney stones that required surgery. So,
yeah.
I've got another question. What I've learned, by the way, sorry, Sarah, is we've got so many questions and we end up not getting everyone that's bothered to go online.
Go for the questions.
Just going to stick this in. Now, I actually find this quite an interesting question because most of them are pretty positive. This one's sort of maybe not so positive. Dr. Sarah, why does it seem that most carnivores keep slipping up and can't stick to the diet? And before you answer, I'm going to say that's not my experience, actually. I find most people can't stick to it.
Actually, a lot of people can't. I mean, pretty much everybody that comes to me is because they can't stick to carnivore. And it's because of the addiction. And while I do think that you have a much higher rate of success on a carnivore diet because it's a sober meal plan, it doesn't have anything addictive in it, no carbs. And if you don't do too much dairy, it's not as addictive. It's actually the least addictive food on the planet is a carnivore diet, especially when you exclude the dairy. So it is a little bit higher with success rate just because if we're going to follow it, you're not going to be constantly taking the drug in the form of sweets or artificial sweeteners or piece of bread. Even bread lights up the dopamine centers or those addictive centers in the brain. So it does have a slightly higher rate of success, but the addiction is still there. And so people can do it and they feel great and they don't have cravings, but then they don't realize that they still harbor that addiction. And so when they let go a little bit of the control or of the motivation of that comes from trying something for the first time, it's like, I just discovered carnivore, I'm so excited. You got that momentum, you got all the dopamine coming from this novelty factor. Eventually, after a month, or most commonly between like 1 month to 90 days, 1 month to 3 months, is when most people kind of let their guard down a little bit and they go to a wedding or a birthday or something happens and they think to themselves, what's one slice of cake? It's not the end of the world. And before you know it, the next day they're having and they're craving more sugars, more carbs, and they don't realize what just happened. They don't realize that they just relapsed because they're not even thinking from an addiction point of view, right? Hey, Ayana, hi. So if you're not fully aware of what you're dealing with, you're not treating it with the respect. You're not treating the drug foods with the respect that they deserve. And so you're too casual about it. And this is what ends up happening. And so this is why what I've been working with recently is kind of revisiting really my dissertation and the thing that I specialized in, and realizing like that is the answer. And basically fixing that dopamine deficit that everybody comes into carnivore with. And even if you're not a carnivore, like most people who are struggling with their weight is because of that dopamine deficit. Because every time you engage in a drug, whether it's a food drug, remember, sweet taste has been shown in multiple studies to be far more addictive than heroin, not just cocaine. Like the cocaine studies are old now. It's like it's more addictive than heroin. So like, yeah, you stand no chance if you don't know what you're dealing with. And so if you've dabbled with drugs like sweetness, or real sugar or fake sugar, or alcoholism, any kind of drug, it all does the same thing. It destroys the dopamine centers in the brain. Specifically, it destroys the dopamine receptors in the brain. Because for you to feel good and have energy and be productive and not have cravings, you got to release dopamine in your brain, and the dopamine has to attach to its receptor called a D2 receptor on the cell surface of your adjacent brain cell. And so when you have that dopamine attaching to D2 receptors, it's like a lock and key situation. Once the attachment happens is when you feel amazing, perfect memory, mental clarity, zero cravings. Every time you have a craving, it just means you're feeling what a dopamine deficit feels like. You're low on dopamine in that state. And so the craving is not for the cookie or the cake or the drug. The craving is really to get a dopamine hit. Or it could be, you can even get it from social media. You can get it from so many different areas. And so what I work with is, yeah, carnivore is a great sober meal plan. But what I'm more focused on is optimizing and fixing that dopamine deficit. I want to fix it. And then why just stay here? Why don't we optimize our dopamine? Why don't we raise our baseline level of dopamine? Because now all of a sudden my clients, they're not just losing weight, they're losing weight and getting sober, but also making more money, having more confidence, setting boundaries. It becomes easier to confront people when you need to confront them. People respect you. They treat you differently when you're operating at a high dopamine baseline, because they can sense. It's kind of like the how you have like alpha and beta in any interaction. That's kind of equivalent to how much dopamine that person has. The more alpha you are, the more dopamine you have. The more beta you are, the less dopamine you have. And people can sense it when they're around you, when they're interacting with you, when they're in the room with you. And so they're less likely to treat you negatively or poorly because they know you're tough and you're not gonna take that. And so their whole lives transform because we're dealing with the root cause of so many things. So the weight gain is just a symptom of a dopamine deficit. Not making enough money is just a symptom of a dopamine deficit. Having anxiety and depression is a symptom of that dopamine deficit. Having, poor memory is a symptom. Not being productive is a symptom of a dopamine deficit. And so when we tackle the dopamine deficit, and I like to do it with exercise, intense exercise, it's a very, very different type of exercise. I'm not talking about, doing like walking for 5 hours. That's not what I'm talking about. When we do that, then we optimize dopamine centers, and every single area of your life is going to be maximized, and you can determine how high you want to be in every other area, because the fitter you get, the more dopamine you have. Every other area now is also improved.
Rich, have you got anything to add?
Me unmute. No, Sarah has hit everything on the nail there. I mean, it comes back to what we mentioned earlier about the catecholinergic neurotransmitter synthesis. The body's ability to create these neurotransmitters comes from the food we eat, specific cofactors like zinc, iron, magnesium, vitamin B12, etc. When these are negated by certain foods that we consume, then dopamine is no longer produced, and we are hardwired to chase dopamine. So if we are not getting it through our diet, from natural sources, then we're trying to get it from other sources, and this is why we crave sugar things. This is why food addiction, is a real thing, and this is why we end up binge eating. And as Sarah, eloquently said, that a piece of bread is still sugar. It could be pasta. It doesn't have to be a chocolate bar, candy bar. It could be a bowl of pasta, rice. It could be a bowl of vegetables even. But this is why I believe that a vegan lifestyle isn't optimal. We're not getting the vitamin B12, the iron. We're not getting. What does a vegan and vegetarian consume? Lots of, it's lots of lectins and phytic acid, which is blocking the absorption of zinc, iron, and magnesium. This is leading to depression, anxiety, and we know from studies that vegans have a higher rate of depression and anxiety, higher suicide rate, I believe, as well. We need to be eating meat. This isn't a fight against, we have the same interests. We care, you brought your dog on earlier. We are animal lovers. I care for the condition of the animal that I'm going to eat. I don't want to see cows in sheds, contained and fed grain. I want them roaming, the countryside and living a happy life. We all want the same thing, but it comes back down to the foods that we eat and the neurotransmitter signals in the brain, and what we consume massively affects that. It keeps coming back down to the same thing. There's a reoccurring message here, isn't it? That everything comes back down to what we put in. What we put in is what we get out. Your diesel car doesn't run so well on petrol and vice versa. So I think hit that purely on the head. Yeah, fantastic.
Love it. And yeah, like you said, the more you love animals, the more you should eat meat, because you actually end up killing off 25 times more sentient or emotion feeling animals to feed a plant-based or vegetarian or vegan diet. When you're harvesting the soy and the wheat and the corn, the sheer amount of animals that are sacrificed, brutally murdered, because inadvertently, just in order to produce this food, is just shocking. And they've actually done a study on that. It was published. I did a YouTube video on it, and you can check that out. And there's a direct link to the paper. 25 times more sentient animals are definitely not humanely murdered. Which do you want to save more lives? And if so, all you need is literally red meat, and you're good.
And vegans and vegetarians also eat a lot of mushrooms. Mushrooms are sentient beings. They're one of the most intelligent species on the planet. Yet, they'll happily consume a mushroom. A lot of people don't understand that. But as a little piece of information I learned from a gentleman we've got coming on later, Sean Sako-Sakanovsky. He taught me that one during a podcast. Incredible piece of advice. But yeah, they're quick enough to eat mushrooms. Mushrooms are sentient beings. So
is that why they say they're fun guys?
It's just like you and I.
Why would you want to kill fun guys? Just kill the boring ones.
Exactly.
So a nice question that's got the zeitgeist here, Dr. Sarah. Based on your experience in nutrition research, do you see the tide turning in favor of low carb diets in recent years?
I think we've shamed the American Heart Association and some of those, and the American Diabetes Association. We've just so publicly shamed them to the point where kind of they're trying to weasel their way back into low carb. You know, they're not doing it willingly. It's like grabbing a child that's throwing a tantrum and like dragging them into to see the light. And so that's what's happening. It's just you know, they're just so closely aligned with the food companies. That's the problem. And so their paycheck and their funding dollars and their jobs rely on keeping those large food companies happy. And what is the thing that sells the most? Drugs, sugar, and carbs, right? There's a reason why the food companies can make so much money. It's easy to make money when you're dealing with highly addictive foods in broad daylight without any checks or balances, and hooking children where their brains are still developing from a very young age. And nobody says a word, right? We regulate smoking, but when it comes to sweetness that's far more addictive than heroin, it's okay to feed it to a 2-year-old, you know? It's okay to go to school, the preschool, and give them all the candy and the sugar. And so, yeah, so the food companies are literally addicting the population from a very young age, which makes the vast majority of people have a very hard time reversing decades and decades of addiction. Age of onset of a drug use is a very strong determinant of whether or not you can get sober from that drug. And so what is the age of onset with sugar? Some are like 1 year of age. When I was 2 or 3 months old, I was given condensed milk, which is all sugar and cream and milk, condensed milk instead of breast milk for a whole month straight, until my mom found out, because she had to leave me. Lebanon was in a civil war. She had to leave me for a year or so with my grandma, and so I wouldn't have the formula when she left. And so I was given condensed milk. It's like, oh, she'll take the condensed milk. That'll shut her up. It's like, and here we are, 36 years later.
Yes, absolutely. Rich, do you want to add? You know, feel free to dive in. Do you think? I mean, you sell supplements, right? So, have you seen a tide turning? Do you see more people coming to you for keto and carnivore products?
Yeah, again, I mean, you and I do these free lives every week. You know, we don't get paid for them. We do the public speaking events. You know, we put an awful lot of effort into spreading the word, and I think it is working. You know, people, the average person in the high street now knows what keto and carnivore are. You know, 5 years ago, you would stop 10 people in the street and you'd be lucky if one knew what keto was. I think what they think it is and what it actually is are two different things. I mean, they still view it as a diet and they don't understand what it is. So there's a big education piece, and in there lies the problem. And it's through episodes like this that I think we're going to get that out there, that, you know, ketosis. And again, just to reiterate a point we've made previously, if you are carnivore, you were in the metabolic state of ketosis. Carnivore and keto are the same thing. They're just different subsections of the same metabolic state. You know, and that seems to be a big bugbear within the community. I'm keto, I'm carnivore. You know, it's one and the same. It's just that you're in a different group, a different subsection of the same thing. But it's a metabolic state. It's our natural metabolic state. It's the metabolic state we're born in, and it's the metabolic state we've evolved in our entire existence. And when we understand that we're living in this natural metabolic state that heals and repairs the body, then we can move forward. But unfortunately, we are constantly up against it. For every piece of information that is published in regards to the benefits of protein and you know, the benefits of saturated fats and cholesterol, the Sugar Association will release another one to say that, you know, eating Kellogg's cornflakes is essential for, you know, to start your day. The study you referenced earlier, but it is increasing. It's certainly getting out there, and I'm quite shocked, to be honest. Sometimes I get customers and clients who come into the shop, and I'm astounded by the level of their knowledge and understanding in regards to some of the things that we speak about. So it is the tide is definitely turning. How and when that impacts. So, you know, you and I are members of the Public Health Collaboration. You know, we work with doctors and nurses from the medical community. We are trying to spread that word as part of the public health collaboration, and it is spreading. Dr. David Unwin and Jenna Unwin, who are guests on next, I believe, they are predominant figures within that, and and they're pushing and pushing this within the community, as we all are. It is turning. When will it be accepted? Who knows? But I think, as Sarah, quite elegantly said, that at some point the banks have got to burst. We are flooding it with this information, and it's only a matter of time, I think, until something will give. But when that happens, I don't know. Let's just hope it's sooner rather than later. You can't help but feel that there's an underlying, thing going on behind the scenes. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or anything, but it all seems to be, there's a machine here to keep us sick.
Yeah, you're not, Richard. I mean, it's demonstrable. You can see that big pharma and big food do not want you to eat this way because it stops their profits. I don't think that's going to get my channel shut down saying that. I think that's absolutely obvious. I do. It's just obvious. And I think it's not going to come top down. It's going to come from the bottom up. And the tide is turning. But it's people that are going to accept it. I tell you, the big food is never going to accept it. It's not going to be in the mainstream media. But then that legacy media is defunct, really. Most people get their news from this sort of thing. So, and yes, obviously YouTube tried to shut down discussion and stuff like that. But in the end, they've got to make money. And if the views go down, and if people only look at, Sarah's videos, your videos, Sean's, Chaffey's, Dr. Kilt's, everybody's videos, if they're getting traction and advertisers are advertising on there, that it's where the money is. I mean, it's where the money is, and the legacy media is just, Anyway, let's not rant. Let's keep it nice and light. 24-hour live stream. We've got H. Young's question here. I'd like to start by just giving a little bit of context, and then I'll hand over to Dr. Sarah. Any research on dialysis patients on carnivore? If we look globally at dialysis machines before carnivore, let's be honest, carnivore is not a very big way of eating at the moment. Neither is low carb. I think Ken Berry actually looked into the numbers. Dialysis centers where he lives and around the area, there was something like 8 in the 1950s, something like 12 in the 60s and 70s. Now there's about 20,000. This is off the top of my head. It's a huge growth industry and business. I'm sorry, we're talking health, but it is a business. And dialysis is, they're making money out of these patients. That's a really horrible thing to think of, but that's a reality. I seem to remember Dr. Chaffey at the beginning talked about somebody coming off dialysis because of carnivore. So I know that's an N=1, but this is also one of the things that bugs me a bit, because if you've got an N=1 and I've got an N=1 and you've got an N=1 and everybody's got an N=1, well, that's actually data, isn't it? That's not an anecdote. If I got 500 clients and they've all got better and 250 have reversed type 2 diabetes, that's reality. That's data. So anyway, right, that's my little bit. I'm going to take a back seat. Any views on dialysis on carnivore?
Yeah, well, no, thank you for the little background. What is the #1 cause of kidney failure? It's type 2 diabetes, right? Now, unfortunately, if you get to a point where you've damaged your nephrons, your kidney cells so much where they cannot handle now the metabolism of protein, because you have to digest protein, you break it down into amino acids. To utilize the amino acids, in a lot of cases, you would have to remove the amino group, which is like that nitrogen atom that's part of the amino acids. And so that deamination reaction leads to nitrogen being converted into ammonia right away, NH3, which is highly toxic. So the kidneys have to come in very quickly and they have to convert it. Actually, the liver does that, but it has to convert it into a less toxic form. So it turns the ammonia into urea, which is a less toxic form of nitrogen waste product from protein metabolism. So it's a lot of work, and then the kidneys have to release that urea excreted. And so the more protein you eat, it is true that your kidneys have more work to do because they have to excrete more of the urea because you have more nitrogen coming in. And so if you got to a point where your kidneys no longer have that ability. Now you need regenerative treatments. In some cases, you could be lucky enough that your body regenerates itself just by removing plant foods if the cause was some autoimmune reaction, and you remove that and the cells can regenerate. But it's really hard to say that this is going to be the norm, because it really depends on how far along you are, how much damage you have to your nephrons, and whether and what the actual cause of the kidney failure was. It just high carb content for a long period of time? Is it an autoimmune reaction? Are you reacting to certain foods? Are you there could be so many different causes which can determine whether the diet alone can reverse this the end stage kidney disease or not. So it gets harder the further you are in any kind of condition, the harder it gets to say with complete certainty, like, yeah, you can reverse it. Even with type 2 diabetes, like type 2 diabetes is very easily reversed in the beginning, but if you've had it for 30 years, then you start having so many things that happen because of that it's like it's not enough to just eat red meat now. You have to do so many additional things. So yeah, I hope this makes sense, and I hope that this answered the question. And I don't know if Richard too, you guys want to jump in on that as well.
I think you've covered it. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to add. First time for everything.
Remember, hashtag the best.
Yes, exactly.
I'm messing with people are gonna be like, oh no, people can't handle we're joking, guys, we're joking.
Let's have a look then. Do you know, Coach Bronson, has his torn meniscus healed? Does anyone know that?
Torn meniscus.
I don't know the answer to that. Let's go into a question.
Yeah, I didn't even know he had a torn meniscus. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Wonderful live stream. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Sarah, where can we find the study on plants/animal to share with those who are concerned about sacrificing animals?
If you just go to YouTube and put my name, Dr. Sarah Zaldivar, 25x sentient animals, vegan diets. If you put those keywords, my YouTube video that I filmed on that topic should show up. It's very quick. It's literally like a 3-minute video. But the article that I'm referencing is also in the description box, so you can have a direct link to it.
Yeah, and I think, Rich, you mentioned earlier something about the harvesting. You mentioned on monocrops. Do you want to just quickly repeat that? Because I don't think that was during Sarah's section. You were talking about animals dying.
Yeah, when we desertify a field to grow crops, there's a couple of things. Basically we destroy an ecosystem. The combine harvester will go through that field, and I don't know if you've noticed, but birds and seagulls will circle the combine harvester, and that's because of all the dead animals that it's picking up as it's going through the field. But then we grow crops within that field. It's treated with toxic chemicals. This destroys the microbes in the ground. It kills an entire ecosystem. Birds and bees die off. So considerably more animals die as a result of growing crops compared to eating one cow. So I use a local butcher. The butcher from me is 2 miles away. The distance traveled is incredibly small. I'm using, as a carnivore, I probably consume the equivalent of 1 cow a year. But a vegan who drives to the supermarket kills an entire family of animals every time that they get in the car. I know they're not doing it on purpose, but if you do really care for animals' health and well-being, then being a vegan or vegetarian is not the best source for that. Even when we look at impacts on environment, vegans will consume, and this isn't a dig at vegans or vegetarians. I just want to reinforce that I'm not against anyone's personal choices, but I think that information out there is scarce, and we need to repeat this, don't we? And we'll bring back that study now. Sorry, Stephen. Yeah, we'll read that again now. But you know, we fly in these exotic fruits from all over the world, yet you know, carnivores are blamed for the cow farts that are destroying the ozone layer, which is absolutely ridiculous. You know, especially when we look at the amount of methane that a vegetarian will release from eating plants. You know, it's preposterous, isn't it? But that study, do you want to bring that back up again? That's a fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, this is the Smithsonian National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. They've got a global estimate that 67 million birds are killed each year due to agricultural pesticide use.
Wow. Let me take a picture of that. I'm taking a picture of it. I love that.
Yeah. Do you want me to do this? And you know, that extrapolates to about 672 million birds poisoned in total, just from pesticide use, just birds. You know, now I'm a member of the Royal Society for Protection of Birds, and this bothers me in a big way. And I think it is quite surprising people don't realise that carnivores are also animal lovers. You know, if you want to play on my heartstrings, you show me an animal being mistreated. I mean, this morning I was looking. I'm really very interested in this. This is a side I don't really put out publicly. I mean, like rescuing animals. Part of one of the donations I made, that they had a puppy, 4 months old. You know, been kids covered it in glue and dragged it through the mud and left it for dead in this cardboard box. You know, we should be looking at stuff like this agricultural pesticides. We should be looking at cruelty. We shouldn't be looking at cows that are out in a field, you know, eating grass and actually having. I've got footage of cows loving where they are, you know, jumping around and stuff like that, and they have a much better life than, you know, animals in circuses and all this sort of stuff. So I think don't want to get into that too much because it's quite sad. But anyway, let's have a look. Let's get back to the live stream. Let's have a little look. Yes, what you said about mushrooms, Rich, has definitely ignited the chat. Kel there, she had a chat with the mushroom 1 or 2 times.
Chat with the mushroom, that's hilarious. I'm glad you had fun.
So, Dr. Sarah, what exercise do you do to raise dopamine?
The painful one. It is the sensation of pain that upregulates baseline levels of dopamine, especially D2 receptor numbers. This is why, like, if you're just walking, there's no pain there. So it's not going to upregulate your dopamine receptors. The only exception to that rule would be if you were bedbound and now you want to upregulate dopamine levels, but to go from bedbound to you can't jog, you know, so walking even a quarter of a mile feels so difficult for you. So it's the sensation of difficulty that keeps upregulating your dopamine receptors. So let's say if you're fit and you're running and you're doing great, if you keep doing the same intensity, you keep maintaining the same baseline level of dopamine. If you want higher, you have to now push yourself to be able to run faster, which means in order to go from where you normally run to go to a faster, more intense speed, there's going to be pain involved because that's the only way you grow, right? If I want to grow a muscle, I can't lift the same weight that I normally lift. I have to pick a heavier weight that's uncomfortable. It's that discomfort that allows me to progress and become stronger, have stronger muscles, and also increase dopamine receptors. So anything that is painful will do the job. My preferred method, I think it's fastest, most effective, honestly easiest in my opinion, way to raise dopamine levels is via exercise. And a lot of times, most of the people that come to me, they have they want weight loss and they're struggling with sugar addiction. And so exercise targets both. It helps them lose the weight very quickly while at the same time targeting the root cause of their addiction, the root cause why they can't stick to a carnivore diet. So it's like 2 birds with 1 stone.
Rich, what would you say?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, for me, the exercises, as you know, I used to come from a bodybuilding background, so it was lifting weights, and now it's destroying myself on a bike or going for a run.
Yeah.
Yeah, running and cycling is my new form of chosen torture. But
As long as you're torturing yourself, you're doing good.
yeah, and you know, it is a hard place to push yourself to sometimes. I was on the bike indoor yesterday. I was short for time. I didn't get a chance to get out on the bike, so I jumped on the indoor trainer. And it's incredibly difficult to stay motivated in indoor. But I pushed. I was hurting. I was sweating. I did about 40 odd minutes. Yeah, it hurt, but you know, you've got to push these boundaries. If it's not hurting, it's not working. And take that with a pinch of salt to a degree. I mean, I don't want you to go injuring yourself, but you've got to push these boundaries. You know, moving is fantastic. And you know, Stephen mentioned earlier about you know, the elderly person sitting and standing from the chair, and that was an exercise that was hard and difficult for them at the time, but then they progressed from walking further and further. And it's about pushing these boundaries. So, you know, begin at the level you can, push to the boundaries, but it's got to hurt a little bit. If it's not hurting, it's not working.
And then sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just you referenced, just someone did message me about that woman that I helped get out the Zimmer's frame, and they asked, how do you do that on the NHS? I don't work for the NHS, it was private. So sadly, to get the sort of rehab and nutrition advice that I offered, the National Health Service doesn't do those things. So for that. But what was you going to say, Sarah? Sorry.
I was going to say that the pain threshold goes up too. So if you feel a lot of pain when you first try to push yourself a little bit, just know that that intensity of pain, you will eventually not feel the pain as much. And the more you do it, eventually you become numb to the discomfort. You're still pushing yourself beyond your limits, and you would expect to feel a lot of suffering, but you actually are numb to it. Like that's another thing to look forward to. And I think that's what stops a lot of people, because they cannot imagine going through 10 minutes of such discomfort forever, and they forget, or they don't realize that your tolerance to pain also gets better. You adapt to the painful sensation, because dopamine is an anesthetic too. That's the reason why dopamine is being upregulated. It's like, I don't know what you're doing, Sarah. You're having a lot of pain. Let me upregulate your dopamine receptors so that in the future you're not constantly feeling those painful moments, because they seem to happen every day for you. And so eventually you become numb to it. So I can push myself beyond my limits without really suffering as much or feeling the same intensity of discomfort the way that I used to in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that training response is fascinating, and I always use an analogy for the bed of nails. Okay, we have ascending pathways and descending pathways. So if you lie on a bed of nails, initially that's going to be quite painful. So that goes up the ascending pathway across your spine up into the somatosensory part of your brain, and then there's the homunculus there that knows where that pain's coming from, sends a message down through your spinal column to where that area is, and it lessens the pain. It sort of cuts it off at the the impasse. So what happens is you can lie on a bed of nails, it can be really painful, and then 10 minutes later you'd be fast asleep, because you have this instant physiological response. And I know that sounds really not true, but that's what happens. And that's the popularity of the Shakti mats, these mats that you can buy that are acupressure. They're very painful. I use one when I have lower back pain, if I've trained too hard. Well, I don't get the pain, but I just think it's good prevention, by the way, which we haven't spoken much about. Prevention is better than, trying to restore yourself after you've injured yourself. And I think that's fascinating. I'm rushing because we're coming towards the 9th hour, and Dr. Sarah, we want to make the most of having you around.
Sure.
I'm going to be wary. I'm going to do a little joke here. So we've got someone called T Ford. I'm wondering if you're a model. Anyway, no. All right.
Is it you, Tom? Send me your suit.
Could you please give advice with regards to gout and high uric acid levels with regards to diet? I seem to react badly with any fructose, well, spotted with gout and wheat.
Yeah. So that's the thing that keeps a lot of people away from carnivores. Like, oh, you eat carnivore, it has a lot of purines, which turns into and increases uric acid, which can cause a gout flare up. And that's just not true. If you talk to anybody who suffered with gout and did carnivore, they will tell you that it completely eliminates gout attacks. And that's because your own body can create its own purines. And so, as a matter of fact, like you very accurately realize that, it's the fructose and it's the wheat and it's the carbohydrates, but especially fructose, that increases your own body's production of uric acid, which then you start having symptoms of gout and the joint pain and the inflammation. So don't fall for this myth that, purines can only come from the meat that you're eating, and so if you're eating meat, then that's going to raise your number of attacks of gout. Like, that's actually the complete opposite.
And I think from my history of bloods, you can have high uric acid and no gout, and you can have low uric acid and gout. The correlation between uric acid and gout is not there. And that's from thousands of actual bloods and thousands of data points and people that are coming in and having their bloods taken. And, this is where you look at it and you think, right, now I should say to you, have you got gout because you've got this high uric acid level? Well, no, I haven't. Right. So that's where bloods and uric acid, they just don't correlate.
Yeah, more complex than just that. Yeah, very well said. Thank you.
It's okay. Rich?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, purines get a bad rap, but these are created naturally in the body from the breakdown of cells for energy, for ATP and GTP. Purines do not cause gout. 5 to 10 times more created within the body than we get from the diet. And when we look at uric acid, it can be increased by purines, but these exist in normal joints as well as people who suffer with gout. But uric acid is actually an antioxidant. It's excreted by the kidneys, but over 50% of it is reabsorbed back into the body. So something that is toxic to the body, wouldn't be reabsorbed back into the body. So yeah, this whole thing about purines and gout and eating meat is a fallacy. It's inflammatory in nature, which is what the standard diet would do in regards to carbohydrate and the foods that we eat. Fructose, as we know, that's a contributing factor. Sucrose, elevated insulin, so insulin resistance, alcohol. All of these can be other factors. And magnesium and potassium are known factors to decrease gout. So it comes back to our electrolytes again. But again, it's all of this misinformation in regards to protein. It comes back to protein all the time, doesn't it? Protein has such a bad rap, yet it's the most nutrient dense food on the planet. But yeah, these studies are out there, unfortunately. But yeah, nothing to worry about in regards to protein and gout.
So we've got our new guest in the waiting room, Dr. Jen Unwin and Dr. David Unwin, who I'd like to bring into the meeting and say hello, and then we'll finish with your question, Sarah, if that's okay, which is about tryptophan.
Absolutely.
So let's add Dr. Jen Unwin and David Unwin to the stream.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi guys.
Hi both.
It's a busy screen. We're just finishing off this hour with Dr. Sarah Zaldivar and this final question. So, Dr. Sarah, how do you get tryptophan for sleep on a carnivore diet?
So sleep is actually one of the most commonly reported symptoms that improve on a carnivore diet. And that's because there's so many things that could trigger insomnia. There's so many things that could lead somebody to struggle with falling asleep quickly and staying asleep. I like to remind people that when your brain is not inflamed and you are optimal in your dopamine and serotonin production, serotonin eventually turns into melatonin, and so now that regulates your sleep cycle and your circadian rhythm. And I think that is one of like the biggest reasons why people report just massive improvements in their sleep. And the cool thing is like the sleep latency improves so much. So instead of tossing and turning for half an hour before you fall asleep, I've noticed so many people reporting on a carnivore diet. It's like the moment you go to bed, you're done in like 5 minutes. And so it affects every single hormonal system in the body. Every single physiological system in the body is affected positively. The inflammation goes away. Your needs also for sleep decrease. So you might actually feel like you're going to require less total number of hours of sleep, and you wake up feeling refreshed, because now your body isn't having to deal with the inflammation from the seed oils and the sugars and the addictive foods that you were eating previously. So all in all, it's one of the strongest things. It's like that, and better skin, better mood, better joints. Those are the top most improvements that we see when people first make the switch to a carnivore diet or our species specific diet.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah Zaldivar. That's a brilliant hour you've given us. I really want to thank you so much for your time and the great answers to all the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Very much appreciated. Great chatting again. And thanks for the comment on being number one. I'm using that again.
Bye. Enjoy.
Take care. Thanks, Sarah.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. So, Richard, I'm going to hand over to you because I think you know Dr. David Unwin and Dr. Jen Unwin, and I don't. So
I've, I did a podcast and had the pleasure of meeting Jen in the PhD conference. I didn't get a chance or the pleasure to meet David in person, but hello both. Welcome on board. Thank you so much for coming on. Jen and I recorded a podcast recently on food addiction, which is one of the things that we wanted to go into detail today, amongst other things. But look, thank you both so much for coming on. Huge pleasure to get you on here. It's been, how long are we in? 9 hours into the 24-hour live?
Oh, I was wondering if we were at the tail end or at the beginning. So you're just getting in your stride now. 9 hours. Very good.
That's it. Yeah.
Amazing. You crazy guys.
Yeah. Do you know, initially we were concerned that we wouldn't have enough content, but it looks like we're running out of time with the speakers. I don't think I think we should have allocated more time, but yeah, 9 hours and counted. Do you both know Stephen?
No. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Dr. Jen, and hello, Dr. David. I mean, I know of you two, and I'd love to get you onto my podcast. I mean, I'm a specialist practitioner in diabetes and obesity. The diabetes thing, I love the sugar infographics and all that sort of stuff, which is great. Obviously, disappointed David hasn't got his bow tie on, but because I was expecting that today.
Yeah, expecting the signature bow tie. We'd just been next door. It's our neighbour's 50th wedding anniversary, and we were like, oh, we gotta go.
Oh, I appreciate it. I thank you so much. I just had this crazy idea that we might be able to spread the word by doing something unusual, and it just had a ring to it. A 24-hour live stream, the biggest conversation about keto, low carb, and carnivore. It just seemed to get people's interest. At 9 hours,
we're the only people with enough energy to do it.
Exactly.
Well, that's true. Yeah, in fact, that's the first thing we opened with, that saying that when we were high carb, if we were trying to do something like this, we would be thinking, oh, we've got to eat 3 times a day. Oh, this is no good. We've got to have breakfast, and we would have panicked trying to do 24 hours. Literally, I have a little sort of selection of stuff there to possibly eat, and I haven't touched it once. It's incredible.
Amazing.
And you're right. This way of eating definitely does that. I'm going to hand over to Rich, because for the viewers that don't know you, we do need a little bit of an introduction of what Dr. Jen and what Dr. David do.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Stephen has kindly written introductions for everyone, but we've been handing over to the guys. So would you both like to introduce yourselves and give us a little rundown on what you guys do?
Yeah. Do you want to go first,
Fantastic.
David?
I was
in the back.
I've opened my mouth now, so I'll carry on. So I'm a GP from north of Liverpool, and I'm really interested in what are the true causes of the chronic illnesses that so many of my patients have. Why are they ill? And I realize now that I didn't show much interest in that. I lacked curiosity about why are people ill for the first 25 years of my practice, and I defaulted data medication far too often. Now that I've really got into why are people ill, I'm discovering that lifestyle is often at fault. And if you change lifestyle, we're not using drugs. Specifically, I'm obsessed, and that isn't too strong a word, I'm obsessed with helping my patients with type 2 diabetes control their diabetes or get into remission without using drugs. And I look after the physiology side of it, and Jen will talk to you about the psychology side of helping people change behavior. And we've been doing it for 10 years now in NHS practice, and we've published a lot of papers. We go all over the world spreading the word. And arguably, we've now got the best results of any clinic in the world. And this is in an NHS clinic looking after people with type 2 diabetes. So this week, I saw my 130th patient that's achieved drug-free remission of their type 2 diabetes. And it just gives us such joy and such pleasure. And we hadn't seen remission of diabetes, drug-free remission of diabetes. I hadn't seen it once in the first 25 years of my practice. And now we've seen it 130 times. And it just, get back to what I said at the beginning, really, if the problem with diabetes is a high blood sugar, it seemed reasonably logical to think, well, where did that sugar come from, and could I have eaten it? And that's the basis for us of the low carb diet that we use. So it's in 10-minute appointments we're doing this, but we also have run group consultations for 10 years. And that's a new for me in general practice. So I think that's enough from me now. Jen.
Yeah, you're a bit fuzzy as well. We can't hear you very well.
We've got a thunderstorm here, so it's yeah.
But maybe it's just over you then. Anyway, so
Jen's feed seems fine.
Yeah, mine seems fine. Yes, so I'm Dr. Jen Unwin. I'm a clinical health psychologist by background. So I've always worked. I've retired now from the NHS, but I was in the NHS for all my career, helping people with chronic conditions to live as best they could with those conditions. So it might have been chronic pain or some sort of disability or disfigurement or some sort of life-limiting condition, and helping them to sort of live their best lives with whatever that condition was. So I was always really interested in motivation and behavior change and hope. So hope was my big topic, and I did my doctorate on hope and the difference that hope makes to how people adjust to physical health challenges. And to be honest, hope makes such a massive difference. It even makes a difference to how long people live. So people who are more hopeful and who take more steps towards sort of their goals and their best hopes are actually more likely to live longer, to take less medication, to consult doctors less often, etc., etc. So it makes a big difference. So that's the psychology side. And then, as David said, about 11 years ago now, we just thought it would be nice to work together. We haven't put our skills together and worked on anything before then. And I just recently found low carb. I'd struggled all my life with weight and so on. And I read Dr. John Briffa's book, Escape the Diet Trap, that some people will have come across. He was also a British GP, but he was one of the first to sort of talk about low carb in this country. And so we thought, and it worked for me. So we thought, right, we're going to try it. We could see how it could work. We're going to try it with David's pre-diabetic patients, because there were just more and more of them, and they were just getting sicker and sicker. And the first 18 patients we wrote up for for a research article, and it's just been going on ever since. The rest is history.
Practical diabetes.
In practical diabetes. And then I also realized that low carb ketos, it's fantastic, but it's kind of, yes, if people stick to it. And people like me with food addiction problems and body weight problems often have problems sticking to a low carb diet, even when it's worked fantastically for them, you know, or they felt amazing on keto. We've got all those benefits that you've been hearing about in the last 9 hours, and we even know that. Then some of us really struggle to stick, you know, to stick to that lifestyle. So I started getting more and more interested in that, and wanted to really understand this thing that that looks like an addiction. You know, it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck. It looks exactly like an addiction. People who, you know, still craving foods that, you know, they don't actually want to be eating, are losing control of eating those foods and continuing to eat them in spite of the fact they know they're harming themselves physically and mentally. And, you know, what else would that be apart from someone with diabetes who continues to eat sugary, carby and ultra processed foods? It's kind of a form of self-harm. So I'm just super interested in that, and that's what I've been concentrating more on in the last sort of 4 years or so.
Love this. Fantastic. And an incredible comment there. Incredible 130 lives. That should say saved, I think, opposed to changed. I mean, because that's exactly what you guys are doing, is saving lives, isn't it? And unfortunately, I mean, there's this common disassociation between carbohydrate and sugars within the community. You know, we view carbohydrate and sugars as being two different things. They are one and the same. Carbohydrates break down into sugar, and unfortunately, within society, people who are consuming lots of bread, pasta, cereals, are unknowingly consuming high quantities of sugar, as well as damaging lectins and phytic acid and things. But circling back to a comment you just made there, so you, Jen, were the catalyst that began all of this in the first place, which I wasn't aware of. So fantastic, brilliant stuff.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's like that. I don't know whoever said it, but I love it. Is to make your mess into your mission. So, you know, it's that thing of, if you've struggled with something and you've tried to understand it, and you've actually, you know, you feel that probably through that struggle you can help other people to live a better life. You know, I think there's nothing more rewarding than that, is there? And to carry on learning and helping more people, it's very, very rewarding. And we get to, what's lovely is that we get to do that together. You know, it's not, we had two separate careers, but now, as David says, you know, we get to speak together, and people invite us to go all around the place speaking. So what could be nicer?
Yeah, fantastic. And I think, you know, we're all in a similar boat in that regards. You know, Stephen and I, we give up much of our time for free to do lives every Sunday, free coaching, public speaking events in regards to spreading the word. I mean, I think, you know, we touched base on it earlier, Steve, wasn't it? That we feel that we found a secret, and we're trying to spread that secret to as many people as we can. You know, during our podcast, you know, I mentioned to you that I used to be type 2 diabetic, clinically obese, suffered with depression, anxiety, arthritic pains, daily debilitating migraines that would make me blind, for which I was on 3 different medications for. I was unable to walk up my stairs without stopping or being severely out of breath. And from changing the food that I put into my mouth, I didn't only reverse every one of those things. I lost 107 pounds, reversed the diabetes. I went on to become a professional champion at a pro level, a European champion. And this is all down to diet and lifestyle. And you know, similar situation, my wife and I have sold 3 houses to put into the business where we try to re-educate people. And this was the whole idea behind this live, this crazy idea that Steve came up with, where we go live for 24 hours, which I'm sure he's beginning to regret now 9 hours in. But no, fantastic, you know. And coming back to something you said there now, I mean, it's food addiction, and something you told me during the podcast. Food addiction is not a recognized illness within the NHS. Is that right? So we've got alcohol addiction, drug addiction, gambling addiction, but food addiction is not recognized.
Yeah, so at the moment, obviously, you can't, because it's not recognised here or in the state anywhere internationally, even in the US. Although they're probably a little bit further ahead than we are in sort of acknowledging that it may be a problem. Yeah, so of course that means, because it's not acknowledged, there's very little research being done, and there's very little indication about, you know, how you effectively help people, and therefore there's no help. We think that conservatively, I mean, really conservatively, 10% of the population probably have this problem. A bit like, you know, all of us drink alcohol, but not all of us develop a kind of clinical problem with alcohol. And the same with food. A lot of us eat these kinds of foods, and many of us struggle, you know, to resist them. But there is this group of us that you know, really have this really addictive sort of relationship with processed foods, and particularly sugars and carbohydrates. So 10% would equal about 4.5 million adults in the UK. So that's 4.5 million adults who are doing themselves harm on a daily basis, don't know what to do with themselves, you know, struggling. And if they go and see their healthcare practitioner, unless they're lucky enough to live in Southport and they get to meet David, those healthcare practitioners wouldn't know what to do with them. They wouldn't probably ask about it. They wouldn't know where to refer them. You might get sent to mental health services, but they wouldn't have any idea how to treat you. You know, even the addiction services, they're not going to be interested, because they only treat alcohol, and you say like drug addiction, these other addictions. So it's a sort of hidden sort of emperor's clothes thing. Like, if you ask the public, is it possible to be addicted to certain foods, they're going to say yes, but then there's no help for people, or, you know, you're actually kind of laughed at if you say that certain foods are addictive, and people say, oh, food can't, you know, how can food be addictive? We have to eat, kind of thing. So we do have, of course, but
I think one of the things is shame, that people in every clinic I do, I'm discovering people who they know they are a carb addict, but it's the shame. They say it's so ridiculous, I can't give up bread. In fact, bread is one of the foods that I eat most. And here's a funny thing: I never found a single bread addict in the first 25 years. But if you never ask, you never will find them, because they're so ashamed.
Yeah.
And they nearly all cry when they tell me, because they sound so ridiculous. It's almost a relief when people understand why they're behaving in this odd way. Intelligent people eating stuff that's shortening their lives. And it's a great pleasure, really, to help people with that, in terms of at least they know they're not mad. They get that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's the big problem is they blame willpower. You just lack willpower, which is absolutely ridiculous to say. I mean, I've never met anybody that smokes for their health, and I've never met anyone that smokes and says, I'm just choosing to smoke. You know, and it's the same with this carb addiction. There are people that say to me, I know I shouldn't eat bread. I know I shouldn't eat donuts. I just can't stop myself. And it is just an addiction.
That's right. They can't, because they're driven. The primitive brain is driven to, you know, to kind of stop you starving, basically. And it's, you know, you're driven to eat these foods, even though when the frontal lobes are telling you you don't want to eat those foods, but your hand reaches for the foods. It is the most incredible process, and of course, you know, makes you feel like you're a bit bonkers if you don't understand that mechanism. And so, as David says, people kind of hide it. They're ashamed that they can't control themselves. Also, there's the kind of denial factor, because although we know we should give up our foods, the thought of, and David will tell you this, the thought of giving up the bread or the chocolate or whatever it is, which is kind of your best friend. Well, it's not your best friend, is it? But it, you know, life without those things feels incredibly, you know, it just feels impossible as well. So people are often in denial about the harms that are happening, and also they don't know what to do anyway. So they just sort of deny it's a problem.
Yeah, and again,
another
I mean,
supplementary
it's,
point I'd like to, sorry, another supplementary point I'd like to make is that, I can help patients with cigarette addiction, with alcohol addiction, and even gambling. There is no substance. So I can refer you for your gambling addiction, which is very serious and ruins lives. And yet here we have this thing which is affecting so many people, and we're denying that the condition actually exists, so that there is no help for any of those, which is a real tragedy. But it is shortening lives, it is killing people. And I'm so mystified how I missed it 25 years. And it's such a tragedy that many people are suffering privately and secretly. And there's nobody they can tell. And any doctor you go to is going to say, well, we don't have anywhere to refer you for that. Time to tell them about your book, Jen, probably.
Oh, yes. So, I have got a copy here. You'll be able to see. So I wrote a little book in lockdown called Fork in the Road. There it is.
Put it in front of your face there.
Hopeful guide to food dream, and all profits go to the Public Health Collaboration, which is the charity that Rich was at the conference for. And it's just got all the basic things that I'm probably talking about this evening are in that little book. And you'll also be helping the charity that David and I both work for and support to spread, this thing what I was sort of saying about raising people's awareness, spreading the good news, and hopefully soon we'll be launching some courses for professionals to understand the problem, and also for the public themselves. We'll be doing groups and courses so that people can start their journey to recovery.
Yeah, love this. It's fantastic. And it baffles me how this isn't recognized as an addiction, because for me it's the single most detrimental thing within society. It comes back to this name and shame thing, isn't it? We become ashamed of the food we and I've been there. I've hidden the food that I eat, and I know that I'm doing wrong. I'll nip out to or used to nip out to a fast food restaurant. I'd hide the wrappers, and it's this name and shame society where people will just say to you that you need some willpower, but it goes well beyond that, doesn't it? Which is what we touched base on during our talk. It's how it affects the neurotransmitter signals within the brain. These foods block certain pathways, the catecholaminergic neurotransmitters within the brain. They block the cofactors like iron, zinc, and vitamin B12, which we need to synthesize things like serotonin and dopamine, epinephrine, norepinephrine. Do you want to go into a little bit more about that in regards to how these foods that we consume are blocking the absorption of these cofactors and the production of these neurotransmitters? Because when our brains, when we're not receiving these signals, we go chasing dopamine, for example, don't we? We're hardwired to chase dopamine, and I think this is a massive contributing factor to this addiction. And it isn't that person's fault. It's about understanding that the food that they are consuming is contributing. It's this vicious cycle, isn't it? That where you need to understand what's causing it in the first place, remove one or two of these offending foods, then our neurotransmitter signals, the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis begins to ramp back up, and we feel a lot better. But we went into a lot of detail in this, didn't we, during that talk? Do you want to expand a little bit more?
Yeah, certainly can do. And someone's just made the comment, haven't they, that the common denominator in alcohol and food is often sugar, and all of these things are operating in the same part of the brain. So whether it's alcohol, sugar, cigarettes, it's all to do with these neurotransmitters. And you're absolutely right that dopamine is a big part of it, and we're hearing more and more about dopamine, aren't we? People are sort of dopamine, that's kind of interesting, and we know it's also involved in things like mobile phone addiction to kind of scrolling as well. That we're all very we wouldn't be here today if we weren't sort of motivated to get certain things and achieve certain things. That's how we've survived, is being really motivated to find the food that we needed, or to, you know, to do the jobs that we needed to do during the day to survive. So when we have ultra processed foods, or, you know, even just simple sugars and carbohydrates, one of the things that happens is we do get a nice sort of dopamine boost, and kind of we love that. But what goes up must come down, like all things. And the brain doesn't really like these high levels. Like everything in biology, there's a kind of balance in the body. You know, one thing's going to sort of interact with another thing. So when the dopamine goes high for a long period of time, the brain thinks, oh, there's a lot of dopamine slushing around here. We'll just knock out a few. We don't need so many dopamine receptors in the brain. But of course, the problem then is that when you don't have as many dopamine receptors in the brain, in the normal course of your life, when you're not eating sugar, you're feeling a little bit flat, because it doesn't feel that, you know, there's enough dopamine. So then you're looking for the next hit to sort of give you another boost. And then the brain thinks, oh, you know, there's another bit of high dopamine, we'll knock out a few more receptors. And it's a really bad idea to not have enough dopamine receptors, because we start to feel more and more depressed and more anxious. And it's been shown in studies that, you know, these high sugar diets do leave you genuinely feeling more depressed and more anxious. So that's one thing. And then there's a similar path that goes on with serotonin. If you have sugars are high, then obviously insulin's high to deal with the sugars. But when insulin is high, tryptophan can cross into the blood-brain barrier more easily than normal, and tryptophan gets converted into serotonin. So you get a big, nice serotonin high, you feel great. But what goes up must come down. And again, so it's a vicious cycle going in a bad way. It's a trap that's difficult to get out of, because you do get withdrawal symptoms, not physical withdrawal symptoms, but psychological withdrawal symptoms of feeling more low, feeling more anxious, etc. And you have to get through that and out the other side to start to feel better, which is what I experienced all those many years ago. But at that time, I was just thinking of it as a sort of physical withdrawal, if you like, which it is to some extent, but it's also psychological. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And to circle back to something you just said about the tryptophan, I mean, the opposite is also true in a state of insulin resistance, isn't it? Insulin resistance and inflammation will block the dopamine pathways, and we're hardwired to chase these dopamine hits. So we end up searching for other ways to stimulate, you know, these dopamine hits, and we get this through sweet foods. Sweet foods release dopamine into the mesolimbic pathway, so we chase these sweet foods, and it can even be carbohydrate from bread or anything. But you know, another factor that is that these foods we are consuming are incredibly high, not just in carbohydrate, but in lectins and phytic acid, which are blocking these cofactors, isn't it? You know, the iron, magnesium, vitamin B12, which we need to synthesize, you know, the tryptophan as well, you know, creating.
Someone was asking about absorption of nutrients, weren't they? About caffeine. I don't know that much about that, whether that is the case or not. But definitely, yeah, there does seem to be a factor that when you start chasing this high, then people start focusing on chasing that, and of course the other foods drop out of their diet. I mean, I remember this happening to me, where I would just eat pasta and ice cream and pizza, and I wasn't having any foods with nutrients in, because they weren't giving me that kind of buzz. So then you're crowding out the good foods in your diet, and then people become they are literally deficient, and they're craving stuff, which, you know, they're craving real foods, but then that all gets confused, and you end up just chasing these dopamine highs.
Yeah, and so I think also, I mean,
we're overfed and undernourished.
100%.
Really,
yeah, I agree.
Overfed and undernourished, and it's worth thinking about the nutrient density of food. It gives you a new perspective on what nourishment means, because it really is not about calories anymore now. I'm just thinking about the vitamin deficiencies we get in the practice. So vitamin D deficiency, very common. Folic acid deficiency. I've stopped measuring that. It's so very, very common. And then iron deficiency itself, internationally, that's a very big one.
Yeah, and again, I mean, segueing from there, we know that processed foods and these sweet treats are bad for us, but then there are groups of people out there who are actively trying to improve their health and well-being. They're eating lots of fruits and vegetables, thinking they're doing the right thing while neglecting animal protein. So the issue with this is, you know, vegan, and this isn't a stab at vegans and vegetarians. I've repeated this, multiple times today. I work with vegans and vegetarians. I respect anybody's decision in regards to diet and nutrition, but unfortunately, vegans and vegetarians lack iron. You know, we can't get iron from spinach. Popeye was incorrect. The human body needs heme iron. We need this from animal proteins. A vegan and vegetarian diet is lacking in vitamin B12. We cannot get B12 cobalamin from plants, and zinc we're lacking. So these standard healthy diets that people are going on who are consciously making an effort to improve their health and well-being, these are being counterintuitive in regards to this production of the catecholinergic neurotransmitters, because these are, again, missing the cofactors of iron, zinc, and B12. So even the vegans and vegetarians who are actively trying to be fitter and healthier are causing issues. And I think, did you and I, Jen, or was it another podcast we referenced, I think, a study where vegans and vegetarians have a higher rate of depression and suicide. So I mean, it all comes back to this food, doesn't it? So it's not just these sweet treats. It comes back down to even the foods that we believe are highly nutrient dense in regards to fruits and vegetables. Animal proteins, and I think you guys will agree, are the most nutrient dense foods on the planet, and this is what's missing, predominantly from a healthy diet.
From the
that's my
education point of view. I mean, certainly the people that we see when we sometimes do weekends where actually with people, and we've obviously done all the catering, and we're watching people, choose what to eat, and they so often don't choose enough protein. They don't prioritize protein. Oh yeah, see, that's a lovely comment. Yeah, that's why you want carbs. Yeah, because your brain feels like you're searching for something, aren't you? You just kind of feel flat. You want to boost. And of course, the other side of treating this is not just that you focus on the right foods to eat. That's the foundation. People should eat high quality proteins and fats as a basis. If they want to add in a bit of this and that, then that's fine as well. But it's not just about that. It has to be about how in your life, in your modern life, are you going to get your dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins in a good way, in a way that isn't going to cause problems, like getting it from ultra-processed food or smoking or alcohol or binge watching Netflix or whatever it is. How in your life you're going to kind of, David and I like to think of it like going back, like if you were in the tribe back in the day, what would you have been doing, to feel good? Like, natural things like singing, gardening, walking. I mean, there's so many different hobbies that people could have that would help them. And these are the sorts of things that we've given up in modern life because we're too busy at work, or, we're too tired, or, whatever it is. And we need to, really make these things habits throughout the day to balance the brain chemistry and to keep us feeling good, so that we're not falling back into feeling bad, feeling stressed, feeling tired. Sleep's so important, because all of those things will trigger us back into these food problems or other behavioral problems that are bad for our health. So it's really important to work on those daily habits that keep your brain well. Direct sunlight is really important. Sunlight for serotonin. I think the last lady was talking about serotonin and melatonin. We need to get outside. We need to walk. We need to hug our dogs, talk to the family. There's all kinds of things that we can do to kind of feel better that aren't going to be about relying on food.
Fantastic. Love that. Love that. David, passing over to you really quickly. I mean, obviously, expert in insulin resistance and inflammation. So we've covered the psychological effects out of food addiction. And again, I mean, Jen, I don't think that gets anywhere near the airtime that it should. This is a massive thing that we should be plugging and pushing a lot more. This is a massive addiction. But coming from the other side now, David, when we're consuming these foods, we're suffering with insulin resistance and inflammation. How can you explain to the listeners how this is damaging to the body and what we can do to repair this?
Yeah. I think the first thing, remember, the whole thing is that a high blood sugar damages the lining of your arteries in hours. We've got a non-stick lining of the arteries to your brain and your eyes and your kidneys. And that is called the glycocalyx. And only a few hours of a high blood sugar damages the glycocalyx. And then against that, let's think about insulin and what it's there for. It's there to protect you and me from a high blood sugar. So insulin reacts quickly to get out of your stream where it could do damage. And it's a good question is, where does the sugar go? And I'm often asking patients, where do you think that sugar goes? And it actually gets turned into fat inside the cells. So some of the sugar is used up, obviously, for running around, but many of us consume more carbohydrates than we need to run around. And the extra sugar is turned into fat inside your cells. It gives you a bigger tummy, which, Richard, it sounds as if you had a bigger tummy at one point. But more importantly, the fat increases in your liver. And this is really important. This is the work of Professor Roy Taylor from Newcastle University, where you continue to eat breakfast cereals, rice, potatoes, biscuits, and your liver is filling with fat. And unfortunately, the fat in the liver interferes with the work of insulin so that you become less sensitive. So your insulin doesn't work as well. And that means that you're less able to deal with blood sugars. So for a while, you're only, if your insulin doesn't work as well, you are forced to produce more insulin. You become hyperinsulinemic. You produce more insulin. But unfortunately, there's a double whammy here, because the pancreas, the gland that produces insulin, is also filling with fat. So your ability to produce more insulin is compromised. And this is absolutely at the heart of how millions of people become type 2 diabetic. So the two problems, one is your insulin doesn't work as well. And the other is producing insulin is a problem. So that after a while, you actually have type 2 diabetes, which means you cannot anymore regulate your blood sugar to within safe levels. And those high blood sugars can damage the lining of your artery, as I told you at the beginning. It's got to a point now, I think it's 38% of the entire, of the developed world have fatty liver. So that's more than 1 in 3 of everybody we know. And I know in the practice, the number of people with abnormal liver function and fatty liver, there are thousands and thousands of patients, and they're getting younger and younger. So one of the main effects of too much carbohydrate in your diet is that all has to go somewhere, and it becomes fat in your belly. It also becomes fat in your pancreas. And somebody just put in the point, yes, there is a connection between hyperinsulinemia and pancreatic cancer. And actually, there is a link between hyperinsulinemia, and 8 cancers. So I have seen an increase in certainly colorectal cancer in people who are very heavy. That's definitely happening. And of course, insulin, we talk about insulin and glucose, but it does lots of other things. Insulin is a growth factor. And so this would make sense really around cancer and insulin. So if insulin is a growth factor, you need it for puberty to grow, but it's also part of how tumors can grow. And I'm afraid it doesn't even stop there. In our early work together, Jen and I were really confused and surprised by the improvements in blood pressure that our patients were showing. And I personally found my blood pressure improved. And it took me 2 years to find out what is the link between giving up carbs and improving your blood pressure. And this is it, the answer. So we've known since 1932 that a high carb diet is a high insulin diet, and insulin causes your kidneys to hoard salt. So high carb is high insulin. Your kidneys don't wee out salt properly, and that puts your blood pressure up. And significant improvements in blood pressure for people when they go low carb. I expect most of you noticed when you first went low carb, you weed a lot. You're actually weeing out lots of salt, and it's why if you go keto particularly, you might need more salt at the beginning of the diet, because otherwise you get headaches and keto flu, because suddenly you're weeing out salt you've been hoarding for a while. And Jen and I both have a lot more salt than we used to. I think I've probably said enough now. It's time Jen said something.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Love that. I spot on. I mean, high blood pressure is an insulin-dependent state. In states of elevated insulin will pull sodium from 4 points in the nephrons in the kidneys back into the blood. Wherever sodium goes, water follows. This is why we get high blood pressure. A lot of research into the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system reveals several mechanisms in regards to why we retain elevated sodium levels, but we shouldn't fear sodium. It's not the source of high blood pressure.
No.
And unfortunately, it's something else that's been demonized within society. Sodium is in fact essential for life. We cannot live without it. There's a study that I reference in one of the talks that shows when we go below 1500 milligrams of sodium per day, all-cause mortality increases massively. So sodium is another thing that's been demonized within society, and it's another thing that we shouldn't be fearing. We should be consuming lots of sodium, particularly from natural sources like pink Himalayan and Celtic sea salt. So a fantastic point there on blood pressure. And again, coming back to the insulin. Go on.
I often say that, well, it's just a point of true causes of illness that I made at the very beginning. That again, for 25 years, I'm just giving out drugs for high blood pressure without thinking, why do they have high blood pressure? And this demonization of salt is unfortunate. Salt is dangerous in a high carb environment. So it's true, carbs and salt together give you a problem. And of course, just as Jen was talking about, how were we designed? We weren't designed to do in a high carb environment because that didn't exist. This is a very situation to find out. And by saying we're just blaming the wrong crystals. We're always blaming salt for what the sugar did.
Yeah.
I agree.
Can I answer? Shall I answer Rose's point about? So Rose says, how do you feel about being abstinent from sugar and fat? Carbs, is it necessary? And is it possible? So it's definitely possible. So there's absolutely no need for us to ingest any carbohydrate because your liver is just going to make the right amount that you need of glucose, the little bit that your brain needs. And there's one or two other needs that we have. Is about a teaspoon of sugar in your entire bloodstream at any one time. So you can see that if you eat a banana that has about 5 teaspoons of sugar, you've already got too much sugar, and people think things like bananas are incredibly healthy and necessary if you go to the gym. Well, as you can see, that Rich has done very well going to the gym without any carbohydrate, and I do my little old lady boot camp 4 or 5 times a week, and I seem to do okay without any carbohydrates at all. Now, whether it's necessary is more of a kind of individual question. I'd say it's probably a good idea. I don't know why it's probably a good idea to give up sugar if you can. It's basically a poison, so it's never going to do much for you. In terms of how low you have to go in terms of carbohydrate, depends on your goals and also your reaction. So, you know, if you're type 2 diabetic, it's a good idea to go low. But obviously, if you're on medication, check that out first, because we don't want people falling over with low blood pressure or low blood sugars if you're on particular kinds of medication. But from an addiction point of view, again, it's really individual, the foods that people have to give up, and it depends which foods to you are a little bit like drugs. So for many of us with food addiction, we end up giving up all carbohydrate type foods, apart from maybe some, you know, green veg and stuff like that. Other people who perhaps aren't quite as far along the journey, or who maybe the metabolism and they're, you know, they've not got so far, they're not so damaged, they can sometimes cope with a little bit of sweet potato, or, you know, maybe some you know, some things like that. But a lot of us find that we just feel better cutting out all sugars and carbohydrates. So it's a bit of a long-winded question, but it's kind of an individual thing, and it depends what your personal problems are, really, how far you want to go, and see how you feel. Does the liver make sugar in type 1 diabetes? Yes, I think the answer to that is yes. It would have to, wouldn't it, David? Because you need it. Your brain needs a certain amount. So that's part of the problem for them, is they make sugar, but they can't deal with it because they haven't got any insulin. So they have to inject a certain amount of insulin to deal with the sugar that the liver's making. Although I'm kind of answering David's questions here.
Love it. Just to add on to the back end of that as well, I mean, coming back to the insulin resistance, you know, we all know someone who has actively tried to abstain from eating, or at least tells us that they're doing so, and they don't lose any weight, and we think that they are up in the middle of the night stuffing their face with pies and pasties, when in fact they may be telling the truth, because this weight loss is controlled by the endocrine system. It's not calories in versus calories out, and it comes down to predominantly insulin and insulin's role within the body. Coming back to this insulin resistance, that while insulin is elevated, insulin upregulates lipoprotein lipase, which signals the body to store fat, doesn't it? And while insulin is elevated, it's biologically impossible for us to burn that fat for fuel. We need another enzyme called hormone-sensitive lipase to break those bonds on the glycerol backbone to put those fatty acids back into the bloodstream. Now, the issue with someone who is highly insulin resistant is insulin is elevated for such a long time. They may go hours and hours and hours without eating, but insulin is still elevated. They are not burning any fat for that entire time. So someone coming from a state of high insulin resistance is going to take a little bit longer to reverse that. That's why it's critically important to go low carbohydrate. And, you know, everybody is individual. So if you're coming from that state of severe insulin resistance, it may take a little bit longer. But this isn't a diet, is it? You know, we're not teaching about, this is a lifestyle. This is about eating real foods that are having low impact on insulin response, keeping that insulin low, keeping the glucagon to insulin ratio low, so we're able to utilize that fat for fuel. But that's an important factor, I think, with the curve with that insulin resistance, because insulin resistance, you know, we associate that with type 2 diabetes, but type 2 diabetes, so if you go to be tested with yourselves in regards to type 2 diabetes, a person may come back as not being type 2 diabetic because you're testing blood glucose and not insulin, isn't it? So the reality is that insulin may be increased behind the scenes, and you are in fact insulin resistant, because the point that you were diagnosed with diabetes began 10 to 15 years prior to that. So if you have been tested for diabetes through glucose test, then it's probable that you are insulin resistant. And a way to tell is central adiposity, skin tags, skin irritations. And I think that most of us on the high street are highly insulin resistant, and this is why we need to actively look at carbohydrates, foods that are eliciting this insulin response, and foods that are high in lectins as well, also, because I think lectins, they tend to get they don't get the airtime they deserve, but lectins are carbohydrate binding proteins which bind to insulin receptors and signal the body to store 5 times more fat than insulin does itself. And then we've got seed oils, which are high in oxidized omega-6 linoleic acid, which causes insulin resistance, I believe, around 6% higher than carbohydrates, or the effect of insulin does. So there's all of these contributing factors. I've thrown a lot at you there. Do either one of you want to jump in and add or
Yes.
part anything I just said?
Well, I just wanted to say, Rose, I think
a little bit about hunger. Oh,
go on then.
yeah, I'll go first then, and then
Okay.
There's a delay, so it's a bit difficult. I wanted to talk hunger in the context of what you were saying, really. So I'd summarize it. We are actually a dual fuel engine. So it's genius. We can burn fat or we can burn glucose. Problem, the sting in the tail for insulin is because of insulin's priority to deal with sugar, it prevents you from being able to burn fat. So in a carby environment with insulin resistance, it's very unlikely that you'll be able to burn your fat. And this explains why somebody might be very overweight, but they're genuinely hungry. So they are genuinely hungry, and hunger actually is the problem. People eat because they might be addicted, but they're hungry. They say they're hungry, and they are. And this is just a point that might interest some people. So if you get your insulin down low enough, then after an adaptation period, which can take up to 2 weeks, you start burning the fat. And then again, in every clinic that I do, people tell me they're suddenly surprised not to be hungry. And they're saying things like, do I have to eat breakfast? Because I just don't feel I have to. And I'm saying, hooray, no, you're burning fat now. You've got fat to burn. And that's what you're about. And I think, I know myself, if I'm feeling really hungry, I've usually, something's wrong somewhere in my system if I'm really hungry. So I just wanted to underline what you said around the dual fuel engine and around hunger. And we're talking about keto, and keto is really, that's when you're burning fat and you tend to be less hungry. So I'll shut up now, and it's Jen's turn.
No, but I was just going to go back. Rose, yeah, Rose was saying it's so hard, isn't it? I've really sympathise, Rose. It is really hard for those of us who's have got this, this real struggle. And probably, I don't know, like me, you've probably had it since you were born. I can't remember a time when I didn't, just love sugary, carbohydratey stuff. And was kind of thinking about it a lot of the time. Some of us are kind of really, really born with that. So it is really hard. And you've got a support group. So that's superb. That's great. Yeah, just keep trying. Don't be dieting. Don't be sort of thinking that it's about restricting what you eat. Have plenty of your protein and your good fats. Eat on a regular basis. Don't be trying to sort of think of it like a diet. That's my main advice. And then also work on this other stuff in life that's gonna give you that feel good factor that's not to do with food. Those of us that are food addicts just get obsessed with food, and it's all we think about. And we need to force ourselves to exercise and do other things and have other hobbies, and get all of that going in life. So I'm just really sympathizing with anyone on here who's struggling with the food addiction. And we're going to be setting up some groups and support groups as well through the PHC, so maybe you can join us as well. You can never have too many support groups.
That's brilliant. I think we'll put a link to the public health collaboration in the description on the YouTube. And then when we put the clips out from this as well, we'll do exactly the same thing. We're going to have to wrap up this section because StreamYard can't do 24 hours in a row. So we're going to have to say goodbye to Dr. David Unwin and Dr. Jen Unwin, and then spend about 5 minutes telling people how to follow us for the next 10 hours. So,
Great. Wow.
So this is the end of this section, but I've learned so much. I love listening to you both. I think you're sort of like a yin and yang. It's quite nice to see your different approaches. It's excellent. Richard, do you want to wrap up because you?
Yeah, I thank you both so much for coming on. I don't think the time that we've had is anywhere near long enough. I'd love to do this again with both of you. Maybe we could do a joint thing, Stephen. Maybe for another podcast, but. There's lots of information to put out there. I think we've only just scratched the surface, but thank you both so much for taking the time on a Sunday, especially as you're celebrating a wedding anniversary, I believe you said it was. But yeah, thank you both so much. Steve, can we pop the links when we post this? Obviously, this is live, but we're going to post this moving forward. We can pop links to their
what's going to happen is YouTube will have 10 hours, which I am going to edit down to hours. But there will be one version of this which will be 10 hours. So just give me a couple of weeks to edit it all down, and it will take a bit of time, but it'll be worth doing. And you'll have all the links, and then I'll try and do some clips of the main points if I can. But it's going to be a bit of a task. But anyway, I want to thank you just for turning up. But it'll all be out there soon, by the end of July, hopefully. It'll all be there.
Links included. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you both. Massively appreciate it. Thank you both so much. Hope you've enjoyed. Yeah, it's been fun. But thank you guys. Take care, and we'll speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both.
Now,
fantastic.
Okay, so we're 9 hours 55. I have to put some links for everybody. Just bear with me. I don't want to get this wrong. So what's going to happen basically with the live stream, StreamYard could not do 24 hours in a row. So if you want to carry on watching, you're going to have to go to a different YouTube. Let me just come back to where we are. I'll post it in the comments. That's where you would go to watch the next. Well, it's going to be 7 hours actually, because I split it 10 hours, and then we're going to do 7, and then we're going to do 7. So StreamYard couldn't do 24. I'm not knocking StreamYard, by the way. The difference in price was incredible. For those that want to know what goes on behind the scenes, I pay £25 a month to have StreamYard, and I can record 50 hours. But you can't record 24 hours in a row. If I wanted 24 hours in a row, that £25 a month goes up to $5,000. So we just had to split it into 3, which I'm sure you'll understand. So there's 208 people currently watching. Hopefully you'll flip over to watch the next 7 hours, and we should have Sean Baker starting us off. We've got Kevin Stock, we've got Judy Cho, we've got some really great guests. If you're watching on the playback, exactly the same thing on my channel, on Rich's channel, you'll be able to watch the playbacks in that full entirety if YouTube are up to it, of 10 hours or 7 hours, and then I will be editing this down. So the link is in the chat. It will be on my Coach Stephen Bachelor of Science YouTube channel and on Keto Pro's YouTube channel as well. We're going to hop over to there. I put it in the chat, the link. I just did it. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I think there's there we go.
Yeah, I did it. I did do it, I promise.
Yeah, it's shot up the screen. It's shot up the screen with the extra comments.
Yeah, there's a lot of messages. So yeah, Cammy, the link is, I promise you. You can also go to my Instagram, UK Carnivore, and use the link in my bio, which will take you to the second part. But it's definitely there. I promise you. We don't want to miss you, Cammy. So right, okay, Rich, I'm going to go now. Do you want to say? Do you want to keep people going to the bang on 10, and I'll set up the new. thing. I'm going to put it in comments again. People say no link here. It's definitely there. You put it in the comments.
It's there.
But you can find us on our YouTube channel, I promise you. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to go out and log into the other one.
And don't forget to send me the link to sign in too.
Oh, you haven't lost that, have you?
Yeah. Well, it'll be the different link, or is it the same link that you sent me prior?
No, I'll send you a new link to enter you into the studio.
Yeah, fantastic.
Okay.
Awesome. So while you're doing that, is there, and I'm guessing this is going to cut off in about 1.5 minutes, but are there any questions there that that any of you guys want
well, they're
to
asking
look
for the
into?
name of the channel. My channel you can find as Stephen Thomas, Bachelor of Science, or Coach Stephen, or the UK Carnivore on YouTube. You will find the next thing. I promise you. It's in my playlist of lives, and everyone's saying no link here, and I have put it in the comments quite a few times. I don't know why it's not showing up.
It is showing up. It's being, there we are. Let's repost it again. It's the comments keep pushing it out of screen, I think. There we are. I've just posted it again.
You've done it. Yep, that's it. Right. Okay, I'm going to go. And actually, you're going to have to come out as well, Rich, and I'll send you the link, and I'll go straight into the other.
There we are. Brilliant. Right. We'll see you all in 2 minutes. Thank you all.
Yeah. Bye.